On a solitary peak, a young man clad in azure robes sat cross-legged, immersed in meditation. A gentle drizzle fell incessantly, yet peculiarly. A crescent moon hung in the sky, accompanied by a blood-red setting sun. As the breeze began to stir, the sun and moon emitted two mesmerizing auras, illuminating a massive stone not far ahead. In an instant, the towering boulder, almost as tall as two men, was reduced to powder, scattering into the wind. At that moment, the young man opened his eyes. Alas, 3 years have passed, yet my progress remains painfully slow. He sighed softly, rising to his feet, his gaze drifting towards the horizon. His name was Su Yang, a young physician from Huaxia. Though he was no ordinary healer, he had devoted himself to the art of alchemy. Armed with a tome from the ancient era known as the Danjing, Su Yang had already achieved considerable prowess in the art of elixirs. By fortunate chance, he had also discovered a cultivation technique called the Void Sutra within an ancient relic, allowing him to excel not only in medicine, but also as a formidable martial artist in Huaxia. Whether by fortune or misfortune, during a fateful encounter in the wilderness over a treasure, Su Yang fell victim to a coordinated attack by several top-tier masters, leading to his untimely demise. Yet, in the chaos of that moment, he inexplicably seized an egg, resulting in his unexpected arrival in this new world, landing in a small tribe. Thus, Su Yang temporarily resided in this secluded tribe, balancing his training with the exploration of this unfamiliar realm. Through his investigations, he learned that this world was known as Tianyan Continent, where martial prowess was revered above all and strength reigned supreme. The tribe he inhabited was isolated from the outside world, living off the land through hunting. Although they did not practice any cultivation, their physical resilience was extraordinary. Su Yang, even at the 9th level of body refinement, found himself unable to gain the upper hand in sparring with them. More astonishingly, the tribe had no cultivation techniques whatsoever, neither for spiritual energy nor for physical strengthening. Thus, 3 years passed without Su Yang leaving the tribe, as he diligently honed his physical form in this unique manner. Ultimately, his perseverance bore fruit, and he achieved the unprecedented 10th level of body refinement, his physical strength reaching terrifying heights. Moreover, Su Yang's greatest revelation was yet to come. While meditating atop the mountain one fateful evening, stirred by a wave of nostalgia for his homeland amidst the drizzle and gentle breeze, he attained an epiphany, successfully opening his sea of consciousness, now a foundational cultivator in the early stages. "Hey, Su Yang, I knew you'd be here practicing." A robust young man clad in animal skins approached with an earnest smile. Seeing the youth, Su Yang smiled genuinely. "What is it, Xiao Manzi? Do you need something?" This amiable youth was known as Xiao Man, a friend Su Yang had made in this tribe. "The elder has sent me to call for you. By the way, how is your body holding up? Is the demonic energy still causing you trouble?" Xiao Man inquired, concern evident in his tone. Recalling the demonic energy, Su Yang felt a chill run down his spine. It was the result of consuming a mysterious beast core that nearly cost him his life. Were it not for the elder's timely intervention, using a powerful artifact to suppress the demonic energy within him, who knows what calamity might have ensued. Su Yang vividly remembered that moment. A sword as dark as ink pierced a crimson beast core, and somehow he found himself in an unnamed cave, unwittingly pulling out the sword, only to be overwhelmed by the chaotic power that ensued. He was fortunate to have been rescued by the elder. The so-called demonic energy was a consequence of that sword. Even once unleashed, Su Yang found it impossible to contain, despite the suppression of the Eye of Void Breaking. The sword bore a small character Xian engraved upon it, undoubtedly indicating its extraordinary nature. After bidding farewell to Xiao Man, Su Yang made his way alone to the ancestral hall situated at the back of the tribe, where the elder awaited him. "Elder," Su Yang bowed respectfully. He held the elder, who had saved his life, in high regard. Upon hearing Su Yang's voice, the elder turned. "Su Yang, have you decided to leave?" Indeed, Elder. I wish to explore the outside world and seek a means to suppress the demonic energy within me, Su Yang replied, a flicker of resolve shining in his eyes. Very well. I shall not impede your journey. You may depart through the tribe's teleportation array, the Elder stated. Is there anything else you wish to discuss? The Elder inquired, noticing Su Yang's hesitation to speak or leave. I would like to ask, Elder, why has the tribe treated me with such kindness? I cannot believe that as an outsider, I am deserving of such regard, Su Yang remarked, reaching to touch his brow. The eye of void breaking seas through all illusions. It has revealed to us the unseen world. Chapter 2. A Heroic Rescue. In the heart of a dense jungle, Su Yang lay on the ground, his vacant gaze fixed upon the sky. Dio not inquire why he remained prostrate at that moment. He was engulfed by an overwhelming pain that made his entire body feel as though it had been shattered. Simultaneously, he could not help but mutter curses. That foolish old man. Oh no. That complete imbecile. Has he been secluded for so long that he has lost his wits? How could he leave me here, unperturbed by the thought of my demise? However, upon turning his head, Su Yang glanced at that individual and found some solace. That fool was still hanging from a tree, unable to descend. This character had hatched from an egg shortly after Su Yang's arrival at the tribe, a truly troublesome companion. After enduring the passage of half a day, Su Yang finally regained some strength and struggled to rise. He first scaled the tree to retrieve the little creature and cradled it in his arms, then discerned the direction and began his trek out of the jungle. Yet, as time trickled away, Su Yang sorrowfully realized a grim truth. He could not find an exit. The jungle appeared vast, and even from the treetops, he could see no end in sight. Consequently, Su Yang ceased his attempts to seek an escape and resolved to walk steadfastly in one direction. Uncertain of how long he had been traversing, Su Yang was suddenly startled by a voice that pierced the air. Quick, block her. Do not let her escape. Following this, a cacophony of shouts erupted. People. Upon hearing this, Su Yang's spirits soared, and he hastened toward the source of the commotion. As he approached, the scene before him crystallized. A group of robust men clad in athletic gear was pursuing a young girl. The girl, appearing to be around 17 or 18 years of age, was clad in pristine white garments, now stained crimson with blood, as she frantically ran in Su Yang's direction. Suddenly, upon catching sight of Su Yang, her eyes lit up. Young master, please save me. To Su Yang's astonishment, she swiftly darted behind him. Almost immediately, the group of muscular men followed suit, encircling Su Yang. Kid, you'd best not meddle in affairs that do not concern you. Hand her over. It seemed that today, Su Yang was destined for an act of gallantry that he understood well, that even if he wished to leave, these individuals would not permit his escape, paying no heed to their threats. Su Yang drew the mysterious sword from his back. You brutes dare to bully a defenseless woman. I cannot stand idly by. Failing to teach you a lesson would be an affront to your parents. You seek death, seethed one of the men, enraged by Su Yang's words. Kill him. Instigated by Su Yang's taunt, the burly men furiously brandished their weapons and charged at him. Their martial prowess was not particularly formidable. The strongest among them barely reached the late stages of physical training, seemingly mere household guards, and thus, Su Yang regarded them with disdain. Releasing the small beast, Su Yang swiftly moved forward to confront them. With a thrust of his mystical sword, he aimed directly at one of the assailants. Before the man could react, Su Yang's figure flashed past him, leaving behind a pair of terrified eyes clutching his throat. As the lifeless body crumpled to the ground in disbelief. At this moment, Su Yang had once again arrived behind another individual. Moments later, all of the dozen or so burly men had been dispatched by Su Yang's blade. After rifling through the corpses, Su Yang discovered several thousand gold coins and 2 or 3 dozen low-grade spirit stones on their bodies. Subsequently, a barrage of fireballs was unleashed, effectively incinerating the remains. It was only then that Su Yang turned his gaze toward the young maiden before him. Thank you for your rescue, kind sir, she exclaimed hastily upon noticing his attention. Who are you? Why were these men pursuing you? Su Yang inquired, perplexed as to how this seemingly unskilled girl had found herself in such a predicament. What did you say? There is a city ahead. Su Yang's heart suddenly stirred, prompting him to ask urgently, as he was at a loss for how to exit this dense forest. Yes, I encountered them while wandering aimlessly near that city. The girl nodded, gesturing toward the direction from which she had come. Finally, I found a way out. Su Yang thought with relief. But he sighed, rubbing his forehead in exasperation. But having you follow me is quite problematic, isn't it? Aren't you afraid I might be a villain? As he spoke, he couldn't help but smirk, attempting to appear menacing. Sir, I can tell you are not a bad person. I beg you. Please allow me to accompany you. Once I find my way home, I will leave and will not trouble you in the least. Luo Yao pleaded, her eyes brimming with tears. Sigh. Very well, Su Yang relented, taken aback by the unexpected trouble his act of kindness had brought upon him. Nevertheless, he could not bear to abandon Luo Yao in this desolate place. Thus, as Su Yang resumed his journey, he found himself with an additional little companion trailing behind him. Li Kingdom, located in the eastern part of the Tianyan Continent, is a vast principality that lies to the north of the continent, encompassing 4 major empires: Qin, Chu, Yuan, and Qi. Each of these empires is further divided into 3 to 5 principalities and numerous smaller states. The Li Kingdom is a vassal of the Chu Empire. The capital city of Li Kingdom is called Li Du. In the afternoon, a bustling thoroughfare leading to Li Du was filled with throngs of people, among which a small donkey stood out prominently. Ahead of the donkey, a young scholar appeared to be swaying as he walked. While riding atop the donkey was a young maiden clad in white, around 17 or 18 years old, who was curiously surveying her surroundings. It goes without saying that these were Su Yang and Luo Yao. Although they had both altered their appearances slightly. As for the small donkey, it was none other than the little creature transformed. Now walking along and chattering away in human language, To recount the events leading up to this. One must begin with the moment the little creature unexpectedly spoke. During their journey toward Li Du, it had suddenly uttered a sentence after remaining silent since arriving in the realm of cultivation, startling Su Yang. Upon inquiring about the reason, the creature explained that just a few days prior, during a dream, a formidable beast had awakened its spiritual intelligence, granting it mastery over the art of transformation. That was my ancestor, it declared. Regardless, this fellow stated as much. However, his moment of arrogance was fleeting, as he soon faced dire consequences. Upon discovering his transformation abilities, Su Yang immediately turned him into a small donkey to carry Luo Yao. Whether Su Yang acted out of vengeance remains uncertain. In any case, this culminated in the scene before us. Chapter 3. Earning money is still my old profession. Damn Su Yang. Just wait. When I meet the ancestor, I will surely lodge a severe complaint against you for daring to turn me into a donkey. As he walked, this creature incessantly babbled, his relentless prattle persisting throughout the journey. Su Yang had grown largely immune to such threats. While he naturally feared the ancestor mentioned by this creature, the timeline of its potential arrival was shrouded in uncertainty. Who could predict what form it would take by then? Matters of the future could be addressed at a later time. It must be said that Su Yang exhibited a certain spirit reminiscent of Huaxia. As dusk approached, Su Yang finally neared the city gates. Old Black, from this moment on, cease your chatter. With the city gate in sight, Su Yang felt compelled to issue a few warnings. Should anyone encounter a talking demon beast, it could spell disaster. As for the name Old Black, it was one Su Yang had whimsically assigned during their journey. Why must you silence me? You are far too domineering. First, you transform me into a donkey. Then bestow upon me such an unflattering name, and now you deny me speech. The creature was thoroughly exasperated, on the verge of a loud outburst. Indeed, Su Yang's words took immediate effect, and Old Black quickly subdued his protests. Although he continued to mumble, his volume had noticeably diminished. Young master, you shouldn't always frighten Old Black. It's harmless for him to speak a bit when no one is around. Luo Yao, with her eyes narrowed in delight, glanced at Old Black, who drooped his head in a rather pitiable manner, prompting her to offer a comforting word. The term young master was a title they had mutually agreed upon during their journey. Let us proceed into the city. At the gates of Li Du, 8 armored guards stood vigil on either side, their watchful eyes never straying from the throngs of passers-by. After paying the entrance fee, Su Yang led the small donkey into the city. Given the late hour, he and his companions sought refuge in a nearby inn for the night. As for their plans ahead, Su Yang had already devised a strategy. Early the next morning, Su Yang set out alone, wandering through the entirety of Li Du. By midday, he finally stumbled upon his target, a modestly sized apothecary located in the northern part of the city. The little shop appeared quite dilapidated, its entrance firmly shut, save for a sign indicating it was for sale. Approaching the door, Su Yang raised his hand and knocked. Moments later, with a creak, the door swung open to reveal a middle-aged man, around 30, who appeared puzzled as he regarded Su Yang. Hello, may I ask who you are looking for? I came upon the sign hanging at the door. Are you the proprietor of this establishment? Su Yang articulated his intent. Indeed, I am the proprietor of this establishment. Since you have come to purchase it, please step inside and take a look. Upon hearing Su Yang's intentions, the middle-aged man did not exhibit any particular excitement. Instead, he simply opened the door and gestured for Su Yang to enter. Once inside the apothecary, Su Yang was able to discern the interior more clearly. This should be a medical hall, for the entire front area measures only about 40 to 50 square meters. A dilapidated long table is situated directly opposite the door, and behind it stands a tall shelf displaying a plethora of ordinary herbs. This was a medical hall established by my late father. After his passing, I was unable to inherit his skills, hence my decision to sell it, the middle-aged man remarked beside Su Yang. Let us explore further. There is a small courtyard at the back. With that, the middle-aged man led the way through a small door at the corner of the house, and Su Yang promptly followed. The backyard resembled that of an ordinary household, with 5 or 6 rooms for living, complemented by 2 small trees in the courtyard, lending it a certain charm. After surveying the area, Su Yang felt an immense satisfaction. Sensing Su Yang's expression, the middle-aged man inquired, "So, are you pleased, my lord?" "Indeed, but may I ask what price you seek?" Su Yang nodded in response. "Forgive my boldness, but what do you intend to use it for?" To Su Yang's surprise, the middle-aged man did not state a price, but posed this question instead. "Oh, are you purchasing it for your family or mentor?" he asked. "No, I am a physician myself," Su Yang replied, shaking his head. "You?" The middle-aged man scrutinized Su Yang with curiosity, clearly skeptical. "If you desire it. Considering you are also a physician, I shall let it go for 2,000 gold coins. This price is indeed rather reasonable for Li Du agreed. Su Yang nodded. He then produced the wealth acquired from the sturdy assailants who had attacked Luo Yao, counting a total of over 3,000 gold coins. Consequently, he readily offered the middle-aged man 20 low-grade spirit stones, thus gathering enough funds to complete the transaction. In the Tianyan Continent, 1 low-grade spirit stone is equivalent to approximately 1,000 gold coins. By this time, Su Yang's remaining wealth was quite limited. Merely 5 spirit stones, along with some gold coins and scattered silver and copper coins. And the items in the shop. Since you will be opening a medical hall, consider them a gift. The middle-aged man casually pocketed the money Su Yang had handed him, seemingly indifferent. After uttering this statement, he turned and exited the apothecary. It appears this fellow is not a simple character. Su Yang pondered as he watched the middle-aged man depart. The entire morning had passed, and although there were many comings and goings, not a single patient had arrived. Even Luo Yao, after her earlier excitement, was now languidly resting her head on the counter, and as time drew near to dusk, the sky was nearly darkening. "Second brother, there is another medical hall here. Let us go inside and take a look." At that moment, Su Yang's ears perked up, and he suddenly heard a voice. Upon hearing this sound, Su Yang immediately became alert and rushed to the door to look outside. Following his gaze, he saw 2 men in their 20s approaching from the left side of the gate. Among them, the slightly younger one appeared to have a rather pale complexion, with dark blood oozing from the corners of his mouth as he coughed intermittently. Even if the chances were slim, it was worth a try. After all, it was his older brother's ineptitude that prevented him from being saved. As he spoke, the older youth seemed to be on the verge of tears. "Gentlemen, since you have arrived, why not come in and give it a shot? Regardless of the outcome, you will incur no loss." Su Yang, in dire need of a notable opportunity, was unwilling to let this moment slip by. Moreover, there were many onlookers at the entrance of the medical hall, eager to witness the unfolding drama. "Second brother, if that is the case, let us proceed and see what can be done," the older of the 2 urged after hearing Su Yang's words. "Oh, very well." Upon entering the medical hall, Su Yang directed the patient to sit upon a chair. "Where is your physician?" the older man inquired immediately upon noticing Su Yang's handling of his younger companion. After scanning the room, he realized that apart from Su Yang, there was only a young girl and a peculiar donkey present. Chapter 4. Opening the door after 3 days. At this juncture, not only the injured man, but even the older one had lost confidence. However, Su Yang could not afford to dwell on their doubts. He had settled in front of the wounded man, preparing to take his pulse. Having finally encountered a patient, he was determined not to let this opportunity go to waste. "How long have you been poisoned? Do you know the nature of the toxin?" Su Yang inquired. "If it cannot be cured, it is of no consequence. I have nearly resigned myself to that fate." The wounded man sighed. He had never held much hope for Su Yang and was not overly disappointed. Even if the treatment proved futile, that it is not that it cannot be treated. Rather, I lack certainty. As I have yet to attempt this method, Su Yang clarified. Oh, you have a solution? The injured man exclaimed, suddenly alarmed. Then please proceed. Even if it fails, we shall not hold you accountable. Very well, I shall give it a try. Su Yang affirmed. Luo Yao, go to the backyard and fetch my package. Certainly, young master. After instructing the injured man to remove his shirt and sit properly, Luo Yao returned with Su Yang's package and extracted the silver needles. The method Su Yang envisioned was to combine spiritual energy with the silver needles, utilizing acupoints to extract the poison. Unfolding the black cloth containing the silver needles, Su Yang selected one and deftly inserted it into a specific acupoint on the man's back. With his right hand, he began to rotate the needle while an unceasing flow of spiritual energy entered the wounded man's body, guiding the toxins out, perhaps due to the passage of time. The poison had firmly attached itself to the man's internal organs. As Su Yang manipulated the needle, dark blood began to flow through the meridians into the acupoint, and shortly thereafter, a dark bubble formed beneath the silver needle. With a sudden motion, Su Yang withdrew the needle, and a black thread shot out from the man's back in an instant. Afterward, Su Yang's hands moved ceaselessly as he swiftly discarded the silver needle and drew forth a new one. Second brother, how do you feel? In response to Su Yang putting away the silver needle, the elder man immediately inquired with palpable anxiety. The injured man attempted to circulate his internal energy and, to his delight, found himself indeed improved. Elder brother, I am healed. This young brother is truly a miraculous physician. Do not be overly excited. The effects of the poison have not been completely eradicated. Your internal organs have been compromised by the toxins and require further treatment. As for the residual poison, you may remedy it through your own cultivation, Su Yang advised. Very well, esteemed physician. Might I trouble you for another prescription? The elder man then produced a substantial handful of gold coins, numbering in the thousands. Upon sight of these coins, Su Yang's spirits lifted considerably. Luo Yao, collect the payment. Coming, young master, Luo Yao replied with a beaming smile as she gathered the first bounty of gold. After prescribing a remedy for the injured man's internal ailments and receiving countless expressions of gratitude, they were ushered out the door. Instantly, the onlookers who had been observing at the entrance became agitated. Esteemed physician, please examine my ailment. Wait, look at mine first. It's urgent that I was here first. Witnessing this commotion, Su Yang's excitement surged, and he called out energetically, everyone, please remain calm. Form an orderly queue. Thus, Su Yang remained engrossed in his work until the late hours of the night. Eventually seeing off the last patient by that time, he was utterly exhausted and could barely move. Yet soon thereafter, his excitement returned. Luo Yao, how much have we earned today? Su Yang turned to her with eager anticipation. Young master, we have accumulated over 12,000 gold coins. Luo Yao joyfully counted the day's earnings at the counter. That is quite a sum, but I am nearly worn out, Su Yang remarked, nodding in satisfaction. However, after an entire day of relentless activity, he felt utterly drained. For the next 7 days, Su Yang opened the door early each morning and worked tirelessly until late at night. Eventually, he could no longer bear it. Luo Yao, this is unsustainable. I am on the verge of collapse, he lamented after concluding yet another day of healing. What shall we do then? Luo Yao paused in her counting and looked up. Concerned, how about this? We could open every 3 days and attend to only 10 patients each day. The rest of the time, we could say we are out gathering herbs, Su Yang proposed. In recent days, he had been so occupied with treating others that he scarcely had time for cultivation, which diverged from his original intentions. But this way, we will earn significantly less, Luo Yao expressed regretfully. As long as there is enough to get by, that suffices. There is no end to earning more. Moreover, I must also attend to my own cultivation, Su Yang replied, somewhat exasperated, having not anticipated that Luo Yao was such a little money lover. Very well then. The following day, when the people once again arrived before the Xiaoyang clinic, they were taken aback to find the doors firmly shut. Observant individuals noticed a sign that read, due to an increased demand for medicinal herbs in recent days and the necessity to study medical texts, I shall only be attending to patients every 3 days henceforth, and shall not treat minor ailments. I hope for your understanding. What nonsense. What a pretentious quack. Just as he gains a bit of fame, he starts to act all high and mighty that I certainly won't be returning. What are you saying? Can't you see that Dr. Xiaoyang is dedicating himself to studying medical texts? Such a young man still striving for knowledge is truly commendable. Indeed, Just look at those other doctors. All they care about is making money. Upon reading this notice, the crowd outside erupted into a cacophony of voices, some cursing, others expressing admiration, and many reflecting on the situation. Goodness, look at this fellow, his ego is quite inflated. He barely opened, and already pulling this kind of stunt. Amidst the throng, a middle-aged gentleman clad in fine attire stood at the entrance. Smiling as he observed the unfolding spectacle, he seemed entirely unperturbed, though a man beside him, who appeared to be a guard, could no longer contain himself. Haha, he's just a young man. He must have some vigor. Otherwise, it would be quite dull, akin to an old man. Let us move on and return in a few days. However, none of this concerned Su Yang any longer to that moment. He had already brought Luo Yao along. Leading a donkey to the gathering place of the Merchant Association in Lidu, the long street where the association was located was lined with numerous stalls, and a bustling crowd meandered along, each individual selecting their desired wares. Chapter 5. Lost as Su Yang walked, he diligently browsed each stall for the medicinal herbs he required. By the time he traversed the street, he had accumulated a sizable bag filled with ordinary herbs, which he bundled up and, disregarding the protests of the donkey, placed upon its back. What a joke! To be burdened with carrying it himself while accompanied by a donkey would indeed invite ridicule. The Jujia building, towering 5 stories high, was one of the most impressive establishments within the Merchant Association. After pausing briefly at the entrance, Su Yang stepped inside. The grand hall on the first floor was bustling with people, all absorbed in examining the merchandise. Behind each counter, a plethora of goods was displayed: weapons, elixirs, spiritual herbs, talismans, and a variety of materials. Essentially everything one could desire. Moreover, at each counter, a servant stood ready to assist customers in understanding the various products. Moments later, Su Yang halted before one such counter. "Esteemed sir, may I inquire what you are in need of?" A female attendant behind the counter asked with a professional smile. "Please bring me that storage bag," Su Yang replied, gesturing toward a storage bag perched on the shelf before him. "Certainly," the attendant responded, retrieving the storage bag and placing it upon the counter. Holding the storage bag in his hands, Su Yang assessed it, discovering it to be approximately a dozen square feet in size, with an impressively stable structure, clearly indicating it had been recently crafted. Furthermore, its size was quite adequate for his current needs. "What is the price of this storage bag?" Su Yang toyed with the storage pouch in his hand and inquired. "Oh, do you accept gold coins here?" He remarked that while he did not possess a large quantity of spirit stones, he did have gold coins. In just 7 days, he had earned tens of thousands of gold coins merely by treating patients. If converted to spirit stones, it would amount to over 1,000. Do not underestimate the value of these gold coins. A typical household requires only a single gold coin for a month's living expenses. Certainly, if you wish to pay with gold coins, the exchange rate is 1,000 to 1. The attendant replied that a servant of the treasure pavilion. She was accustomed to such transactions involving gold coins. Then, Su Yang retrieved his parcel from behind and poured out a substantial amount of gold coins, which cascaded onto the counter, forming a considerable heap. This display caught the attention not only of the attendant but also of several onlookers, as his actions were undeniably conspicuous. After counting out 20,000 gold coins to the attendant, Su Yang placed the remaining coins back into the storage pouch, feeling a sense of relief. In the subsequent moments, Su Yang utilized the remaining funds to acquire 2 valuable spiritual herbs, a blue flower and a Buddha fruit, both of which could aid in solidifying his cultivation during the foundation establishment stage, costing 30 spirit stones and 35 spirit stones respectively. With this expenditure, Su Yang had nearly depleted his funds. Lacking further currency, he naturally lost interest in continuing his shopping. After departing from the treasure pavilion, he meandered toward the direction of the medical clinic. Suddenly, he felt a stir in his ears and turned to look behind him, only to find 2 suspicious men stealthily following him. Upon noticing Su Yang's gaze, they immediately lowered their heads and feigned interest in a nearby stall. Who would have thought that a slip of gold would draw attention? Su Yang mused with a slight smile, quickening his pace. After leaving the marketplace, he endeavored to navigate through deserted alleys, twisting and turning until he found himself utterly lost. However, the 2 men possessed a certain skill, as they managed to keep closely behind him despite his disorientation. After another turn, they found themselves in a dead end, with no sign of Su Yang in sight. Strange, where did that fellow go? One of them furrowed his brow in confusion. "Big brother, perhaps we should leave. I have a strong feeling that this guy is not to be trifled with. We must avoid any misfortune, the other expressed concern. He had been reluctant to partake in this venture from the start, but ultimately succumbed to the allure of wealth and the persuasion of his companion. Humph, let him get away. It's unfortunate that we lost him. The man referred to as Big Brother spat disdainfully, appearing somewhat regretful. Who were they discussing? Just as the two were about to depart, Su Yang had already positioned himself at the entrance they had traversed, a smile playing on his lips as he regarded them with an enigmatic expression. When did you arrive? The timid man gasped, instinctively taking a step back. Just now, Su Yang replied with a grin. Why waste words with him? Quickly eliminate him. Although the man referred to as the elder brother was also significantly intimidated by Su Yang's elusive presence, at this moment, they had no avenue for retreat. As Su Yang had cornered them into a dead-end kill, the timid man, realizing there was no turning back, swiftly drew the long knife from his back and, alongside the elder brother, charged at Su Yang. Humph! Two insignificant ants in the body refinement stage, truly seeking death. With a cold snort, Su Yang's figure flickered and instantly evaded their attacks. In the next moment, he appeared behind the timid man, elbow poised to strike down heavily upon the back of his head. Watch out! Seeing Su Yang suddenly materialize behind his companion, the elder brother was immediately gripped by fear, his heart racing as he cried out in alarm. Bang! A heavy impact resounded, and the timid man's head burst open like a smashed watermelon, brain matter splattering everywhere. Fortunately, Su Yang's quick reflexes spared him from getting drenched in it. Witnessing his companion being killed in an instant, the elder brother lost all courage to engage with Su Yang. Luckily, Su Yang had already moved away from the alley's entrance after dispatching his comrade. Turning on his heel, the elder brother hastily fled without a second thought. Alas, isn't it too late to run now? Su Yang lamented with an air of shamelessness, promptly pursuing the direction in which the man had escaped. Moments later, as a silent sound echoed once more, the elder brother clutched his throat and collapsed to the ground in defeat. As per routine, Su Yang first searched for valuables before incinerating the corpse with a fireball. These two men appeared not to be particularly wealthy, accumulating merely 5 or 6 spirit stones and over 1,000 gold coins combined, with no storage bags in sight, prompting yet another round of disdain from Su Yang. What on earth should I do now? Just as Su Yang was on the verge of exploding with frustration, a small beggar suddenly appeared before him, instantly brightening his mood. Hey, little one, wait a moment. Su Yang immediately smiled and rushed over. What do you want? The small beggar turned around, puzzled. Su Yang chuckled, making an effort to appear benevolent. I'm lost here. Could you possibly guide me out? I'll give you a gold coin. How does that sound? Really? You're not lying to me. The small beggar's eyes lit up at the mention of a gold coin. Yet he remained somewhat skeptical. Why would I lie to you? I'll give it to you first. As he spoke, Su Yang directly handed a gold coin to the small beggar. Upon receiving the coin, the small beggar began to believe. Speak up. Where do you want to go? I promise to take you there. The healing clinic. That's exactly where I want to go. Su Yang hurriedly replied. All right, follow me. Chapter 6. Academy recruitment and trials. Following the small beggar, Su Yang wound through the alleyways several times, and suddenly, his surroundings brightened, accompanied by the sound of bustling activity. There you go, we've arrived. I'm off now. The small beggar, seemingly fearful that Su Yang might change his mind, swiftly vanished into the crowd. What on earth is this place? After the little beggar departed, Su Yang finally had the opportunity to survey his surroundings, only to be taken aback. This place was certainly not the Shaoyang Medical Hall, and he felt utterly unfamiliar with it. Turning to glance for the little beggar, he found no trace of him. Driven by curiosity, Su Yang pushed his way into the crowd, and upon reaching the center, he finally understood why so many young people had gathered here. It was the enrollment period for the Lidu Academy. Goodness, it turned out that the fellow had misheard Shaoyang Medical Hall as Lidu Academy. Su Yang's mind suddenly cleared. Every 2 years, Lidu Academy recruits a new batch of students from across the nation, accepting those under 22 years of age who have either established their foundation or possess extraordinary talents. This time, Lidu becomes a hub of activity, and with just 3 months remaining until the Academy's entrance examinations, it was no wonder things were so bustling. Su Yang realized this. As for his age, if calculated by Earth standards, he was precisely 21 this year, thus meeting the criteria. In the ensuing month, Su Yang would open his doors only once every 3 days. Yet during these times, patients would flock to him in droves, overwhelming him with their numbers. In exasperation, he had no choice but to repeatedly raise his consultation fees. Consequently, although he faced quite a bit of scolding, he managed to curb the influx, gradually finding himself with more time to spare. One day, after concluding his cultivation, Su Yang began to sense that the enhancement of his strength was becoming increasingly arduous, compelling him to consider alternative methods. No, I do not wish to rush you away. Su Yang shook his head. It merely seems that my cultivation has reached a standstill. I am contemplating venturing into the mountains for further training, and I worry about leaving you here. Very well. Then, Su Yang pondered for a moment before nodding. I shall depart tomorrow, and I will have old He stay behind to keep you company. Early the next morning, Su Yang quietly left the medical hall alone, heading straight for the mountains where he had encountered Luo Yao after exiting Lidu. After a month in Lidu, Su Yang had gained a considerable understanding of the mountain range. This range was known as the Huaxia Mountains, situated to the north of the Li Kingdom, vast and expansive. Beyond the Huaxia Mountains lay a boundless grassland, the dwelling place of the northern tribesmen, with the mountains forming a natural barrier against their incursions. Moreover, the entire Huaxia range was home to numerous ferocious beasts, some of which were formidable enough to deter even the mightiest of the empire. Amidst a dense thicket, Su Yang was swiftly navigating through the jungle's outskirts, where he encountered several ordinary beasts. However, their strength was merely on par with the body-refining realm. After effortlessly dispatching these creatures, Su Yang felt that they offered no benefit to his cultivation. Thus, after considerable contemplation, he resolved to venture deeper into the mountains. Roar! Suddenly, as Su Yang was swiftly traversing his path, a thunderous roar erupted beside him, causing him to halt abruptly. In an instant, a colossal white, saber-toothed tiger materialized before him, standing an impressive 2 meters tall. Most astonishingly, a pair of enormous fangs protruded from its mouth, radiating a chilling white light. A second-tier demon beast, the saber-toothed tiger. Instantly, information regarding this creature flooded Su Yang's mind. As a second-tier demon beast, it equated to a human in the foundational stage of cultivation. Moreover, due to the inherent physical prowess of demon beasts surpassing that of humans, even a second-tier beast would typically pose a formidable challenge to an ordinary cultivator. Well, at last, I've encountered one. Just the opportunity one needed to hone my skills. Su Yang chuckled to himself, interlocking his hands a few times, producing a series of crackling sounds akin to popping beans. Without even drawing his sword, he lunged forward, charging directly at the saber-toothed tiger. With his right fist clenched tightly, he unleashed a powerful strike aimed straight at the creature's head. A faint blue cold light emanating from his fist as his spiritual energies surged. With a deafening roar, the saber-toothed tiger lunged forward to meet Su Yang's punch, its claws gleaming with a sharp chill, displaying no fear as it barreled toward him. Boom! The clash of fist and claw erupted in a thunderous cacophony, and in that moment, the full might of Su Yang's tenfold physical strength was revealed. Under the immense recoil, the tiger's forepaw emitted a resounding crack as its bones shattered, and a look of agony spread across its massive face. With just a single collision, Su Yang had nearly incapacitated its forelimbs. In contrast, Su Yang, though slightly staggered by the rebound, quickly regained his footing. That moment, his gaze turned icy as he seized the saber-toothed tiger's forepaw, which was attempting to retreat. Ignoring the beast's furious growls, Su Yang executed a swift spin, leveraging his strength to perform a shoulder throw. Boom! In an instant, the ground quaked violently. The saber-toothed tiger's immense form was slammed down to the earth by Su Yang's force. A faint whimper escaped the tiger's maw, mingled with crimson blood, as it suffered severe internal injuries from the impact. Still not dead, Su Yang mused, witnessing the saber-toothed tiger struggle to rise once more. Marveling at the resilience of demon beasts. Bang! Pursuing the tiger again, Su Yang's fists rained down like a torrential storm, and moments later, the saber-toothed tiger collapsed, motionless. Exhilarating, truly exhilarating. After the skirmish, Su Yang found himself merely glistening with a light sheen of sweat. However, he had thoroughly developed a fondness for such primal combat. Producing a pre-prepared dagger, he severed the saber-toothed tiger's fangs and subsequently collected its hide and claws, yielding a bountiful harvest. Alas, it was a pity that demon beasts only condensed demon cores upon reaching the void stage. Otherwise, that would have been the most valuable treasure on a demon beast's body. After organizing his spoils, Su Yang set forth once more on his journey. In the ensuing days, Su Yang relentlessly ventured deeper into the mountains, engaging in fierce battles with various monstrous beasts. Although he encountered some formidable foes beyond his capability to confront, his extensive combat experience ultimately allowed him to evade capture. Simultaneously, amidst the continuous skirmishes, Su Yang's storage pouch gradually swelled with a plethora of beast materials, nearly filling to its brim. At this moment, he was locked in a fierce struggle with the colossal earth-violent bear. Though the earth-violent bear was also a second-tier beast, its immense strength and tough hide rendered it a peak specimen among its kind. Had it possessed formidable martial skills, this bear could have easily contended with even the most novice human cultivators at the gathering spirit stage. Su Yang had been entangled in combat with this bear for several days, viewing it as an excellent opponent to hone his skills through unarmed combat. Ugh, its thick hide is truly resilient. After once again being struck on the back by the bear's paw, Su Yang nearly spewed a mouthful of blood, propelled several meters away, and ended up tasting the dirt, spitting out the soil. He couldn't help but curse once more. Over the past few days, Su Yang's frustration had only intensified. Despite his fists being immensely powerful, every strike against the earth-violent bear sent it flying a few meters, only for it to quickly recover and retaliate. Meanwhile, Su Yang found himself dazed for a considerable time after each blow. What troubled him even more was that after each day of battle, the next day, the bear would be as lively as ever. Although Su Yang possessed remarkable recovery capabilities, the bear matched him stride for stride. If it weren't for the support of his tenfold physical training, he would have long since succumbed to defeat. Enough is enough. I must retreat today. After spitting out the dirt, Su Yang felt his strength waning and immediately took to his heels. Chapter 7. Rescuing others, perhaps due to the bear's repeated failure to catch him in previous days, it now refrained from pursuing, instead waving its paws and emitting a few jubilant roars, seemingly looking down upon Su Yang. What an insufferable creature! After a night of cultivation, Su Yang's body had fully recovered, and his spiritual energy was once again brimming. Upon assessing his progress, he discovered that his cultivation had unexpectedly reached the pinnacle of the foundation establishment stage. Indeed, combat proved to be the quickest path to breakthroughs. With a sense of realization, he rose once more and made his way toward the earth-violent bear's lair. "You big fool of a bear, come out at once!" Arriving at the entrance of the bear's cavern, Su Yang unleashed a powerful punch that sent a gust of energy crashing against the cave mouth, causing fragments of rock to tumble down. Roar! Accompanied by the falling debris, a thunderous roar erupted from the cave's entrance, followed by a massive shadow, twice Su Yang's height, bursting forth like lightning. That a pair of enormous bear paws came crashing toward him in a fierce strike. "Damn you, bear! You dare to slap my face?" With a gentle bow of his head, Su Yang effortlessly evaded the massive paw of the colossal bear. In the next instant, he sprang into the air, delivering a powerful kick straight to the bear's chest. The impact resounded with a thunderous boom as Su Yang's foot struck heavily against the bear's ribcage. In the moment the bear staggered back, Su Yang seized the opportunity, propelling himself forward once more, driving his knee forcefully against the bear's jaw. This sudden assault took the bear by surprise, causing it to topple back as if struck by a mighty mountain, shaking the ground beneath them. Roar! Enraged, the great bear rose to its feet, pounding its fists against its chest in a display of fury, unleashing a series of howls towards the heavens before lunging at Su Yang. At that moment, Su Yang, eager to gauge his strength against the formidable beast, stood his ground and launched a punch directly at the bear's paw. The collision was cataclysmic. The sheer force of their impact sent nearby trees tilting perilously, and with a cacophony of cracking sounds, the explosive energy seemed to level the surrounding area, scattering broken branches and displacing earth in a chaotic whirlwind. However, Su Yang had gravely overestimated the disparity in power between himself and the earth-shattering bear. As their forces collided, a sharp crack echoed through his right arm, and an overwhelming force surged through his body, wreaking havoc within him, causing him to involuntarily spit out a mouthful of blood. Roar! Caught off guard and still reeling from the injuries, Su Yang found himself ensnared once more by the bear, which enveloped him in a vice-like embrace. Desperate, Su Yang pressed his palms firmly against the bear's massive head, striving to prevent its jaws from clamping down. In that perilous moment, he felt utterly powerless, unable even to draw his sword. Roar! After struggling against Su Yang, the bear realized that despite its grip, it could not bite down with any effectiveness. Consequently, it seized Su Yang's arm and slammed him repeatedly against the ground with tremendous force. Then, with a violent heave, it hurled him against a massive tree, the trunk cracking under their combined weight. In that moment, Su Yang felt as though he were being shattered. His internal organs rattled from the impact. He narrowly escaped this dire predicament. He quickly retrieved a healing herb and chewed it before swallowing. No, it seems my physical strength has reached its limit. Without some special means, I cannot hope to overcome this bear relying solely on brute force, Su Yang lamented to himself, realizing that his greatest regret was not having acquired a body refinement technique. Just as he resolved to eliminate the earth-shattering bear, a thunderous roar echoed from the depths of the distant mountains, carrying an immense fury that enveloped the entire Huaxia mountain range, instilling a sense of submission in all who heard it. At this moment, not only was the earth reverberating with the ferocious roars of the great bear, but throughout the entire mountain range, echoes of growls arose from various locations that it seemed as if a tide of beasts had surged within the Huaxia mountain range. With hordes of demonic creatures hastening deeper into the mountains, the ground and the sky were filled with these beasts, and even the natural adversaries that typically clashed with one another displayed no inclination for battle at this moment. Even in the neighboring countries and sects adjacent to the Huaxia mountain range, the resonating roars from the depths of the mountains startled many, and in an instant, countless experts soared toward the heart of the mountains. Something has gone awry, Su Yang thought decisively. After pondering whether he should venture deeper into the mountains, he steeled his resolve with a determined gaze. Fortune favors the bold. I shall risk it. With this thought, Su Yang turned and raced toward the depths of the mountain range. Approximately an hour later, while sprinting, Su Yang suddenly halted, his ears twitching slightly as he caught the sound of urgent shouts not far to his left. Instantly, he changed direction and dashed toward the source of the commotion. Hold your ground. In a moment, this tide of beasts will pass, bellowed a burly man with a rugged beard, who was fiercely swinging his sword to fend off the approaching demonic creatures. Do not act independently. Form a circle. These beasts are merely passing through and will not pause to attack us, chimed in a melodious female voice from among them, belonging to a girl who appeared to be merely 17 or 18 years old. As she wielded her sword, she continued to shout orders. Silently leaping onto a sturdy tree, Su Yang parted the leaves to observe the battlefield. Before him, a group of 7 individuals stood united, facing outward toward the mountains. Meanwhile, from the periphery of the range, various demonic creatures charged deeper into the mountains. Some of these beasts would veer around the group, while others, more formidable, paid no heed and barreled straight through, making it increasingly difficult for the group to defend themselves. Moments later, the strain of the skirmish became apparent, and suddenly, a beast resembling a rhinoceros charged forth. Even from a distance, Su Yang could sense the formidable nature of this creature. Be cautious, that is a third-tier demonic beast. The Manchi beast. Everyone, swiftly move aside. The burly man's expression shifted drastically upon sighting the beast, and in a flurry, he shouted urgently before hastily dodging to the side. The others, upon hearing his warning, immediately followed suit. However, a young man positioned directly in the path of the Manchi beast, perhaps overwhelmed by its imposing presence, failed to react in time as it bore down upon him. A scream pierced the air as the Manchi beast crashed into the young man, sending his body flying like a ragged sack, the impact gruesomely cleaving him in two. Ding Ming. A mournful cry escaped the lips of the young companions, yet in the next moment, an unrelenting horde of demonic beasts surged forth. Left with no choice, they could only stifle their anguish and refocus their efforts on repelling the onslaught. What a bunch of fools. Do they not realize that relocating could spare them this punishment? Su Yang muttered under his breath, bemused by their misfortune, for this particular direction happened to be a hot spot for the beasts, forcing them to endure relentless assaults. Chapter 8. No good deed goes unpunished? Perhaps I should lend them a hand. Contemplating this, Su Yang seized a fleeting moment when the beasts were relatively sparse, leaping down from the towering tree and dashing towards the group of 6. Who goes there? Startled by the commotion, the beleaguered individuals fighting off the beasts turned their attention towards Su Yang. Quick, follow me. There are far too many beasts in your direction. Upon reaching their side, Su Yang shouted decisively, disregarding their expressions of surprise, and began retreating in the direction from whence he came. The remaining few exchanged glances, uncertain whether to trust Su Yang. However, after enduring the relentless onslaught, fatigue began to weigh heavily upon them. After a brief moment of hesitation, it was the young woman who resolutely made the decision that we can't hold out much longer. Let's follow him. With that, she swiftly took off towards the path opened by Su Yang. Seeing her take action, the others hastily followed suit. Moments later, thanks to the route Su Yang had cleared, the group traversed a short distance and arrived at a small valley, where, in stark contrast to the chaos outside, They encountered no beasts whatsoever at this point. The continuous sprint had completely drained the survivors, and as soon as they felt safe, they collapsed onto the ground. After a considerable time, they regained a modicum of strength and, recalling Su Yang's presence, hastily stood to express their gratitude to I am Yang Ji. Thank you, fellow cultivator. Without your timely intervention, we would have faced dire peril. The speaker was a robust man with a scruffy beard. Though his youth suggested he was barely in his 20s, comparable in age to Su Yang. Your gratitude is unwarranted, my friend. You were merely caught off guard by the beasts, even without my assistance. You would have surely found a way to escape. That it is only regrettable that your companion met his end. Su Yang replied courteously. The mention of their fallen comrade brought a palpable heaviness to the air, and the surviving cultivators were evidently still grappling with their grief, reluctant to speak further. Since you witnessed his attack, why did you not intervene sooner? Why let him perish? Suddenly, one of the surviving cultivators, a man bearing a striking resemblance to Ding Ming, exclaimed in agitation, his words laced with apparent animosity towards Su Yang. How ironic that my good intentions would yield such animosity, Su Yang retorted, a bitter smile creeping onto his face. How could I have intervened? Am I a match for that beast? And you were right beside him. Why didn't you step in? You seem to run faster than anyone else. Moreover, to you all, let me make it clear. My willingness to extend a hand in your rescue stems from genuine goodwill. My refusal would merely align with my obligations. Do not overestimate your own significance. Raising his right index finger, Su Yang pointed at each individual in turn. You, the young man's face instantly flushed crimson, rendered speechless and stammering. Ding Liang, silence yourself. Observing the escalating tension within mere moments, a few individuals displayed subtle changes in expression, prompting a young woman to chastise. Esteemed companion, we harbor no such intentions. Ding Ming is his younger brother, and Ding Liang is merely experiencing momentary distress. After her reprimand, the young woman quickly addressed Su Yang, her words laced with sincere apologies. How utterly vexing, to extend goodwill only to be met with animosity. Su Yang's heart brimmed with frustration. He had initially sought companionship for mutual support, yet found himself entangled in such a predicament. Shaking his head vigorously to dispel the irritation, he reoriented himself and continued his journey deeper into the mountains. Unbeknownst to him, his actions had already sowed discord among the cultivators. Perhaps due to the call of the Beast King resonating within the mountains, he encountered scarcely any beasts above the foundation establishment level along his path. Save for a few scattered creatures exhibiting nascent intelligence, after a day and a night, Su Yang finally approached the heart of the mountain range. Suddenly, he felt a fierce gust of wind rush past his ear. Without hesitation, he swiftly dodged to the side. Thud! A wooden spear, thick as a child's arm, embedded itself into a nearby tree, the shaft vibrating with residual energy. Who goes there? Su Yang bellowed towards the direction from which the spear had come. Moments later, a group of 5 or 6 figures came into view, their attire bizarre, animal hides wrapped around their waists, hairstyled into numerous small braids, and their faces adorned with a myriad of colors. They brandished wooden spears, chattering incoherently at Su Yang. Furrowing his brow, he could not comprehend their words. However, his expression shifted as they charged towards him once more, their spears raised high. Seeking death? A chill ran through Su Yang's gaze, and he immediately took the initiative. With a swift movement, he rushed towards them, drawing his dark sword simultaneously. Whoosh! Su Yang's figure flickered past, the blade gleaming coldly as it swiftly sliced through the throat of the foremost assailant. In one fluid motion, his vacant left hand struck out like lightning, delivering a powerful punch to another's head. Bang! To Su Yang's surprise, although these beast-like individuals appeared to possess only the physique of a mere body cultivator, they exhibited astonishing speed and formidable strength. In the critical moment, one of them retaliated, their fist colliding harshly with Su Yang's. Though the impact caused him to stagger slightly, he merely felt a tingling sensation throughout his body. The peculiar warrior, however, was not so fortunate. He was sent flying from the force of Su Yang's blow. It appears that these individuals are merely physically robust, possessing only a low level of skill. Su Yang thought to himself, now that he had discerned their characteristics, they would naturally be easy to handle. With both hands wielding his sword, Su Yang unleashed a flurry of sword energy, enveloping the remaining few. A cacophony of cries ensued, and 3 peculiar warriors fell to Su Yang's blade, leaving only 2 others, who were grievously wounded by the sword energy, blood gushing profusely. With a swift maneuver, Su Yang effortlessly dispatched the last two foes as well. Afterward, he ventured deeper into the mountains, albeit with heightened caution. Before long, a vast valley emerged before Su Yang. Its periphery was unmistakably ravaged and disordered, while within, shouts echoed incessantly, indicating fierce clashes. Not surprisingly, from outside the valley, warriors from Linxing occasionally surged inward, including human cultivators, beastly entities, and those strange warriors Su Yang had just encountered. It seemed that the source of the turmoil lay here, as Su Yang mused, quickening his pace to join the throng entering the valley. This valley spanned several miles in circumference, taking on a circular shape. At the rear of the valley, directly opposite the entrance, stood a towering and straight mountain peak. Beneath it lay a dense array of caves, adorned with the skeletal remains of various beasts, presumably the dwellings they frequented. In the central rear of the valley flowed a river, approximately 10 meters wide, its origins and terminus hidden within the mountains, leaving its formation a mystery. Upon entering the valley, Su Yang was immediately struck dumb by the chaotic scene that unfolded before him. Near the valley's mouth, countless warriors were fiercely engaged in combat, with both beasts and those peculiar warriors. With thunderous roars and explosions erupting intermittently, some warriors even clashed in the skies above. This was the Void Realm. The hallmark of this realm was the ability to fly through the air. Opposing them were several airborne beasts and a few elder figures among the strange warriors. Both sides appeared to be mindful of the lower-tier cultivators below, maintaining a distance from them. Yet the thunderous sounds of their battle resonated with immense power. Chapter 9. The mysterious alien race. As soon as Su Yang arrived at this location, certain beasts had already spotted him. With a thunderous roar, one charged toward him, pulling Su Yang into the fray. Before him stood a beast resembling a giant ape, at the mid-second tier, its body adorned with muscles akin to diamond. Seeing the enraged giant ape charging forth, Su Yang swiftly drew his Xian sword. Holding the Xian sword aloft, Su Yang unleashed a blade of sword energy aimed directly at the giant ape's chest. Simultaneously, he executed a series of swift movements, becoming invisible as he shifted position. And in an instant, he found himself at the giant ape's left side, the tip of his sword poised at the creature's neck. With a furious roar, the giant ape shattered the incoming sword energy with a mighty swipe of its hand. Its massive form spinning to face Su Yang once more, both hands raised as it attempted to grasp the tip of Su Yang's Xian sword. Humph! Witnessing the movements of the colossal ape, Su Yang could not help but let out a cold smile, his actions becoming increasingly swift. With a sharp sound, a weapon sliced through flesh, accompanied by the anguished cry of the giant beast. The mysterious sword instantly pierced through the ape's palm, leaving a deep crimson gash upon its neck. Following the tragic wail, fear flickered in the giant's eyes. Just as it attempted to retreat, Su Yang swiftly closed the distance once more, his sword unleashing a flurry of piercing energy with unwavering determination. Moments later, Su Yang successfully dispatched the giant ape, exhaling a sigh of relief as he surveyed his surroundings once again. At this point, due to the incessant arrival of human cultivators, the tide of battle had subtly shifted. Humanity had entirely gained the upper hand. The ground was littered with slain beasts and strange warriors, and even in the skies, human cultivators held a firm advantage. The situation for the strange warriors and beasts was increasingly dire. Suddenly, from a cave nestled within the mountains at the valley's rear, an elder emerged, his hair and brows completely white, his posture stooped, wielding a bone staff. The moment he appeared, he captivated the attention of all present. With a series of guttural utterances, the elder raised his staff and shouted towards the heavens in a language incomprehensible to Su Yang. However, upon hearing his cries, the strange warriors and beasts in the sky swiftly broke away from their opponents and soared towards the elder. Even the ordinary warriors below hastily leapt across the river, gathering around the elder, their faces etched with fury as they glared at the external cultivators. Once more, the elder raised his staff, continuing his strange incantations. Following his words, a dozen ordinary strange warriors rushed into the cave, vanishing from sight. What on earth are they up to? On this side of the river, many human cultivators were left puzzled by the strange warriors' actions. After a brief commotion, it seemed that the ground-level cultivators realized they could not influence the current outcome. Unable to cross the river before them, they turned their gazes skyward. In the sky, among the 7 remaining human cultivators, one middle-aged figure clad in a Taoist robe snorted coldly, raising his hand to strike towards the gathering of strange warriors. The fierce palm wind morphed into a black serpent, charging downward with immense force. Observing this, the other 6 cultivators followed suit. Joining the fray, the high-ranking cultivators in the sky took action. The human warriors on the ground swiftly engaged as well, launching their assault before leaping across the river. Seeing the human cultivators make their move, the elder let out a peculiar cry, and with a flourish of his bone staff, he unleashed a black energy blade that soared towards the heavens. The ensuing explosion reverberated throughout the valley as the dark energy collided with the assault from the heavens. A thunderous roar erupted, shaking the very foundations of the valley. The immense force unleashed a violent tremor, stirring up clouds of dust and debris, and in an instant, the skyward attack was entirely dispelled by the white-browed elder. Without pause, the elder brandished his bone staff, unleashing a concentrated surge of energy aimed directly at the approaching cultivator on the ground. The colossal black energy plummeted into the river, generating a tremendous wave that sent droplets soaring like razor-sharp blades towards the cultivator below. In that fleeting moment, countless cultivators were struck by the cascading droplets, their anguished cries filling the air, while severed limbs and remnants littered the ground, staining the water's surface crimson. Confronted by the formidable presence of the white-browed elder, the assembly of individuals on the ground hastily retreated, casting terrified glances at him. Is he truly at the pinnacle of the void realm? One of them murmured, their expression shifting after being repulsed by the elder's might. What of it? Even the pinnacle of the void realm is not invincible, retorted a towering man, his muscular frame suggesting he hailed from a northern barbarian tribe. The figures in the sky deliberated whether to strike again. A peculiar shift occurred among the strange warriors. Emerging from the cave at the elder's behest were several ordinary fighters, burdened with a colossal stone coffin. The coffin appeared exceedingly heavy, as even a dozen men struggled to bear its weight. Intricate 5-colored runes were inscribed upon its surface, hinting at an unknown purpose. With a resounding thud, the bearers set the coffin down, the impact causing the ground to sink several inches beneath its weight. Following its descent, an eerie phenomenon unfolded. The strange warriors, despite their earlier bravado, instinctively recoiled from the coffin, fear evident in their demeanor. Only the white-browed elder approached the ominous relic, wielding his bone staff to trace mysterious patterns around it. Moments later, having completed the intricate carvings, the elder rose and began to circle the coffin, performing a series of gestures while reciting incantations under his breath. Humph! What a charade, scoffed the burly man in the sky, his brow furrowing in disdain that he chose to observe the elder's actions rather than intervene immediately. With no one to disrupt him, the white-browed elder continued his ritual uninterrupted. After the passage of about half a stick of incense, an unusual aura enveloped the valley, one that was cold, turbulent, and enigmatic. I can't shake the feeling that this is becoming increasingly abnormal. Perhaps we should take action, suggested the elegantly garbed woman, sensing the ominous shift in the atmosphere. Fellow Taoist Ming, let us not rush. We shall observe for now, and if circumstances dictate, we can always withdraw later, came the composed reply. At this moment, an elderly man with drooping eyebrows advised, though he too sensed something amiss. He still had no intention of taking action. Upon hearing his words, the elegantly dressed woman glanced at the others, and seeing that they too were reluctant to act, she could only suppress her rising agitation and patiently await the unfolding of events. As time passed, the peculiar atmosphere in the valley grew increasingly intense, and gradually, even those below began to feel the weight of this presence, inciting a stir among them. Simultaneously, Su Yang also perceived this ominous aura. Furrowing his brow tightly, he discreetly stepped back a few paces, retreating to the rear of the crowd, ensuring that he could swiftly exit the valley should any danger arise. Suddenly, it seemed that the white-browed elder's ritual had reached its conclusion. With a resounding shout, the entire stone coffin began to tremble inexplicably. The mysterious patterns upon it appeared to come alive, swirling with luminous radiance, resembling serpents as they slithered into the depths of the coffin, vanishing entirely from its surface moments later. Moreover, as the coffin quaked and the patterns faded, the enigmatic aura enveloping the valley surged dramatically. The sky took on a hue reminiscent of blood, while crimson liquid flowed incessantly between the peaks, exuding a ghastly stench of blood. Subsequently, the stone coffin underwent further transformation. Its lid began to shift slowly with a series of ominous crack sounds, releasing a chilling presence from within. What on earth is this? The powerful beings of the void realm in the sky were taken aback, their expressions shifting drastically as the unfolding events surpassed their wildest imaginations. At this moment, all eyes were fixed upon the stone coffin. No one noticed that the bizarre warriors and monstrous beasts had begun to enter the cave in an orderly fashion. Suddenly, under the watchful gaze of all, a pair of hands wrapped in white shrouds gripped the edge of the coffin, and a figure slowly sat up within it. With a leap, it ascended into the air, standing suspended. The white shrouds enveloped its entire form, obscuring its features, yet the overwhelming aura it emanated dominated the scene. It was utterly tyrannical. This was no mere being of the void realm. The elegantly attired woman gasped in alarm and, disregarding everything, fled toward the valley's exit. Run! The others, equally startled, promptly followed her lead, dashing toward the valley's exit. Upon witnessing the figures in the sky abandoning all restraint to flee, the crowd below comprehended the terror of this creature. They wished for nothing more than to sprout extra legs, frantically sprinting toward the valley's mouth. Raising its head, the shrouded figure cast a cold glance at the fleeing individuals, a fleeting chill flickering in its eyes that it swiftly raised its right hand and pressed downward toward the sky. Instantly, a frigid and violent aura enveloped the area, a dark, blood-tinted shield descending upon the valley, sealing it completely. At this moment, the 7 cultivators in the sky had only just arrived at the edge of the valley, all of them ensnared within the confines of a luminous barrier. Meanwhile, the cultivators on the ground found themselves still a great distance from the valley's mouth, utterly unable to flee in time. With a thunderous shout, the burly man from the barbarian tribe struck the barrier with a powerful fist. Observing this, the others promptly summoned their weapons, relentlessly assaulting the barrier in a desperate attempt to forge an escape route. Faced with this sudden apparition of a monstrous being, they harbored not a shred of courage to engage in battle. After a flurry of attacks, the barrier merely trembled slightly before resuming its steadfastness, showing no signs of yielding. "What do we do?" the elderly man with drooping brows exclaimed anxiously, for among the group, he possessed the lowest cultivation level, merely at the initial stage of the void realm. Should danger arise, he would undoubtedly be the first to suffer. If anyone was to be worried, it was unequivocally him. Who has a solution? Hurry and give it a try, or we shall all perish together. The burly man, having realized the futility of their efforts, could no longer maintain his composure and cried out desperately. After exchanging glances, the others were equally at a loss. On the ground, Su Yang concealed himself among the crowd, feeling utterly helpless as he observed the cultivators above struggle against the barrier. In this realm where strength reigns supreme, a mere foundation-building cultivator like him was rendered ineffective, forced to await the unfolding of events. He was completely oblivious to the reasons behind the conflict, yet found himself inexplicably embroiled in it, filled with profound regret. While the few individuals in the sky assailed the barrier, a figure resembling an ancient corpse merely watched silently. Showing no intent to intervene, as the attackers ceased their efforts, a flicker of derision crossed the ancient figure's eyes. Suddenly, the figure swayed and vanished from the crowd's sight. Not good. Upon witnessing the disappearance of the ancient figure, the elegantly dressed woman's expression changed dramatically. After a startled exclamation, she hastily darted aside. A faint sound pierced the air, and the elderly man with drooping brows stared in disbelief at the hand that had pierced through his chest, still clutching a beating heart, as his gaze gradually lost its color. However, at that moment, a faint translucent soul emerged from his brow, letting out a shriek before fleeing in a panic. I know who he is now. Just then, the Taoist priest seemed to have recalled something, his countenance shifting as he called out loudly. Who is he? The others inquired immediately, for they were aware that this Taoist elder hailed from the extremely mysterious organization known as the Heaven's Mechanism Pavilion, renowned for its extensive knowledge and information. Thus harboring great hopes in his words to uncover the ancient figure's weakness. He is Wu Wui, the patriarch of the witch tribe from the southern wilderness several generations ago, the Taoist elder proclaimed. Wu Wui, it's him. Was he not dead for 3,000 years? How could he possibly appear here? If anything, you should have been buried in the southern wilderness, the burly man exclaimed in disbelief. For even a man of his arrogance found no courage to engage in battle against a figure from millennia past. It is undoubtedly him, although I do not know by what means he has assumed this current form. This, the Taoist elder pointed towards the barrier above. This is his unique domain, the blood slaughter space. Pray, esteemed friend, do you possess any means to counter this? The burly barbarian inquired anxiously. I require time, since this formidable being of the witch clan has appeared in the territory of our human cultivators. I can summon the ancestral artifact to vanquish him, the elder in the Dao robe replied, his gaze heavy with concern. The ancestral artifact, also known as the sacred weapon. can only be wielded by cultivators who have attained the primordial realm and whose weapons have gained sentience. To possess even one ancestral artifact is to grant a family or faction the power to dominate a region. Even within the Li Kingdom, one would merely possess a pinnacle profound weapon. Very well, in that case, dear friend, please prepare swiftly. A corpse that has been dead for 3 millennia is not something we can afford to delay. The burly barbarian gritted his teeth and remarked. Very well, I shall entrust this matter to you all. Upon finishing his words, the elder in the Dao robe stowed away his whisk and produced a palm-sized bagua plate, swiftly descending to the ground. His fingers danced over the bagua plate with rapid precision. Upon witnessing the elder's landing, the ancient corpse immediately surged forward in pursuit. Leave it to me. The burly barbarian was the first to act. Bellowing as he positioned himself in front of the ancient corpse, wielding a great axe that had appeared in his hand unbeknownst to him, and swung it fiercely at the corpse, with a resounding crack. The great axe was firmly grasped by the ancient corpse, impervious to even the sharpest edge, leaving the barbarian with no retreat. The strength of the ancient corpse was evident, letting out a series of eerie howls. The ancient corpse clenched its empty left hand into a fist, poised to strike the burly barbarian at that moment. The corpse sensed a ferocious aura descending from above. A massive cauldron, nearly a yard in size, was hurtling down toward its head. The assailant, an elder whose weapon resembled that of an alchemist or a smith. Faced with the incoming cauldron, the ancient corpse was compelled to abandon its assault on the barbarian and retaliated with a punch aimed at the descending vessel. Even with the ancient corpse's might, it could not break through the coordinated attacks of the 5, forced to remain firmly detained. As the skies erupted into fierce combat, a subtle shift occurred among the crowd below. The chaos stemming from the corpse of the Void Realm powerhouse that had been slain by the ancient corpse. It is worth noting that while the ancient corpse had dispatched the Void Realm cultivator, it had left the treasures untouched. Thus, as the aerial battle commenced, the crowd on the ground was stirred, with someone shouting out, prompting many to rush toward the corpse of the elder with the hanging eyebrows. However, Su Yang remained motionless, cognizant that a significant portion of those present were soul-gathering realm cultivators, a mere foundational stage cultivator. Despite having reached the 10th level of body refinement, he knew he would be no match. At this moment, Su Yang discreetly released his own aura, silently observing the unfolding events. Suddenly, his gaze flickered imperceptibly as he noticed a translucent shadow descending amid the tumultuous crowd, pausing momentarily before swiftly targeting a fellow foundational stage cultivator below. Subsequently, the cultivator in the foundation establishment stage momentarily appeared dazed, but quickly regained his composure, remaining inconspicuous. Seemingly sensing Su Yang's gaze, the cultivator, possessed by the elderly man with drooping eyebrows, cast a cold smile in Su Yang's direction. As if indelibly imprinting Su Yang's image in his mind, he then turned away and directed his attention towards those engaged in the struggle for treasures. After a tumultuous contest, the chaotic scene gradually quieted. Yet Su Yang remained unaware of who ultimately emerged victorious. Chapter 11. The Ancestor Artifact. At this moment, the battle in the sky had escalated to a fever pitch. Among the human cultivators, the initial group of 5 had dwindled to 3. Yet they steadfastly held their ground against the ancient corpse. In contrast, the ancient corpse remained unscathed, its attacks growing increasingly ferocious, placing considerable strain on the elegantly dressed woman, the brawny barbarian, and a middle-aged man wielding a blade. Are we not done yet? We can barely hold on. The brawny barbarian shouted anxiously to the elder in the Taoist robe below. The elder did not respond, but the incantations escaping his lips grew increasingly rapid. After a moment, as the elder's voice faltered, the bagua plate in his hand suddenly emitted a series of mesmerizing starlights. Then, the bagua plate leapt from the elder's grasp, instantly passing through the protective barrier to hover above the valley, radiating a resplendent azure light. When Su Yang opened his eyes again, he was astonished to find a colossal tortoiseshell, measuring several dozen zhang, materializing in the sky, exuding an aura of timeless majesty that enveloped the entire realm. Is this the Ancestor Artifact? Its power is truly astounding. Su Yang marveled at the immense tortoise shell above. He then touched the mysterious sword resting against his back. He had always regarded this sword as a profound artifact. Yet its true classification remained a mystery even to him. How formidable must one be to forge such an ancestor artifact? As the tortoise shell materialized, the ancient corpse ceased its movements, fixating its gaze entirely upon the shell. Sensing the profound threat emanating from it, with the ancient corpse halting its assault, the elegantly dressed woman and her companions also paused, descending to the ground, their eyes trained on the impending clash in the sky. In the heavens, the massive tortoise shell hovering above the valley began to pulsate, its intricate patterns seemingly coming to life. Then, as if locking onto a target, a beam of light sliced through the heavens, aimed directly at the ancient corpse. Not only that, but after unleashing the light wave, the entire tortoise shell pressed downwards, its overwhelming force threatening to obliterate the valley itself. Roar! In the face of the tortoise shell's formidable assault, the ancient corpse emitted a roar that was anything but human, then leapt into the air, delivering a punch towards the sky. Boom! A thunderous explosion reverberated, unleashing a surge of energy that detonated throughout the valley. In an instant, countless lives were reduced to ashes, the ground sinking 2 meters, while the surrounding peaks of the valley collapsed by nearly half. Fortunately, Su Yang was situated at a considerable distance from the site of the energy explosion, allowing him to withstand the residual force with relative ease. With a thunderous roar, the ancient corpse was violently slammed into the ground, creating a vast and deep crater. Yet, in an instant, the ancient corpse sprang back to its feet, lunging toward the skybound tortoise shell. Simultaneously, its hands shot forward with remarkable speed, and the shroud enveloping its palms tore apart, revealing skeletal hands that were emaciated and frail as its figure soared ever higher. The ancient corpse swiftly formed seals with its hands, seemingly invoking a certain necromantic secret technique. Perhaps influenced by the tortoise shell, the bloodthirsty space that had once shrouded the entire valley dissipated without a trace. Its sanguine and chilling aura vanished into thin It is unclear who first noticed this change, but soon all the cultivators surged toward the valley's exit, and within moments, the valley was left utterly deserted. The aerial battle raged on. As the seals crafted by the ancient corpse neared completion, it suddenly expelled a burst of vital energy from its mouth, with a powerful thrust of its hands. This energy surged directly toward the enormous tortoise shell above. Upon the shell, various intricate patterns began to flicker with increasing rapidity as the azure light intensified. A figure clad in a blue Taoist robe gradually emerged atop the shell, emanating an air of dominion over the world. Suddenly, this figure moved. Raising its right hand, it drew 2 fingers downward with great force, unleashing an overwhelming energy that rushed towards the ancient corpse. When this finger of power collided with the ancient seal the corpse had conjured, it emitted not a single sound. Yet, in that eerie silence, the already ravaged valley could no longer withstand such force, and even the mountains crumbled into dust, with the devastation extending several miles into the surrounding area. Fortunately, the throngs within the valley had already fled moments earlier. Otherwise, they would have likely met their demise in this catastrophic event. After the initial strike, the figure atop the colossal tortoise shell appeared somewhat dissatisfied with its results. Promptly executing another downward thrust, its might augmented further. However, in that moment, the ancient corpse had miraculously positioned itself directly beneath the tortoise shell, disregarding the figure's assault entirely. With a sudden and expansive motion, it spread its arms wide, as if embracing the heavens. Instantly, the bloodthirsty and frigid aura reemerged, enveloping the tortoise shell once more. This was the resurgence of the bloodthirsty space. Within this space, after the figure atop the tortoise shell had executed its strike, the formidable power vanished as if swallowed by the sea. Under the influence of this bloodthirsty space, even the azure patterns shimmering upon the tortoise shell dimmed considerably. Meanwhile, the ancient corpse's figure seemed to dissolve into this very space. Subsequently, from the depths of the bloodthirsty realm, shrouds of cloth surged forth, coiling around the tortoise shell like gigantic serpents, seeking to ensnare it within their grasp. As the shrouds launched their assault, the tortoise shell immediately radiated beams of azure light, fending off the wrapping cloth. However, the shrouds seemed inexhaustible. Each time one was repelled by the azure light, more shrouds rushed in to take their place, leaving the tortoise shell unable to cope with the relentless onslaught. Before long, the colossal tortoise shell was entirely ensconced in winding shrouds, rendering even the azure silhouette upon it utterly invisible, with a resounding roar from the ancient corpse within the blood-soaked space. The entire realm began to descend slowly, while simultaneously contracting, ultimately settling within the stone coffin. With a crisp crack, the coffin sealed once more, gradually sinking into the earth, disappearing from sight, leaving behind a scene of utter disarray. Several miles away from this valley, Su Yang was racing forward without pause, his trajectory directed towards the city of Lidu after uncovering the secret of the old man with the drooping eyebrows in that valley. Su Yang had been unable to find any semblance of peace in the Tianyan Continent. While the act of seizing another's body was not expressly forbidden, it remained decidedly unpopular, as Su Yang feared the old man might seek retribution. After approximately half an hour of relentless sprinting, Su Yang had covered a distance of several dozen miles. Having run so far, it was unlikely that the old wretch would pursue him any longer. He came to a halt, taking a few labored breaths. However, his gaze suddenly sharpened, icy resolve flooding his eyes that it was unexpected that you would run so swiftly. Had I tarried a moment longer, I might have truly allowed you to escape. Before him stood a young martial artist who was smiling, appraising Su Yang from head to toe, while effortlessly toying with a ring, the very spatial ring everyone had been vying for, belonging to the old man with the drooping eyebrows. Yet, I am curious as to how you discovered my act of seizing a body. In response to the inquiry from the old man, Su Yang could hardly be bothered to reply, drawing forth the Xian sword from his back. He understood that a confrontation was now inevitable. Fortunately, the one whose body had been seized was merely at the late stage of foundation establishment, not an insurmountable foe. You certainly possess a commendable courage, the young man remarked with a slight smile, suddenly vanishing and reappearing like a specter directly before Su Yang. His right hand shot forth with lightning speed, aimed squarely at Su Yang's chest. Caught off guard by the young man's ghostly assault, Su Yang had no time to evade, hastily positioning the Xian sword before him. With a sharp clang, the young man's palm struck the back of the sword ferociously, the overwhelming force driving it down to collide with Su Yang's chest, producing a muffled thud. Su Yang nearly spat blood from the impact. His body propelled backward in a frantic effort. He exerted pressure on the ground to halt his retreat, feeling a wave of heaviness in his chest. Thankfully, his physique remained robust, sustaining no serious injuries. Raising the Xian sword, Su Yang fixed his gaze intently on the young man before him. Chapter 12. The Zhu family provokes trouble. Oh, you appear to be unscathed. It seems you're quite the practitioner, the young man remarked. Astonished. One must bear in mind that the young man was originally at the late stage of foundation establishment, while Su Yang was merely at the initial stage. Not to mention that within the young man's being resided the soul of a powerful void realm expert. With a swift motion, Su Yang unleashed a slash of sword energy, directing it straight towards the youth. Simultaneously, he continued to execute a flurry of sword strikes, and beneath his feet, he employed a remarkable technique of movement through the void. In that moment, Su Yang dared not hold back in the slightest. Channeling every ounce of his strength, the sword light cascaded. It enveloped the youth entirely, while Su Yang's figure instantaneously appeared behind him, the mystical sword piercing mercilessly towards the youth's vulnerable back. The series of actions left the youth momentarily dazed. After dispelling Su Yang's sword energy, he found the long sword closing in from behind. In a frantic attempt, the youth had no time to turn around and swiftly darted to the side. Despite his speed, Su Yang's mystical sword grazed the youth's left arm, leaving a deep crimson mark. Frowning momentarily, the youth did not halt but continued to evade laterally as Su Yang's blade pursued relentlessly. However, due to insufficient speed, a slight gap began to form between them, making it impossible for Su Yang to catch up. With a fierce shout, the youth abruptly pivoted, his uninjured right hand launching forth, unleashing a tremendous energy that manifested as a ferocious tiger-like apparition, roaring as it charged directly at Su Yang. Caught in the midst of his pursuit, Su Yang found himself unable to evade. In a moment of desperation, he channeled all his spiritual energy into his mystical sword, bracing for a violent clash with the oncoming tiger. Thunderous reverberations ensued as both Su Yang and the youth were violently propelled backward by the force of the explosion, indicating that in terms of sheer power, Su Yang stood nearly equal to a late-stage foundation establishment cultivator, an adversary capable of contending against those of higher realms. It appears I have indeed underestimated you. Regaining his composure, the youth's expression grew increasingly grave, forcing him to re-evaluate Su Yang. You underestimated me, but I did not underestimate you. Today, your demise is certain. Following their recent exchange, Su Yang felt a surge of confidence, believing he could vanquish the youth before him. Humph! The youth, clearly incensed by Su Yang's words, let out a cold snort and charged once more, brandishing a curved dagger that he had evidently not utilized in the earlier skirmish. Unrelenting winds and rains, Su Yang bellowed, unleashing the power of his intent, which served as the foundation of his confidence to slay the youth. As Su Yang's intent surged forth, The atmosphere around them abruptly shifted. An unusual energy permeating the entire battlefield. This was Su Yang's inaugural use of intent during the Foundation establishment phase, that a gentle breeze swept across the battlefield, transforming into a tempest. Yet curiously, the surrounding trees remained eerily still, as if all was but an illusion. Gradually, amidst the onslaught of the gale, delicate raindrops began to descend, equally dreamlike and surreal. What is this? Intent. How can this be possible? Upon sensing this surge of power, the young man was unable to maintain his composure in the wild, incredulously exclaiming aloud, and under the shroud of this profound aura, even he fell into a daze. Perish, setting sun and slanting moon. The swordplay transformed. Suddenly, the previously clear sky appeared to darken gradually. A blood-red sunset slowly emerged in the heavens, accompanied by a faint slanting moon, creating an eerie spectacle in the sky. After the setting sun and slanting moon hung motionless for a moment. With a shift in Su Yang's sword momentum, they abruptly swept down toward the young man, accompanied by a torrential rain and fierce winds. No. Following a heart-wrenching scream, under the weight of this power, the young man's body was abruptly crushed to a pulp, reduced to mere flesh. However, from within that flesh, a nearly transparent figure leaped forth, then recklessly fled into the distance. Still seeking to escape, Su Yang snorted coldly. At that moment, a golden vertical line on his forehead suddenly split open, revealing a pitch-black eye. With a sweeping glance, he immediately discerned the fleeing silhouette of the soul of the old man with drooping brows. Without delay, Su Yang swiftly pursued, his mystical sword slicing through the air. After a piercing scream, the soul of the old man with drooping brows was instantly obliterated. At this juncture, having vanquished the soul of the old man, Su Yang collapsed onto the ground, panting heavily. Such was the might of the eye of void breaking that it took Su Yang quite some time to recognize this phenomenon, and after some trials, he discovered that this vertical eye possessed effects akin to perceiving spatial rifts, as well as the ability to see through certain intangible entities. For what other capabilities it may hold, only time would reveal them gradually. While journeying onward, Su Yang continuously sought various demonic beasts to engage in combat. Thus, after more than 10 days, he finally emerged from the mountain range, having spent over a month within its confines. With less than a month remaining until the Academy's assessment, Su Yang had successfully advanced to the mid-stage of foundation building. Though regrettably, he still had not discovered effective means to enhance his physical prowess. Following a month of relentless battles, a fierce aura began to emanate from him. He found a spot on the outskirts of the mountains to cleanse himself. Changing into a set of clean garments he had prepared in advance, with a composed demeanor, Su Yang made his way toward Lidu. Upon passing through the city gates, he hastened toward the location of Shaoyang Medical Hall. Having been away for over a month, and he felt some concern for Luoyao and Old Black. However, upon arriving at the entrance of Shaoyang Medical Hall, the scene before him left Su Yang momentarily speechless. Followed by a surge of fury, before Su Yang's eyes was an amusing yet infuriating tableau. The entrance to Shaoyang Medical Hall was inexplicably wide open, and Luoyao was anxiously leaning against the door, observing the unfolding scene. Yet, at that moment, she too was surrounded by several attendants. Rendered helplessly anxious, in the open space before the entrance, a group of men resembling attendants was relentlessly pursuing and attempting to capture Old Black, who was yowling and evading, making it impossible for those attendants to catch him. Unbeknownst to him, around the figure of the Old Black man lay 3 or 4 attendants, clutching their chests as they collapsed to the ground, their mouths spewing forth blood. However, Su Yang soon discovered the reason behind this scene. He observed the Old Black man, in a frenzied state, unintentionally delivering a powerful kick that struck one of the attendants squarely in the chest. Instantly, this unfortunate attendant joined the ranks of the others, collapsing to the ground, blood oozing from his lips as he clutched his chest. A bunch of useless fools, step aside. At that moment, one of the leading attendants, unable to tolerate the sight of yet another of his comrades being felled, shouted in exasperation and prepared to take matters into his own hands. This leader, appearing to be in his 40s and possessing the initial stages of foundation establishment, was met with Su Yang's resolute stance. Fearing for the Old Black man's safety, Su Yang could no longer remain hidden within the crowd. He nodded at Luo Yao and then directed his gaze back toward the attendants. Who are you to come here and attempt to seize my pet? It is this donkey that has caused the disturbance. It not only pilfered our belongings, but also injured our men. The middle-aged leader, evidently intimidated by Su Yang's aura, softened his tone at once. Su Yang furrowed his brow slightly, turning his gaze toward Luo Yao for clarification. If it were true that the old black man had stolen from them, Su Yang found it somewhat credible. That is not the case, young master. The old black man has not ventured outside at all. They are merely envious of your medical skills and have deliberately come here to create trouble. Luo Yao asserted. My friend, I was unaware that a donkey could engage in thievery. Do you take us all for fools? As he spoke, Su Yang's expression turned steely. At that moment, the leader indeed felt a pang of anxiety. They had recently noticed a significant loss of goods from their establishment, yet had been unable to identify the culprit. Their employer had ordered a swift resolution to the matter, and coincidentally, because of Su Yang, their business had also suffered considerably. The intertwining of these two issues had led him to suspect that Su Yang had ventured out, leaving only Luo Yu behind in the clinic, thus concocting a scheme to frame her. As for the absurdity of implicating a donkey, one could only surmise that the leader was not entirely sane. Even if it were not this donkey that stole, it must surely be her. There is no escaping your fate. With that, the leader pointed an accusing finger at Luo Yao. Why not just accuse me directly of the theft? That would be far more straightforward, Su Yang retorted with a chuckle. However, his tone quickly shifted to one of severity. Get out of my sight at once, or I shall render you incapacitated. Do you dare to oppose the Zhu family? You are courting death. At this juncture, the leader had no choice but to steel himself for the confrontation. Should his superiors learn that he had been intimidated into retreating over mere words, his life would surely come to an end. With a chilling calm, Su Yang was utterly enraged. Choosing not to waste another word in an instant, he appeared before the leader, delivering a fierce punch. Chapter 13. The troublesome old black man bang. The speed and strength of Su Yang were beyond his capacity to withstand. Without mercy, Su Yang delivered a powerful punch to his abdomen, sending him flying several meters away, accompanied by a distinct cracking sound emanating from his lower belly. How dare you destroy my foundation altar? At that moment, the leader felt his strength dissipating like a receding tide, and within moments, it plummeted to the realm of body refinement, prompting him to exclaim in disbelief that if you don't leave now, do you believe I will render you a cripple? Su Yang spoke coldly. Without a care for the leader's ghastly expression, he waved his hand towards Old Black and strode towards the medical pavilion. Old Black, too, cast a triumphant glance at the house servants before wagging his tail and following him inside. With a loud bang, the door of the medical pavilion was forcefully shut once more. Leader, what shall we do now? The house servants, witnessing Su Yang incapacitate their leader with a single blow, were too frightened to move, only daring to inquire once Su Yang had departed, inside the medical pavilion. After bringing Old Black and Luo Yao to the rear courtyard, Su Yang suddenly turned and seized Old Black by the ear, twisting it sharply. What exactly did you steal from someone? Although Su Yang considered the possibility that Old Black might not be the culprit, he felt it necessary to confront him. However, he refrained from saying too much in front of others at that moment. Caught by both ears, Old Black found no escape, yelping in pain. Let go, it wasn't me. Why would I steal someone else's belongings for no reason? Still not admitting it. Su Yang tightened his grip. Please, let go. My ears are going to fall off. It was me. Old Black could no longer endure the pain and cried out. Beside them, Luo Yao was astonished, unable to comprehend how Old Black managed to sneak out and commit theft right under her nose. Anger surged within her. Old Black's actions had nearly jeopardized the medical pavilion's operations. That's enough. Just admit it and come with me, Su Yang said, dragging Old Black by the ear into a room. Now, bring out everything you stole. Place it on the table, Su Yang instructed, his curiosity piqued regarding the whereabouts of Old Black's ill-gotten gains. Do you really want me to bring everything out? Old Black questioned, casting furtive glances at Luo Yao. What could be so mysterious that I shouldn't know? Luo Yao inquired, intrigued. Enough with the nonsense. Hurry, Su Yang said impatiently. All right, you asked for it, Old Black exclaimed, suddenly opening his mouth wide as a mysterious dark light erupted forth. The first item to appear on the table was a jade slip, followed by a variety of books, elixirs, and spiritual herbs. I'm sorry, Old Black. I wronged you, Su Yang remarked upon seeing these items. Recalling Old Black's earlier words and his own attitude, he suddenly felt a pang of guilt. Old Black had toiled to steal these things, all of which were intended for him. However, the subsequent revelations caused Su Yang's veins to bulge, his eyes flickering with barely contained fury, almost spewing flames. WCNM, these items were prepared for me as well, Su Yang exclaimed, pointing at the array of women's garments before him, particularly a striking pink belly band. Of course, I painstakingly pilfered this from the general's residence, the prime minister's manor, and even the imperial palace. Old Hay remarked, gesturing towards the pink belly band. This belongs to the young lady of the general's household. What? Don't you like it? He inquired, perplexed. That I like your granduncle. Su Yang bellowed in anger. I don't have a granduncle. So get the hell away from me. With that, Su Yang kicked Old Hay out of the room and then glared at the array of items before him in frustration. Haha, young master, how do you intend to deal with these contraband items? You can't possibly like them, can you? Luo Yao chuckled, her face flushed crimson. What else can I do? Burn them. Of course, if anyone discovers these, even 10 heads wouldn't suffice. Su Yang groaned, massaging his temples. How has that foolish donkey not been caught and turned into a meal? Setting ablaze the irrelevant items, Su Yang finally had the opportunity to assess the spoils from his recent expedition into the mountains. First and foremost were the various materials from the demon beasts. Due to the limited capacity of his storage bag, he had retained only the more valuable items, along with spiritual herbs and elixirs for the storage ring. He was still unable to unlock it. Nonetheless, even the curved dagger alone constituted a mid-grade spiritual weapon, albeit one that could not be sold through conventional channels. After categorizing and organizing these treasures, Su Yang then turned his attention to the items pilfered by Old Hay. Initially, there were the elixirs and medicinal herbs, predominantly those designed to enhance spiritual energy, including a substantial quantity suitable for both the foundation establishment and soul-gathering stages. The sheer volume of these elixirs could effortlessly support Su Yang's cultivation up to the soul-gathering realm. Not to mention the variety of spiritual herbs. Qingyang pill, Yangshua pill, gathering spirit pill. Su Yang meticulously arranged these items according to the names inscribed on their vials. Finally, he picked up a solitary jade slip. Immersing his consciousness into the slip, he studied it intently for a moment before furrowing his brow and setting it down. Regrettably, it was a fragmentary recipe. The jade slip contained a formula for a pill known as Xiaodan, clearly detailing its effects, a concoction capable of unleashing boundless power within a short span. Akin to the commonly found violent body pill in the market, yet with a far more potent efficacy. Alas, it seemed to lack the primary ingredient, rendering the recipe incomplete. That I wonder where that foolish donkey acquired this? Su Yang sighed, placing it aside for future examination. 3 days later, upon the expansive streets of Lidu, Su Yang was leisurely strolling alongside Lao He and Luo Yao. Over the past few days, Su Yang had successfully sold the treasures he acquired from his mountainous expedition, replenishing his purse with several thousand spirit stones. As for the items stolen by Lao He, Su Yang dared not meddle with them. So, Luo Yao, have you been enjoying yourself these past couple of days? Su Yang turned his head, smiling as he inquired. Very much so. I told you, young master, you ought to venture out more often. Otherwise, people will only know you as the divine physician and might mistake you for an old man. Luo Yao replied, one hand clutching a skewer of candied hawthorns, her words somewhat muffled. Such nonsense. I am merely 20 years old, in the prime of my youth. Su Yang retorted with a chuckle. Ao. Lao He beside them seemed to grow impatient, but having spent considerable time with it, Su Yang had begun to decipher its meaning. What's the matter, Lao He? Are you feeling unsatisfied? Su Yang teased, giving Lao He's donkey head a playful pat. Luo Yao was about to say something further when suddenly her ears perked up. Oh, why is it so lively over there? Let's go take a look. Su Yang exclaimed, gesturing grandly as he led the way toward the source of the commotion. Chapter 14. The turmoil at Qinghe Lake. At this moment, Su Yang found himself in the southern part of Lidu. Upon reaching the bustling locale, he discovered it to be a vast city lake known as Qinghe Lake, spanning several miles and undeniably a scenic feature of the city. That a large crowd had gathered around the lake, their garments predominantly exquisite silks and fine fabrics, suggesting they were not of ordinary standing. Observing the scene, Su Yang felt an artistic impulse surge within him, and he could not help but recite a couplet. The lotus leaves stretch endlessly to meet the sky, while the sunlit lotus blooms in a unique crimson hue. Such a splendid verse, truly remarkable. A robust voice erupted nearby, filled with admiration, seemingly captivated by Su Yang's poetic expression. Upon hearing the praise, Su Yang felt a twinge of bashfulness. He had not anticipated that his casual appropriation of another's lines would elicit such admiration. He quickly responded with humility, "Oh, it is nothing, merely a spontaneous inspiration." His face bore no trace of awkwardness, indicating a commendable fortitude of spirit. At that moment, Su Yang finally beheld the speaker, a rotund man, weighing over 200 pounds, whose resplendent attire failed to conceal his ample girth. A large red hat adorned his head, and in his hand, he wielded a folding fan, fanning himself with unabashed delight, reminiscent of a jovial Maitreya Buddha. You are truly modest. Alas, if only I possessed your talent, I would have no trouble attracting a multitude of beauties. The hefty fellow sighed, clearly wishing to exchange talents with Su Yang. My name is Zhao Jinshuang. May I inquire about your esteemed name? Haha, I am Su Xiaoyang. Su Yang laughed, feeling somewhat exasperated by this forthright stranger's familiarity. He swiftly sought to redirect the conversation. By the way, might I ask what is happening here, that such a multitude has gathered? Are you not aware, my friend? Zhao Jinshuang inquired, a hint of curiosity in his voice. I do not know, Su Yang replied, shaking his head. The three great Taizongs, that indeed promises to be quite the spectacle, he acknowledged with a nod of understanding. The three great Taizongs are respectively the Qinyu sect, the Jiao sect, and the Ice God sect, and the western region of the Tianyan Continent is entirely dominated by these three sects and the four great empires. Su Yang never anticipated that such a gathering, merely a small assembly of the Li Kingdom, would attract so many attendees. It seems that the situation is far more complex than he had imagined. However, these matters pertain solely to the cultivators and bear no relevance to us. We are merely here to observe the excitement, Zhao Jinshuang remarked. Su Yang smiled in silence. After approximately half an hour, a large vessel that had been anchored in the center of the lake began to glide slowly towards the shore, ultimately halting 50 meters from the lake bank. Soon after, a young man in his 20s emerged from the cabin of the ship, his sword-like eyebrows and starry eyes exuding an air of formidable presence. At least at the mid-stage of soul gathering, and not just any ordinary practitioner at that. Su Yang murmured that moment. He couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. During the earlier wait, he had been persistently pestered by this rotund Zhao. They're coming. Su brother, the main event is about to start. Zhao, filled with excitement, began to flail his arms animatedly, seemingly deriving more thrill from this spectacle than from personal involvement. Who is he? Su Yang inquired. He is Dan Qiusheng, a disciple of the Ice God sect, and has been residing in our Li capital for quite some time. I recognize him, Zhao replied, brimming with enthusiasm. Greetings to all esteemed fellow cultivators. Today, I have the honor of responding to the invitation of the sixth prince to come to Qinghe Lake in Li capital for a discourse. I am deeply honored and also wish to engage with all of you outstanding individuals. Without further ado, anyone who can board this ship shall become a guest of the sixth prince. Of course, this is contingent upon passing my trial first, Dan Qiusheng said, slightly bowing, his demeanor poised and respectful, his voice resonating across the lake, showcasing his remarkable presence. Having concluded his words, Dan Qiusheng did not wait for the crowd on the shore to respond. With a wave of his right hand, several slabs of floating ice rapidly coalesced on the water's surface, each measuring a meter in size, forming a total of 9, spaced 5 meters apart, firmly positioned between the lake bank and the vessel. His casual display of prowess immediately elicited gasps of astonishment from those on the shore, indicating that this feat was far from ordinary, something Su Yang himself could not have achieved. All right, esteemed cultivators. Who among you wishes to test their skills? Dan Qiusheng called out, glancing towards the shore after completing his demonstration with a few casual claps. Inside the cabin, a dozen individuals were seated cross-legged, with exquisite wines and delectable fruits laid out before them. At the center, a young man dressed in a yellow robe was smiling and conversing with several others below him. Judging by his appearance, he was undoubtedly the sixth prince of the Li Kingdom. Besides these seated guests, there were still dozens of vacant spots in the back, presumably reserved for those who would soon arrive. Yet, the most captivating sight was not the sixth prince, but rather a young maiden concealed behind the curtains of the cabin, delicately playing the guqin. Her features were as picturesque as a painting, with long, raven-black hair cascading down her back. Her fair hands gracefully glided over the strings, producing a sound as clear and flowing as a gentle stream. Perhaps we should ponder how many individuals will grace us with their presence today, the sixth prince remarked with a smile, exuding an air of scholarly elegance. That will depend on how much effort Brother Dancio is willing to exert, interjected a man cloaked in an aura of icy chill beside the sixth prince. Oh, if that is indeed the case, I must admit I forgot to remind Brother Dancio to refrain from being too forceful. Otherwise, if no one arrives, we would truly become a subject of ridicule. The sixth prince chuckled. Ha ha. How could that be? That fellow is not the type. Came a hearty laugh in response. Let us drink, let us drink. Outside, Deng Qiusheng stood at the edge of the boat, a smile gracing his face as he crossed his arms. After a moment of silence, a voice suddenly rang out from the shore. Since everyone is being modest, allow me to take the lead, and I trust Brother Dancio will show some leniency. With a hearty laugh, a robust young man leaped from the crowd, swiftly making his way across the first floating ice. His feet propelled him across 8 more pieces of ice until he reached the 9th. Preparing to leap onto the boat, that moment, Deng Qiusheng finally made his move. He extended his right hand, and suddenly his 2 fingers converged, slicing through the water's surface with force. Ha! Facing the surging waves, the brawny youth let out a fierce roar. Striking out with his fists, channeling a formidable force directly at the oncoming tide. Boom! A thunderous clash ensued as the 2 forces collided, sending torrents of water crashing down, exploding like a torrential downpour, engulfing the young man entirely. Despite this, he staggered back only 2 steps under the immense pressure, unleashing a flurry of punches that dissipated the oncoming waves. After a brief moment of crimson flaring across his face, he firmly stabilized himself on the 8th piece of ice, appearing quite disheveled, akin to a drenched chicken once the wave subsided. Though in a state of disarray, the robust youth had managed to withstand Deng Qiusheng's attack, who, after that single strike, refrained from further action, allowing the young man to leap onto the boat. With a respectful nod towards Deng Qiusheng, the young man strode confidently into the cabin. He succeeded. Look, he has made it. Zhao Depanzi exclaimed joyfully upon witnessing the young man board the vessel. What's with your excitement, Zhao brother? Just because he succeeded, why the fuss? Su Yang could hardly tolerate the incessant chatter of the plump fellow, nearly letting a retort slip, but managed to restrain himself just in time. Of course I'm excited. Do you know who he is? He is my cousin, a relative of mine, Zhao Depanzi hurriedly explained, seemingly eager to announce his connection to the robust young man to everyone present. Well, all right then. Your relative is indeed remarkable, Su Yang remarked, rolling his eyes. That moment, an unexpected scene unfolded before Su Yang's eyes. Perhaps it was due to old Hei's inability to tolerate Zhao Depang's incessant boasts any longer. After taking a few steps back, old Hei charged forward like an enraged lamb, crashing into the rotund figure of the fat man. Oh no! With a resounding splash, both Su Yang and Zhao Depang, who were already near the lake's edge, were sent tumbling into the water by old Hei's forceful impact, creating a significant wave. I've put up with you for far too long. And you still won't stop yapping, old Hei muttered under his breath, a remark only Su Yang could hear. Meanwhile, Su Yang discreetly gave old Hei a thumbs up. Zhao Depang struggled to climb back onto the shore, spitting out lake water, and angrily pointed at old Hei, exclaiming, "Where did this donkey come from? Looking to die, are we? It's been ages since I've had donkey meat." With a series of excited brays, old Hei bounded over to Su Yang's side, leaving only a donkey's backside for the fat man. Your donkey? Why does it look so familiar? Su Yang remarked. I say, Brother Zhao, you really ought to discipline it properly. After finishing his statement, Zhao Depang shot a fierce glare at old Hei. For Su Yang's sake, I shall spare you this time. Indeed, indeed, Su Yang quickly nodded in agreement. Chapter 15. Who could it be? Meanwhile, the atmosphere on the lake was reaching a crescendo. Following the successful attempt of the robust youth, those on the shore seemed to realize that boarding the boat was not as daunting as they had initially thought. Consequently, 2 more young cultivators attempted to board, but without exception, they were all unceremoniously tossed into the lake by Dan Qiusheng's turbulent waves. That moment, surging forward across the water was none other than a familiar face to Su Yang, Yang Ji, the young man he had saved in the Huaxia mountain range, sporting a stubbled chin. Upon reaching the 9th floating ice, Yang Ji too faced an attack from Dan Qiusheng. Confronted with this onslaught, Yang Ji appeared remarkably unfazed. With a resounding shout, a dark gleam suddenly flickered around him, and his physique expanded dramatically, resembling a beast after a fierce roar. With determination, Yang Ji stomped his feet down hard, charging at the incoming wave like a sharp sword. With a mighty swing of his fists, a massive phantom of a tiger's head collided with the water wave. After a brief standoff, it forcefully pushed the wave back towards Dan Qiusheng. Good. Ha ha, Dan Qiusheng exclaimed, unable to contain his laughter as he admired Yang Ji's might. As the wave approached, he finally extended his hands, forming a seal in front of his chest. The tumultuous water crashed against him. Yet it seemed as if an invisible wall stood firm before Dan Xiaoxing, remaining unyielding despite the relentless assault, and eventually, the waves fell back into the lake. Meanwhile, Yang Ji had successfully leaped onto the large boat. Once he caught his breath and regained his composure, he cupped his hands in respect towards Dan Xiaoxing before entering the cabin, becoming the second person to step inside. Subsequently, the next to take action was also a familiar figure, none other than the young lady who had accompanied Yang Ji. Her approach was remarkably straightforward. As she faced the waves, she leapt high into the air, allowing the water to surge beneath her, not even brushing against the hem of her garments, as though she had predicted that Dan Xiaoxing would strike only once. Once the young lady boarded the ship, Dan Xiaoxing appeared to be invigorated, bursting into hearty laughter before exclaiming, "Who else wishes to give it a try? Come aboard. Let us not waste any more time. I shall take them all on." Ha ha. As his voice faded, two figures darted forth from the shore, quickly followed by dozens more, who chose not to rely on the floating ice but instead traversed the water's surface. "Be careful, young master," Luo Yao cautioned, leading the old black dog away from this contentious locale. After Luo Yao's departure, Su Yang let out a loud shout and leapt onto the lake's surface. Fortunately, Zhao the Fat had already left. Otherwise, he would surely have been left agape in astonishment that haha, splendid. In the face of the oncoming throng, Dan Xiaoxing showed no signs of trepidation. After a hearty laugh, he unleashed a flurry of punches, each strike crashing against the lake's surface. In an instant, the entire lake seemed to be bombarded with dozens of deep-sea explosives, erupting in a cacophony of water and sound that echoed across the battlefield. The water surged skyward, and within moments, the vast expanse of the lake was sent into turmoil. Even the large ship was submerged in that moment. At this juncture, Su Yang, in his forward charge, was met with a deluge of lake water. Expanding a protective barrier to enshroud himself within an energy field, he retaliated with a punch that directly collided with the oncoming waves. It appeared that confronting such a multitude of assaults had caused the power of the waves to become somewhat diluted. Under Su Yang's full force strike, a large gap was easily created in the waves, enabling him to rush through. However, as he surged past the initial wave, he suddenly realized that there were more than one layer of waves. Two additional surges were relentlessly approaching from behind. Indeed, Dan Xiaoxing had employed a technique reminiscent of a triple wave attack. In a moment of urgency, Su Yang swiftly retrieved his Su-In sword from his storage pouch, unleashing a barrage of sword shadows that raced towards the approaching wave. With a fierce whoosh, the formidable sword energy cleaved through the water, instantly transforming it into a sieve. Following this, Su Yang thrust his fist into the wave, completely dissipating it. Yet at that moment, his momentum faltered. With no solid ground beneath him, his previous strength had waned while new energy had yet to manifest. Alas, it seems my realm is still too low. If I could just break through to the next half step, even in the late stages of foundation establishment, these waves would pose no barrier to me. Su Yang lamented. With no other choice, he quietly summoned the power of his intent. The essence of the wind and rain enveloped him fleetingly, remaining inconspicuous amidst the chaos. Yet its might was undeniably formidable. The moment he confronted the waves, they momentarily lost their sentience, as if caught off guard. Seizing this opportunity, Su Yang effortlessly bypassed the obstruction of the waves and leapt onto the large ship. Within the confines of the cabin, the young maiden playing the zither paused momentarily, the music abruptly ceasing. Even though Su Yang had merely momentarily grasped the essence of the ambience, she nonetheless keenly sensed a disturbance. As the melodious sound fell silent, the assembled guests felt an unusual tension, unable to refrain from glancing towards the curtain. "What is the matter, Zither Fairy?" inquired the sixth prince, his brow furrowed in confusion. Since their arrival, Qin Wuxin had exhibited neither sorrow nor joy, remaining indifferent to all matters. Yet at this moment, her composure had been unexpectedly disrupted. Essence of intent. Someone outside is employing the essence of intent. Qin Wuxin suddenly rose, her gaze fixed intently on the outside, as though her eyes penetrated the cabin to perceive the unfolding battle beyond. How is this possible? Both the sixth prince and the others bore expressions of disbelief. In the realm of cultivation, even among those who had reached the void realm, very few could comprehend the essence of intent. Those who did were truly the epitome of talent. Among all present, none had ever heard of anyone capable of grasping such essence. Outside, there are merely some foundation establishment practitioners. Could it possibly be Senior Dancio? Spoke a man cloaked in an aura of icy chill. As his words hung in the air, the countenances of those present shifted, seemingly in agreement with his assertion. It cannot be him. It certainly is not him. Qin Wuxin shook her head decisively. The essence does not align with his technique at all, and it is feeble, as if it has yet to fully take shape. Then who could it be? After exchanging glances filled with uncertainty, the group fell silent, each lost in their own thoughts. Meanwhile, the battle on the lake had reached its climax. After an intense struggle, only about 20 individuals had managed to board the vessel. The remainder had either been cast into the lake by Danxiu or had been jostled into the waters by fellow climbers during the boarding process, accounting for over 70% of the total number. Without sparing a glance for those who had fallen into the lake, Danxiu turned to those now aboard the vessel and offered a polite gesture. "Welcome, everyone, to the ship. His Highness the Sixth Prince awaits you inside. Please, make your way in." Upon entering the cabin, Su Yang found a discreet spot. Lifting his gaze to the head of the table, it was then that he beheld the sixth prince of the Li Kingdom for the first time. Adorned in a neatly fitted yellow robe, exuding a gentle aura that seemed to carry an unusual charm, appearing less like a prince and more akin to a scholar. Today, it is indeed a stroke of fortune to meet such distinguished individuals. "Please, take your seats." The sixth prince smiled slightly, rising from his seat as the guests entered the cabin. The royal family of the Li Kingdom bore the surname Ho, and this sixth prince was named Ho Tianquan. "Your Highness is too gracious." The individuals below did not dare to be remiss, immediately acknowledging the sixth prince with a martial salute before taking their places. At that moment, the zither's melody, which had been interrupted by Su Yang's essence, began to resonate once more, flowing like a gentle stream, gradually calming the hearts of the assembly, to the point where even their voices involuntarily softened. Chapter 16. The Duel of Pills. In any case, Su Yang was originally an unfamiliar figure to everyone. Even Yang Ji and that bearded man had only glimpsed Su Yang's true visage last time. Now, however, Su Yang's appearance had undergone a transformation. While savoring the melodious strains of the qin, Su Yang indulged in drink, casually eavesdropping on the exchanges of others. Through these conversations, he gleaned the identities of several notable individuals present. Among them, Dan Xiuxing hailed from the Ice God sect, accompanied by another man cloaked in an aura of frigid energy and a young maiden in white, known respectively as Su He and Shui Yin. The Nine Swords sect was absent, while the Qin Yu sect had sent a representative, a woman clad in yellow. But no one from the four great empires was in attendance. Beyond these figures, there were several families and factions from the Li Kingdom. Notably, Yang Ji was the second son of the Minister of War, and the young girl was the granddaughter of the Prime Minister, both of distinguished lineage. During this gathering, Su Yang also encountered Ding Liang, who had recently lost a brother. His family belonged to the prominent Ding clan, known for their mercantile prowess, even if they did not hold official positions in the court. As the Qin's notes lingered in the air, the atmosphere gradually grew more animated, evoking a sensation akin to being ensconced in a celestial palace, prompting one to unreservedly express their innermost thoughts. "Hee, esteemed guests, I wonder who was the first to board the ship? Surely, they must possess remarkable strength. Why not step forward for all to see?" With this unexpected inquiry, the sixth prince, Ho Tianquan, broke the reverie that enveloped the gathering. His gaze unconsciously sweeping over those in neat attire. His intentions were unmistakable. "It is I." A tall young man named Lu Feng rose to declare, capturing the attention of all present. However, to Ho Tianquan's surprise, Lu Feng was drenched, and his physique clearly indicated he was a body cultivator. While body cultivators were not incapable of comprehending profound concepts, the odds seemed slim. Little did Ho Tianquan know that Su Yang's engagement with such concepts was a result of an all-out effort, and his ascent onto the ship had not been particularly swift. Having failed to identify the person in the first instance, Ho Tianquan felt a twinge of disappointment, though he masked it well. Brother Lu is truly remarkable. Come, let us raise a toast to him. At that moment, however, Su Yang found himself unexpectedly drenched in cold sweat, as he realized that he had unwittingly been drawn into the realm of another's comprehension. Fortunately, Lu Feng's emergence had momentarily disrupted the enchanting ambience created by the Qin. Otherwise, he could hardly fathom the consequences. What a terrifying melody. What an extraordinary woman. Su Yang couldn't help but glance towards the backdrop. And at that juncture, as Lu Feng stirred the atmosphere, the Qin's music enveloped the venue once more, unnoticed by the others. Had it not been for Su Yang's formidable mental fortitude and his own grasp of profound concepts, he might not have been aware of the subtle manipulation at play. Understanding the situation, Su Yang naturally felt that it was best to remain as inconspicuous as possible, instinctively lowering his head even further. However, merely keeping his head down did not prevent others from seeking him out. Just as Su Yang's head dipped almost to the point of disappearing beneath the table, a sudden voice pierced the air. "Little Dr. Yang, is that you?" A voice filled with unexpected delight echoed around the room, capturing the attention of all present. Upon hearing this, Su Yang nearly burst into tears. It was as if his thoughts had summoned this very moment. Resigned to his fate, he lifted his head, a mournful expression on his face, and replied, "I am Su Xiaoyang." "And you are? It truly is you. I recognized you immediately. I didn't expect to find you here." The speaker was a youthful man with striking features, whose excitement was palpable, almost causing him to dance with glee upon seeing Su Yang. "Who might you be?" Su Yang inquired, scrutinizing the young man before him, struggling to place his face. Yet, as the youth continued speaking, Su Yang suddenly recalled who he was. Back when Su Yang had just arrived in town, he was flooded with income and, in a moment of exuberance, had generously offered free treatments to those in need. "If only I had known this would happen, I should have brought a stick to chase you away." Despite these thoughts swirling in his mind, he refrained from uttering them. Suppressing the urge to land a punch on the young man's smiling face, Su Yang stood up and clinked glasses with him, saying, "It is only right. Anyone who encounters a friend on the brink of death should lend a hand. Upholding justice is the very essence of a warrior." The youth seemed eager to respond, "My little sister is not dead," but he reconsidered, recognizing that Su Yang may have spoken thoughtlessly, not wishing to offend his benefactor. He chose to remain silent. "A divine healer, merely a physician," he thought. "Surely he cannot be compared to an alchemist." At that moment, a discordant voice interrupted the exchange. The speaker was someone Su Yang did not recognize. As soon as Su Shun heard this voice, his expression soured, and he was about to express his anger when Su Yang held up a hand to stop him. Glancing up, Su Yang noticed that this person was rather well-groomed and was standing alongside Ding Liang, who looked at Su Yang with a hint of disdain, clearly dismissing him. "I may be just a physician, but may I inquire what you are?" Su Yang said coldly, feeling a surge of indignation at being confronted so soon, especially by someone he found particularly irksome. "I am nothing less than an alchemist, a student of the Pilway Li Du Academy," Ma Yi proclaimed with pride. Yet, he failed to notice that at this moment, Ho Tianquan's expression had turned rather grim. This was his domain, and provoking trouble here was tantamount to slapping his face. Being nothing is preferable. "So, dear aunt, since your alchemical skills are so formidable, might you demonstrate a bit for us?" Allowing the gathered company to witness the prowess of Master Ma the alchemist, Su Yang said with a light laugh, prompting a wave of laughter from those present. Ma Yi, whose face flushed crimson from the laughter reverberating around me, yearned to retort vociferously. However, my alchemical skills were woefully inadequate. A mere second-tier alchemist at the Li Du Academy was merely an ordinary presence, with little room for grandeur here. Even if I were not so, I would still surpass you. A mere physician, wouldn't I? Can you concoct elixirs as well? At this moment, Mai could only use such excuses to counter Su Yang. "Whether I can or cannot refine pills is uncertain, but I am certainly superior to you," Su Yang replied. "Are you unwilling to accept this challenge? Then let us compete." "Very well, let us compete. Come on," Mai retorted. "If you are reluctant to begin, then I shall take the first turn. However, if we are to compete, we must establish a wager. How about the loser jumps into the lake?" Su Yang said casually, gesturing towards the lake outside. This was not a capricious decision on Su Yang's part, but rather a reflection of his confidence that in his previous life, as an alchemist, he had no difficulty refining first and second-tier pills in this life, having obtained the alchemical scriptures and gained knowledge in the field of medicine. Although he had yet to attempt alchemy, he believed he would not fare worse than this current opponent, which was the source of his confidence. Furthermore, Su Yang aimed to use Ma Yi to disrupt the atmosphere, preventing Qin Wuxin's influence from affecting him. "Very well, since that is the case, let the two of you compete here for our amusement. Brother Ma, since you initiated this, you may go first," declared the sixth prince. Ho Tianquan, leaving no room for Ma Yi to refuse, compelling him to proceed despite his reluctance. A space was cleared in the center, and Ma Yi stepped forward, raising his hand to retrieve a Dan furnace from his storage pouch, revealing it to be a low-grade spiritual artifact. This furnace was Ma Yi's prized possession, one he seldom used even during regular alchemical endeavors. Yet, faced with Su Yang's unwavering confidence, he dared not exhibit any arrogance, and thus exerted all his strength. As the furnace thudded onto the ground, Ma Yi took a moment to gather his focus, then leaped into action, his hands forming intricate seals. Waves of scorching flames surged from his palms into the furnace, quickly turning the interior of vibrant red. The temperature within the furnace reached a critical point. Ma Yi bellowed, simultaneously opening his storage pouch. One by one, spirit herbs leaped into the furnace in accordance with his gestures. This gesture was indeed an alchemical technique. Each herb, upon entering the furnace, began to wither rapidly, with droplets of essence continuously dripping into the flames below, coalescing into globs, while the remnants of the herbs were deftly extracted from the furnace at Ma Yi's subtle gestures. Observing Ma Yi's adept movements, Su Yang could not help but nod in acknowledgement. Though Ma Yi was somewhat arrogant, he undeniably possessed genuine skill. Chapter 17. A single punch sends him flying. Once all the spirit herbs were cast into the furnace, Ma Yi's hand seals gradually slowed, his mental focus intently fixed on the movements within the furnace. The elixir he concocted was none other than the rather commonplace second-tier pill known as Gathering Spirit Pill. Suitable for the later stages of foundation establishment, in comparison to other elixirs, it was deemed relatively straightforward to refine. However, at this juncture, Ma Yi was nearing his limits, beads of sweat cascading down his brow, his eyes tinged with a blood-red hue, an unmistakable sign of complete spiritual exhaustion. As the moment of truth approached within the cauldron, Ma Yi raised his hand and retrieved a pill from his storage pouch, swallowing it whole. After a few breaths with his eyes closed, once his strength had been slightly restored, he immediately resumed his actions, his hands casting intricate alchemical seals towards the bubbling concoction within the cauldron. With a resounding shout, he executed the final seal, pulling his hands outward. Instantly, a stream of radiant white light surged forth from the cauldron, propelled in a straight line towards a jade plate that had been prepared in advance. With a series of crisp sounds, 5 pills lay quietly upon the plate. At that moment, the 6th prince, Tianyan, approached the jade plate and, after inspecting the elixirs, declared, second-tier mid-grade Gathering Spirit Pill, 5 pills in total, of which 2 are top-grade, 1 is mid-grade, and 2 are low-grade. The highest yield can reach 9 pills, with the pinnacle not being top-grade, but rather transcendent. Luck, indeed, luck. Upon hearing Tianyan announce his results, Ma Yi felt a surge of joy. He had performed adequately, with results comparable to his usual practice sessions. Afterward, he couldn't help but cast a triumphant glance at Su Yang. Quite commendable, Tianyan remarked nonchalantly, then turned his gaze towards Su Yang. Next, it is your turn, Brother Su. Tianyan harbored no fondness for Su Yang, as he too was one of the disruptors. Very well, then let me give it a try. With a resounding crash, a pitch-black cauldron descended to the ground, adorned with intricate dragon and phoenix carvings, particularly the 4 grand characters Lao Hei Chu Pin, which were quite extraordinary. Its imposing appearance instantly captured the attention of the crowd. This cauldron was freshly acquired by Su Yang in recent days, and the bold characters were painstakingly engraved by Lao Hei himself. However, laughter erupted among the crowd. Even those cultivators who initially held high hopes for Su Yang couldn't help but cover their eyes. This cauldron was not a spiritual tool, nor an arcane artifact. It was evidently a mundane implement, the most ordinary low-grade common tool, essentially a device for a blacksmith's trade. You intend to use this cauldron to best me? Ha! What a jest! Upon seeing Su Yang's iron cauldron, Ma Yi's previously tense heart instantly relaxed. With such a cauldron, you would be better off forging iron. A cauldron holds no distinction of quality. The path of alchemy lies within the individual. Even if the cauldron were exceptional, what difference would it make? A common tool can still prevail over you. With a light chuckle, Su Yang began his work. As his hand seals multiplied, fierce flames continuously descended into the cauldron, causing the internal temperature to rise dramatically. Once the heat reached a certain threshold, Su Yang promptly retrieved the necessary spiritual herbs from his storage pouch. Ju Yuan flower, Wu Xine grass. This is. He intends to refine a foundation establishment pill. As a vital elixir for foundational cultivation, the recipe for the foundation pill is already widely known, though the ingredients remain elusive. When Su Yang produced several essential spiritual herbs, his intentions were immediately discerned. He indeed aimed to concoct the foundation pill. With each herb being cast into the alchemical furnace, the medicinal liquid was swiftly refined, while the residual dross was continuously expelled through the alchemical techniques. Due to the complexity of the ingredients, the process took significantly longer than that of Ma Yi. And it was not until the completion of an incense stick-s burn that Su Yang finished refining all the herbs and commenced the final distillation of the spiritual liquid. As the alchemical formulas were repeatedly executed, the liquid within the furnace gradually began to separate and merged at that moment. Even with the formidable support of his mental prowess, Su Yang felt waves of dizziness wash over him, causing a momentary falter in his technique. This brief pause triggered a sudden change within the furnace. The previously gentle flames surged violently, producing a sharp hiss as nearly 1/3 of the herbs turned to ash. Alarmed, Su Yang hurriedly tempered the flames, a flicker of trepidation coursing through him. Fortunately, his timely intervention meant that although a considerable amount of the liquid was lost, a substantial portion still remained. From that point onward, Su Yang dared not become complacent, meticulously controlling the flames until the elixir was fully formed. With a sudden shift in his technique, he drew forth a series of white threads that gracefully descended into the jade plate. Capturing the attention of all present, after a thorough examination of Su Yang, the sixth Prince Ho Tianchuan approached the jade plate to assess the elixir. After a prolonged silence, he finally spoke. A low-grade, third-tier foundation pill. Yielding 4 pills of the highest quality, 2 of superior quality, 1 of medium quality, and 1 of inferior quality. In this contest, Physician Su emerges victorious. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Su Yang felt a rush of relief. But upon hearing Ho Tianchuan's words, a wave of joy surged within him. His astonishment, Su, the divine physician, was not merely a healer, but also a third-tier alchemist. Su Shun gazed at Su Yang in disbelief. Medicine and alchemy are inherently intertwined. My primary vocation remains that of a physician, Su Yang replied with a smile, then turned with a knowing glance towards Ma Yi. I wonder if I've indeed triumphed. Master Alchemist Ma, impossible. You aren't even a student of the Li Du Academy. How could you possibly be an alchemist? After exclaiming this, Ma Yi dashed towards the foundation pill that Su Yang had crafted. Reaching out to seize the precious elixirs, with a disdainful snort, Su Yang instantly teleported in front of Ma Yi, delivering a merciless punch. Ignorant fool, do you believe that only the Li Du Academy can cultivate alchemical arts? With no time to react, Ma Yi was struck squarely in the chest by Su Yang's fist, his body hurtling out of the cabin like a cannonball. You dare to breach the agreement and attempt to seize my pills? It seems you seek your own demise. At that moment, an unexpected upheaval occurred. Originally, Su Yang's punch was intended to send Ma Yi plunging into the lake, and even Ho Tianchuan did not intervene. However, to everyone's astonishment, Su Yang did not hear the sound of someone hitting the water. Just as his curiosity piqued, a sudden explosion reverberated. A pitch-black object plummeted from the sky, shattering the ceiling of the cabin into fragments. Then piercing through the hull, cleaving the entire vessel in two simultaneously. A raucous laugh echoed across the surface of the lake. Su Yang keenly observed that the object that had penetrated the ship was none other than Ma Yi, whom he had just struck away. Ha ha! Sixth brother, it seems you remain as naive as ever. Following the sound, he beheld an individual clad in a magnificent dragon robe, his long, dark hair cascading wildly behind him, exuding an air of arrogance and dominance. I wonder what prompts my elder royal brother to speak thus. The sixth prince, Ho Tianchuan, rose with a grim expression, yet his voice remained unyielding. Do you truly believe that these mere clowns can contend with me? The eldest prince stood effortlessly in the heart of the lake, his feet causing not a ripple, devoid of any guards, confronting everyone with unwavering confidence. Chapter 18. Fierce Battle. Audacity. The words of the eldest prince. Ho Ba, labeling them as mere clowns, not only caused Su Yang and his companions to change countenance, but also ignited the fury of the three major sects present. Unable to contain himself, a frosty man from the Ice God sect shouted, "Junior brother, refrain from reckless speech. Ha, I am audacious, and what can you do about it?" Following his boastful laughter, Ho Ba's figure suddenly vanished from the spot. Reappearing high above the severed ship, with a powerful swing of his fists, he unleashed two streams of force, resembling dragons in their ferocity, aimed directly at the two sections of the shattered vessel. This is bad. Instinctively, Su Yang, along with everyone aboard, turned pale, hurriedly leaping from the cabin into the air, ultimately landing upon the water's surface. With a resounding crash, the already split ship disintegrated into countless shards, piercing toward the crowd. Su Yang and his companions had no choice but to retreat continuously, desperately fending off the onslaught of debris. "Junior brother, be careful. In the midst of the chaos, a terrified shout from Dan Xiuxing pierced through the clamor. He swiftly surged toward his junior brother's direction. Following Dan Xiuxing's gaze, Su Yang was struck by a horrifying sight. Hoba had somehow positioned himself above the icy man, his right hand morphing into a dragon claw, descending to strike the icy man head-on. Junior brother, with a blood-curdling scream, the icy man's skull was crushed by Hoba's grip, blood splattering everywhere. The icy man fell victim to a grim fate. Hoba! Dan Xiuxing roared in fury, and in an instant, a 1-foot-long metallic brush appeared in his hand, its sharp tip emanating powerful energy as it surged toward Hoba. Ha ha! Splendid! Unfazed, Hoba met the challenge head-on, brandishing a long spear that stretched nearly a yard in length. The spear of Hoba descended with the force of a mighty cleave, crashing down onto the energy of Dan Xiuxing with a ferocity that reverberated through the air. In an instant, the spear swept through Dan Xiuxing's aura in an invincible manner before landing heavily upon the golden brush he held. A low, muffled groan escaped Dan Xiuxing's lips as his body was sent reeling with a speed surpassing that of his initial approach. His right hand, which clutched the brush, bending at an awkward angle, revealing the grievous injury he had sustained despite having managed to block Hoba's devastating strike. Dan Xiuxing faced a dismal defeat. You shall perish as well. Hoba, driven by the thrill of battle, pursued relentlessly, thrusting his spear with a forceful jab aimed directly at Dan Xiuxing's throat. The spear's radiance closed in on Dan Xiuxing in an instant. Yet he was left vulnerable and drained of strength from Hoba's previous assault, rendering him incapable of evading the impending attack. Brother, Snow Yin, also of the Ice God sect, paled in fear, wishing to assist yet feeling utterly powerless as she witnessed Dan Xiuxing's imminent demise beneath Hoba's spear. Suddenly, a haunting melody resonated through the heavens and earth, as an ethereal sound blade appeared in an instant, shattering the spear's brilliance with a thunderous crash, turning her gaze towards the source of the sound blade. Su Yang beheld a woman for the first time. Qin Wuxin, seated gracefully upon a lotus leaf, an ancient zither resting across her knees. Her hands danced swiftly, unleashing waves of imperceptible sound waves that enveloped Hoba entirely. So it is Qin Wuxin of the Qin Yu sect that I did not anticipate your arrival. With the spear swirling like the wind, Hoba shattered the incoming sound blades. He then turned to regard Qin Wuxin with a steady gaze. Hoba, will you only flaunt your might here? After thwarting Hoba's lethal intent towards Dan Xiuxing, Qin Wuxin ceased her movements, her expression grave as she focused on him. Ha ha. I flaunt my might. And you all intrude upon my Li kingdom uninvited. Should I treat you as guests? Hoba's manic laughter echoed as he faced Qin Wuxin directly. Upon hearing his words, Qin Wuxin chose not to engage further, lowering her head to place her hands once more upon the zither, ethereal notes resuming their enchanting melody. Very well. It is said that you, Qin Wuxin, rank among the top 3 geniuses of the western Tianyan Continent. Today, I shall have the pleasure of meeting you. With that, Hoba brandished his spear anew, soaring towards Qin Wuxin's position. The crystalline notes of the zither rang out once more, this time in earnest response to Hoba's direct onslaught. Employing a long spear, Hoba realized he could not dispel every sound blade. Thus he chose to disregard them entirely, channeling all his spiritual energy into the spear, propelling himself like a bolt from a bow straight towards Qin Wuxin. The sound blades struck before Hoba, but were deftly deflected by his spear, and he drew ever closer to Qin Wuxin. As the distance between Qin Wuxin and Hoba narrowed to a mere 3 or 4 meters, a thunderous roar erupted from Hoba, who brandished his spear with formidable might, striking directly at Qin Wuxin. In the face of Hoba's ferocious and overwhelming assault, Qin Wuxin dared not underestimate the threat. She abruptly rose from the lotus leaves, her guqin upright, and with forceful precision, her right hand swept across the strings. Thump, thumped out a series of urgent notes cascaded forth, and before Qin Wuxin, a thick curtain of sound waves materialized, accompanied by the lake's waters, forming a formidable barrier akin to a solid wall, protecting her with profound strength. Boom! Hoba's spear crashed heavily against Qin Wuxin's shimmering shield, unleashing a deafening roar that reverberated through the air. The immense force exploded between them, sending the lake's waters soaring high and creating a massive pit in an instant. Under the impact of this force, Qin Wuxin found herself involuntarily pushed back, each step resonating upon the lake's surface, until she retreated several meters before finally regaining her footing, turning her gaze to Hoba. However, her expression shifted dramatically, for there was no trace of Ho Ba to be found. Before she could search further, a sharp sound sliced through the air above her, with the spear leading the charge and his body following. Ho Ba descended upon Qin Wuxin like a dragon. As if by instinct, during this exchange, Ho Ba's spear continued to lash out, weaving a deadly net of piercing light across the sky, descending upon Qin Wuxin from above. At this moment, Qin Wuxin was firmly locked in by Ho Ba's aura. With no retreat left available, Ho Ba's strategy was straightforward, pressing Qin Wuxin into a relentless clash of strength. This was precisely the scenario in which a musician like Qin Wuxin was least adept. Yet, in this moment of peril, Qin Wuxin remained remarkably composed. With a subtle shift, her figure split into four, each one seated cross-legged in the four cardinal directions, the prelude of the firmament, as the melodies resonated. A colossal figure composed entirely of lake water began to rise between the four manifestations of Qin Wuxin. After a deep, resonant roar, its hands thrust upward like mighty pillars, colliding with Ho Ba in a breathless instant. The very heavens and earth erupted. The violent energy surged through the lake, creating towering waves, azure waters churning, and reflections dancing with the sky. Onlookers, including Su Yang, found themselves retreating repeatedly until they reached the shore. Safe from the crashing energy, after what felt like an eternity, the tumultuous waters gradually settled, and all eyes turned toward the battlefield, eager to witness the outcome of this confrontation. As the waters receded, the scene of the battlefield came into focus. Ho Ba's figure had mysteriously vanished, leaving only Qin Wuxin standing resolutely upon the lake's surface. It was clear that she had emerged victorious from this fierce encounter. Su Yang murmured to himself in astonishment, having presumed that Qin Wuxin would resort to her artistic essence in the final moments. Yet she triumphed even without it. Was she destined for the top three? Although she triumphed over Ho Ba, Qin Wuxin clearly did not emerge unscathed. Her complexion was as pale as a ghost. Drifting to the shore, Qin Wuxin first inclined her head in acknowledgement to the gathered crowd before stating, "Indeed, Ho Ba is no ordinary opponent. Had it been a life-or-death duel, I might not have triumphed over him. Take care, sixth prince." With that, she did not await a response and proceeded towards the city gate, walking in the direction of the exit. After her departure, Dan Xiuxing followed closely behind. The battle had concluded, yet it was evident that a tempest was brewing in the air of Lidu. Chapter 19. Commencement of the assessment. Upon returning to the medical hall, Su Yang found himself unable to settle his restless heart. The clash between Qin Wuxin and Ho Ba at Qinghe Lake had truly broadened his horizons. Although they were of similar age, their prowess could effortlessly annihilate him, which only intensified Su Yang's resolve to enter Lidu Academy. However, just as he resolved to engage in rigorous training until the academy assessment, another matter arose that left him feeling helpless. It seemed that some well-meaning individual had spread the word of Su Yang being a third-tier alchemist, which had caused his medical hall to become quite the bustling establishment in recent days. Particularly, the few foundation establishment pills he possessed had ignited envy in countless hearts. Despite being mere third-tier low-grade pills, the materials required to concoct them were exceedingly difficult to gather, while the demand for foundation establishment pills was overwhelming, creating a significant supply-demand imbalance. Ultimately, Su Yang was compelled to announce that the foundation establishment pills had been sold out, which quelled the fervor of the crowds. In the days that followed, he chose to ignore all visitors, firmly closing the doors of his establishment. As for the 4 foundation establishment pills, he generously gifted one to Luo Yao and fed the other 3 to Lao He, considering them mere candies. For Su Yang dared not display them publicly. Unbeknownst to him, during his seclusion, the elderly visitor who had come previously had returned 3 times, yet each time he was met with the same closed door. As the day of the academy assessment drew near, Su Yang remained unable to elevate his strength to the late foundation establishment stage, while Luo Yao, with the aid of the foundation establishment pills, successfully broke through to the foundation establishment stage. As for Lao Hei's capabilities, Su Yang could not discern them. At dawn, Su Yang rose early, removing all disguises. After giving a few parting words to Luo Yao and Lao He, he stepped out of the medical hall, invigorated, for today marked the day of the academy assessment. Luo Yao, although she accompanied him, held little hope for the assessment and was reluctant to go, leaving Su Yang to venture alone. Upon arriving at the square before Lidu Academy, he found it already teeming with life. A throng of people packed the area, making it nearly impassable. However, most of these individuals were merely spectating, with only a handful genuinely there for the assessment. The enrollment assessment at Lidu Academy was notoriously rigorous. The seemingly manageable requirement of being under 24 years of age and at the foundation establishment stage had already posed a challenge for the vast majority. Not to mention the additional evaluations that awaited at the hour when the sun had risen to its zenith. The imposing gates of Lidu Academy were finally unbarred. A middle-aged man, resembling a mentor, stood at the entrance, flanked by several other faculty members and students. "Please, everyone, quiet down," the middle-aged man proclaimed. His voice, though not loud, resonated throughout every corner of the venue, a testament to his profound cultivation. Once the noise had subsided, he continued, "Now, I kindly ask all students participating in the selection to enter. Those who do not pertain to this matter may remain outside." With that, he uttered not a single extraneous word and departed, leaving behind a group of a dozen or so youths who stood guard at the entrance, verifying the identities of those who entered. During the registration process, Lidu Academy had issued a small metallic badge to each candidate after confirming their eligibility. Grasping his badge, Su Yang joined the throng as they made their way into the academy. Once all the candidates had entered, Su Yang finally discerned the number of participants. It appeared to be around 7,000 or 8,000. These individuals were now gathered in another expansive square, paved with azure stones, which, despite the multitude, did not feel congested. At the forefront of the square stood a raised platform, upon which 4 mentors were stationed. The students who had escorted Su Yang and the others were positioned alongside each mentor, with the remainder maintaining order within the square. Among the crowd, Su Yang recognized several familiar faces. The same middle-aged man, having surveyed the assembled students, addressed them. "Dear scholars, welcome to Lidu Academy. I am Jing Qi, the vice president of the academy. Ordinarily, I would elaborate on the history of our institution, but I suspect that such discourse may not be of your interest. So I shall refrain from lengthy explanations. Today, we shall assess 3 key components: aptitude, comprehension, and practical combat. Out of these, aptitude is paramount, while comprehension and practical combat follow in importance. Should any of you meet the criteria in these 3 evaluations or catch the eye of a mentor during the process, congratulations, you will be welcomed as a member of our academy. Without further ado, let us commence with the first assessment. Aptitude. The spherical orbs behind me, which I trust you all recognize, are designed to test your physical constitution. Now, please line up in an orderly manner and approach one by one for your evaluation. Those who do not qualify may leave immediately. Upon finishing, Jingqi gestured towards the rear, and 4 crystal-like spheres, each the size of a basketball, were brought forth. In swift succession, the over 7,000 candidates formed 4 lines, each containing fewer than 2,000 individuals. What might my physical constitution be at this moment? Su Yang pondered as he stood at the end of the line. In the evaluation of physical aptitude, singular attributes were undoubtedly the most esteemed, while practitioners of diverse elements such as wind, thunder, darkness, and light were equally favored. Su Yang was acutely aware that his original constitution belonged to the dual elements of wind and metal, as his spells were also composed of these 2 attributes, undoubtedly marking him as possessing exceptional talent for assassination. However, as time progressed and he lived among mortals, Su Yang found himself uncertain about the current state of his own constitution. Metal and wood attributes, passing. Next, water, fire, and metal attributes, failing, eliminated. Next, as each candidate continued to pass by, the elimination rate of this assessment reached nearly 50%. Any candidate with 3 attributes was dismissed. However, if among those 3 attributes one belonged to a different element, they could still qualify. Yet, as the evaluation neared its midpoint, even those who had qualified were predominantly of 2 attributes or triads that included a divergent element, with no single element practitioners emerging thus far. Furthermore, outside the examination grounds, some senior students from the Lidu Academy were also observing the spectacle. It seems that this year's newcomers lacked distinguished qualities, a young man's voice lazily remarked. That may not be the case. There's still half left, and perhaps several exceptional candidates will indeed appear, another countered. Enough, let us cease discussing the candidates' qualifications. Even if they are lacking, it does not necessarily mean they are inferior. Just consider that one. An elder interjected. Indeed, not to mention those alchemists. Don't they require both wood and fire attributes to be optimal? Amidst this fervent discourse, a dazzling red light suddenly erupted at the assessment site. This is a fire constitution, a single-element fire attribute, a single-element fire constitution. Qualified, the mentor in charge of the assessment declared with a smile. nodding at the young man embodying the single-element fire attribute. You need not participate in the subsequent evaluations. All these newcomers would be uniformly assigned after the assessments concluded, thus preventing any competition for students at this stage. Upon hearing the elder's words, the young man exhibited no extraordinary reaction, merely strolling to one side. Evidently already aware of his qualifications prior to the assessment, the following evaluations unfolded without much commotion. 3 single-element practitioners emerged before Suyang, including, aside from the single-element fire practitioner, a girl representing the single-element wood attribute, and a male practitioner of the single-element lightning attribute. Particularly, the single-element lightning practitioner created quite a stir upon his appearance. After one candidate failed the test, it was finally Suyang's turn. Gently placing his hand upon the testing sphere, he gradually infused it with his spiritual energy. Moments later, the sphere emitted a faint gray glow. A divergent wind attribute. The evaluating mentor was momentarily taken aback. Thus far, no one in the assessment group had exhibited a wind constitution, and he couldn't help but feel a surge of anticipation. However, the mentor's demeanor soon grew indifferent. After the testing sphere emitted the gray light, 2 additional glows appeared, representing the fire attribute's red light and the wood attribute's green light, respectively. Wind, fire, and wood attributes qualified. Next, it appeared that his original constitution remained unchanged, albeit with the addition of a wood attribute, Suyang mused, and he promptly moved toward the gathering of those who had qualified. Not long after, the qualification test finally came to an end, resulting in a mix of joy and sorrow among the participants. Originally, a group of 7,000 to 8,000 individuals had been halved, leaving approximately 3,000 to 5,000. By chance, Suyang found himself just within the passing line, barely overcoming the first hurdle. Chapter 20. What is depicted? Gathering all the students who had successfully passed the first round, Jingqi gazed at the crowd before him and spoke once more. All right. The next step is the test of comprehension. Please follow me. With that, he led 4 mentors onward, and Suyang and the others hastily kept pace. The location they were headed to seemed rather distant, as they walked for nearly the duration of half a stick of incense before arriving at a small hill. This hill was not particularly tall, resembling an ordinary mound in the wild. However, its summit appeared as though it had been entirely flattened, presenting a broad platform devoid of any trees or weeds, with a tall stone tablet standing prominently in the center. The monument towered several dozen feet high, its surfaces impeccably smooth, lacking any visible inscriptions or carvings, which piqued Suyang's curiosity. How could one's qualifications be assessed in such a place? This was not only Suyang's thought but also that of everyone present. Upon receiving paper and pen, the 3,000 to 5,000 test takers eagerly took their seats, their full attention fixated on the surface of the stone tablet. In the blink of an eye, half a stick of incense had passed, and Suyang's eyes widened in astonishment. Yet he still could not glean anything from the tablet's surface. Turning to observe the other candidates, he noted that they too wore expressions of confusion, appearing utterly dazed. The tablet, what could it possibly be, and what might it reveal? Suyang's expression grew solemn. He was still a novice in the realm of cultivation, while the others were all at the foundation establishment stage. In pursuit of strength, they had collectively chosen to enter Lidu Academy. Although this was Suyang's first encounter with such an examination format, he remained determined to give it his all. At first glance, the surface of the stone tablet seemed entirely blank, but as seconds turned into minutes, Suyang noticed a subtle transformation beginning to unfold before his eyes. The surface of the tablet gradually became hazy, revealing an image that was both flower-like and formless, leading Suyang to believe he was merely experiencing an illusion. Rubbing his eyes vigorously, he looked again, only to find the tablet once more devoid of any content. As time continued to pass, the image re-emerged on the tablet. A pristine snowflake appeared, gently descending into the water, and instantly transformed into a swimming fish. Unbeknownst to him, a clear pool had appeared at the base of the tablet. The fish landed in the water, swimming and growing continuously. Whether it was a moment or an eternity, the clear water gradually became murky, its area expanding, and the pool was soon populated not only with fish, but also a variety of creatures, including numerous magical beasts. At this moment, Suyang was completely immersed in the unfolding scene. In the external realm, the esteemed judges, including Jingqi and others overseeing the assessments, were intently observing the myriad changes unfolding within the arena. At that moment, several individuals present had commenced fervently scribbling down their thoughts, while others remained furrowed in concentration, and a select few appeared utterly bewildered, lost in contemplation before the stone tablet. The mentors were deliberately memorizing the expressions of these participants, their minds swirling with unspoken thoughts. The surface of the water was steadily expanding, initially resembling a tranquil lake, but soon transforming into an expansive ocean. Within this vast sea, islands of various sizes emerged, each populated by a diverse array of wildlife, all animatedly roaming about. Abruptly, the scene came to a jarring halt, and when Su Yang's vision cleared once more, chaos had thoroughly ensued. In mere moments, the imagery morphed again, shifting from a picture to an array of text, lines, circles, resembling blossoms and wood, tigers and dragons. In the blink of an eye, the tableau upon the stone tablet shifted dramatically. Despite Su Yang's swift gaze, he found it impossible to retain all the fleeting images in his memory. Infuriating, it was all too elusive. If only he could harness the power of intent. That moment, Su Yang's eyes reddened with frustration. He yearned to directly employ his intent for observation. However, he was acutely aware that doing so would undoubtedly thrust him into the eye of the storm, verging on self-destruction. Suddenly, a thought struck him, his eye of void breaking. A glimmer of realization illuminated Su Yang's mind as he recalled his third eye. Yet, even with this newfound clarity, he hesitated to wield it directly. Instead, he opted for a more cautious approach, quietly gathering the power of void breaking within his eyes. Raising his gaze once more, a faint azure light flickered within Su Yang's irises. Indeed, with the augmentation of the void-breaking power, the images upon the stone tablet slowed considerably, becoming more discernible. Finally, Su Yang beheld the concluding image upon the tablet. He witnessed each living being, every flower, tree, even mountains and seas, all undergoing a final transformation, ultimately coalescing into an array of peculiar runes, each seemingly embodying a unique path. In the end, these runes fused together, revealing an unforgettable vision before Su Yang. A silhouette composed entirely of various runes materialized upon the stone tablet. At first, the figure remained motionless, but then the scene shifted dramatically as the silhouette gradually assumed a peculiar hand gesture. The left hand raised to chest height, while the right arm curved forward. Upon forming this unusual pose, an overwhelming aura emanated from the figure, as if a single motion encapsulated the essence of all existence. Proclaiming supremacy over myriad beings, suddenly, a black light, both ethereal and substantial, shot forth from the stone tablet and plunged directly into Su Yang's brow, instantaneously imbuing his mind with new knowledge. With a sudden burst, Su Yang opened his eyes wide and leaped into action, an earth-shattering aura radiating from him, his essence unmistakably resonating with the darkness that had appeared upon the stone tablet. The sudden commotion caused by Su Yang inevitably startled several mentors present, including those from other academies who turned to gaze at him with expressions of astonishment. "What is your name?" one of the mentors inquired, unable to contain his curiosity. "What did you see?" Jing Qi also asked, his excitement palpable. "What I saw was precisely this," Su Yang replied after a brief moment, lifting the paper in his hand and shaking it slightly. Jing Qi swiftly approached Su Yang, snatching the paper from his grasp and lowering his head to examine it. However, almost immediately, Jing Qi's face flushed crimson, his skin twitching involuntarily as he nearly ground his teeth to utter, "This is what you saw." "Indeed, what my junior beheld is exactly this," Su Yang affirmed with unwavering conviction. Yet he soon appeared somewhat aggrieved. "What? Does the vice dean doubt my integrity? I swear, if I am lying, I shall never break through to the foundation establishment stage." The earnestness of Su Yang's expression was so compelling that it only deepened the curiosity of the mentors overseeing the assessment. Unable to resist, the four mentors approached Jing Qi, eager to scrutinize Su Yang's answer sheet. Chapter 21. The Tower of the State King. It was a sight to behold, once they glanced at the paper. Their astonishment only intensified. Some could not help but burst into laughter upon seeing the crooked figure depicted on Su Yang's paper, with its right hand bent across its chest and its left arm half raised in front, resembling a modern-day Ultraman. Was it truly just my imagination, or did this pose conceal some profound mystery? Jing Qi, upon hearing Su Yang vow by his Tao heart, grew increasingly skeptical, quietly committing the posture to memory. "Very well, since that is the case, you may consider yourself passed," Jing Qi declared. "Thank you, senior." Su Yang feigned excitement in response that to be fair, Su Yang had not been dishonest, for what he witnessed in that final moment was indeed that pose. albeit missing some preceding transformations. Surely, that could not be considered a lie. As a result, following this round of aptitude tests, the number of candidates, originally around 3,500, was reduced by nearly half, leaving approximately 2,000 participants. It is worth noting that those who arrived at this juncture were already the elite youth of the entire Li Kingdom, and now, three-quarters had been eliminated, based on Su Yang's estimations. It was likely that another half would be dismissed in the next round, resulting in about 1,000 qualified individuals, a rather high elimination rate of 8 to 1. Of course, it had previously been mentioned that among the candidates, there were some who, despite not being at the foundation establishment stage, possessed exceptional talent and would be accepted. However, such cases would be even more stringent, likely yielding no more than 10, with the previous rounds of aptitude and comprehension assessments concluded. The next phase, the crucial practical test, was about to begin. "Follow me," Jing Qi instructed, leading those who had passed the comprehension test down the mountain to stand before a towering structure. The tower stands independently on an expanse of open ground, its exterior revealing a height of merely 9 stories, occupying a modest footprint in front of the tower. A stone tablet is prominently erected, densely inscribed with countless names. A cursory count reveals no fewer than several dozen. Following each name, there are engravings indicating the individual's age, cultivation level, and a peculiar number, the significance of which remains unknown to Su Yang. You see the tower ahead. This very edifice has graced our Li Du Academy for nearly 5 millennia. Established by our inaugural dean, His Majesty Ho Xinkai, the founding emperor of the Li Kingdom. It is not just a monument, but an artifact of near ancestral status, representing the very essence of Li Du Academy. And it shall be the focal point of your forthcoming assessment. Moreover, are you not curious about the stone tablet? Allow me to enlighten you. This monument is known as the Zhuangwang Bei. Inscribed with a total of 55 names, the numbers following each name denote the levels they have attained. To have your name etched upon it signifies your renown throughout the Li Kingdom. The tower itself boasts a height of 99 stories, with each exterior level corresponding to 11 internal tiers. Your task in this assessment is to navigate through the first 11 levels of the stone tower. Achieving the 12th level will deem you successful, granting you membership in Li Du Academy. However, I must caution you not to presume that a higher cultivation level will afford you undue advantage. Unless your prowess surpasses that of His Majesty Ho Xinkai, you will encounter challenges equivalent to your own cultivation level within the tower. I wish you all the best of luck. Upon concluding this address, Jingqi stepped aside, allowing access to the tower's entrance, and patiently awaited the proceedings. Meanwhile, a multitude of senior students had gathered outside the tower, observing the throng of participants, perhaps due to the significance of this assessment. The interior of the tower was devoid of any students until the first candidate ventured inside. Following suit, others continued to enter, and naturally, Su Yang found himself among the crowd. Simultaneously, Su Yang noticed that even those single-element warriors who had been pre-admitted to the academy were present in the gathering. "How many do you think will pass this year's assessment?" "Approximately 1,000. I suppose it will be similar to previous years. I concur, though I have heard that this cohort includes 3 single-element warriors, and even a rare lightning element, whose offensive capabilities surpass those of the golden element. How far do you think he can go?" "It is difficult to say, as we are unaware of his past combat prowess, and he has not yet trained within the academy. I estimate he might reach the 20th level, which would be quite commendable. Let us wait and see. Furthermore, I have heard that during this round of aptitude testing, one individual displayed extraordinary comprehension, their aura significantly heightened. How far do you think he can ascend?" You might not be aware, but he is a tri-element hybrid. He only passed the aptitude test due to the presence of a wind element among his attributes. Achieving the 12th level would be a stretch. How remarkable can he truly be? Indeed, Su Yang was unaware that his remarkable performance in the qualification test had already sparked discussions about him outside. At this moment, he had entered the first level of the Zhuangwang Tower. However, strangely, he found himself alone, with no other candidates in sight. It appeared that this artifact was not as simple as it seemed. As the interior had formed its own space, Su Yang mused. He then raised his head and began to survey the scene before him. Before Su Yang lay an endless expanse of grassland, devoid of any presence save for himself. Just as he was pondering this oddity, a sudden flash of bizarre light illuminated the sky, and before him appeared a white wolf of considerable size, howling at the heavens before charging directly at Su Yang. So it is, he thought. These creatures are all manifestations of the rules. No wonder they can sustain such trials. This white wolf, with its peak body refinement cultivation, was relatively easy for Su Yang to handle. Without even drawing his sword, Su Yang clenched his right fist tightly and, in a blur, appeared beside the wolf, delivering a powerful punch to its head. With a resounding crash, the wolf let out a mournful howl before disintegrating into a flash of white light. At that moment, Su Yang felt a wave of dizziness wash over him, and in the next instant, he found himself in another arena. Once again, he stood upon the vast grassland. However, this time, as the rules converged, two white wolves emerged, still at the peak of the first stage, equivalent to a human cultivator at the 9th level of body refinement. After effortlessly dispatching the two wolves, when the dizziness struck him again, Su Yang realized he had ascended to the 3rd level of the Zhuangwang Tower. At the 3rd level, he faced 3 white wolves. Still at the peak of the first stage, after a brutal onslaught, Su Yang successfully advanced once more, the 4th level. The 5th level. Until he reached the 6th level, where the scene remained the same. Yet the number of wolves had diminished to 1. However, this newly appeared wolf had advanced beyond the first stage, now at the early 2nd stage, akin to a cultivator in the foundational establishment phase. The early foundational establishment phase, quite easy to deal with, Su Yang chuckled. After a few rotations of his hands, he charged forward with his fists. Moments later, with a tragic howl, the early foundational wolf was struck down by Su Yang's powerful punch. Vanishing once again in a flash of white light, the 7th level presented him with 2 early foundational wolves, the 8th level, 3, the 9th level, 4, the 10th level, 5. Though Su Yang could easily contend against foes of a higher tier, he dispatched all 5 early foundational wolves with effortless grace. Shortly thereafter, he arrived at the 11th level, where, as expected, the beast transformed into a single entity, now blood-red in hue and boasting a mid-2nd stage cultivation, matching Su Yang's own realm. Chapter 22. Ascending level by level. It seemed that this practical assessment required him to overcome an opponent of equal standing to pass. With thoughts swirling in his mind, Su Yang had already confronted the blood wolf that charged at him with a furious roar. Just as Su Yang engaged in fierce combat with the beast, outside, one by one, the students were being teleported out of the Zhuangwang Tower. A clear indication that this round of assessment had come to an end, signifying their collective failure. This was, of course, a natural occurrence. Although this trial was relatively straightforward for Su Yang, thanks to the formidable strength bestowed upon him by his 10th level of body refinement, it proved to be quite challenging for the ordinary students. They struggled against several white wolves, each one merely a tier below them, and after triumphing over these foes, they found themselves immediately thrust into the next layer, facing even more powerful adversaries. Thus, experiencing failure was an all too common fate. Among those who faltered, there were also those who made remarkable progress. The most notable of them was not the singular lightning attribute user, but rather the one with the singular fire attribute who had initially been identified. While Su Yang toiled away on the 11th layer, this individual had already ascended to the 16th layer with a flash of brilliance, drawing gasps of astonishment from the spectators outside. Who was this person, to have reached the 16th layer in such a brief span of time, outpacing the next competitor by a full 3 layers? Those watching, having yet to see the challenger in person, were left in the dark regarding their identity. It must be that lightning user, whose offensive capabilities are unparalleled. Yet, we cannot be certain. Let us not forget the fire attribute user, whose attack power, while not quite on par with that of the lightning type, was still formidable. We shall wait and see. What if a newcomer were to break into the rankings? Is it possible? It is not beyond the realm of possibility, as there have been precedents in the past. Disregarding the external discussions, Su Yang remained locked in combat with the blood wolf, and his comparatively slow pace was primarily due to his choice not to wield any weapons. With his right hand extended, Su Yang's arm transformed into a blade of steel, piercing through the blood wolf's chest with relentless force, yet his arm remained devoid of any bloodstains. A mournful howl escaped the creature as it could no longer withstand the assault, dissipating into a crimson light. Exhaling deeply, Su Yang shook his slightly numbed arm. This must count as a successful passage. He pondered, wondering what challenges awaited him in the next round. In an instant, a flash of light transported Su Yang to a new arena, which, thankfully, was not a grassy plain but rather a desolate expanse of a barren desert. Moments later, a colossal skeletal scorpion materialized before him, its body measuring approximately 2 meters in length, with 2 massive bony pincers at the front and a long, bony tail that comprised half of its total length. the sharp stinger glimmering with a chilling sheen. Its cultivation level was evidently on par with that of the previous blood wolf, situated firmly in the mid-second tier. With a piercing shriek, the skeletal giant scorpion lunged forward, transforming into a blur of white, aiming its enormous pincers directly at Su Yang's midsection. With a deft sidestep, Su Yang effortlessly evaded the scorpion's pincers and retaliated with a powerful punch to its armored back. In a moment of sheer astonishment, Su Yang hastily retreated a few steps. As he deftly evaded the colossal tail of the skeletal scorpion, he extended his arm and seized the creature's tail with a powerful grip. Letting out a thunderous shout, with all his might, Su Yang swung the skeletal scorpion over his head and brought it crashing down onto the ground with a resounding thud. The scorpion struck the earth with tremendous force, sending clouds of dust swirling into the air. Is it really that difficult to handle? Su Yang pondered. Just as he was about to finish off the scorpion, his expression suddenly changed. He quickly released his grip on the tail and stepped back. Lowering his head, Su Yang gazed at his hands and was horrified to discover small black spots that had mysteriously appeared, accompanied by a tingling numbness. Poison. This skeletal scorpion is venomous. Cursed be it. With no time to spare, Su Yang focused all his spiritual energy into his hands. Moments later, a foul, dark stream of blood erupted from his palms, restoring them to their original HUEAS. The scorpion's tail stirred. A flurry of afterimages flickered, and the colossal tail lunged at Su Yang once more. Humph! With a cold snort, Su Yang chose not to retreat this time. He wielded his Shin sword, unleashing a barrage of sword chi that surged forth like a furious dragon. Directly clashing with the scorpion's incoming tail, the sound of clashing metal echoed as each wave of sword chi struck true against the scorpion's massive appendage. As the tail began to falter, Su Yang suddenly shifted, employing an agile movement technique to ascend above the scorpion, thrusting his Shin sword unhesitatingly toward its head. With a swift thrust, Su Yang's speed reached its zenith, before the scorpion could evade. His sword pierced its skull, pinning it firmly to the ground. Moments later, it dissipated into a wisp of white light. As the luminous glow faded, Su Yang found himself on the 13th level, where, as anticipated, the skeletal scorpion reappeared. Only now there were two. Bring it on. Su Yang's fervor surged, and without waiting for the giant scorpions to charge, he dashed forward with his sword raised high. On the 14th level, 3 scorpions emerged. On the 15th, by the 17th level, there were 6. What could possibly await him on the next level? Surely not 10 skeletal scorpions, Su Yang mused, hastily striving to regain his spiritual energy. It was not that he was unwilling to recover amidst the fray. He had already experimented with various methods. For instance, he had attempted to prolong the battle when only 1 scorpion remained. But it seemed as though this tower possessed a consciousness of its own. Whenever he did so, the scorpion's power would immediately escalate. Moreover, even elixirs proved ineffective within this realm. He could only rely on his own strength to endure. Fortunately, having refined his body through 10 levels of cultivation, his spiritual energy was far more robust than that of others. He was certain that it rivaled even those with specialized physiques. Otherwise, he would have likely been expelled from the tower long ago. After a brief moment, Su Yang's strength had not yet fully recovered when he was transported to the next level following a flash of white light. However, instead of encountering 10 skeletal scorpions as before, he faced a single skeletal scorpion that was even larger than the previous ones, its realm having notably advanced from the mid-second tier to the late second tier, surpassing Su Yang in strength. Confronted with such a formidable adversary, Su Yang's expression turned grave, compelling him to take the situation seriously. While Su Yang was still battling on the 21st level, in the outside world, the vast majority of spectators had already been eliminated from the Zhuangwang Tower. Only 7 challengers remained. Among them, the swiftest had astonishingly reached the 27th level, with 2 others preceding Su Yang at the 24th and 24th levels respectively. The one with the lowest standing among the 7 had still managed to reach the 17th level. In Chapter 23, titled Ranking, it was noted that 3 consecutive students had surpassed the 20th level, a rarity in the annals of past assessments. The crowd gathered to witness the events continued to swell, their discussions becoming increasingly animated. Point 3 have now exceeded the 20th level, and the fastest has reached the 20-7th. It seems he has yet to reach his limit. Let us see who these 7 are. It appears that none of the 3 with singular attributes have emerged yet. Such promising talents are indeed enviable. Wait, look at that individual with the tri-elemental physique. He hasn't emerged either. It seems his combat prowess is impressive as well. Cough, cough. It's been so long that I've nearly forgotten. Let us merely enjoy the spectacle. On the 27th level, the young man with a singular fire attribute faced a daunting challenge as he confronted 5 colossal, late second-tier ant-like beasts. With a fierce determination etched across his face, he wielded a warrior's blade, ceaselessly unleashing a torrent of blade energy that formed an impenetrable net around him. These ant beasts proved formidable, their massive claws relentlessly attacking while they spewed forth viscous secretions that corroded the blade energy upon contact. The beasts seized the opportunity to launch their attacks, placing the young man in a perilous predicament. Realizing that the situation was increasingly unfavorable, he furrowed his brow in concentration. Just as his blade energy was on the verge of being completely eroded by the giant ants, he let out a thunderous roar. In that moment, the blade energy transformed into searing flames, the might of his singular fire attribute manifesting in full force. In an instant, the ground was engulfed in flames, the inferno intertwined with the young man's fire elemental energy, roaring to life as it engulfed the giant ants, causing the flames to swell even further. These flames were the young man's true fire, a manifestation of his innate power, not easily extinguished, even as the giant ants unleashed their monstrous energy. It proved futile. Moments later, they were reduced to ashes in the blazing conflagration. After vanquishing these formidable foes, the young man's countenance turned pale. His body trembled before stabilizing, clearly drained of spiritual energy. With a faint sigh, he acknowledged that he had reached his limits. Even if he were to enter the next level, passage was impossible. Yet, even in the face of certain defeat, he resolved to take one last glance. Similarly, within the confines of the 24th level, the challenger is a young man of singular lightning affinity, whose cultivation is merely at the initial stage of foundation establishment. Consequently, the formidable giant ants he faces are of a lower tier compared to the fire affinity youth. Specifically 2 mid-foundation stage giant ant beasts, brandishing spears approximately a zhang in length. As they swing their weapons with fierce abandon, they make it exceedingly difficult for the 2 giant ants to approach. Haha, come forth. After deftly evading a giant ant's adhesive attack, the lightning affinity youth swiftly moved his feet. With a glimmer in his tear-filled eyes, he found himself beside another giant ant, his spear descending upon its head with unrelenting force. Bang! With a resounding crash, the head of the giant ant was utterly obliterated by the youth's spear, dissolving into a radiant white light that vanished without a trace. Turning his gaze, the youth confronted the remaining giant ant. In mere moments, this last creature met its demise beneath the relentless assault of the lightning affinity youth's spear. Ha ha. I never anticipated that I was not merely a hybrid lightning attribute, but rather a singular lightning affinity. Truly, the heavens have favored me. Just wait. This continent shall undoubtedly bear witness to my presence. The lightning affinity youth panted slightly, his voice brimming with exhilaration. Meanwhile, on the 20th level, the challenger is a young girl of singular wood affinity, who radiates composure in the face of 9 initial stage bone scorpions. As the scorpions encircled her, a vast expanse of verdant vines had inexplicably emerged beneath her feet, rustling softly as they ensnared the bone scorpions, rendering them nearly immobile. These vines were not only remarkably resilient, but also alarmingly abundant. As soon as one scorpion broke free, countless more vines would swiftly entangle it anew, a seemingly inexhaustible onslaught. Thus, with the aid of these vines, the girl effortlessly dispatched all the bone scorpions, and with a flash of brilliance, she ascended to the next level. However, as the strength of the beasts escalated, it became patently clear that such tactics would no longer suffice in future confrontations. Disregarding the others, Su Yang had ascended to the 23rd level of the Zhuangwang Tower, where the beasts had transformed into giant ants. Although the number had diminished from 2 to 1, the giant ants' strength surpassed that of the bone scorpions, rendering the battle far from easy. Very well. Today I shall see how many levels I can conquer. Su Yang tightened his grip on the mysterious sword, fearlessly confronting the late foundation stage giant ant beast. Swish! Without hesitation, Su Yang executed a sweeping strike, the immense sword energy cleaving towards the giant ant's head. While simultaneously, he deftly maneuvered to the creature's back, aiming a strike at the vulnerable joint of its waist. This was the giant ant's Achilles heel. Su Yang's sword struck fiercely against the giant ant's joint, producing a resounding clash of metal. How remarkably tough! Su Yang's full force strike merely carved a minuscule gash into the joint, starkly contrasting with his initial expectation of severing it entirely. The giant ant, caught off guard by the incoming sword energy, let out a wail, swiftly turning to unleash a torrent of corrosive adhesive fluid towards Su Yang. Daring not to linger in place, Su Yang swiftly darted to the side. As a viscous liquid erupted at the spot where he had stood, immediately corroding the ground into a massive pit, an acrid scent assailing his nostrils. What a formidable venom! Su Yang could not help but break into a cold sweat. There was no time to waste. He needed to resolve this swiftly. Throughout the previous trials, Su Yang had hardly exerted himself, causing his speed to dwindle considerably. Now, he was prepared to give his all. The power of the realm, awaken. In the midst of wind, rain, and the waning moonlit night, Su Yang had invested considerable effort into this realm, transforming it from its original state and gradually progressing towards a minor mastery. As various dispersed energies finally coalesced into a singular force, with the initiation of this realm, the already dim world was immediately enveloped in a gentle drizzle, while a faint sun and a crescent moon quietly hung on either side of the sky. An extraordinarily eerie power emanating and enveloping the surroundings. Under the shroud of this realm, the colossal ant, which had been formed by the very rules of existence, found its movement slowing, its gaze gradually clouded with confusion. As the gentle breeze and fine rain eroded it, it swiftly disintegrated into dust. Truly, the power of a minor mastery of the realm was terrifying. Su Yang's heart swelled with joy. The realm was something that many yearned for but could not attain. If his current mentors were to discover that he possessed such a realm, who knows how many would scramble to take him as their disciple, with the aid of the realm's power. Su Yang felt no pressure against the trials before him, propelling himself upwards with remarkable speed. Meanwhile, outside the tower, among the 7 challengers, 3 had been expelled from the Zhuangwang Tower once more, including the fiery youth, who ultimately fell short at the 28th level and was now recuperating. The other 2 remained below the 20th level. As the light flickered, a pale figure was once again ejected from the Zhuangwang Tower. At this juncture, only 3 challengers remained: the thunderous youth, the wood elemental maiden, and Su Yang. On the tower's surface, an illuminating mark representing the levels had begun to ascend rapidly. In no time, it reached a point equal to the foremost light, displaying a tendency to surpass it at any moment. Suddenly, among the crowd, someone had noticed this development. Look at that light in the center. Isn't it rising a bit too quickly? I recall it being quite far from the one ahead just moments ago. Indeed. Who could it be? It's moving faster than at the start. Could it be that he wasn't exerting himself fully from the beginning? I suspect it's that thunderous youth. Perhaps he has just comprehended a certain martial technique and is now unleashing his full potential. Who knows? The 3 who haven't emerged yet are a mystery. There are quite a few new students in this assessment. It's impossible to remember each one. 2 of them are the single elemental physiques. But as for the last one, is it him? Who? That one rumored to possess extraordinary comprehension abilities. The tri-elemental hybrid. I have taken note of him. He appears yet to emerge. Isn't he? Within the Zhuangwang Tower, Su Yang, harnessing the power of his artistic conception, ascended with a soaring song. After a brief moment and vanquishing 4 colossal ants, he arrived at the 27th level, surpassing the youth of the lightning affinity. Chapter 24. The rankings. Confronted by 5 gigantic ants, Su Yang unleashed his full artistic conception, with the tempest of wind, rain, sun, and moon relentlessly assailing his foes. Simultaneously, he wielded his mysterious sword with unyielding fervor. After a frenzied onslaught, the 5 immense ants were swiftly dispatched. Without pausing, Su Yang finally reached the 28th level, facing 6 colossal ants. At the 29th level, there were 7, and at the 30th, 8. As Su Yang battled fiercely on the 30th level, outside the Zhuangwang Tower, a flash of white light heralded the appearance of the green-clad maiden, who ultimately achieved the 25th level, ranking 4th among the newcomers. Shortly thereafter, the youth of the lightning affinity, pale-faced, was transmitted out from the tower, having reached the 27th level, second only to the youth of the fire affinity. Meanwhile, Su Yang continued his relentless combat the moment the lightning youth was teleported out. A tumult of astonishment rippled through the senior students and even the mentors, including Jing Qi. Indeed, it seems I misjudged. Who would have anticipated this fellow would deliver such a surprise? Jing Qi was momentarily taken aback, unable to fathom that Su Yang possessed such combat prowess. How infuriating it is to be surpassed by so many. When the lightning youth emerged from the tower, he had believed he would surely claim first place this time, only to discover he had been outdone, and infuriatingly, by a trifling mixed element practitioner. Perhaps sensing the gaze of the lightning youth, the fire affinity youth, equally astonished by Su Yang's combat capabilities, glanced at him before redirecting his attention elsewhere. Feigning indifference. Upon reaching the 31st level, Su Yang encountered a new opponent, still a colossal ant, yet its power had ascended to the initial stage of the 3rd tier, a soul-gathering black ant. Once entering the soul-gathering realm, the black ant's strength surged to an entirely new echelon, placing it a realm above Su Yang. Very well, let me behold the limits of my own power, with a slight bend at the waist. Su Yang exerted force beneath him, fixating intently on the black ant before him, poised for a counterattack. Indeed, after its breakthrough to the third tier, this black ant's speed and strength were incomparable to before. In a flash of black light, it appeared before Su Yang, its formidable claws descending with lethal intent. Clang! In a split second, Su Yang raised his mysterious sword to parry the black ant's strike. Yet, in the next moment, a foul, viscous liquid erupted from the black ant's maw, splattering directly towards Su Yang's head. With the black ant's overwhelming assault bearing down upon him, Su Yang found evasion impossible. In an instant, he erected a protective energy shield, steadfastly guarding his entire form. With a hissing sound, the viscous liquid splattered against the energy shield, instantly producing plumes of white smoke. Su Yang's energy barrier began to dissolve at a visible pace. Without a moment's hesitation, he swiftly retreated, stepping out of the liquid's embrace. Once free, Su Yang immediately brandished his Shin sword, charging towards the black ant with remarkable speed, while the power of his intent quietly unfurled. As the intent manifested, the setting sun exuded a chilling aura, and the crescent moon radiated an icy coldness. The cascade of mournful, cold light descended upon the black ant, intertwined with a slanting wind and drizzling rain, presenting a scene of desolate beauty. Even the black ant, a formidable third-tier beast, could not escape a fleeting moment of distraction, rendering it vulnerable to the assault of intent. Just as the black ant strained to resist this overwhelming force, Su Yang found himself at its flank, delivering a merciless thrust to the creature's neck. In an instant, his spiritual energy erupted, creating a gaping hole the size of a bowl in the black ant's neck. A passage that was seamlessly transparent from front to back. That a piercing wail echoed, and the black ant, as if intoxicated, struggled briefly before collapsing to the ground, dissipating into a wisp of white light moments later. Sighing heavily, Su Yang realized the challenges ahead were intensifying. It seemed that the next trial would involve two third-tier black ants. He spat disdainfully, bolstering his own morale with a few encouraging gestures, then patiently awaited the next layer's transmission. In a brief moment, a flash of white light enveloped him, and Su Yang arrived at the 32nd layer. As anticipated, two soul-gathering phase black ants awaited him. 33 layers, 34 layers, 35 layers. By the time he reached the 40th layer, his opponents had transformed. They were no longer black ants, but rather 7 humanoid beings at the initial stage of soul gathering. They were referred to as humanoids, not humans, for they possessed no semblance of intelligence, driven solely by the instinct to kill. Armed with identical long swords, their prowess surpassed that of the beasts outside the tower. Ever since Su Yang ascended past the 30th layer, spectators grew increasingly desensitized. Watching him ascend layer by layer felt mundane. If he were to be suddenly teleported out now, they would likely respond with a mere, "Oh, it's over." You think he might ascend to the leaderboard? Who knows? As long as he surpasses the 44th layer, he'll be on the board, but the next 4 layers will be even more challenging. Indeed, in nearly 1,000 years, no one had managed to reach the leaderboard before entering the academy, and I find myself rather intrigued. Let us see how it goes. Whether he makes it or not doesn't concern us much. Yes, indeed. At this point, Su Yang began to sustain injuries. The number of opponents increased with each layer, and each foe was significantly stronger than him, leaving him increasingly strained. With a resounding impact, he collided fiercely with an adversary, sending them flying. In that moment, his body swayed unsteadily, but before he could regain his balance, 3 more opponents surged toward him, compelling Su Yang to muster his strength once more to continue the fight. I have the void. Unleash for me. As the situation increasingly turned adverse for Su Yang, he was left with no choice but to unveil his final trump card, the Eye of Void Breaking. A unique ocular technique designed to pierce through all illusions and uncover vulnerabilities. True to its nature, upon activating the Eye of Void Breaking, the movements of 7 humanoid figures within Su Yang's line of sight became distinctly discernible. As if, at that very moment, their actions collectively slowed down. Without hesitation, Su Yang swiftly brandished his mysterious sword, aiming directly at the nearest adversary, while simultaneously enveloping the foe in the power of his intent, striving to shatter their defenses. However, as Su Yang made his move, the other 6 individuals immediately sprang into action, unleashing a barrage of sword chi directed at him. Gritting his teeth, Su Yang disregarded the assaults from behind, concentrating all his attention on the target before him, driving his sword straight for its throat. In an instant, the sword chi flickered, and the adversary before him found their head severed by Su Yang's blade. Harnessing this momentum, he propelled himself diagonally forward. Bang! Although Su Yang narrowly evaded the majority of the sword chi, he was still struck in the back by several strikes, causing him to involuntarily spit out a mouthful of blood as he collapsed heavily to the ground. His back a hazy blur. Springing back up from the ground, Su Yang grimaced in pain, silently channeling his healing techniques. After dealing with one opponent, the remaining 6 charged at him once more, compelling Su Yang to confront them again. Thus, trading his injuries for their lives, Su Yang gradually eliminated all 6, finally stepping onto the 41st level. Upon reaching this level, his opponent, as expected, transformed back into a single entity, their cultivation level having ascended to the mid-stage of soul gathering. Chapter 25. The Manifestation of Taoist Techniques. MD. It truly is the mid-stage of soul gathering. If this trend continues, then by the 99th level, would he not face 9 adversaries, each 8 minor realms above him? Are there truly such formidable individuals? Su Yang could not help but be astonished, recalling vividly that outside the Wang Tower, the names had been distinctly listed from the 45th to the 99th level, totaling 55 names without a doubt. However, unbeknownst to Su Yang, from the 45th level onwards, the situation had already changed, revealing deeper complexities. Regardless of what lay ahead, Su Yang now found himself once again confronting an opponent at the mid-stage of soul gathering. As the adversary appeared, they immediately swung their long sword, unleashing a sharp sword chi that morphed mid-flight into a colossal tiger-headed illusion. Following a silent roar from the tiger's head, it surged towards Su Yang. Behind it, the humanoid figure swiftly followed, charging at him. "Come," Su Yang called out softly, leaping into the air with his mysterious sword in hand, leading the charge as he clashed directly with his opponent, audaciously opting for a head-on confrontation. Boom! Su Yang's sword violently pierced through the tiger's head before crashing heavily against his opponent's longsword, unleashing a tremendous wave of energy that sent dust and debris soaring into the air, reducing everything in its wake to powder and creating a massive crater in the ground. Unable to restrain himself, under the force of this impact, Su Yang was hurled backwards, tumbling several dozen meters before finally regaining his footing. In contrast, his opponent was similarly affected. At this moment, Su Yang had fully unleashed the power of his artistic intent, augmented by the void-breaking IS formidable strength, allowing him to stand toe-to-toe with his adversary, effectively making their confrontation evenly matched. This indicated that his current prowess was roughly equivalent to that of a mid-stage soul-gathering practitioner, at least under normal circumstances. Ha! What exhilaration! Let us do this again. With a resounding howl, Su Yang brandished his mysterious sword and charged towards his foe once more. Outside, the spectators were already abuzz with conversation. To have reached the 41st level and remained there for such an extended period signified that this individual possessed the qualifications to engage in battle with opponents of greater realms. Regardless of the outcome, at that moment, Su Yang had captured the attention of all. His name had now become known among the crowd of onlookers as Su Yang. It appears that immense power is not solely the domain of those with singular physiques. I hope you do not disappoint the hopes of the masses. Among the throng, particularly those lacking singular physiques, there was palpable excitement. Their own physical attributes rendered them voiceless within the academy. And if Su Yang could achieve fame through battle, trampling over those with singular attributes, it would undoubtedly ignite a fervor throughout the entire institution. Look, here comes Zhu Hui, the one ranked at the very bottom of the leaderboard. He is not alone. Several others have also arrived. It seems many are unable to contain themselves. Zhu Hui, a young man with a puffy visage, wore a grim expression as he stared at the towering Zhuang Wang. His precarious position at the bottom of the rankings made him vulnerable, with the threat of being ousted ever-present. Su Yang, you had best behave yourself. Otherwise, upon entering the academy, I will ensure you have a most difficult time. He snarled, clenching his fists tightly, his face contorted with malice. Look, Zhu Hui is getting anxious, someone remarked. Can you blame him? Although our cohort may not have many newcomers, there are always a few prodigious talents. Even if they are not on the leaderboard now, it is only a matter of time before they make their mark. His fall from grace is inevitable. From this perspective, we are also in peril. We are not significantly stronger than he is. Well, there is nothing we can do about it. We must strive to grow stronger and ascend. This world is inherently a survival of the fittest. Within the Zhuang Wang, Su Yang delivered a powerful blow, shattering his opponent's skull. Watching as his adversary dissipated into the wind, he shook his fists a few times, awaiting the next battle to commence. With a flash of white light, Su Yang found himself at the 42nd level to eye in this new realm. Two identical figures emerged, both equally matched at the mid-stage of soul gathering. However, unlike before, this time his opponents appeared on either side of him. Their auras distinctly yin and yang. They then transformed into ice and fire, ultimately becoming one bright and one dark figure. Regardless of their transformations, the attributes remained completely opposed, leaving one to ponder the hidden intricacies at play. Drawing his longsword, the two figures charged towards Su Yang from opposite directions. As Su Yang beheld the two approaching figures, he did not hesitate to charge directly at one of them, unleashing the power of his intent in the Eye of Breaking Void. The other adversary, however, he could only choose to disregard for the moment. With a resounding clash, Su Yang's sword met his opponent's with great force. Contrary to his expectations, this time there was no balance of power. Instead, he was violently sent flying by his foe, only to encounter the attack of the other adversary in the next instant. At this juncture, Su Yang found himself in a state where his old strength had waned and new strength had yet to arise, rendering him incapable of mounting an effective offense. With no other option, he could only swiftly sidestep. Bang! Although Su Yang had evaded in the nick of time, the hurried movement still resulted in a sword chi grazing his waist, causing blood to spray forth at hiss. Su Yang gasped sharply in pain. It appeared that his opponents were adept at formations, seamlessly channeling their power into a single individual, making them exceedingly difficult to contend with. With no respite to be found, the two figures charged at him once more, one exuding an icy aura while the other radiated fiery heat, intertwining to firmly lock onto Su Yang's presence. He found himself unable to evade their onslaught, compelled to muster all his strength to meet them head-on. After a thunderous crash, Su Yang was once again unceremoniously hurled through the air. What to do? How could he turn the tide of this battle? As the skirmish wore on, Su Yang found himself at a distinct disadvantage, his injuries steadily accumulating. Forcing himself to remain calm, his mind raced with thoughts, contemplating potential strategies. It was about positioning. Their concentrated power could only be achieved through formations, thus he needed to disrupt their alignment. With this newfound insight, Su Yang decisively abandoned hesitation and charged at one of the opponents while simultaneously enveloping the other in his intent. A sword chi surged forth, as Su Yang intended to confront both adversaries at once. The figure facing him was making haste to reach the designated location of the formation when suddenly he found himself entirely enveloped by Su Yang's intent. At the same time, a sword chi darted towards his neck, forcing him to halt and prioritize neutralizing the approaching attack. Yet, as he engaged with Su Yang's sword chi, Su Yang had already clashed with the other opponent, and without the suppression of intent, the battle inevitably tilted in favor of his foe, with each strike placing Su Yang at a disadvantage. Just because you lack intent, does that mean I cannot overcome you? Let us see how this fares. Realizing he could not swiftly eliminate his opponent, and with the other adversary on the verge of breaking free from the constraints of sword chi and intent, Su Yang resolved to experiment with the newly acquired technique he had just learned. The essence of the Tao, after all, is to possess the void without substance, to embody stillness without movement, to find the extreme within the void, which gives rise to the One. The One transforms, and through transformation, myriad things come into being. Suddenly, Su Yang executed a peculiar gesture, extending one hand across his chest while the other pointed forcefully at the figure ahead, his entire demeanor surging with newfound vigor. But this was not the culmination. Upon completing his mental incantation, Su Yang's gesture shifted once more. His outstretched right hand suddenly brought together the index and middle fingers, forcefully slicing forward. His 5 fingers splayed wide as he made a vigorous, grasping motion. At this moment, the very atmosphere of the world seemed to be stirred by Su Yang, as an immense force surged forth, directed at his adversary. The formation that lay between them was, in that instant, shattered into the intangible. This power, both illusory and palpable, erupted violently, crashing into his opponent amidst a visage of sheer horror. In that fleeting moment, the figure before him felt an exhilarating surge coursing through his entire being, as a formidable strength continuously exerted itself upon him, seemingly erupting from within, transcending all laws of nature, boundless and formless. Chapter 26. The initial battle rankings. Under the weight of this force, the figure was reduced to mere dust. Even the rules contained within his body vanished without a trace. How astonishingly powerful! What tier of martial skill could this possibly be? Su Yang stared blankly at his own hands, scarcely able to believe that such power could emanate from him. Well, one adversary vanquished. The next shall be a simpler task. He chuckled softly. Outside, the crowd of spectators swelled, all gazing in astonishment as Su Yang ascended from the 41st to the 42nd level, then, in a flash of brilliance, leapt to the 43rd, and shortly thereafter, vaulted directly to the 44th level. Nearly everyone began to anticipate whether Su Yang would unceremoniously cast one of his opponents from the rankings, having navigated through the blockade of 3 individuals on the 43rd level. Su Yang encountered 4 mid-stage soul-gathering opponents on the 44th, their formation being the 4 symbols array, which significantly increased the difficulty. Although Su Yang possessed the technique of all things born, it was exceedingly taxing on his stamina. He estimated he could utilize it at most 3 more times before reaching his limit. Furthermore, once his energy was depleted, it would signify the end of his challenge. Yet upon seeing the 4 adversaries on this level, Su Yang resolved to employ that technique without hesitation. He had no hope of breaching the formation otherwise. After dispatching one foe, the formation of the remaining 3 was rendered ineffective. But the gravest peril was that Su Yang's physical and spiritual energy had been nearly exhausted, and all his techniques had been expended, while each of the 3 opponents stood a full realm above him. As the battle raged on, Su Yang's spiritual energy dwindled further, when suddenly, an unexpected stir coursed through him. For reasons unknown, a new surge of power quietly erupted from within. Indistinguishable from the sensation he experienced while invoking all things born, equally mysterious and vast, yet imbued with an additional touch of otherworldly strength. Just in time. Although the origin of this power remained a mystery, it was undoubtedly a fortuitous boon for Su Yang in his current state. With this newfound strength at his disposal, his adversaries ahead would soon face their reckoning. With a chuckle, Su Yang brandished his mystic sword and charged towards the nearest opponent, enveloping them in the essence of intent and the eye of void breaking. After an intense skirmish, Su Yang finally dispatched the remaining foes, and after a brief moment of recovery, he ascended to the 45th level. However, in an abrupt turn of events, Su Yang's expression shifted as he realized that the circumstances of this layer were entirely different from what he had envisioned. Contrary to Su Yang's expectations of encountering 5 shadowy figures, there was only one solitary figure that had long since taken its position here, seemingly awaiting the arrival of an opponent. It was evident from the gaze of this individual that he was far from being devoid of intelligence like the previous humanoid beings. Just as Su Yang was still engulfed in confusion, a thought materialized out of thin air within his mind. It turned out that from this layer onward, challengers were granted the qualification to contend for a spot on the Zhuang Tower leaderboard. While the preceding challenges merely served as a test of the challenger's prowess, should the challenger succeed, their name would replace the original occupant on the leaderboard, and every technique employed by the challenger in this layer would be comprehensively recorded by the Zhuang Tower for the assessment of future challengers. Furthermore, from this layer down to the 99th, each level would similarly feature figures from the leaderboard as adversaries. Realization dawned upon Su Yang. Had he indeed faced foes 8 realms above him on the 99th layer? Not even a deity could have prevailed. With a newfound clarity, he scrutinized the opponent before him. This adversary was robustly built, his face marred with a plethora of scars, rendering him exceedingly fearsome, wielding a large saber with a tiger's head. Fixated intently on Su Yang, upon learning that the techniques he utilized in this layer would be recorded by the Zhuang Tower, Su Yang refrained from employing his intent power, hesitant even to use his void-breaking eye or the 10,000 Things Dao technique. The potential repercussions of such revelations reaching the outside world were too great to fathom. With those methods off the table, he had no choice but to engage directly. Contemplating this, Su Yang swung his mysterious sword, unleashing a blade of qi that surged forth as he rapidly closed the distance to his adversary. The opponent, witnessing Su Yang's offensive, let out a resounding roar and unleashed a fierce wave of saber qi. Charging forward with equal swiftness, his strength was unmistakably anchored in the mid-stage of foundation establishment. As the sword qi collided with the saber qi, they dissipated into nothingness. Subsequently, Su Yang and his foe clashed violently, a thunderous explosion resounding as the ground shattered beneath the overwhelming force. Under this pressure, Su Yang was sent reeling backward, only to feel a sharp pain in his back. His opponent had somehow evaded detection and arrived behind him. Landing a devastating kick, bang! Su Yang was forcefully slammed to the ground, and without a moment to ponder, he executed a swift roll, narrowly escaping as a sharp blade of qi struck the spot where he had just been. Had he not reacted in time, he would have surely sustained injuries, if not worse. Springing to his feet, Su Yang barely had time to react before his opponent was upon him once more, delivering a downward slash aimed directly at him. Clang! A resounding clash of metal reverberated through the air as Su Yang deftly parried his opponent's tiger-headed saber. Simultaneously, he tightened his left hand into a fist and unleashed a powerful strike aimed at his adversary's chest. Yet, it was evident that his opponent possessed remarkable reflexes, meeting Su Yang's blow with a punch of his own. The impact echoed like thunder. Their fists collided with tremendous force, epitomizing the raw confrontation of their physical prowess. Su Yang's tenfold body refinement finally manifested its true might, propelling his opponent backward with a single punch, while Su Yang himself merely swayed slightly before regaining his balance. It appeared that every contender occupying a place on the leaderboard was indeed formidable. Rubbing his slightly numb arm, Su Yang realized that during the rapid exchange of blows, he had scarcely gained the upper hand. Once more, I refuse to believe I cannot defeat you, he thought, bending slightly at the waist and launching himself off the ground with a powerful push. His body shooting forward like an arrow released from its bow. His opponent, too, immediately advanced to meet him. In an instant, Su Yang lost count of the number of times they clashed, each encounter sending a jolt through his arms. Yet he gritted his teeth, refusing to yield as he remained locked in combat with his foe. As time progressed, Su Yang's formidable physique began to assert its dominance. The tide of battle shifted from Su Yang initially being on the back foot to his opponent gradually retreating. With Su Yang pressing forward relentlessly, with a thunderous clash, he skillfully deflected his opponent's tiger-headed saber, swiftly maneuvering to the left side and executing a sweeping strike toward the opponent's midsection. The opponent, reacting quickly, turned the blade horizontally to meet the incoming attack. The clash resounded. Su Yang's powerful strike impacted the saber, causing his opponent's body to stagger momentarily, their grip on the weapon faltering as their arm grew momentarily numb. This was the moment Su Yang had been waiting for. Close to the saber, he executed a subtle rotation of his profound sword before applying tremendous pressure. In an instant, he disarmed his opponent, sending the long blade flying from their grasp. Not stopping there, Su Yang thrust his sword into the ground, pinning the adversary's tiger-headed saber firmly in place, rendering it immovable, since his physical strength surpassed that of his opponent. Su Yang resolved to engage in close-quarters combat to overpower him. With the opponent's saber immobilized, Su Yang raised his right fist, slicing through the air with a sharp sound as he aimed to strike at his opponent's head. The adversary, reacting swiftly, raised their right arm in a defensive block, successfully intercepting Su Yang's punch. Yet, as they prepared to retreat, Su Yang was already upon them again, delivering a powerful blow to their abdomen. Chapter 27. Entering the realm of elixirs. While Su Yang was entangled in close combat with his opponent, the outside world buzzed with excitement. Su Yang's ascension to the 45th level signified his intent to challenge the leaderboard, causing consternation among those ranked lower, particularly Zhu Hui, whose expression darkened. Should Su Yang successfully displace him from the rankings, it would deal a severe blow to his reputation, significantly diminishing the resources he would otherwise command within the academy and even within his own family. Su Yang. Zhu Hui stared intently at the stone tablet outside the Zhuangwang Tower, his heart filled with a seething hatred for Su Yang, yet within him lingered a flicker of hope, a fanciful wish for Su Yang's failure in the challenge. Inside the tower, Su Yang struck his opponent's chest with a powerful punch. Once more, the adversary wobbled. Su Yang swiftly pivoted, unleashing his full agility to circle behind his opponent and seize them by the neck. It was over. With a sharp crack, he twisted his hands violently, and with a resounding snap, his opponent's neck contorted grotesquely before they struggled briefly and vanished in a flash of white light. Gasping for breath, Su Yang lay sprawled on the ground, bloodied and exhausted. Despite his victory, he bore the toll of the battle heavily. I can't go on like this. I have no strength left. With this thought, Su Yang felt a surge of energy, and in a burst of white light, he disappeared. In an instant, Su Yang reappeared outside the Zhuangwang Tower, only to be stunned by the cacophony of gasps and exclamations surrounding him. What on earth happened? He rubbed his ears, noticing that those around him seemed oblivious to his sudden arrival, their eyes glued to the stone tablet. Something was amiss. Why hadn't he the 46th level illuminated? Despite the name change, someone inquired with confusion. Could it be that he had already emerged? It must be so. Realizing that the commotion was indeed due to him, Su Yang quickly retracted his neck and lowered his head. Making his way toward Jing Qi's location, he quietly tapped him and whispered, "Vice Dean, I have returned." You're back already?" Jing Qi turned to look at Su Yang and then nodded in approval, saying, "Well done." He then gestured to the students who had passed the assessment. "Follow me." With that, he, along with 4 mentors, led the newly admitted 1,000 students into a hall reminiscent of an academy's grand chamber. First and foremost, congratulations on passing the assessment and becoming members of Lidu Academy. Our institution comprises 4 distinct departments: the Cultivation Department, the Formation Department, the Alchemy Department, and the Artifact Forging Department. Since you have arrived here, you must choose one to pursue your studies. Of course, some of you may already have your preferences in mind, and you are free to make your own choices. The 4 mentors standing behind me represent each of these departments, and you may now select freely. As Jingqi concluded his remarks, a buzz of discussion erupted among the students. Indeed, some had already formed their decisions and immediately headed toward the mentors of their chosen departments, while others remained uncertain, pondering their options. As the hesitant academicians below continued to deliberate, Jingqi resumed his address. In truth, there is little reason for your indecision, for these disciplines typically require unique physical attributes to achieve success. For instance, the Alchemy Department often favors those with dual affinities for fire and wood, while the Artifice Department is best suited for those attuned to fire. Regarding the array techniques, earth is the preferred element, and naturally, the cultivation path is most beneficial for those of exceptional aptitude. You need only select a discipline that aligns harmoniously with your inherent qualities. Indeed, as Jingqi concluded his remarks, the previously indecisive academicians swiftly resolved to make their choices, each gravitating towards their selected areas of study. Notably, the majority opted for the cultivation path, comprising more than half of the cohort, while the other 3 disciplines attracted merely over 100 individuals each. Moreover, Su Yang observed that among this group of newcomers, several prominent students, including the youth of the lightning element, naturally gravitated towards the cultivation path. In a surprising turn of events, however, the girl clad in green, representing the wood element, chose the alchemy department, and even the youth of the fire element did not pursue the cultivation path, instead opting for the artifice department, much to the astonishment of onlookers. Yilanking, are you certain in your decision to choose the alchemy department? Your physical attributes do not quite meet the requirements, Jingqi remarked, somewhat exasperated. He had not anticipated that among the promising students he favored, 2 out of 3 with singular elemental affinities would forego the cultivation path, which he found rather regrettable. Unable to contain himself, he gently urged her to reconsider. Noticing her resolute stance, Jingqi deemed it inappropriate to press further and shifted his gaze to the youth of the fire element. Vice Dean, I have made my decision. I shall join the artifice department, the fire youth declared with unwavering determination, offering a respectful gesture towards Jingqi. And you, Su Yang? Which department will you join? With the fire youth's firm decision, Jingqi turned his attention back to Su Yang. Although Su Yang's aptitude was not exceptional, he had demonstrated formidable combat talent and comprehension abilities during the assessments, leading Jingqi to harbor significant expectations for him. Vice Dean, I too choose the alchemy department, Su Yang stated, moving towards the location of the alchemy mentor. Why is that? While the 2 of them may have their reasons, your strongest aptitude lies in combat. Entering the alchemy department seems rather unwise, Jingqi remarked, voicing his candid concern that I have my own justifications. I implore you, Vice Dean, to grant me your understanding. Furthermore, one can still cultivate within the alchemy department, Su Yang replied respectfully. He had no alternative but to select the alchemy path, as it would provide him with ample resources to compensate for his lack of aptitude. Otherwise, with his mixed elemental constitution, he would inevitably face challenges in acquiring elixirs. Even if he were to join the cultivation path, the alchemy department of Lidu Academy was situated in the eastern part of the campus. Following the mentor named Danhua, Su Yang and over 100 newcomers passed through a grand entrance and soon arrived at a place called the Alchemy Hall. Here, they collectively received an iron token representing their identity, a mid-grade mundane alchemical cauldron, and a standardized attire for the alchemy department. However, such clothing was rarely worn, serving merely as a symbol of their affiliation. Akin to the token de to the east of our alchemy department lies the residence of our students, where someone will soon escort you. You may simply choose an uninhabited cave for your dwelling. But do remember, do not disturb others without their consent. Once Danhua finished speaking, he summoned an elder student from the alchemy hall to guide Su Yang and the others to the back mountain. Though referred to as a back mountain, it is, in fact, a small range of hills, with dozens of peaks of varying sizes. Near the edge of this area, Su Yang discovered a cave nestled beside a tranquil lake. After confirming that it would accommodate the 5 of them, he designated it as their residence. Outside the cave, Su Yang casually set up some simple protective wards before stepping inside. The outer chamber of the cave was a stone room of several dozen square meters, connected to 3 smaller rooms. Sunlight streamed through the entrance, illuminating the stone chamber and banishing any gloom, leaving Su Yang exceedingly satisfied with his surroundings. As the evening descended, the sky grew overcast, and the Lidu Academy did not impose a requirement for students to reside within its bounds. Thus, after inscribing his name upon the stone wall before the cave, Su Yang departed. "Young master, how did the assessment go?" In Shaoyang Clinic, Luo Yao gazed at Su Yang with eager anticipation, while beside her, Lao He listened intently. "Need you even ask? Naturally, I passed with flying colors," Su Yang replied with an air of certainty. "So, nothing unusual happened at the clinic today? Old man?" "I don't know any old man," Su Yang replied, a frown of confusion crossing his brow. "Then if he comes again, have him leave his address," Su Yang suggested. "Understood." That night, the atmosphere was heavy and dim, with the bright moon obscured, while Su Yang was meditating in his room. He suddenly sensed a disturbance and swiftly opened his eyes. In a flash, he was at the door, peering through the crack to observe the outside. Bang! A figure clad in black crashed heavily onto the courtyard floor. Struggling briefly before rising, eyes fixed intently in the direction from which they had come. However, the swaying figure evidently bore serious injuries. Before long, another figure appeared atop the courtyard wall, this time, a woman in white. Cradling an ancient zither, she leaped down from the wall, her right hand striking the strings, unleashing a flurry of sonic blades toward the person on the ground. "Damn it! You lunatic have been chasing me for months. And you're still not finished? What on earth did I do to offend you?" Lu Yi. The shadow on the ground was thrown into disarray by the force of the zither's music. Howling in distress as new wounds appeared on its body. "Lu Qing, you little thief! You have wreaked havoc in my Qin Yu sect, and even dared to rob my disciples. You shall not escape today." The woman in white shouted, her delicate hands moving ever more swiftly over the zither strings. The sound blades crisscrossed with such ferocity that even Su Yang's clinic suffered, with multiple holes punctured in the room. "Alas, you mad woman, Lord Lu does not unleash his wrath, and yet you presume me to be a feeble cat." As Lu Qing deftly evaded, he incessantly wielded his sword to deflect the oncoming blades of sound. His sword energy scattering across the ground, leaving behind a myriad of scars. Humph! The eternal pulse. Realizing the difficulty of swiftly vanquishing Lu Qing, the woman clad in white narrowed her gaze, immediately unleashing a supreme technique of the Qin Yu sect. As her movements commenced, the very ground erupted in tumultuous waves, as if a colossal dragon were weaving through the earth beneath, the surface heaving upward like a magnificent canopy, hurtling toward Lu Qing. "Oh dear, I must evade." With a peculiar cry, Lu Qing swiftly executed a technique of unison between body and sword, penetrating through the upheaved earth. Subsequently, he launched a relentless assault towards the wall where the white-clad maiden stood. Boom! How could a wall forged of mud and stone withstand such a piercing blow? As Lu Qing's sword descended, the woman in white immediately withdrew from her position, and Lu Qing's strike cleaved the wall, resulting in a thunderous collapse. Upon witnessing the white-clad woman preparing to strike once more, Su Yang could no longer contain himself. If this continued, his humble clinic would surely be reduced to ruins. Addressing the now-awakened Luo Yao and Old He, he uttered a brief admonition before stepping out of the door. "Halt!" Su Yang's commanding shout immediately froze the two combatants in their tracks, directing their attention toward him as he emerged. "I implore you both, if you must engage in battle, could you not choose another venue? This modest establishment cannot withstand the tumultuous antics of such formidable heroes," Su Yang lamented, gesturing toward the uneven ground and the wall that had already partially collapsed. My sincerest apologies, brother, but this woman persists in her relentless pursuit. It is not that I wish to remain, but rather that I cannot depart." Lu Qing scratched his head, glancing at Su Yang's pointed finger. Yet his expression bore no trace of shame, practically emblazoned with the sentiment. "You brought this misfortune upon yourself." If Lu Qing's demeanor merely elicited annoyance from Su Yang, the words of the woman in white ignited his fury. "It is merely a clinic. Worst case, I shall compensate you. Spare me your incessant prattle, or I shall slay you both." The white-clad woman retorted with fierce determination. "Ha! Very well. You esteemed Qin Yu sect. I shall not provoke you further. Yet, I demand you vacate this place. At once," Su Yang bellowed. Gesturing toward the exit, Su Yang's command to depart left the white-clad woman momentarily stunned. Incredulity etched across her features. You dare to command me to leave? You are mistaken." I do not bid you to leave. I am instructing you to vacate alongside this unsightly, portly fellow, Su Yang declared. You seek death. The woman's countenance drained of color, and after forcing the words through clenched teeth, she plucked the strings of her instrument, this time enveloping both Su Yang and the corpulent Lu Qing in her attack. What is this? You intend to bully us, do you? Fatty, let us confront her together. With that, Su Yang raised his hand, unleashing a wave of sword energy directed at the woman in white. Haha, splendid. Let us first deal with her, as Lu Feng exchanged a few words with Su Yang. He couldn't help but chuckle before launching himself at the woman in white, following Su Yang's lead. Humph, do these two worthless fools think they can contend with me? The woman in white scoffed, raising her guqin and deftly plucking its strings, unleashing powerful sound waves that struck towards the duo, even more formidable than her previous assault on Lu Qing. Humph, trying to escape, the woman in white immediately pursued them closely. The reason Su Yang hesitated to flee outright was that he did not wish to dismantle his first home in Lidu. Furthermore, Luo Yao and Old He were still within the courtyard, and it would be unfortunate if they were accidentally harmed. Leading the charge, Su Yang sprinted towards Qinghe Lake, guided by his memory, believing there would be no one there at this hour. Close behind him was Lu Qing, with the woman in white in hot pursuit. Shortly thereafter, the lake, a site of a previous fierce battle, came into view before Su Yang. Turning around, he fixed his gaze on the approaching figures. Brother, you are rather unscrupulous, you know, Lu Qing remarked as he joined Su Yang. What do you mean by unscrupulous? Should I merely watch as you dismantle my home to be considered honorable? Su Yang retorted. Enough with the nonsense. That madwoman is coming. A moment later, the woman in white appeared before the two, her expression grim as she regarded them. Fellow cultivator, do you truly intend to assist this brigand? The woman in white asked Su Yang with a serious countenance, having been unaware of his extraordinary capabilities amidst their frantic chase. I am Yun Ming of the Qin Yu sect. I hope you will refrain from meddling in affairs that do not concern you. What? Does Fairy Yun Ming intend to intimidate me with her sect? I refuse to be swayed by such tactics. Let me make myself clear. If you do not compensate for the damage done today, I will not let this matter rest. Su Yang slammed his shin sword onto the ground, pointing at Yun Ming. Indeed, I, the fat lord, will not back down either, Lu Qing declared, hands on his hips, adopting a similarly defiant stance. It seems you two are courting death. Yun Ming's expression turned icy. Seeing that Su Yang showed no signs of retreat, she swiftly plucked the strings of her guqin, sending sharp sound blades hurtling towards the pair. Chapter 29. Night Battle. Yun Ming possessed the strength of an early soul-gathering stage, while Lu Qing was at the late foundation establishment stage. Therefore, in terms of raw power, Su Yang was indeed the weakest. However, most of those sound blades were aimed squarely at Lu Qing. For heaven's sake, can't you employ a different tactic? It's always the same old trick, Lu Qing wailed, desperately swinging his sword to deflect the incoming blades while charging towards Yun Ming. In contrast, Su Yang seized the moment. As the sound blades approached, he struck out, unleashing a flurry of sword strikes. Yet, his target was not the blades themselves, but rather the ground beneath, amidst the swirling clouds of dust. He concealed his figure, vanishing from Yun Ming's sight in an instant. In her haste, Yun Ming had no time to evade. She waved her hand to pluck the strings of her guqin, and the next moment, a shimmering barrier appeared above her head, positioned perfectly to intercept Su Yang's advance. Boom! With an overwhelming force, Su Yang struck fiercely against the luminous barrier with his sword, unleashing a thunderous roar that resonated through the air. The backlash nearly caused him to lose grip on his mystical blade, and he could not suppress a mouthful of blood as his body was propelled backward. Meanwhile, Yun Ming also trembled violently. Cracks appeared on the barrier from Su Yang's assault, and in the next moment, it dissipated into a cascade of radiant light. Having repelled Su Yang with a single blow, Yun Ming scarcely had a moment to catch her breath when Lu Qing surged forward. His sharp blade aimed directly at her throat. Even before the weapon made contact, she felt a tingling in her neck. With a sharp cry, Yun Ming swiftly dodged to the side, narrowly evading Lu Qing's strike, while simultaneously raising her ancient zither to counterattack. It must be noted that despite this being their first collaboration, Su Yang and Lu Qing's synergy was impeccable, leaving Yun Ming, who possessed a slightly higher cultivation level, in a position of passive defense, devoid of any opportunity to retaliate. As Yun Ming clashed with Lu Qing once more, she found herself retreating, only to discover that Su Yang had inexplicably closed the distance. Launching another attack with his sword, with a disdainful huff, Yun Ming chose to ignore Su Yang's offensive. Instead, She quickly formed a hand seal, and in a flash of azure light, a 1-meter square azure lotus platform materialized beneath her feet. Ascending rapidly into the air, the glimmer of the sword swept past, but due to Yunmeng's sudden leap, Su Yang's strike merely passed beneath her, rendering it ineffective. The 12th rank lotus platform, a mid-grade mystical artifact from the Qin sect. How could it be in your possession? Lu Qing exclaimed in shock, his eyes widening in disbelief. It was brought specifically for the purpose of hunting you down, Yunmeng replied coldly, her hands forming another seal. Instantly, 12 emerald lotus petals soared from the platform like blades, aiming directly at Su Yang and Lu Qing. Seeing the petals approach, Su Yang swiftly slashed at them with his sword, deflecting some away. However, he soon felt a tremendous force strike him, compelling him to step back involuntarily. What the hell is this? Such immense power? Su Yang exclaimed in astonishment. Isn't that obvious? If it weren't formidable, would it be called a mystical artifact? Lu Qing retorted, already engaged in a frantic dance to evade the relentless assault of the petals. As he dodged, he was forced to continuously fend off the incoming blades. Perhaps Yunmeng perceived Lu Qing as a greater threat than Su Yang. For out of the 12 petals, 8 were directed at him, leaving him in a far more perilous situation. But why? Su Yang mused, glancing at the sword in his hand. He had always believed it to be a mystical artifact as well. Yet it lacked such overwhelming power. Suddenly, a sharp clang broke Su Yang's reverie, and he turned to see that Lu Qing's sword had shattered under the relentless assault of the petals. Staring blankly at the broken sword in his hand, Lu Qing let out a series of panicked cries. Caught off guard, he was swiftly grazed by a petal, a line of crimson blood trailing behind him. In a flurry, he hastily drew another long sword. Though its hue clearly indicated it was inferior to the one he had just lost, Su Yang weaved deftly amidst the 4 lotus petals, only resorting to unsheathing his sword to send them flying when absolutely necessary. In a moment of respite, he noticed that Lu Qing's sword had already shattered. Hastily, he drew his own sword for inspection, only to be astonished to discover that his blade was not only intact, but bore no blemish whatsoever. As Su Yang stood in stunned silence, Lu Qing, beside him, had already broken several swords, each one worse than the last. Kid, what are you dawdling for? Think of a solution quickly. At this rate, we're doomed. Lu Qing's thunderous shout jolted Su Yang back to reality, prompting him to retort, if I had a solution, would I be waiting until now? Do you have any ideas? There is a way, but you must hold on a little longer, Lu Qing replied, all the while clumsily evading the onslaught of lotus petals. I can hold on to your granduncle. Glancing at the 12 dancing lotus petals, Su Yang's expression darkened. If they all came at him simultaneously, who knew how long he could survive, or whether that fat fool Lu Qing would flee at the first opportunity. Then what do you propose? Lu Qing shot back at Su Yang's unyielding refusal. I have no plan. Su Yang shook his head once more. As time slipped away, after a quarter of an hour, Lu Qing, unable to endure any longer, exclaimed, Kid, you're something else. I'm out. I'm gone. To Su Yang's utter astonishment, Lu Qing turned and bolted, diving headfirst into the waters of Qinghe Lake, disappearing from sight. After Lu Qing plunged into the lake, the 8 lotus petals that had been besieging him, now under Yunmeng's control, swiftly redirected their focus towards Su Yang. You dead fatso. I curse your entire family, Su Yang shouted in fury, immediately following Lu Qing into the lake. However, after a brief moment of combat, the lake remained eerily still. The vast expanse of Qinghe Lake rendered it nearly impossible for Yunmeng's lotus petal attacks to reach them, as long as Su Yang and Lu Qing merely retreated to any corner. They could easily evade her strikes. Recognizing the futility of her efforts, Yunmeng ceased her attacks and began to devise a new strategy. Soul Requiem. Waves of sound pulsed forth with Yunmeng's movements, completely disregarding spatial distance, as if they emerged directly in Su Yang's ears, leaving not a ripple on the lake's surface. This melody was undoubtedly a mental composition. Under the influence of this tune, Su Yang felt as though his consciousness was slipping into a tranquil slumber. Visions typically reserved for dreams flooding his mind. In that moment, it seemed that rest was the only sanctuary. Chapter 30. Captured. Indeed, under the sway of this haunting melody, the specters of those Su Yang had slain in his past life emerged, their ghastly visages and sharp claws reaching out towards him. No, this is an illusion. Su Yang bit his tongue fiercely, forcing himself to awaken, and immediately summoned his mental energy to safeguard his soul from the melody's grasp. One cannot help but ponder the fate of that foolish, rotund fellow. Surely, he must be unharmed. Suddenly, Su Yang's thoughts drifted to Lu Qing, not out of concern for his well-being, but rather curiosity about how Lu Qing, who had yet to break through to the soul-gathering realm, could possibly withstand the onslaught of mental attacks without having opened his sea of consciousness. With this thought in mind, Su Yang swiftly began to swim through the waters of the lake. Searching for Lu Qing's trace, above the lake, Yunming continued to play the morning soul melody relentlessly. At this juncture, the piece was already halfway through, yet the waters remained eerily still, even with Yunming's formidable prowess. Completing this haunting melody would demand significant mental energy, but her intense hatred for Su Yang and Lu Qing spurred her on to exert herself, determined to eliminate them. Resolute, Yunming focused her spirit and resumed playing the morning soul melody. At the lake's bottom, Su Yang struggled to fend off the haunting notes of the melody while swimming rapidly. After a brief moment, a sudden glimmer appeared before him, and from a distance, it seemed as though a figure was seated within. "Found you," Su Yang mused to himself as he cautiously approached the light. "Who goes there?" Startled by the approaching shadow, Lu Qing, who was hiding beneath a bead, instinctively readied himself for defense, fearing it was Yunming. "Brother Lu, it is I," Su Yang replied, swimming to Lu Qing's side and scrutinizing the bead atop his head. "What an extraordinary bead this is. It appears quite powerful. This is the 8 desolations and 6 harmonies. Sovereign of the universe, unmatched in heaven and earth, soul-devouring and spirit-capturing bead, designed specifically to counter mental attacks. Merely a superior spiritual artifact," Lu Qing explained, though his words seemed a tad far-fetched. He then regarded Su Yang with curiosity, attempting to discern what magical artifact he had employed to block the melody's effects. Suddenly, a thought struck Lu Qing. "By the way, I am yet to learn your esteemed name." "My friend. I am called Su Xiaoyang. For my method of resisting the melody." "Well, look at this." With that, Su Yang raised his wrist and casually displayed a string of prayer beads, which were nothing more than inexpensive trinkets he had procured from a market back in Huaxia. While they held little true value, they sufficed to create a diversion for the fellow before him. Oh, so, it is a treasured item of the Buddhist faith. No wonder, Lu Qing remarked, eager to examine the beads closely. However, just as Su Yang flashed them, he quickly tucked them away into his sleeve, leaving Lu Qing frustrated and unable to see them. By the way, Brother Lu, do you possess any means to deal with that woman? Hiding like this is hardly a viable strategy, Su Yang inquired after a moment of waiting, as the melody continued unabated. "Patience, my friend. That foolish woman believes the notes will surely slay us. This melody is quite draining on her spiritual energy. Once it concludes, we shall emerge," Lu Qing replied with a sly grin. "Is that so?" Su Yang questioned with a hint of skepticism. "Trust me, you cannot go wrong," Lu Qing asserted, thumping his chest with confidence. "It should be nearing its end. Those two must be long gone by now. They likely perished at the lake's bottom. As the final note of the guqin reverberated softly, a veil of ethereal sound waves instantaneously enveloped the entire expanse of Qinghe Lake, shrouding it completely within its embrace. The overwhelming force surged forth like a last wrathful dragon, plunging deep into the lake's depths. In the wake of this final strike, Yunming retracted her guqin, the lake's bottom. Su Yang suddenly sensed an immense power, swiftly concentrating all his mental energy to withstand it. After a slight tremor of his soul, he firmly repelled the onslaught. At that moment, Lu Qing, standing nearby, exclaimed with excitement, "All right, the piece is finished. It's our turn to strike." Abruptly, a thunderous explosion erupted from the waters behind him. A shadow surged forth from the lake, wielding a blade of light, the fierce sword aura already instilling a sense of life and death peril in her long before it reached her. How could this be? Yunming gazed in astonishment at the approaching figure. At that moment, she had already lifted off the lotus platform, hastily inhaling and propelling herself toward the lake's shore. Upon reaching the bank, she immediately turned to confront the incoming sword light. However, to her surprise, the attacking sword light pivoted sharply upon her arrival at the shore, its target unmistakably directed at the 12th grade lotus platform. The assailant was Su Yang. Bang! Su Yang's sword collided heavily with the lotus platform, sending it hurtling away toward the center of the lake. Lu, brother, here it comes, at the spot where the lotus platform descended. Another explosive sound resonated from the water. A figure clad in black leaped from the depths, raising a hand to reveal a pearl emanating black light, which floated gracefully above the lotus platform, enveloping it in darkness. "Attack!" With Su Yang's thunderous command, Lu Qing swiftly surged forward, joining him in a renewed assault against Yunming. Yet this time, Yunming was far from formidable. As the battle prolonged, her spiritual energy waned. leaving her increasingly vulnerable, her every move betraying a sense of desperation. In a fierce clash with Su Yang as he retreated, Yunming found herself unable to resist the urge to fall back. But in the next instant, Lu Qing had already flashed behind her, the long sword seemingly vanished, and in its place was a pitch-black pill. Bang! Before Yunming could regain her footing, Lu Qing smashed the pill against her face, the resounding impact causing even Su Yang to instinctively withdraw his neck in shock. Yet, Lu Qing's action yielded immediate results. As the pill burst forth, a cloud of dense black mist erupted around Yunming's face, causing her to feel as though the very cosmos was spinning. Moments later, she collapsed to the ground, unconscious. In astonishment, Su Yang rushed to her side, crouching down to check her breath. Upon confirming she was still alive, he couldn't help but curse. "What the hell did you do? It's merely a sleeping pill, specifically designed for exhausted cultivators, ice and even poisonous." "She won't die?" Lu Qing replied with a chuckle, joining Su Yang's side. "So, what do you think? Is she out cold? Not dead yet? Should we as Su Yang spoke, his gaze turned icy as he made a gesture across his throat. No. I, the esteemed fat lord, have always resorted to robbery, never murder. I cannot break my own rules." Upon witnessing Su Yang's actions, Lu Qing was taken aback, hastily waving her hands in protest. "Then what shall we do now?" Since Lu Qing opposed killing, Su Yang could only inquire about her intentions. Chapter 31. A clean robbery. "First, we must subdue her, and then we can awaken her afterward," Lu Qing declared, producing a length of rope to bind Yunming to a tree. She then retrieved a pill, prying open Yunming's mouth to feed it to her. "What is this?" Su Yang asked with curiosity. As Yunming regained consciousness, she appeared somewhat dazed, but upon noticing the two lecherous figures grinning at her, she immediately snapped to attention. A piercing scream shattered the stillness of the night. "Stop! Stop! Stop! What are you screaming about?" Su Yang exclaimed, his ears ringing from the shrill outcry, quickly covering them and admonishing her. "What do you want? Let me go, or the Qin Yu sect will never spare you." After struggling for a moment, Yunming attempted to channel her energy to break free from the ropes. But her expression changed drastically when she realized her spiritual power had inexplicably vanished. Without a moment's hesitation, she shouted at Su Yang, "For heaven's sake, lady, please assess the situation before you speak. What use is your threat of the Qin Yu sect now?" Su Yang shrugged nonchalantly, replying, "If I feared retaliation from the Qin Yu sect, wouldn't it be simpler to just end you with a single strike? You dare to kill me? Seems like there's nothing I wouldn't dare. Please, don't kill me. I can compensate you for the damaged courtyard. I can pay you for 10 if need be." Yunming pleaded urgently, for at this juncture, no one wished for death. "Only now do you think of compensation. Don't you find that a bit late? Dead fatso. Have you finished yet?" Su Yang turned to shout at Lu Qing. "I've opened it. Take a look at what's inside." Upon hearing the storage pouch being opened, Su Yang rushed over, continuously questioning. "Why don't you see for yourself?" Lu Qing replied, flipping the storage pouch upside down and emptying its contents onto the ground. Counting the items, they discovered over 2,000 low-grade spirit stones, more than 60 mid-grade spirit stones, along with various spirit artifacts, talismans, and assorted pills. Thus, in the ensuing moments, Su Yang and Lu Qing divided these spoils right in front of the bound Yunming, who watched with eyes blazing with fury. Had her glare been lethal, Su Yang and Lu Qing would have been slain dozens of times over by now. In this distribution, Su Yang received 1,500 low-grade spirit stones, all 60 mid-grade spirit stones, and some medicinal herbs and materials, while the remaining spirit stones and all the pills were given to the hefty Lu Qing, which included the mid-grade artifact Guqin that Yunming had used. "How do we divide this?" After sorting through the other items, they were left with the 12th grade Lotus platform, a mid-grade profound artifact. "In a way, you absolutely cannot touch this. Otherwise, I will not let you off easily." In a moment of desperation, Yunming disregarded her own safety and shouted loudly, "If you don't want to die, then shut your mouth." Lu Qing responded with a sharp rebuke directed at Yunming, followed by a mischievous grin aimed at Su Yang. "How about this? Yunming is quite the beauty. She can be yours, while the Lotus platform will belong to me." This time, Lu Qing included Yunming in the bargain. "Hold on, I'm not interested in that. If you like her, we can trade the Lotus platform for her." But Su Yang was no fool. He understood that this woman was absolutely indispensable. The mere fact that she could carry a mid-grade mystical artifact like the Lotus platform indicated her significant status within the Qin Yu sect. Should anything happen to her, it would undoubtedly lead back to him. "Let us not go there. I can't handle this." Luqing quickly shook his head, and Su Yang recognized that he understood all too well. With no feasible options left, Su Yang suggested, "Let us just divide it directly." After speaking, he promptly plucked a petal from the lotus platform, and without pausing, he swiftly removed the remaining 11 petals in one go. Once he had separated the two items, he declared, "One petal counts as one share, the lotus platform counts as another. Brother Lu, you may choose first. All right then, I'll take the petals," Luqing replied. Thus, before the astonished gaze of Yunming, Su Yang and Luqing efficiently divided the lotus platform between themselves, leaving Yunming nearly fainting from disbelief. Pleasant collaboration. Su Yang and Luqing exchanged a satisfied high five, signifying the completion of their agreement. "What about her?" Luqing pointed at Yunming and inquired of Su Yang. Upon hearing Luqing's words, Yunming immediately became anxious, realizing that the moment determining her fate had arrived. "Please, don't kill me. I swear I will never seek revenge against you." As she saw the men glaring at her fiercely, Yunming began to plead that I promise. I, Yunming, will never retaliate for today's events. Should I break this oath, may heaven and earth punish me. With her vow made, she gazed pitifully at Su Yang and Luqing. With her oath uttered, Su Yang felt a weight lifted from his shoulders. He exchanged a nod with Luqing and promptly departed as dawn was approaching. "I'm fine," Su Yang assured. Shaking his head, it felt rather nice to have someone care about his well-being. That's a relief. Luo Yao sighed in relief. By the way, who was that woman? She's simply unhinged. She is a disciple of the Qinyu sect, but the matter has been perfectly resolved, so there's no need for concern, Su Yang replied. Life at Lidu Academy was relatively free, devoid of mandatory lectures. Its management was more akin to that of a sect. In fact, instructors would only gather for lectures once every 10 days. Each department within the academy boasted its own library, providing a wide array of books, although borrowing any of them required a significant expenditure of spirit stones. The lecture venue for the alchemy department at Lidu Academy is nestled within a small valley at the forefront of the back mountain. Upon entering the valley, one can observe numerous academies, predominantly populated by the new students of this cohort. Lidu Academy enrolls a new batch of students every 2 years, with each batch comprising 3 grades. Today marks the commencement of classes for the cohort to which Su Yang belongs. Chapter 32. Is someone plotting against me? With Su Yang's arrival, many students recognized him as the new prodigy of this cohort. Pointing and whispering amongst themselves, their remarks were a mixture of admiration, envy, and even cold disdain. Paying no heed to the varied gazes, Su Yang casually selected a seat within the valley and awaited the arrival of his mentor. After a brief interval, a shadow suddenly swooped through the sky, landing on a stone platform at the valley's forefront. The mentor, sitting cross-legged, surveyed the students before promptly commencing the lecture. Dragon tongue grass, with 3 leaves of vibrant green and 3 petals of pale red, is a first-tier spiritual herb, beneficial for the liver, with a slightly bitter and cool taste. The mentor elaborated on various spiritual herbs, detailing their suitable alchemical applications and qualities with meticulous precision, progressively advancing from simple to complex. In conclusion, he shared his insights into the art of alchemy, with some of his novel ideas profoundly resonating with Su Yang, leading him into deep contemplation. Below, the students diligently recorded the mentor's discourse on jade slips, posing questions whenever they encountered uncertainties. This lecture extended for nearly an entire day, and even upon its conclusion, many students remained lost in thought, attesting to the mentor's exceptional expertise in alchemy. However, just as the mentor was about to depart, his voice abruptly roused Su Yang from his reverie. "You are Su Yang, correct?" the mentor inquired, fixing his gaze upon him. "Yes, I am Su Yang," he replied, immediately rising to bow respectfully. "Well done. Here is your token," the mentor stated, waving his hand, sending forth a beam of white light directly towards Su Yang. As he raised his hand to receive the token, Su Yang scrutinized it carefully, noting its resemblance to the one he had received the previous day. The only difference being that its material had shifted from black iron to silver. He couldn't help but ask, "May I inquire, mentor, what is the significance of this token?" "Nothing further. Thank you for your inquiry." Su Yang responded with a respectful gesture. The mentor nodded in acknowledgement and then departed the valley. It seemed he would need to attend more lectures and explore the library in the future. With these thoughts crystallizing in his mind, Su Yang set a clear goal for his future and swiftly made his way towards his cave abode. Just as he approached his dwelling, 3 figures suddenly emerged from the side, blocking his path. "You are Su Yang?" inquired the lead figure, a slender man of average height. As the other two quickly encircled him, "I am indeed Su Yang." "And you are?" Su Yang glanced at the three individuals before him. Firmly convinced that he did not recognize any of them, "My name is Gao Xian, and I have come to challenge you," Gao Xian declared gravely to Su Yang. Upon hearing Gao Xian's words, Su Yang couldn't help but chuckle. The mentor had just mentioned a challenge, and immediately someone appeared that he remarked, "Your name is Gao Xian." "Indeed, I heard you," Su Yang continued on his way. "Are you still leaving?" Gao Xian inquired. "What does your challenge have to do with me? I never agreed to it." "Step aside. I have matters to attend to," Su Yang retorted, turning a corner and departing once more. Gao Xian was nearly driven to the brink of fury, feeling as though he might spew blood, and shouted at Su Yang's retreating figure, "Su Yang, you coward! What should we do, Gao Ge?" "He won't accept the challenge," one of Gao Xian's companions asked anxiously. "Yes, Gao Ge. If we let him leave like this, Zhu Shao will undoubtedly hold it against us," another companion chimed in, equally distressed. "Calm down, let's think of a solution. I refuse to believe he will remain holed up in that cave forever. As long as he ventures out again, we shall find him, and I have my methods to make him acquiesce," Gao Xian replied, his expression dark and brooding. Upon returning to the cave, Su Yang immediately made his way to a small room he had meticulously organized as an alchemy chamber. He retrieved the medium-grade alchemical furnace issued by the Academy and commenced the process of refining medicine. Fortunately, he had recently acquired a considerable amount of spiritual herbs, ranging from first to third rank. The elixir he aimed to concoct was a low-grade third-tier P1 pill, renowned for its remarkable efficacy in aiding Su Yang's breakthrough to the late foundation establishment stage. With fervor, he began extracting various spiritual herbs, mist grass, danling, and Huaxia flower, one by one, placing them into the furnace where flames of alchemical fire roared to life. The herbs were continuously cast into the cauldron, transforming into ashes and spiritual liquid, which were subsequently removed in accordance with Su Yang's alchemical incantations. Boom! Moments later, a loud explosion echoed from within the furnace, followed by a plume of black smoke. It was evident that this initial attempt had met with failure. With a wry smile, Su Yang cleared the remnants from the cauldron and prepared another batch of materials. After a brief moment of meditation to replenish his spiritual energy, he commenced the alchemical process anew. Yet again, Su Yang's attempt at alchemy ended in failure. The consecutive setbacks compelled him to pause and meticulously contemplate the reasons behind his failures. Huaxia flower and Huaxia fruit, with their opposing properties of cold and hot, were indeed at odds with one another. To achieve success, an immense amount of mental fortitude was required. Shouldn't my spiritual power be sufficient? Huaxia flower and Huaxia fruit represented two aspects of the same herb, their properties being diametrically opposed. What was it? As he pondered, a sudden epiphany illuminated Su Yang's mind. Seemingly grasping a crucial insight, he swiftly retrieved another portion of Huaxia flower and Huaxia fruit, preparing to refine them separately. However, this time, he altered the previous sequence of herb placement. When it came time to add the Huaxia flower and fruit, he placed both ingredients into the furnace simultaneously, unleashing his full mental capacity to carefully observe their transformations. After a brief moment, as the leaves of the suspended flower and the fruit gradually dissolved, the two potions intertwined instantaneously, producing a faint crackling sound. In that fleeting instant of mingling, Su Yang distinctly sensed the potency of the elixirs diminishing, transitioning entirely towards a neutral state. Moments later, with a resonant sound, the two concoctions transformed once more into ashes. So that is it. I understand now, Su Yang chuckled, his initial impatience giving way to amusement, as he finally grasped the crux of the matter. Subsequently, Su Yang gathered another batch of spiritual herbs, placing each meticulously into the cauldron, embarking on a new round of alchemical refinement. Indeed, having discerned the pivotal issue, this round progressed remarkably smoothly. In less than the span of half an incense stick, 5 smooth, white elixirs manifested in his hands, 3 of superior grade and 2 of medium quality. Very well, very well. Su Yang reveled in his own satisfaction. After several consecutive rounds of alchemical practice, Su Yang's mental energy became depleted, necessitating a pause. After meditating to recover some vitality, he ingested one of the freshly refined nurturing elixirs. The moment the pill entered his mouth, it transformed into a refreshing stream that coursed through his body, generating formidable strength within his organs. Harnessing this newfound power, Su Yang delved into cultivation. Chapter 33. Rumors abound as the night gently unfolded. Su Yang, already in the mid-stages of foundational cultivation, successfully transitioned into the later stages, a feat aided by his recent experience in the falling Sunset Mountain range, which had pushed his limits to a remarkable degree. He was now merely following the natural progression. Feeling the sudden surge of power within, Su Yang's heart brimmed with elation. Not bad at all. I am one step closer to gathering the soul. Now that he had broken through to the later stages of foundational cultivation, advancing further would not prove to be an easy task. Thus, Su Yang decided to focus on enhancing his alchemical skills. Perhaps it is time to visit the library, he mused, departing his cave dwelling and making his way towards the library's direction. After inquiring along the way, Su Yang arrived at a small valley not far from the pill hall, where the library of the alchemical department was situated. From the outside, the three-story structure gleamed with opulence, and numerous students were seen entering and exiting, seemingly engaged in lively discourse. Upon reaching the entrance, Su Yang noticed an elderly man reclining in a chair, half-closed eyes, humming a tune, exuding an aura of tranquility. However, Su Yang observed that every student entering or exiting the library paid their respects to the elder, indicating his esteemed status. Imitating the others, Su Yang also bowed respectfully before entering the library. Casually approaching a bookshelf, he picked up a tome and began to read intently. After a brief moment, he furrowed his brow and set the book aside, reaching for another volume nearby. After several consecutive visits, Su Yang had explored numerous locations and perused nearly all the books available here, gaining a general understanding of the situation that he realized that the first floor was entirely dedicated to the introduction of various spiritual herbs, which are fundamental for alchemy. Su Yang pondered within himself. However, after reviewing a few books, he still felt that his knowledge of medicinal herbs was insufficient, which he could only attribute to his late entry into the field. Over the course of an entire day, Su Yang successfully refined over 100 pills of the Bigodan, all of which were of superior or exceptional quality. After a night of rest, he returned to the library with renewed vigor, paying no heed to the gazes of those around him. Su Yang approached the first bookshelf and picked up the first book, which contained the most elementary knowledge. As he immersed himself in the world of literature, not only did the crowd take notice, but even the old man who had been waiting at the entrance cast a look of surprise before he chuckled and resumed his nap on the recliner. In contrast, upon reading the introduction to the first spiritual herb, Su Yang became wholly absorbed in the ocean of knowledge, swiftly skipping over familiar information while concentrating intently on the unknown or unfamiliar. For over 20 consecutive days, Su Yang spent his time entirely on the first floor of the library, meditating in a cross-legged position whenever fatigue overwhelmed him, only to immerse himself in study once his spirit had recovered. Unbeknownst to Su Yang, as he ravenously absorbed knowledge, rumors about him were circulating wildly in the outside world. The first topic of gossip revolved around his reasons for entering the alchemy department. Did you know? That newcomer at the bottom of the Zhuang Tower rankings. Do you know why he joined the alchemy department? In a secluded corner of Lidu, two individuals were engaged in hushed conversation. Su Yang, that rookie king. What's his story? The other inquired, intrigued. They say heroes often falter at the beauty's gate. What else could it be but a woman? Otherwise, why would a martial arts genius join the alchemy department? Is he simply bored? Chuckled the first. And who is this beauty, I wonder? Shoo, quiet down. Conversations like this had spread throughout the entire academy, and while initial reactions were characterized by admiration tinged with jealousy, the later rumors morphed into something far more disparaging. Who are you talking about? That foolish rookie king. He has been ignored, yet he still clings to her like a leech, absolutely shameless, at this juncture. Su Yang had become a figure defined by his relentless pursuit of beauty, nearly transforming into a target of public disdain. Moreover, rumors regarding his ascent in the rankings suggested that he had merely relied on cunning tricks to infiltrate them. The specifics of such alleged trickery were subject to a multitude of interpretations, as if everyone had witnessed the same events. Immersed in the knowledge of the alchemical arts, Su Yang paid little attention to these rumors. However, his indifference did not prevent others from discussing him. The other principal character in the saga, Yulanqing, could no longer tolerate the unfolding situation. On a certain day, Yulanqing stormed into the place where Su Yang was engrossed in his reading. Upon witnessing Su Yang leisurely perusing his book, her fury ignited, and she approached him with determination. Snatching the book from Su Yang's hands, she demanded, "What is your intention, Su?" Su Yang lifted his gaze, revealing a bewildered expression. Yet, upon closer inspection, one could discern the weariness reflected in his eyes. "It's you? What's the matter?" he inquired. "What do you mean, what's the matter?" Are you unaware of the events unfolding around you? Stop pretending. Although Yulanqing was momentarily taken aback by Su Yang's demeanor, the rumors circulating in the outside world reignited her anger. That I don't know. Step aside. I haven't finished reading yet. With that, Su Yang forcefully pushed Yulanqing aside and resumed his reading. You think you're clever, don't you? Without you, I can't exact my revenge, right? Just wait. With her anger unabated, Yulanqing left in a huff. As she found no resolution with Su Yang and resolved to seek her vengeance alone, the following day, news rapidly spread throughout the academy. The newcomer Yulanqing had challenged the previous year's Gao Xian. It remained a mystery how Yulanqing had acquired such information, yet she swiftly identified her target, Tiju Hui's residence. Several individuals had gathered, including Gao Xian, who had previously obstructed Su Yang. Haha. I never expected that while avoiding trouble with Su Yang, this would lead to a confrontation with Yulanqing. Zhu Hui remarked with amusement, seemingly unfazed by the situation. So, Gao Xian, she intends to challenge you. Do you feel confident? Zhu, the young master, responded. She's merely a yellow-haired girl. Of course I'm confident. Besides, I am at a higher realm than she is. Gao Xian chuckled. He had reached the late stage of foundation establishment. And although Yulanqing had advanced to the mid-stage of foundation establishment since entering the academy, it was still a lower level. Well, as long as you have confidence, I shall accompany you to witness this. Let us go. With that, the group departed from the cave abode, heading towards the dueling arena of Li Du Academy. The dueling arena, designated for blood battles within the academy, was essentially a large combat platform. In the world of Tianyan Continent, where strength reigns supreme, killing is not prohibited anywhere, including the academy itself. Although there are strict orders against murder, inflicting serious injury or incapacitating an opponent would not elicit any retribution. Chapter 34. The continuous matches. By the time Zhu Hui and Gao Xian arrived at the dueling arena, it was already abuzz with excitement, as everyone discussed the impending match, setting aside the matter of Su Yang. This was the first direct confrontation between a newcomer and a senior at this moment. Yulanqing stood confidently atop the dueling platform, adorned in flowing green attire, exuding an air of tranquility, almost as if she had come to enjoy the scenery rather than to compete. She garnered the support of the majority present, as her beauty captivated many. Upon seeing Gao Xian's arrival, Yulanqing turned her head, addressing him with a taunt. What is this? The timid turtle who only schemes from the shadows has finally emerged. Ha ha, beautiful lady, are you unable to contain your excitement? With a teasing remark directed at Yulanqing, Gao Xian surveyed his surroundings, wondering why that fellow with the surname Su dared not show up, resorting instead to sending a woman to her demise. Dealing with a cowardly turtle requires no effort on his part. I am more than sufficient, Yulanqing declared, repeatedly referring to him as a cowardly turtle. She mused that even a clay figurine possesses a measure of spirit, let alone the so-called genius students of Li Du Academy. Very well, since you are so confident, I shall observe your capabilities. With that, Gao Xian leaped onto the arena, standing opposite Yulanqing, and effortlessly drew a long spear from his back. With a flick of his wrist, the spear danced in his hand, creating a flurry of spear flowers. And then he hurled it forward, piercing towards Yulanqing like an enraged dragon. Ha! She exclaimed, retreating swiftly in response to the oncoming spear, while simultaneously forming intricate hand seals. With each seal, tendrils of vines sprouted on the once empty arena. Growing rapidly in response to the wind. In mere moments, they thickened to the size of a wrist, entangling Gao Xian. Meanwhile, Yulanqing had retreated to a corner of the arena, skillfully evading Gao Xian's range of attack. Ha! Realizing he was surrounded by the vines, Gao Xian anchored himself, sweeping his spear horizontally, severing numerous tendrils in one stroke. However, in the next moment, those severed vines quickly regrew, coiling around him once more. From the very first clash, Gao Xian found himself at a disadvantage. Well done, splendid. Bring this cowardly turtle to ruin. The crowd erupted in cheers as they witnessed Yulanqing seize control of the battle, and a faint smile graced her lips, clearly surprised by the ease of her triumph. You celebrate too soon. Just then, Gao Xian let out a thunderous shout, and at the tip of his spear, flames suddenly coalesced in layers as the flames erupted forth. They transformed into a raging inferno that surged towards the encroaching vines. Gao Xian possessed a dual elemental constitution, with fire being one of his attributes, facing off against the singular wood elemental Yulanqing. The flames unleashed their full might. The sky was ablaze as the inferno engulfed the vines. Though they continued to grow, they found themselves at a disadvantage against the flames that specifically countered them. Frowning slightly, Yulanqing was compelled to retract her hand seals. Blazing fury. With a resounding roar, Gao Xian sprang forth towards Yulanqing, his spear aimed directly at her, launching a fireball imbued with explosive energy. Lotus purification. In the face of Gao Xian's lethal strike, Yulanqing showed no signs of retreat. With a powerful thrust of her hands, a colossal lotus formed entirely from gathered energy materialized before her. Its 9 petals unfurling as it enveloped the fireball. The incoming fireball was instantaneously ensconced within the lotus, yet due to the immense energy it contained, the lotus appeared precarious, threatening to erupt at any moment. Explode for me. With Gao Xian's resounding shout, the entire lotus could no longer contain the immense force, erupting instantaneously. The overwhelming energy swept across the arena, causing even the indomitable platform to crack with numerous fissures, showcasing its formidable might. Unable to withstand it, Yulanqing spat out a mouthful of blood and staggered back several steps, barely managing to steady herself when, in the next moment, Gao Xian had already reappeared by her side. His golden spear descending with ferocious intensity. Just as she was about to react, a verdant flower basket suddenly materialized above Yulanqing's head, expanding in the wind until it reached the size of a person. In the next instant, Gao Xian's spear struck heavily upon the flower basket. Boom! With a thunderous explosion, the flower basket steadfastly withstood the spear. No matter how forcefully Gao Xian pressed down, it would not yield an inch. Gao Xian, be careful! Just as Gao Xian was about to lift his spear for another strike, a startled cry rang in his ears. Immediately following, a flash of green light appeared before his eyes. And Yulanqing had transformed into a wraith, her right fist shooting forth with blinding speed. Bang! Yulanqing's fist landed brutally on Gao Xian's chest, causing him to involuntarily spit out blood. As he prepared to retreat, Yulanqing's second punch arrived in quick succession. However, unlike the first, this punch shimmered with an elusive glow. Bang! When the second punch struck Gao Xian's chest, a fleeting azure light flashed before Yulanqing's fist, vanishing in an instant. Yet, in the next moment, Gao Xian's expression drastically changed as slender vines began to sprout from numerous parts of his body, a horrifying sight that rendered Zhu Hui and the others, as well as the onlookers, pale with shock. Humph! With a cold snort, Yulanqing spread her fingers and clenched her fist forward, causing the vines on Gao Xian's body to explode simultaneously. Blood instantly drenched Gao Xian, whose body crumpled to the ground like a clay figure. At that moment, both the audience and the participants were stunned by Yulanqing's ruthless strike. After a brief silence, an angry voice erupted from the crowd. Demoness! You have killed him. In a flash, Zhu Hui appeared on the arena, delivering a punch that surged with power directly towards Yulanqing. Yet, at this moment, Yulanqing was still weakened from her previous battle. What? Bullying the new students. Allow me to test this. As the words left her lips, a figure suddenly appeared before Yulanqing, unleashing a punch that summoned a tempest of lightning, colliding directly with Zhu Hui's fist. Boom! As their fists clashed, Zhu Hui felt a jolt course through his entire body, causing him to stagger back several steps, quickly raising his head to see none other than the strikingly talented lightning body youth from the freshman assessment. Lei Yutian, what is your intention? To speak frankly, Zhu Hui harbored a certain trepidation towards Lei Yutian. Although his performance during the assessment paled in comparison to Su Yang's, the terrifying aptitude of Lei Yutian had already caught the attention of a vice president, who took him as a closed-door disciple on the very day after the new students entered the academy. Given the formidable strength of the Zhu family, they dared not provoke him, as he was one of the 4 vice presidents of Lidu Academy. What does that mean? Is it permissible for me to find you irksome? Lei Yutian stood resolutely before Yulanqing, displaying no signs of fear towards Zhu Hui. And you, Yulanqing, how did you find yourself entangled with that fellow? What I choose to do has no bearing on you, Yulanqing retorted bluntly, showing no deference to Lei Yutian. Unable to provoke you, Lei Yutian scoffed, turning his attention back to Zhu Hui. You portly swine, get lost this instant. With a light chuckle, Lei Yutian took the initiative, wielding his spear with a flourish, unleashing a barrage of lightning strikes aimed directly at Zhu Hui. Following closely, Lei Yutian charged at Zhu Hui without hesitation. Meanwhile, Yulanqing had already descended from the arena. Observing Lei Yutian's immediate assault, Zhu Hui hastily drew his tiger head blade from his storage bag, pivoting the blade to cleave towards the oncoming thunder. Just as Zhu Hui dispersed the lightning, Lei Yutian's spear was already poised to pierce his chest. Chapter 35. The Shameless Thief. In a flurry, Zhu Hui swung his blade to meet the attack. Striking heavily against the tip of the spear, sparks flew as Zhu Hui felt a violent tremor coursing through his entire body, involuntarily stumbling back several steps. With a resounding shout, Lei Yutian had already reappeared before Zhu Hui. The spear descending heavily upon his head. The first strike, the spear, akin to an enraged dragon, descended with a tempest of lightning, its electric brilliance illuminating the very space around them. While both were engaging in a battle beyond their respective levels, Lei Yutian's prowess far surpassed that of Yu Lanqing. Boom! The draconic spear crashed mightily against Zhu Hui's tiger head blade, and amidst the cataclysmic roar of thunder, the lightning swiftly enveloped Zhu Hui. With this blow, Zhu Hui could not help but kneel on one knee, barely managing to defend himself. His hands gripping the blade split at the seams, blood cascading down his arms and dripping onto the ground. With a fierce shout, Zhu Hui forcefully swept his hands upwards, deflecting Lei Yutian's spear and hurriedly retreating. However, before he could regain his footing, Lei Yutian was upon him once more. The second strike. This thrust was even more formidable than the last. Descending upon Zhu Hui like the relentless thunder of the heavens, its immense energy sending a shiver down Zhu Hui's spine before it even made contact. With a shout, the power to shatter armies. Faced with such a strike, Zhu Hui realized that any technique would be futile, as the momentum of Lei Yutian's spear had already ensnared him within the confines of the narrow arena. The sole recourse was to confront it head-on. At that moment, Zhu Hui deeply regretted provoking Lei Yutian. Without a hint of politeness, Lei Yutian forcefully struck his gun against Zhu Hui's ghostly blade. The deafening explosion resonating throughout the arena as the energy surged forth. Zhu Hui's body was propelled through the air like a tattered sack, even the tiger-headed knife slipping from his grasp. It was not until he reached the edge of the stage that he fell to the ground with a resounding thud. Struggling to rise, with a face filled with terror, Zhu Hui gazed towards Lei Yutian. With this third shot, I shall defeat you. At that moment, as Zhu Hui had just regained his footing, Lei Yutian had already charged forward once more, delivering a heavy blow to Zhu Hui's chest. Bang! The immense force caused Zhu Hui's chest to visibly cave in, and he fell heavily from the platform, succumbing to unconsciousness. Following the conclusion of the battle, the audience erupted in astonishment. Lei Yutian had overwhelmingly crushed Zhu Hui, a marked disparity between the Foundation establishment late stage and the initial stage of soul gathering that in this moment, Lei Yutian stood prominently in the sight of all. Humph, an old student, nothing remarkable. Lei Yutian spat disdainfully at Zhu Hui, his expression brimming with pride. Youngster, do you have the audacity to repeat what you just said? As the climax unfolded in the arena. Within the library, Su Yang, after the departure of Yu Lanqing, once again immersed himself in the world of books, seemingly detached from the outside realm. At present, Su Yang had spent over half a month in this place. Setting down a book, he was about to pick up another when he suddenly recognized a certain familiarity with the volume before him. Raising his bewildered eyes, he realized he had unconsciously circled the first floor of the library, indicating he had read through all the texts here. Rubbing his slightly throbbing head, Su Yang suddenly noticed something unusual. He was utterly alone. How strange. Where had everyone gone? Typically, even if the crowd was sparse, there would be at least several dozen individuals present. Today felt distinctly unusual. Could it be a special day? Su Yang pondered, and after a moment's contemplation, he approached the entrance and politely inquired of the elder guarding the door. May I ask, esteemed elder, why is it so deserted here? Indeed, young one, but I noticed that many of the later texts became repetitive. Su Yang acknowledged. Quite right, indeed. The elder nodded in approval. Your name is Su Yang. Is it not? Yes, then you are correct. A commotion has erupted outside because of you, and naturally, all the people have gone to witness the spectacle, the elder explained. What? Su Yang was momentarily taken aback, but his expression quickly shifted as he recalled that Yu Lanqing had sought him out just the day before. Esteemed elder, what on earth is happening? How should I know? They are all at the arena. Why not see for yourself? The elder replied, dismissing Su Yang as he reclined back in his chair, closing his eyes. The arena. Su Yang hastened towards it. By the time he arrived at the arena stage, it was already a sea of people, with waves of cheers erupting intermittently. At this moment, the combatants on the arena have been replaced by the final dazzling star among the newcomers. The fiery youth Du Ting, who has also reached the late stage of Foundation establishment. His opponent is a young man at the initial stage of soul gathering. Meanwhile, on the other side of the arena, Lei Yutian has blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, seated in a meditative posture to recuperate. Observing this situation, Su Yang hastens towards Yu Lanqing and Lei Yutian. What is going on? What is the current situation? Su Yang eagerly inquires. Are you blind? Can't you see? Yu Lanqing retorts sharply, clearly harboring grievances against Su Yang, but Su Yang, sensing her displeasure, merely scratches his nose and decides against provoking her further, opting instead to engage with a nearby spectator. After listening to the man's explanation, Su Yang finally comprehends that this entire affair is indeed connected to him. Moreover, the injury sustained by Lei Yutian occurred after he had defeated Zhu Hui, only to be confronted by another senior at the initial stage of soul gathering, Qinshin. Qinshin is not to be compared with someone like Zhu Hui. He ranks 46th on the leaderboard of the Zhuangwang Steel, slightly trailing behind Lei Yutian. Although the rankings of the Zhuangwang Tower are independent of cultivation levels, it at least signifies that Qinshin is a formidable opponent capable of challenging those of higher realms. After an intense battle, Lei Yutian, relying on the formidable power of his thunder body, managed to bring about a mutual defeat. However, he was gravely injured, leaving him utterly powerless against yet another provocation from a senior. Fortunately, Du Tong, having received the news, arrived just in time to take his place. That Du Tong, a practitioner of the weapon refining discipline, wields a massive iron hammer, which he deftly maneuvers in fierce clashes with his opponent. Accompanied by flames soaring into the sky, his innate true fire, the air reverberates with thunderous roars, as the overwhelming force of their conflict causes cracks to appear across various sections of the arena. After a particularly forceful collision, Du Ting is sent staggering back several steps, nearly reaching the edge of the arena, while his iron hammer seems to lose its vitality, falling to the side. The signs of his impending defeat are starkly evident. As his opponent charges at him once more, Du Tong takes a deep breath, silently reciting incantations, and gradually brings his hands together before his chest. Moments later, as he slowly spreads his hands apart, a red fireball, imbued with violent energy, materializes between them. At that instant, Du Tong's complexion turns pale, clearly a sign of the toll taken by his depleting spiritual energy. Burning the heavens with fire, he bellows, thrusting his hands forward with great force, sending the searing fireball hurtling towards his oncoming adversary. His opponent could never have anticipated that a Du Tong, whose spiritual energy was nearly exhausted, would unleash such a powerful strike. Caught off guard, he can only raise his sword to meet the fiery assault, delivering a heavy cut against the fireball. In an instant, the already ferocious fireball erupts, its energy engulfing the entire arena, with some of it even spilling over the edges, forcing the onlookers to hastily retreat several steps in alarm. In an unexpected turn of events, a charred figure crashed heavily outside the arena, the aroma of cooked flesh wafting throughout the venue. The victorious Du Tong appeared far from unscathed, his steps betraying a hint of instability, just as he was about to descend from the stage. Another figure leaped onto the platform. My name is Zhang Hui, and I have come to experience your esteemed skills. Zhang Hui, resembling a pale-faced scholar with an air of refinement, was at the early stages of cultivation, wielding an exquisitely crafted folding fan. However, his words immediately incited a clamor from the audience below. How shameless! He only dares to challenge now that his opponent is exhausted. Indeed, he is utterly contemptible. Unsurprisingly, the majority of those hurling insults at Zhang Hui were new students, supportive of Su Yang, many of whom had previously endured bullying from senior students. Even some seniors scoffed at Zhang Hui, dismissing his character. Chapter 36. The Celestial Fourfold Array. Zhang Hui appeared oblivious to the jeers from below, gently fanning himself while smiling at Du Ting. If you wish to fight, then I shall oblige. As Du Ting found himself in a dilemma, another voice resonated from the audience, none other than Su Yang, who had just grasped the unfolding situation. After speaking, Su Yang leaped onto the stage, positioning himself directly in front of Du Ting. Upon seeing Su Yang, Du Ting visibly relaxed. Although he was uncertain of Su Yang's progress over the past month, it was reasonable to assume he had not regressed since the assessment. He had already noted that Su Yang had similarly reached the late stages of foundation establishment. Who are you? Zhang Hui asked. Clearly taken aback by Su Yang's presence, he could not fathom who Su Yang was, primarily due to the latter's seclusion in the library since entering the academy. Although some were familiar with Su Yang, they were mostly fellow newcomers, making Zhang Hui's ignorance unsurprising. Su Yang, equally startled by Zhang Hui's lack of recognition, replied, "You do not know me, perhaps you should inquire with them." With that, He gestured towards the audience below. New king, go for it. We support you. Crush this turtle. Realization dawned on Zhang Hui as he grasped Su Yang's identity, yet he remained dismissive. You will soon find out who the real waste is. Su Yang chuckled lightly. With a shout, Zhang Hui was the first to strike. His right hand flicked the folding fan open, aiming a lethal slash at Su Yang's neck, the edge of the fan gleaming with a golden, icy glint. With a disdainful curl of his lip, Su Yang activated the power of his third eye, the force of breaking the void quietly circulating within in an instant. Zhang Hui's movements appeared excruciatingly slow in Su Yang's perception. At that moment, Su Yang made his move. His left hand shot forward like a bolt of lightning, seizing Zhang Hui's wrist with unparalleled strength, causing waves of pain to shoot through Zhang Hui's arm. Su Yang sought nothing less than the most straightforward and brutal means to eliminate his opponent. Upon realizing that his physical strength was utterly incomparable to that of his opponent, Zhang Hui swiftly altered his strategy, launching a fierce kick with his left leg aimed directly at Su Yang's right rib. Bang! Zhang Hui's leg was once again firmly seized by Su Yang's right hand. Is this all you can do? You worthless fool, get lost. With a powerful grip, Su Yang lifted Zhang Hui's entire body just as he was about to change tactics, and then forcefully slammed him down onto the ground before him. Not only that, but at the moment Zhang Hui crashed down, Su Yang's right knee also collided brutally. Crack! A faint sound of bone fracturing echoed within Zhang Hui, who subsequently crashed heavily to the ground before Su Yang. Alarmingly, his back contorted unnaturally, bending backward, clearly indicating that his spine had been completely shattered by Su Yang's earlier strike, rendering him nearly incapacitated. Bang! Su Yang delivered a fierce kick that sent Zhang Hui tumbling off the stage. Then surveyed the audience below at that moment. Not only the spectators, but even Du Teng and his companions felt a chill run down their spines. Suddenly, Du Teng seemed to recall something, his expression shifting dramatically. This is bad. What is it? Lei Yutian, equally astonished by Su Yang's prowess, inquired after hearing Du Teng's words. Zhang Hui's identity is questionable. The Zhang family is formidable. Du Teng replied urgently. Zhang Hui may not be a significant threat, but he has an elder brother in the academy whose strength far surpasses that of Zhang Hui. Otherwise, if it weren't for his elder brother, Zhang Hui would have likely been severely beaten long ago. What is his name, and what is his strength? Yu Lanqing asked. His name is Zhang Heshan, at the mid-stage of Soul Gathering, ranked 21st on the Zhuangwang Tower leaderboard. Du Teng explained. This leaderboard not only encompasses current students of the academy, but also includes those who have graduated. Among the top 20, 14 are former students, with only 6 current students making the cut, and merely 2 in the top 10, ranked 6th and 9th respectively. Given that Zhang Heshan holds the 21st position, he undoubtedly ranks among the top 10 in strength among the current students. Shouldn't we hurry to call Su Yang down? Yu Lanqing's expression shifted upon hearing Du Teng's words that there's no time left. Du Teng replied with a wry smile. After speaking, his gaze unconsciously drifted towards the crowd, where Zhang Hui layat that moment. Under Du Teng's gaze, a young man with a grim expression was staring intently at the fallen Zhang Hui. Judging by his appearance, he bore a striking resemblance to Zhang Hui, unmistakably identified as Zhang Heshan. Zhang Heshan has arrived. This should be interesting. Indeed, Zhang Heshan is the foremost expert in formations. I wonder if this newcomer can still emerge victorious. It seems quite precarious. You have some nerve. Zhang Heshan glared at Su Yang that if you think you have the guts, come up here and try. Su Yang retorted defiantly. Very well. You are indeed impressive. Zhang Heshan pointed at Su Yang several times before leaping onto the stage. Standing face to face with Su Yang. The foremost in formations, is it? Then allow me to see just what you're capable of. As Su Yang finished speaking, he dared not exhibit even the slightest negligence. He swiftly drew the mysterious sword from his storage bag, and with a flash of its radiance, a sharp sword energy surged forth, aimed directly at Zhang Heshan. Humph! In the face of Su Yang's sword energy, Zhang Heshan contemptuously scoffed, waving his right hand lightly. In an instant, dozens of dazzling, elusive lights erupted forth, coalescing moments later into a formidable wall of formation before him. Boom! Su Yang's sword energy struck the wall of formation, exploding upon impact, causing it to tremble briefly before settling into stillness. However, at that very moment, Su Yang had already launched another assault, unleashing the full might of his physical strength. With a forceful twist of his waist, he delivered a decisive blow to the wall of formation with his sword. Crack! After enduring a strike from a sword energy, The formation could no longer withstand the entirety of Su Yang's unleashed power. Shattering under his strike, with fragments of array patterns scattering in all directions, illuminating the arena, whoosh! Just then, the sword light flashed once more, as Su Yang seized the opportunity to slash towards Zhang Heshan. Su Yang's rapid response took Zhang Heshan by surprise, yet being 2 minor realms above Su Yang, he reacted swiftly, evading just as the sword energy approached, causing Su Yang's strike to cleave into the bluestone ground. Sending shards flying. It seems I have indeed underestimated you. After dodging Su Yang's slash, Zhang Heshan found that a double fish-white jade plate had inexplicably appeared in his hand, with 4 bizarre beasts positioned around its perimeter. Zhang Heshan's fingers deftly plucked at one of the beasts, unleashing a flurry of ethereal runes that sprang forth from the jade plate. Moments later, these enchanting runes coalesced before Zhang Heshan into 4 monstrous figures, each enveloped in a whirlwind, immediately rushing to the corners of the arena, encircling the entire stage. The celestial fourfold array, wind rages across the land. Wind array, activate. As Zhang Heshan executed his hand seals, the 4 wind beasts sprang into action. And in an instant, the entire arena was engulfed by a ferocious tempest, the fierce winds slicing like blades, bearing down upon Su Yang. Faced with the relentless onslaught of wind blades, Su Yang's countenance shifted dramatically. In haste, he raised his mysterious sword, enveloping himself in a dense cloud of sword energy, each strike aimed accurately at a wind blade. However, the sheer density and immense power of these wind blades overwhelmed him. Whoosh! At last, a wind blade pierced through Su Yang's defensive barrier, grazing his arm and causing blood to spill forth. Subsequently, Su Yang sustained continuous injuries, and within moments, he appeared as though drenched in crimson. Clear the way. Observing the increasingly dire situation, Su Yang reluctantly abandoned his defense against the wind blades, concentrating all his strength into a singular strike at a less densely populated area of wind blades. Boom! Where Su Yang's attack landed, the multitude of wind blades momentarily faltered, creating a gaping fissure wide enough for a person to pass through. Seizing this opportunity, Su Yang leapt forth with great speed. Upon witnessing Su Yang's successful escape, Zhang Heshan immediately reconfigured the formation. The celestial fourfold array, rain purifies the world, rain array, activate. Fingers deftly danced upon the surface of another monstrous creature, conjuring forth for beings that resembled undulating waves, which swiftly materialized and took their positions at the 4 corners of the arena, aligning perfectly with Feng Cha. Chapter 37. The essence of breaking the formation. In an instant, the entire scene transformed. The once tumultuous blades of wind fell silent, and droplets of rain appeared from nowhere, descending like arrows towards the arena. With no time to catch his breath, Su Yang immediately brandished his mysterious sword, summoning a formidable curtain of blades above him to meet the oncoming rain of arrows. Thud, thud, thud. The relentless barrage of arrows struck against the sword curtain, which began to dissipate at a visibly rapid pace. Before long, only a thin veil remained. In a moment of desperation, Su Yang stomped heavily on the ground, propelling himself into the air, channeling all his strength into a singular point, breaking through, with a sword stroke that cut through the air. As Su Yang soared upwards, Zhang Heshan also swiftly altered his technique. As his hand seals shifted, the torrential rain of arrows converged in an instant, transforming into a dragon-like silhouette that lunged towards Su Yang. Boom! Su Yang spat a mouthful of blood. However, these raindrops were merely illusions conjured by the formation. Despite the severe toll on his stomach, Su Yang surged through, scattering the dragon-like figure. In midair, he suddenly changed his tactic and leaped downwards, his fierce momentum driving him straight towards Zhang Heshan with a sword in hand. Pumph! The celestial phenomenon fourfold formation. Thunder god shakes the heavens. Lightning formation, activate. At that moment, Zhang Heshan altered his strategy once more, raising the jade disc high above his head. With a flick of his fingertips, for Thunderbird's soared forth, merging into one in midair. After a piercing cry, it charged directly at Su Yang. In the blink of an eye, the 2 forces collided, unleashing a thunderous roar that shattered the arena, sending debris flying. Crack! Puffed! A cacophony of bone-cracking echoed as Su Yang's arms broke apart. His body propelled far into the air before crashing heavily onto the ground. Blood streaming relentlessly, struggling to rise, Su Yang wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his eyes locking onto Zhang Heshan with the ferocity of a wolf. "Oh, you still have the strength?" Zhang Heshan inquired, glancing at Zhang Hui below, that I will shatter your bones one by one to avenge my brother. As long as you do not die, I will face no punishment. Heh. Do you believe that even if I kill you, I too will escape punishment? Su Yang retorted with a sinister smile, his own murderous intent surging within. Die. The celestial phenomenon fourfold formation, electric tide roars, lightning formation, activate. The four symbols emerged, and the atmosphere shifted dramatically. As the four electric beasts appeared and took their positions, the other dissipated creatures reemerged, each quartet of beasts coalescing into four colossal forms, embodying wind, rain, thunder, and lightning. At this moment, the sky above and the ground below were adorned with the luminous brilliance of a formation. And as if compelled by an unseen force, the white jade disc in Zhang Hashan's hand levitated into the air without a whisper of wind, augmenting the formidable aura of the entire array. With an overwhelming might, the formation bore down upon Su Yang. With arms outstretched, Su Yang adopted a posture of embrace, channeling his mental energy with complete abandon. Suddenly, the scene in the sky underwent a dramatic transformation. The extraordinary phenomena brought forth by Zhang Hashan's formation were shrouded once more in a veil of ethereal mist that a gentle rain, mingled with a soft breeze, began to waft across the arena, quickly enveloping the entire stage. Not only that, but as the fine rain and gentle wind emerged, a blood-red setting sun materialized in the sky, accompanied by a slender crescent moon. In that instant, it felt as though the arena had been severed from the rest of the world. As a sense of desolate twilight, conjured by Su Yang's realm of intent, enveloped the entire stage. Su Yang had resolved in his heart that, even at the risk of exposing his intent, he would eliminate Zhang Hashan. With the protection of his realm of intent, he believed that even should he slay Zhang Hashan, he would merely face some punishment, while the potential repercussions thereafter were not within his immediate concern. As his intent manifested, the entire square erupted with energy. These students, all prodigies hailing from various locales, may not have witnessed a realm of intent before, but they certainly recognized its significance. This was the power of intent. No wonder he was so confident, daring to challenge the foremost practitioner of array techniques. The title of Rookie King was now undeniably his. Meanwhile, at the location of Lei Yutian and his companions, they exchanged looks of astonishment, their faces reflecting utter disbelief. And no matter how vivid their imaginations, they could never have anticipated that Su Yang would directly wield the power of intent across the academy. When Su Yang unleashed his realm of intent, countless experts above the void realm sensed the disturbance, eager to converge upon the scene. The power of intent. How could this be? How could you possibly comprehend the realm of intent? In that moment, upon witnessing this force, Zhang Hashan's initial confidence evaporated, replaced by sheer terror. One singular thought consumed him. He was truly going to die. Nothing was impossible. Su Yang glared at Zhang Hashan with a countenance brimming with murderous intent. Following the eruption of Su Yang's intent, the previously bewildering array had been severed from its connection to Zhang Hashan, leaving only a white jade disc that clattered to the ground with a crisp sound. Now, you two can embrace death with your eyes closed, Su Yang declared, immediately summoning the intent as the diagonal wind and fine rain, along with the setting sun and crescent moon, surged toward Zhang Hashan. Su Yang, you dare to kill me. The Zhang family will never let you go. Zhang Hashan bellowed before hastily fleeing towards the edge of the arena, fully convinced that Su Yang would pursue him with lethal intent. Su Yang, do not kill him. The academy's instructors will not stand idly by while you commit murder, Du Ting shouted in a panic upon witnessing Su Yang's murderous intent, while on the other side, Yu Lanqing wore an expression of deep anxiety that in stark contrast to them. The audience erupted in fervent excitement, their faces flushed as they roared in unison, eager to see whether Su Yang would indeed take a life. Humph, Su Yang snorted dismissively. If one does not eliminate Zhang Hashan, would it not render one's own formidable power utterly futile? He firmly believes that even if he were to spare Zhang Hashan, retribution would inevitably follow. Perish. The waning light of the setting sun and the crescent moon illuminated Zhang Hashan's fleeing figure, and in that moment, he seemed to witness an unforgettable scene from his life. The sun hung high, and a gentle rain began to fall, reminiscent of the carefree days of his childhood, devoid of strife and suffering. How beautiful! Raising his head gently, Zhang Hashan gazed at the cascading droplets. After the rain, as a soft breeze blew, his entire being transformed into countless tiny particles, gradually dissipating into the air. Upon witnessing Su Yang's merciless action, the crowd fell into a stunned silence, utterly unprepared for Su Yang's lethal intent. Even amidst the bewildered stares of the onlookers, Su Yang leisurely picked up Zhang Hashan's fallen storage bag. "Look, the mentors from the academy have arrived," a voice from the crowd suddenly called out, prompting others to look up. In the sky above, a group of 10 or so mentors stood with solemn expressions, each silently observing Su Yang, with the foremost four being the academy's vice-deans. Upon sighting these mentors, the crowd below promptly rose to pay their respects. "We greet you, esteemed mentors," and the honorable vice-deans. Su Yang also bowed respectfully in return. After arriving at the scene, Jing Qi surveyed the area without uttering a word, then raised his hands and swept them in a gesture that whisked Su Yang's form away toward the distance, leaving the onlookers in hushed whispers. Not long after, as Su Yang's feet touched the ground once more, he found himself in a vast conference room, with Jing Qi and the other mentors and vice-deans seated above Su Yang. "Are you aware of your transgressions?" Jing Qi was the first to speak. Each of the four vice-deans of Lidu Academy oversees a specific department, and Jing Qi, as the vice-dean of the cultivation department, holds the highest authority in the absence of the dean. "I am unaware. I humbly request the vice-dean to elucidate," Su Yang replied respectfully. He was no fool. Even when seeking a way out, he would not dare to confront such figures. "Unaware, you have slain Zhang Hashan and incapacitated Zhang Hashan, thus gravely violating the academy's regulations. Your crimes warrant severe punishment." The speaker was Chun Bin, the vice-dean of the formation department. "That cannot be said. He incapacitated Zhang Hashan under the circumstances of a fair competition, and did not breach the academy's rules. As for Zhang Hashan, he was merely retaliating out of necessity. No one can claim that accidents cannot occur." Chun Bin's words immediately drew a rebuttal from another individual, naturally a supporter from the alchemy department. "Dan Shun, do not distort the facts." At that moment, Zhang Hashan was devoid of any ability to resist. It was Su Yang, this scoundrel, who deliberately committed murder. Chapter 38. Extreme Body Refinement. "Enough! Silence! Su Yang has violated the academy's rules and shall be confined to the back mountain cemetery, tasked with cleaning the mausoleum for a month." Jing Qi's mild reprimand fell upon Su Yang, and he added, "This is the decision of that esteemed individual." Upon hearing the words of reverence from Jing Qi, Chun Bin immediately shut his mouth, swallowing the words he had intended to utter. He dared not defy the decision of that esteemed individual in the slightest. "Someone, take Su Yang to the cemetery on the back mountain." With Jing Qi's command, a guard who had been waiting outside the conference room promptly entered, saluted Jing Qi, and then escorted Su Yang out of the meeting room. Once Su Yang had departed, Chun Bin could no longer contain his curiosity and voiced his perplexity. "I truly cannot fathom why the esteemed treats Su Yang in such a manner. Is it merely due to his comprehension of the artistic conception?" This inquiry echoed not only his own confusion, but also that of the others present. "Oh, you truly find this incomprehensible?" Jing Qi said, surveying the room. "Could it be related to the Jiuxiao Martial Assembly?" Dan Shin ventured cautiously. The so-called Jiuxiao Martial Assembly is a grand event held every 3 years that engulfs the entire western region of the Tianyan Continent. At that time, the 4 great empires, the 3 major sects, and numerous subordinate forces gather to compete. Since the location of each assembly is within the Jiuxiao city of the Jujin sect, it is also referred to as the Jiuxiao Martial Assembly. The Jiuxiao Martial Assembly, just based on him. He is merely at the late stage of foundation establishment, Chun Bin exclaimed, incredulous. "Indeed, with less than half a year until the assembly, he is at best at the initial stage of soul gathering. How can he possibly compete with those at the late stage of soul gathering?" He continued, "If we were to consider 3 years from now, he may have a chance, but at this moment." Clearly, the mentors and vice-deans do not hold high hopes for Su Yang. Coupled with his qualifications, advancing to the mid-stage of soul gathering within half a year is an absolute challenge. By 3 years from now, he would have likely graduated, leaving no opportunity to participate in the assembly. Jing Qi sighed, evidently understanding this reality. What about Wu Shang and the others? Even without Wu Shang, this cohort still has Lei Yutian, doesn't it? Lei Yutian is far from sufficient. And as for Wu Shang, he is unlikely to enter the top 20. Do not forget, within those empires and sects, there is not just one genius. Seizing a ranking from among them is no small feat. Jing Qi lamented. Do not dwell on such matters. The dean will surely have his arrangements. Our duty is simply to educate the students well. Upon leaving the conference room, Su Yang followed the guard at a brisk pace and soon arrived at the farthest end of the academy. Halting before a grove of bamboo. "Junior brother, beyond this bamboo grove lies the cemetery. We cannot enter there. We can only escort you this far. The guard informed Su Yang that I appreciate your assistance, senior brother. Su Yang replied courteously. Following a narrow path through the bamboo grove, Su Yang ventured inward, taking in the scenery along the way. The grove appeared incredibly lush, with not a single weed in sight, nor any sounds of insects or birds. Only the dense bamboo shot skyward, creating a tranquil and serene atmosphere. This truly is a most suitable place for a grave, so peaceful and serene, Su Yang murmured to himself. As Su Yang approached the gate of the courtyard, he was about to raise his hand to knock when a somewhat aged voice emanated from within the bamboo building. Come in. There is no need to knock. Upon hearing this voice, Su Yang was momentarily taken aback, but he quickly regained his composure. After pushing open the courtyard gate, he strode towards the bamboo building from whence the voice had come. Upon entering, Su Yang was astounded to discover that this was, indeed, a shrine. Numerous spirit tablets were arranged upon a table before him, numbering in the dozens, with the foremost one belonging to Ho Shinkai. The fragrant sandalwood incense wafted continuously, its tendrils of smoke curling upwards. Beneath the table, a stooped old man stood in front, evidently the source of the voice. Seeing the elder, Su Yang did not dare to be remiss, and promptly bowed in greeting. Disciple Su Yang pays his respects to the esteemed elder. I am already aware, the elder replied. Follow me. With that, he turned around, casting a fleeting glance at Su Yang before saying no more. He picked up a nearby cane and led the way out of the bamboo building, his figure exuding an air of frailty akin to that of decaying wood. However, Su Yang could not entertain such thoughts, for after being scrutinized by the elder's gaze, he inexplicably felt as though his very essence had been laid bare. Suppressing the multitude of questions swirling in his mind, Su Yang followed the elder out of the small courtyard. They traversed a rugged path for a short while, and the scenery abruptly transformed. They had arrived at a small valley. This valley was not particularly large, but unlike the outside world, it was overgrown with weeds, and dozens of irregularly shaped mounds dotted the landscape. Graves, indeed, in front of each grave stood a stone tablet, upon which was inscribed a brief biography of the deceased. Esteemed elder, is this the burial ground? Su Yang inquired, his expectations starkly contrasting with the scene before him, which resembled a mass grave. Indeed, this is the burial ground of the Lidu Academy, the elder affirmed. There is nothing strange about it. These individuals are long departed. It is far better for them to rest peacefully here than anywhere else. They were all my friends. Friends? I do not yet know your esteemed name. Su Yang queried, bewildered. Here? Yes, indeed. Here, Yuan Zhan nodded. After imparting his instructions, the elder departed, leaving Su Yang alone. There's something special about this place. Once the elder had left, Su Yang did not hastily enter the valley, but instead sat cross-legged at its entrance, his gaze fixed vacantly upon the chaotic array of graves. A quarter of an hour passed. 2/4 of an hour passed. Damn it. How could I be so foolish? Why didn't I think to ask? Suddenly, Su Yang smote his forehead, cursing his own misfortune. Senior Yuan. Approaching Yuan Zhan, Su Yang tentatively inquired, what is this about Senior Yuan? Is it not Elder Yuan? Yuan Zhan retorted, somewhat displeased. What is it? Even if I were formidable, I wouldn't dare to address you that way. Su Yang muttered before cautiously posing his question. May I inquire what secrets lie within the burial ground? What secrets could there possibly be? You would know if you ventured inside, Yuan Zhan replied lazily. Will there be any danger? Su Yang inquired. Rest assured, no one will lose their life, Yuan Zhan replied, immediately turning over and ignoring Su Yang's subsequent questions. Suddenly, with no warning, Su Yang found himself forced to one knee by an overwhelming pressure. This is how it is. Despite this, Su Yang felt a sudden relief in his heart, understanding the peculiar nature of this place. This location was unmistakably a gravity space. A gravity space, you say? Su Yang gritted his teeth and, with a series of cracking sounds from his bones, rose to his feet. The weight outside had doubled, making it an excellent place for physical training. Su Yang grinned. The increased gravity posed little challenge for him now, and his initial collapse was merely due to being unprepared. Now that he was ready, he strode forward once more. 1 step, 2 steps. After taking a dozen strides, the gravity space showed no signs of changing, still maintaining its double gravity. That moment, Su Yang suddenly sensed the pressure surge dramatically, a force akin to a landslide crashing down upon him, causing him to prostrate himself on the ground. Excellent. This is starting to have some effect, Su Yang chuckled, Struggling to stand again, he realized that the gravity had now escalated to 10 times its original strength, meaning that with his current weight of 150 pounds, he was now bearing the equivalent of 1,500 pounds. This was nearly the limit of his capacity as in terms of cultivation level. His physical training was merely at the initial stage of foundation establishment. All right, this should suffice. I'll stay here for now, Su Yang resolved. Thus, he began practicing his forms, specifically the Tai Chi derived from Huaxia. Commencing the stance, left and right wild horses separate their manes with each movement. Su Yang felt as though his entire body was encased in ice, each motion requiring immense effort. After just one round, he was drenched in sweat, panting heavily. Yet, Su Yang understood that this was the perfect opportunity to push his limits. Fatigue was a sign of genuine training. Therefore, without allowing his strength to recover, he swiftly drew the Xian sword and began practicing the simplest techniques again. With this momentum, he continued training until nightfall, only stopping when he collapsed from exhaustion. What a tiring endeavor. Gasping for breath, Su Yang struggled to sit up, and within the gravity space, he entered a meditative posture to cultivate. Before long, an entire night had passed in his practice, and the spiritual energy he had previously depleted was now replenished, even exceeding its prior levels. Clenching his fist tightly, Su Yang vigorously waved his arms, feeling the surge of strength, and could not help but smile broadly. Ha! Splendid. The results are indeed remarkable. Chapter 39. All of this is mine. By the third day, Su Yang, feeling a twinge of boredom in his training, unwittingly turned his attention to the gravestone. Certainly, prior to that, Su Yang needed to observe carefully. Otherwise, should he unwittingly endanger his own life, there would be no place for him to lament. Thus, in that very spot, Su Yang forcefully stamped his foot, propelling his body into the air like a wild beast soaring upwards. Upon reaching the pinnacle of his ascent, he found himself several dozen meters above the ground. Hiss! The gravity here, 10 times greater than normal, was indeed formidable. Su Yang sharply inhaled, realizing that this height of 40 to 50 meters was already his limit. Moreover, he could distinctly feel that as he ascended, the pressure increased exponentially. At this altitude, the gravitational force had risen to an astonishing 15 to 16 times. Utilizing a technique to lighten his body, Su Yang momentarily paused in midair, hastily scanning his surroundings. At this height, his field of vision expanded dramatically, revealing the graves below in stark detail. To his astonishment, Su Yang discerned that these graves were not haphazardly placed. Rather, they followed a specific pattern. However, before he could fully grasp the underlying rules, the overwhelming gravity rendered it impossible for him to remain aloft, and he inevitably descended once more. Thud! Su Yang's feet crashed forcefully onto the ground, creating 2 deep rifts beneath him, a testament to the immense force he had just endured. Indeed, there was a discernible pattern. Su Yang murmured to himself, gently massaging his numbed legs until the pain subsided. Taking a deep breath, he leapt high into the air once again. This time, having prepared himself, Su Yang soared even higher than before, reaching nearly 70 meters. With a sweeping gaze, Su Yang finally grasped the arrangement of these graves. In his view, there were approximately 60 graves, collectively forming 3 semicircles that encircled a low mountain ridge at the back. The first layer contained the most graves, accounting for half of the total with around 30. The second layer consisted of about 20, while the final layer was the least, comprising merely ten.at present. Su Yang found himself positioned between the first and second layers, in a realm of tenfold gravity. It appeared that the gravity originated from these graves. He pondered what secrets they might hold. Upon descending to the ground, Su Yang raised his hand to stroke his chin, then ambled towards one of the tombstones. As he reached out to touch the stone tablet, he discerned no peculiarities apart from its icy coolness beneath his fingertips. Well, in that case, he chuckled softly, and with a grin, he raised his fist and struck the stone tablet. Bang! A resounding echo followed, yet the stone tablet remained utterly unmoved. Instead, Su Yang stumbled back several steps from the sheer force of his blow. Su Yang widened his eyes in disbelief. Astonished that the stone tablet possessed such formidable power, he could distinctly feel a rebounding force emanating from it in response to his punch. What a treasure! In a moment of inspiration, Su Yang's eyes suddenly sparkled with excitement. Without hesitation, he drew forth his mysterious sword and approached the stone tablet once more, resolutely beginning to excavate. He thought to himself that such a precious treasure could not be overlooked, for he was indeed a poor man. As he reassured himself, He continued to dig fervently. He failed to consider his current predicament. Should anyone witness this act of disrespect towards his ancestors while he was still serving his sentence, he could very well face the prospect of dying 1,000 deaths. However, Su Yang was not overly concerned. He had his own clever strategies, despite the ground becoming exceedingly hard under the pressure of tenfold gravity. It was no match for the prowess of Su Yang's mysterious sword. In no time at all, he successfully unearthed the stone tablet, which tumbled to the ground with a resounding thud. With a flourish, he retrieved his storage bag and effortlessly stowed the stone tablet within. Next, Su Yang sought out a nearby stone of similar hue, skillfully shaping it to resemble the original tablet. Soon, he had crafted a near-identical replica. He buried it in the ground and covered it with earth, leaving no trace of his disturbance. Satisfied, he clapped his hands and admired his handiwork, then promptly set about excavating the remaining 20-plus stone tablets. After a full day and night of toil, Su Yang had successfully removed all 30 tablets from the first layer, replacing them with his fabricated versions. By this time, the oppressive tenfold gravity of the first layer had dissipated. As for the tablets of the second layer, Su Yang had no intention of disturbing them just yet, as he planned to remain here for a month and would need to utilize the subsequent layers for his cultivation. After a night of rest, as dawn broke the following day, Su Yang began to venture into the second layer. This moment, he had already spent nearly 5 days in this gravity space. Unbeknownst to him, while he was engrossed in his solitary cultivation, the outside world had been thrown into turmoil due to the death of Zhang Heshan. The source of this upheaval was none other than the members of the Zhang family, who were now arriving from a distance. The Zhang family held the status of a noble lineage, not just any lord of the Li Kingdom, but a noble of one of the 4 great empires. The Chu Kingdom, their standing rivaling that of the royal family of the Li Kingdom. Leading the Zhang family contingent was an elder of mid-void realm cultivation, a figure from the generation of Zhang Heshan's grandfather, named Zhang Yuanshan. Accompanying him were 2 young men, whose cultivation was merely at the late foundation establishment stage. That moment, they were engaged in a heated debate with Vice Dean Jing Qi and others in the conference room. Vice Dean Jing Qi, since the Zhang family has sent representatives, why is it that we do not see Dean Xiancheng? Is it that he looks down upon my Zhang family? Zhang Yuanshan was evidently incensed. In his view, arriving with a status that was not inferior to that of the royal family of the Li Kingdom warranted a reception befitting such stature. Yet now, not only had he not encountered any members of the royal family, but even the dean of the Li Capital Academy was nowhere to be found, which he perceived as a grave humiliation. My apologies, fellow Taoist Zhang. The dean has not been seen for quite some time, and I, too, am unaware of his whereabouts, thus making it impossible to contact him. Jing Qi replied, a hint of awkwardness in his tone. Internally, however, he could not help but roll his eyes, with just the likes of you, Zhang Yuanshan, merely a mid-stage figure in the void. How do you expect to face our esteemed dean? You can't even best me, and yet you harbor such delusions of grandeur. Humph, after a disdainful scoff. It was evident that Zhang Yuanshan recognized his own inadequacy and opted for silence. Shifting the focus, he plunged directly into the matter at hand. Where is that scoundrel Su Yang? Bring him forth. Zhang Yuanshan demanded without a hint of courtesy. I beg your pardon, Zhang Daoyu, but Su Yang is currently undergoing punishment and, regrettably, cannot meet you, Jingxi replied, adding, this is the dean's command, which none can contravene. Is it really the case that a member of the Zhang family must perish in vain? Zhang Yuanshan inquired coldly. With a shrug, Jingxi chose to dismiss the conversation entirely this time. Chen Bin, he is your disciple. Can you truly turn a blind eye? Faced with Jingxi's stubbornness, Zhang Yuanshan felt a sense of helplessness and turned to Zhang Heshan's master, Chen Bin, the vice dean of the formation department. Chen Bin found himself in a predicament. On one hand, he had his disciple and the Zhang family to consider. On the other, there loomed the authority of Lidu Academy and the dean. Psychologically, he was reluctant to wade into murky waters for a deceased disciple, especially when it risked offending the promising Su Yang. However, he could not afford to antagonize the Zhang family either. He shifted his gaze toward Jingxi. Don't look at me. Handle it as you see fit. I cannot defy the dean's orders. Jingxi waved his hand dismissively, exiting the conference room without so much as a glance at the others. Leaving behind a group of bewildered individuals. To dare contravene the dean's orders, you have quite the audacity. Humph, Danshan scoffed, following in Jingxi's footsteps as he departed the scene. The others, equally disinclined to get embroiled in the turmoil, soon followed suit. Chen Bin, where exactly is Su Yang being held? Take me there, Zhang Yuanshan commanded without preamble, addressing the now solitary Chen Bin. But Chen Bin hesitated, caught between his thoughts, after contemplating Zhang Yuanshan's insistence. He gritted his teeth and said, "Fine, since you insist, I shall accompany you to where Su Yang is confined." "Excellent, I assure you. Chen Daoyu, you shall not be disappointed," Zhang Yuanshan replied with a smile, feeling that the inclusion of Chen Bin would greatly benefit the Zhang family. Chapter 40. The Gray Machine. Thus, under Chen Bin's guidance, the quartet swiftly arrived at the outskirts of a bamboo grove. "Zhang Daoyu, Su Yang is being punished in the cemetery beyond this grove. Regardless, I remain the Vice Dean of Lidu Academy and cannot show disrespect to our ancestors, so I shall not enter that. I hope you understand," Chen Bin stated. "Of course, this demonstrates your loyalty, Chen Daoyu," Zhang Yuanshan acknowledged. "You two may stay here. I will proceed alone." With that, Zhang Yuanshan ventured into the bamboo grove. Little did they know, their movements had already been reported to Jingqi, who merely shook his head and smiled, showing no intention of intervening. It seems old Yuan's cane hasn't seen action in quite a while," Jingqi chuckled, but suddenly his expression froze, and he instinctively reached for his backside, as if recalling something unexpected. On the other side, Zhang Yuanshan traversed the narrow path through the bamboo grove, and in a mere moment, he arrived before a few quaint buildings nestled within the thicket, after casting a few glances at the route ahead. Just as he was about to proceed once more, a voice unexpectedly emanated from within the small courtyard enclosed by a fence. "Halt!" The voice, tinged with age and accompanied by persistent coughing, belonged to Yuan Zhan. Upon hearing the call, Zhang Yuanshan turned to face the courtyard, where he beheld a frail old man, his right hand gripping a cane as he ambled toward him, coughing incessantly. Yet, despite Zhang Yuanshan's scrutiny, he discerned no hint of the man's cultivation level, prompting him to inquire, "Who are you?" "Me. I am merely a gravekeeper." Cough, cough, Yuan Zhan replied. "What is your purpose here? Who sent you?" Zhang Yuanshan pressed on. "I seek that scoundrel Su Yang. Is he here?" Zhang Yuanshan stated firmly. "What Su Yang, or whatever? There is no one but this old man," Yuan Zhan retorted. "Be off with you, or beware that I shall strike you," he added, waving his cane threateningly. "Humph, utter nonsense. Since you refuse to disclose anything, I shall seek him out directly," Zhang Yuanshan scoffed, although he showed no inclination to engage Yuan Zhan physically, whether out of fear or some other reason. With that, he turned away and began to walk back. Hey, you didn't hear me, did you? Stop right there, or I shall truly strike you." Seeing Zhang Yuanshan continue onward, Yuan Zhan hurriedly intercepted him. "Old fool. Are you courting death? Do you truly believe I am incapable of killing?" Frustrated by Yuan Zhan's repeated obstructions, Zhang Yuanshan's temper flared. He had already bottled up a great deal of anger at Jingqi, and now he found no outlet for it. "What? You dare call me an old fool? You're asking for death, aren't you?" Yuan Zhan, taken aback by Zhang Yuanshan's rebuke, immediately began to point at him and shout. Seeking death, Zhang Yuanshan's gaze sharpened, and he unleashed a powerful punch toward Yuan Zhan, pouring his full strength into the blow. "Impressive," Yuan Zhan exclaimed, and just as Zhang Yuanshan's fist was about to land, he swiftly extended his empty left hand and caught Zhang Yuanshan's fist. Then, disregarding the horrified expression on Zhang Yuanshan's face, he yanked him around in a swift motion. "Senior, let me fly," he shrieked with excitement, as he swung his cane and struck Zhang Yuanshan squarely on the backside. In an instant, Zhang Yuanshan soared through the air like a dark meteor, hurtling out of the academy. "Phew, what a thrill." Yuan Zhan chuckled slyly. "Huh, what is that? A flying machine." Meanwhile, Su Yang, diligently cultivating on the second floor, heard the sound of something slicing through the air. He looked up to see a dark figure shooting away at an astonishing speed in the distance. Could it be that this place also has flying machines? He wondered, scratching his head in confusion. After shaking his head, he returned to his rigorous practice. "Quick, look! What kind of beast is that?" Within the academy, some keen-eyed students spotted Zhang Yuanshan, unaware of what a flying machine was, and mistook him for some kind of beast soaring past. Yuan Lao's cane still possesses the might of yesteryears. With great anticipation, Jingqi had long awaited the spectacle, and upon sighting Zhang Yuanshan, a sinister chuckle escaped him, imbued with a sense of vengeful delight. Unlike Jingqi, at that moment, Chen Bin was idly waiting outside. Completely unaware of Yuan Zhan's existence, him, Capturing a being of the void stage was a trivial matter, especially when it came to someone like Su Yang. However, without warning, Chen Bin's expression shifted dramatically. This is bad. Something's gone awry. We must flee. Without a moment's hesitation, he seized two young members of the Zhang family beside him and dashed toward the location where Zhang Yuanshan had been propelled. Meanwhile, Zhang Yuanshan, struck by Yuan Zhan's cane, did not halt until he had soared beyond the confines of Lidu City. As he regained his footing in midair, a mouthful of blood erupted from him, leaving one to wonder whether it was due to injury or fury. After a brief pause, another figure appeared at his side. It was the relentless Chen Bin. Zhang Daoyu, what transpired? Are you unharmed? Chen Bin inquired, noting Zhang Yuanshan's disheveled state. As for Su Yang, he remained blissfully ignorant of the external turmoil. In the second layer, amidst 20-fold gravity, he tirelessly practiced his punches, beads of sweat cascading down his face. Not daring to pause for even a moment, he diligently acclimated to the oppressive gravitational force. 5 days later, in this spatial realm, shadowy figures flickered and darted about. It was Su Yang. Having adapted to the gravity, honing his agility, in an instant, several figures converged, revealing Su Yang's true form as he gasped for breath. Good, I have largely adjusted. It is time to venture deeper. Yet, before proceeding, he had one task to accomplish: unearthing the tombstones. Grasping his Xianjian, Su Yang immediately set to work on the tombstones of the second layer. However, upon striking down with his sword, he found the ground to be significantly more solid than in the previous layer. Fortunately, his blade remained sufficiently sharp. Although he expended considerable time, after 2 days of diligent excavation, he successfully unearthed all 20 tombstones. Following his earlier method, he crafted another 20 identical stone tablets, setting them in place before advancing to the perimeter of the third layer's tombstones. The first layer boasted 10-fold gravity, the second 20-fold, and now, standing before the third layer, Su Yang surmised it was likely 30-fold. For one who had adjusted to 20-fold gravity, this 30-fold should not have posed an unbearable challenge. Yet, as he stepped into this third realm, his countenance paled significantly, and his body collapsed to the ground in a prostrate position, his bones emitting a series of sharp cracks. The gravity here far surpassed his expectations. A staggering 50-fold. Poor Su Yang found himself utterly immobilized beneath the weight of this crushing force. He felt as though his very organs were being mercilessly compressed, leaving him no choice but to allow his body to recover. It was not until half a day later that he managed to sit up, adopting a cross-legged posture to commence his tranquil meditation. Upon engaging in this cultivation, Su Yang immediately discerned an anomaly within his body. To his astonishment, he realized that he had unknowingly reached the pinnacle of the late foundation establishment stage, while his martial arts, which he had diligently practiced, showed no advancement whatsoever. Despite the lack of progress, Su Yang could distinctly perceive that both the density of his flesh and bones had significantly surpassed their previous states. Yet, he still lacked a proper cultivation technique. Su Yang resolved that once he exited this place, his foremost task would be to acquire a body refinement method. Even if it were inferior, he could always switch to a better one later. After sitting cross-legged for a brief moment, Su Yang began to test his mobility, starting with the simplest movements of his arms and gradually activating his entire body. Following a day of strenuous effort, he finally managed to stand unsteadily, taking his first tentative steps. This marked the 13th day of Su Yang's stay in this realm. After enduring for a full 10 days, he had completely acclimated to the gravity of this place, resulting in a notable enhancement in both his physical form and cultivation, bringing him tantalizingly close to a breakthrough in soul gathering. Subsequently, Su Yang set about dismantling the last 10 stone tablets, causing the gravity of the entire valley to dissipate into nothingness. At this juncture, he found himself at the far end of the valley. Before a low mountain wall, to his astonishment, Su Yang discovered a door beneath this stone wall, behind which he faintly heard the low, resonant sounds of a guqin, ethereal and elusive, evoking a dreamlike sensation. Chapter 41. An aura that shakes the city. He chuckled to himself. I am Su Yang. Why would I still think of her? This accursed music truly is nonsensical. Wiping the tears from his eyes, Su Yang lifted his head and smiled, vigorously shaking off his thoughts as he raised his hand to push open the heavy stone door. However, his expression abruptly changed as he beheld a figure before him, a man in white, with strikingly long, snow-white hair, who was engrossed in gently caressing an ancient guqin before him. Just in front of the white-haired man, adjacent to the wall, lay a shimmering pool of water. since the man was facing away from Su Yang. He could not clearly see the man's features, yet it was evident that anyone who could appear here was no ordinary individual. "Who might you be?" Su Yang inquired, adopting a defensive posture to show his surprise. The figure of the white-haired man seemed to waver, as if he were not entirely corporeal, shifting with the gentle breeze. After calling out several more times to no avail, Su Yang resolved to pick up a small stone from the ground. With a flick of his finger, the stone shot forth like an arrow, aimed directly at the man's back. With a soft whoosh, the stone passed through the white-haired figure without any obstruction, soaring over the pool and striking the opposite wall. Subsequently plopping into the water with a delicate splash, it was merely an illusion. Su Yang breathed a sigh of relief. Approaching, he was determined to unveil the true visage of this enigmatic white-haired man. Just as Su Yang arrived before the white-haired man, an unexpected upheaval occurred. It was uncertain whether it was Su Yang's small stone that disrupted a certain equilibrium, but upon the stone's descent into the water pool, the entire surface erupted into tumultuous waves, sweeping forth in a deluge that engulfed Su Yang before he could make his escape. As the water surged and spread, it swiftly filled the entire cavern, roaring forth with the intent to burst out. At that moment, another anomaly arose. Within the pool, Su Yang sensed the ominous nature of his predicament the instant he was drawn in. However, the water was already in a state of explosive chaos. Despite Su Yang's utmost efforts, he found himself unable to gain control over his body, being relentlessly pulled deeper into the abyss. Once the torrent began to subside, Su Yang discovered he had descended to a profound depth, estimating that he had plunged several hundred meters below the surface. Here, the light had become exceedingly faint, yet fortunately, Su Yang possessed the eye of breaking void. Upon opening it, he was able to perceive his surroundings in their entirety. Yet, in an instant, Su Yang was left astounded by the sight before him. At the bottom of the lake lay a multitude of skeletons, no less than several dozen within his line of sight, each exuding an extraordinary radiance, showing no signs of decay. It was evident that the former owners of these bones were formidable beings. What manner of place was this, concealed within the confines of Lidu Academy? In his astonishment, Su Yang did not hasten to flee, but instead began to swim around the lakebed, examining the area. After an indeterminate amount of time, a glimmer of light suddenly appeared within Su Yang's vision. Upon seeing this, he hastened towards it. With a splash, as though passing through an ethereal barrier, Su Yang found himself in an underwater cavern. Strangely, there was no flow of water here, nor even a hint of moisture. The air was remarkably dry. Looking up, Su Yang observed that the entire space was relatively small, merely a few dozen square meters, and eerily empty, save for a towering black stone tablet standing in the center, its apex nearly touching the ceiling of the cave. Approaching the tablet, Su Yang was met with a pressure akin to that of a mountain, a force that seemed capable of collapsing eternity itself. Imbued with layers of sealing power, merely standing before it, Su Yang felt an overwhelming sense of immobility. Vaguely, he perceived a vision of an extraordinary battle, reminiscent of cataclysmic landslides and tsunamis. Figures of terrifying presence soared through the air, engaged in fierce combat. In Su Yang's estimation, even the most insignificant of these beings could effortlessly obliterate the entirety of Lidu City with a mere slap. Yet, amidst such a battlefield, even these formidable entities fell in droves. In the climax of this vision, Su Yang beheld a towering figure, with hair cascading like a waterfall, muscles rippling with power, raising a hand high to deliver a devastating strike, causing the multitude of figures to vanish in an instant. The towering figure, after delivering a resounding slap, continued to wield his hand, conjuring a monumental stone tablet that plunged straight into the earth. This magnificent edifice seemed to stretch thousands of miles high, imposing itself upon the ground like a great mountain. At this juncture, the scene abruptly shifted. As the power of the void-breaking eye surged forth, the stone tablet in Su Yang's line of sight suddenly became indistinct. Moments later, the entire tablet transformed into a radiant golden light, enveloping Su Yang within its brilliance, while streams of information incessantly poured into his mind. Under the influence of this force, Su Yang instinctively settled into a cross-legged position. Embarking on his cultivation journey, whether it was a mere moment or an entire year, Su Yang lost all sense of time. One day, he abruptly awoke, involuntarily releasing a piercing, exalted shriek. It was as though the cry had shattered the heavens. Bursting forth from the depths of the water, it erupted from the cave. It soared beyond the academy. This cry resonated throughout the entirety of Li City, At that moment, countless cultivators engrossed in their training were jolted awake, gazing in astonishment towards the direction of Li City Academy. Moreover, dozens of Void Realm cultivators instantly surged forth from their sanctuaries, hastening towards the Academy's location. What was that sound? Inside the Academy, numerous students from various factions were startled awake by this sound, casting bewildered glances towards its source. Was that Su Yang's voice? Within a commercial building in Li City, at this moment, Yu Lanqing, Lei Yutian, and Du Tong were leisurely strolling together when they were suddenly shaken by Su Yang's cry. Is it him? Wasn't he punished to sweep the graves? Du Tong queried, perplexed. Haha, this kid truly possesses some skill. He has really found a way to in a small courtyard behind the bamboo grove. Yuan Zhan turned over in his recliner, glanced towards Su Yang's direction, and then closed his eyes once more. Before long, outside Li City Academy, dozens of figures hovered in midair, seemingly out of reverence for the institution. Strangely, despite gathering here, none dared to intrude into the academy. Meanwhile, Jing Qi and several instructors were preparing to confront these formidable individuals who appeared to be embroiled in a dispute. Vice Dean Jing Qi, we merely wish to ascertain the origin of that sound. Do you truly intend to obstruct us? An elderly man in the crowd, at the early stage of the Void Realm, inquired. Please, do not put me in a difficult position, Vice Dean Jing Qi replied somewhat helplessly. We simply wish to see what caused the sound. We absolutely do not intend to stir trouble. We kindly request you to step aside, spoke a woman at the late stage of the Void Realm, her power surpassing that of Jing Qi. This is an order from our esteemed dean. I cannot defy it, Jing Qi said. Increasingly troubled, To blocked so many powerful figures is truly beyond my capabilities. Can even I not intervene? At that moment, from a palanquin on the ground, a robust man clad in a dragon robe descended, his countenance radiating authority, unmistakably a person of high status. This individual slowly levitated before Jing Qi, asking, Dean Qiansheng wouldn't he dare to obstruct me as well? Would he? Upon seeing the newcomer, the figures in the sky immediately paid their respects to him. There is no need for such formalities. Esteemed guests, we are all cultivators here. Engaging as equals suffices. Having said this, he once again directed his gaze towards Jing Qi. In a lifetime, one may yearn for the brilliance of 1,000 cities, as half a melody of sorrow fades into the air. The name Qiansheng Liran was murmured by an unknown individual, sending a shiver down the spines of all present, for the formidable presence of Qiansheng Liran had long been etched into the hearts of every formidable warrior in attendance. They vividly recalled the time when the kingdom of Li faced an onslaught from foreign foes. As the cultivators of Lidu could not withstand the assault, they found themselves besieged within their own capital. Just when all hope seemed lost, it was Qiansheng Liran who emerged, wielding his half-melody of sorrow to vanquish several of the enemy's top masters. It was then that Qiansheng Liran gained his legendary reputation. Although nearly 2 centuries have elapsed since that fateful day, his renown has not diminished. He remains the deity of the entire Lidu Academy. After a moment of silence, nearly all eyes turned towards Ho Pei. For this was indeed the kingdom of Li, and Ho Pei was its emperor. At this moment, Ho Pei, having been swept out of the Lidu Academy by the resonating notes of Qiansheng Liran's qin, bore a visage of frost. While he too was apprehensive of Qiansheng Liran, he was nonetheless the emperor of Li. To retreat now would surely lead to utter humiliation. Thus, Ho Pei could not afford to back down. President Qiansheng, must you truly obstruct me today? Ho Pei spoke coldly. Qiansheng Liran, you are formidable. Ho Pei almost spat the words through clenched teeth, before turning to the other dozens of masters and clasping his fists in salute. Gentlemen, let us march forth together. I wish to see if Qiansheng Liran dares to defy the heavens and slay us all. Exchanging glances, the assembly of Void Masters fell silent. What? Do you lack the courage to confront Qiansheng Liran? If so, what path do you pursue? Seeing their demeanor, Ho Pei could not suppress his disdain once more. This time, his words indeed struck a chord, resonating with their hearts. If they were to retreat today, it would surely become a demonic obstacle in their minds. Should they fail to overcome this mental barrier, their aspirations to ascend to higher realms would be utterly thwarted. Very well, since your majesty has spoken thus, I shall give it a try, spoke an elderly woman in the late stage of the Void Realm. Following her lead, several others gritted their teeth in agreement, their collective resolve now directed towards the Lidu Academy. Kill! An unknown voice cried out, and instantly, the atmosphere thickened with resolve as they surged towards the academy, the echoes of Su Yang's fierce roar propelling them forward. while their attacks gathered potency in their hands. Alas, a soft sigh resonated from deep within the academy as a figure suddenly burst forth, soaring into the sky, precisely intercepting the path of the advancing warriors, clad in white garments, with silver hair cascading down his back. Tianyan Liran sat with an ancient chin resting upon his knees that if Su Yang were present again, he would undoubtedly recognize this figure as the one he encountered upon first entering the cave. Facing the tempestuous crowd, Tianyan Liran gently raised his right hand, extending his index finger, and lightly plucked the strings of the chin. Dong, the guqin emitted a crisp sound, sending forth an almost imperceptible wave of sound towards the approaching crowd. In that instant, the mountains echoed and the seas roared. Confronted by this subtle note, the onlookers felt as though they were facing a colossal beast towering into the heavens, following a thunderous roar that pierced the sky. The sound surged towards them with overwhelming force. Caught entirely off guard, the individuals were struck by this earth-shattering blow, and in the blink of an eye, nearly all of them were left spewing blood, crashing violently to the ground. Afterward, as they struggled to rise, including Ho Pei, none possessed the courage to confront Tianyan Liran any longer. They transformed into streaks of fleeing light, vanishing from the scene in an instant. "Director, what about us?" After everyone had departed, Jing Qi approached Tianyan Liran accompanied by several mentors. Tianyan Liran waved his hand, uttering not a word, before transforming into a beam of light himself. Heading once more to the rear mountains of Lidu Academy, casting a fleeting glance toward the direction where Su Yang was situated, within the underwater cavern, Su Yang remained oblivious to the tempest his long howl had stirred. At this moment, his consciousness was entirely submerged in his sea of consciousness. The waves within his sea surged violently, battering against the barriers like relentless tides, while his mental power surged rapidly. Su Yang realized he had reached the precipice of a necessary breakthrough. Typically, ordinary cultivators could only open their sea of consciousness upon reaching the soul-gathering realm. However, due to his early comprehension of intent, Su Yang had opened his sea much earlier during his foundational stage. And now, as he sought to break through to soul gathering, his sea expanded wildly once more. In mere moments, Su Yang's sea had expanded by more than half, and only then did the force of expansion begin to ease. His mental strength had already surpassed that of ordinary cultivators at the early stages of soul gathering by twofold, if not more. Just as the expansion of his sea reached its zenith, Su Yang's cultivation finally broke free from its constraints, shattering the barriers in an instant. Early soul gathering. Ha! What a thrill, truly exhilarating. Su Yang stood and let out a hearty laugh, considering his cultivation in Huaxia. He had trained for over a decade, and after spending 3 years in seclusion within that small tribe upon arriving in Tianyan, he had finally broken through to the soul-gathering realm. Excitement bubbling within him. Next was the physical body. Let it break through. With a resounding roar, Su Yang forcefully channeled the power of his entire being, the sound of his blood surging against the barriers resonating clearly even in the outside world. At that moment, his physical strength was formidable indeed. Crack, crack. The sound of his bones shifting echoed first, followed by the trembling of his muscles. Suddenly, Su Yang clenched his fist with great force, his waist tightened with all its might. Instantaneously releasing his entire strength, his physical power had undeniably reached the peak of the later stage of foundational cultivation, teetering on the brink of breaking into the soul-gathering realm with just a slight opportunity. This was undoubtedly the advantage of accumulated strength. Roar! With a powerful stamp of his foot, Su Yang pierced through the stone above him, bursting forth from the pool of water, shattering the stone chamber. Standing atop the stone edifice behind the tomb, Su Yang felt an exhilarating surge of power coursing through his body, a formidable energy radiating outward. Ha! His laughter, uncontainable, echoed in the air. What nonsense! Are you out of your mind? Have you been locked away for a month, and you wish to be confined for several more? Just as Su Yang was laughing heartily, an incongruous voice suddenly pierced through the atmosphere, causing his mirth to falter abruptly, leaving him momentarily speechless. The voice unmistakably belonged to the gravekeeper, Yuan Zhan. If you don't want to be confined, then get lost quickly. Should you disturb my slumber again, I shall make you regret it. Noticing Su Yang's silence, the voice chastised him once more. Yes, I shall leave at once. Although Yuan Zhan remained unseen, Su Yang respectfully bowed towards the direction of the bamboo house before hastily exiting the tomb. Upon entering the academy, having successfully transcended to the soul-gathering realm, Su Yang's spirit soared, and he greeted everyone he encountered with exuberance that haha, greetings, Minter Zhao. Haha, hello, senior brother. Haha, senior sister, you are truly beautiful. Haha, little fatty, you are quite dashing. Suddenly, Su Yang spotted Jingqi approaching, and he eagerly made his way over to haha. Vice Dean Jingqi, you look exceptionally handsome. However, after exchanging pleasantries, Su Yang's expression shifted to one of confusion. Jingqi appeared somewhat unusual, seemingly oblivious to Su Yang's greeting, his hand striking a pose reminiscent of the one Su Yang had once illustrated for him while comprehending the 10,000 Beings Path technique, a perfect imitation of Ultraman. Instantly, Su Yang wore a look that conveyed his desire to laugh, yet restrained himself. Indeed, Su Yang, you are correct. How is it that you have emerged? Jingqi nodded, then added, Su Yang, if there is nothing pressing, hurry back to your cultivation. The Nine Heavens Martial Assembly is approaching. He waved dismissively at Su Yang, preparing to depart. Suddenly, as if struck by a thought, Jingqi turned back to Su Yang. By the way, it seems Lei Yutian and his companions have been looking for you. If you have the time, perhaps you should check on them. I saw them at Du Teng's residence just now. Lei Yutian and the others? What could they possibly want with me? Su Yang mused, furrowing his brow in perplexity that he realized that he had not forged a significant bond with them. Unable to deduce the reason, Su Yang decided to head directly to Du Teng's residence. However, en route to the refining department, Su Yang noticed an increasingly strange phenomenon. Everyone he encountered, whether they were fellow students or mentors, regarded him with peculiar glances, as if he bore an extraordinary aura. Moments later, Su Yang arrived at the refining department. After inquiring, he swiftly made his way to Du Teng's abode. When Su Yang arrived at the small courtyard of Du Teng's residence, he found Du Teng, Lei Yutian, and another individual engaged in a lively discussion over TEA. It appeared that, following their recent battle, the three had forged a bond. The arrival of Su Yang immediately piqued their curiosity, prompting them to rise and greet him. Su Yang, why have you only just emerged? It has nearly been 40 days. Did you not receive only a month's punishment? Inquired Yu Lanqing. I see, Su Yang responded. And the trio exchanged knowing glances, compelled to admire his dedication. Are you not aware? Lei Yutian asked, a hint of envy lacing his words. I am not, Su Yang replied, his brow furrowing deeper at Lei Yutian's comment. After a moment of mutual acknowledgement, it was Yu Lanqing who elucidated, Su Yang, have you encountered Dean Xiansheng? Su Yang shook his head. Naturally, he had never met the legendary figure. However, he had certainly heard numerous tales about Xiansheng Liran. Did you experience any unusual occurrences during your seclusion? Yu Lanqing continued. Unusual occurrences? Su Yang pondered for a moment before a sudden realization struck him. It seems you are referring to the same matter. A few days prior, your resounding howl reverberated throughout the entirety of Lidu, attracting the attention of dozens of Void Realm experts, including the reigning emperor of Ligua. They pressured the academy to hand you over. And under such duress, Vice Dean Jingqi struggled to maintain control of the situation. Ultimately, it was Dean Xiancheng who intervened. You cannot fathom the extent of his power. A mere note from his zither repelled everyone in an instant. Consequently, rumors now circulate that you are the chosen successor of Dean Xiancheng, Yu Lanqing explained. What? Dean Xiancheng appeared and repelled all the formidable experts. Su Yang exclaimed, nearly leaping with astonishment that it was well known that within the entire Lidu Academy, very few, including some instructors, had ever laid eyes on this enigmatic Dean. To think he would appear for his sake was utterly astonishing. You need not concern yourself with the rumors. I have never encountered Dean Xiancheng, let alone be his disciple, Su Yang clarified. Your explanations are futile. Even if we were to believe you, it would not suffice. You must convince others as well. Lei Yutian remarked that in truth, Su Yang, there is no need for you to justify yourself. You have already captured the attention of many. Having Dean Xiansheng as your shield may, in fact, enhance your safety. Du Teng, who had been silent until now, interjected. Du Teng's words caught Su Yang off guard, leading him to reflect seriously on their implications. Indeed, while his howl had elevated his reputation, it had simultaneously placed him in considerable peril, thrusting him into the limelight. The presence of such a protective figure could very well secure his safety. Thank you for your insight, Brother Du. Su Yang expressed his gratitude. By the way, did you come to find me solely for this matter? No. We sought you out regarding the auction in just a couple of days. Zhu Bao Lu will be hosting an auction, and we all wish to acquire something. especially with the upcoming Jiu Shao Hui Wu drawing near, which would certainly enhance our chances, Yu Lanqing remarked. Jiu Shao Hui Wu? What is that? Su Yang inquired. Perplexed, he recalled that Jing Qi had mentioned the term earlier, but at that moment, he had been preoccupied with other thoughts and hadn't had the opportunity to ask for clarification. Su Yang, do you ever inquire about anything beyond your cultivation? Yu Lanqing continued. The competition, known as Jiu Shao Hui Wu, is held at the Nine Swords Sect's Jiu Shao City. This year's event differs from previous ones, as it imposes no restrictions on affiliations. Even loose cultivators can participate if they meet the qualifications, making this occasion truly grand. What has become of Luo Yao and Old He? As Su Yang arrived at Shaoyang Medical Hall, he sensed an unusual atmosphere before he even entered. The entrance was in tatters, clearly shattered by a powerful force. Peering through the broken door, he observed the interior in disarray, with numerous items destroyed. And even the herbs that had been neatly arranged on the shelves were nowhere to be found. Su Yang's expression shifted dramatically as he rushed into the medical hall, heading straight for the backyard. However, as time passed, despite turning the entire backyard upside down, he could not locate Luo Yao, nor could he find Old He. Chapter 44. Breaking into the ancestral hall. Where is it? What on earth has transpired? At this moment, beads of cold sweat formed on Su Yang's forehead, as the situation before him indicated that something utterly unexpected had occurred. Are you looking for that beautiful sister? Suddenly, a melodious child's voice echoed in Su Yang's ears. He quickly turned to see a ragged little beggar peering curiously at him from the front hall of the medical center. In an instant, Su Yang appeared beside the little beggar, gripping her shoulders tightly. Do you know where she is? Tell me quickly. In his haste, Su Yang had inadvertently exerted too much force, causing the little beggar to cry out in pain. Realizing this, he promptly released his grip. Where is she? Have you seen her? She was taken away yesterday, big brother. You must save that sister. She is a kind person who often buys us food and never scolds us for being dirty. The little beggar sobbed, tears streaming down her face. Please don't cry. I will definitely rescue her. Just tell me who took her. Although anxious, Su Yang felt compelled to comfort the little beggar that I don't know who they are. But I know where they are, the little beggar replied, managing to stifle her tears. All right, then take me there now. Under the little beggar's guidance, Su Yang soon arrived before an imposing grand gate, the ancestral hall. So it is the influence of the government. Su Yang gazed coldly at the structure before him. In truth, at this juncture, it would be most prudent for Su Yang to arrive during the night. However, he was consumed by an overwhelming sense of urgency, as Luo Yao had been captured just yesterday, and a full day and night had elapsed. Su Yang was genuinely concerned that something untoward might have occurred. Therefore, after escorting the little beggar away, he brandished a long spear and strode purposefully towards the gates of the Zhongren mansion. This spear had been retrieved from Zhang Heshan's storage pouch and was classified as a mid-grade spiritual weapon. As for the mysterious sword, Su Yang refrained from using it, as he found it imprudent to reveal his identity at this moment. Who goes there? What is your business? The 8 guards stationed at the entrance instantly adopted a vigilant stance as Su Yang approached with fierce determination. One guard, positioned nearest to him, admonishing him sharply, I am here to find someone. Su Yang replied nonchalantly, continuing his advance without breaking stride. Stop. Move any closer, and we will take action, the guard warned, and almost in unison, the 8 of them drew their mysterious swords. Humph! With a disdainful snort, Su Yang swiftly maneuvered between the guards, raising his spear to deliver a powerful sweeping strike. Bang! 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 The resounding impact of hard metal against flesh echoed as the 4 guards to Su Yang's right were sent sprawling, crashing violently to the ground. After struggling futilely a few times, they ultimately failed to rise. Fueled by his inner rage, Su Yang's strike had been delivered with great force. Had he not tempered most of his strength at the last moment, his might would have surely severed their waists. Though he did not kill, his assault instilled a profound sense of terror in the remaining 4 guards, who hastily retreated a few steps while shouting, "Enemy attack, seeking death." With a chilling glare, Su Yang advanced a step, reaching their side before they could react, and unleashed another ferocious sweep with his spear. Bang! A thunderous crash sounded once more, as the remaining 4 met the same fate as their predecessors. Stowing away his spear, Su Yang pressed onward into the depths of the Zhongren mansion. Before long, a throng of individuals emerged from within, numbering around 1 to 200, encircling Su Yang as they approached. Most of these individuals were merely at the body refinement stage, with only a few leaders possessing foundational cultivation. While their numbers were considerable, they posed no real threat to Su Yang. Thus, without awaiting any inquiries, he swung his spear and plunged into the crowd. In an instant, chaos erupted. Su Yang barreled through the throng as if it were a deserted expanse, not even employing his spiritual energy, relying solely on his formidable body refinement prowess. He soon broke free from their encirclement and continued deeper into the Zhongren mansion. However, shortly thereafter, dozens of figures clad in silver armor surged forth from within the mansion. That it was evident that they were distinct from the earlier group. All of them at the foundational stage, with some being in the early to mid stages, and a few formidable individuals even at the late foundational stage. Upon seeing this new assembly, Su Yang narrowed his eyes and prepared to confront them once more. As Su Yang engaged in a fierce battle with this group, within the confines of the ancestral hall, in a spacious sitting room, two elderly gentlemen were engaged in muted discourse. Behind them stood three imposing figures clad in golden armor, their sharp gazes fixed intently on the direction of Su Yang's conflict. "Master Lu, do you see?" On the left side of the sitting room sat an elderly gentleman adorned in splendid robes, his long beard cascading down his chin, resembling a merchant. There is no need for Master Zhu to worry. That young man has already committed an unforgivable crime by daring to intrude upon our ancestral hall. Today, he shall not escape, replied the man on the right, dressed in a green robe, appearing to be in his 40s, his eyes revealing a fierce demeanor with each blink. "Since it is so, I must express my gratitude to Master Lu. This small token is but a gesture of respect. I hope you will accept it," Master Zhu said with a sycophantic smile, producing a storage pouch from his sleeve and placing it before the middle-aged gentleman surnamed Lu. Master Zhu is too kind," responded the middle-aged Lu, though he showed no inclination to refuse, taking the item into his hands for a brief inspection before stowing it away. The three individuals standing behind Lu appeared unfazed by this exchange. Not even blinking an as Lu and Master Zhu conversed, an unexpected silence enveloped the outside, where an intense battle had just raged. After a moment of anticipation, the absence of sound and the lack of reports from his subordinates caused Lu's brow to furrow in perplexity. "Leader Li, could you check to see why there is no movement outside?" Lu commanded the three men behind him. "Yes, my lord," replied the man called Leader Li with a bow, and he proceeded with the other two to exit the sitting room. However, before they could cross the threshold, Su Yang's figure appeared at the entrance. "No need to go out. I have arrived," Su Yang declared, holding a spear in one hand, its tip pointed resolutely toward the ground, his gaze piercing as he regarded the five individuals in the sitting room. Upon witnessing Su Yang's audacious entry, the three leaders' expression shifted dramatically. One of them swiftly moved to stand protectively in front of Lu, blocking Su Yang's advance. "The Su Xiaoyang, you have the audacity to barge into the ancestral hall." Lu's face was ashen, and he slammed his palm onto a nearby table, bellowing at Su Yang. "You even know my name? You would do well to pray that you have no connection to this matter. Otherwise, no one will save you today." Su Yang chuckled upon hearing Lu utter his name. "You, Leader Li, what are you still standing there for? Seize him at once." Lu roared in fury. "Understood." Upon receiving Lu's command, Leader Li and his companions advanced towards Su Yang, drawing their weapons. With a gentle lift of his spear, Su Yang aimed its tip at the three assailants. "Charge!" The first to strike was the burly man on Su Yang's left, wielding a long knife of 4 to 5 feet. With a fierce shout, he swung the blade down towards Su Yang, revealing that his cultivation had already reached the initial stage of soul gathering. Simultaneously, the other two launched their attacks from both sides. "Humph!" Su Yang let out a cold snort, and before the three adversaries could close in on him, he swiftly advanced, raising his spear high before crashing it down upon the incoming long blade. With a resounding boom, the burly man before him staggered back from Su Yang's strike, his feet collapsing onto the floor, shattering several tiles in the process. Just as Su Yang was poised to launch another assault to dispatch the formidable figure before him, he found himself flanked by Leader Li, who had joined forces with another leader. Reluctantly, Su Yang had no choice but to pivot and confront his new foes. Leader Li wielded a long sword, and as he approached Su Yang's side, he unleashed a ruthless slash aimed directly at Su Yang's waist. Simultaneously, on Su Yang's other flank, a man armed with a short spear had also arrived, thrusting directly towards Su Yang's throat, caught in a pincer attack. In response to this precarious situation, Su Yang suddenly surged forward instead of retreating, deftly stepping out of the path of their combined assault. causing their strikes to miss their mark. He then swiftly pivoted his spear and delivered a forceful strike toward the man with the short spear. Bang! Taken by surprise, the short spear wielder was struck hard in the abdomen by Su Yang's blow. After spitting out a mouthful of blood, he crashed into the living room wall, evidently mortally wounded. Chapter 45. Battle. 3 strikes to fell 1. Su Yang's fierce combat style momentarily stunned both Leader Li and the other leader, while even the middle-aged Lu furrowed his brow, realizing that Su Yang was not to be trifled with. Although Leader Li's cultivation was superior to that of the other two, having reached the mid-stage of soul gathering, it was still insufficient to contend with Su Yang, as the man he had just dispatched was already a formidable warrior at the initial stage of soul gathering. What was most alarming was Su Yang's youth. The middle-aged Lu, having attained his current position, possessed a keen eye for talent, and he had come here with a greater mission in mind. Unconsciously, Lu's gaze turned toward the head of the Zhu family beside him, seemingly contemplating whether it was worth offending the young man before him for the sake of trivial matters. The intensity of Lu's gaze caused the Zhu family head's expression to shift dramatically. As if he had deciphered something from Lu's eyes, he quickly interjected, "Master Lu, you have already promised to assist me in dealing with Su Xiaoyang. You cannot renege on your word." "You." The Zhu family head's words nearly made Lu leap from his seat in indignation. With that statement, even if he wished to sever ties now, it was no longer feasible. Lu was effectively bound to the Zhu family head's cause. Upon reaching the late stage of soul gathering, nearly every cultivator sought a secluded place for profound meditation, hoping to discover the opportunity to break through to the void realm, a level that signified a significant figure in the world. Thus, unless one was enamored with power or found themselves hopelessly stalled in their progress, few would remain in court positions. Individuals like the middle-aged Lu were already among the most formidable presences here. Though he had resolved to take action, Lu had already determined that after today's events, he would not let the Zhu family head off so easily, upon witnessing the middle-aged man of the Lu surname spring into actions. Leader Li and his companions could not help but feel an immense sense of relief, hastily retreating to a safer distance. Although their previous skirmish had been exceedingly brief, the pressure exerted by Su Yang had been overwhelming. Is he truly at the peak of the gathering soul stage? "I have even slain those at the void realm," Su Yang murmured, fearlessly aiming the tip of his spear at the Lu man. Arrogant, the Lu man regarded Su Yang's words with a hint of disdain. "Kill," he bellowed, launching a powerful punch directly at Su Yang, the force of his strike whipping the air and shattering several of the living room's furnishings. "Come on," Su Yang shouted, channeling all of his vitality and spiritual energy to collide with the incoming blow, eager to gauge the disparity between his full-fledged strength following his breakthrough in the gathering soul stage and that of the peak of the same realm. Boom! The clash was akin to two ferocious beasts colliding. Under the immense force unleashed, everything within the living room was swept away, reduced to mere dust. Leader Li and the others found themselves instinctively retreating, hastily exiting the living room, while the unfortunate head of the Zhu family, whose cultivation was merely at the body refinement stage, fainted from the overwhelming pressure. After the collision with the Lu man, Su Yang only staggered back a few steps before regaining his footing. Haha, what a thrill! Again, with a powerful stamp of his foot, Su Yang propelled himself forward once more, charging straight at the Lu man. Following their initial clash, the Lu man's expression shifted slightly. He realized that Su Yang's physical strength was astonishingly formidable. Even though he was 2 minor realms above Su Yang, he still felt a tingling numbness in his arm from the impact. However, before he could regain his composure, Su Yang's next strike was already upon him. Reluctantly, the Lu man had no choice but to retaliate with another punch. Bang! 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 This time, Su Yang and the Lu man exchanged 3 successive blows. After the third punch, Su Yang remained unfazed, his excitement only intensifying. In contrast, the Lu man, lacking in body refinement, began to struggle against Su Yang's rapid-fire assaults. After Su Yang's final strike, the Lu man abruptly retreated, retrieving a golden fish talisman from his waist pouch and tossing it into the air. As he chanted incantations, the talisman gradually expanded before him, eventually growing to the size of a person. With a mighty roar, the Lu man commanded the talisman, unleashing a barrage of icy projectiles that hurtled towards Su Yang. Observing the oncoming frost, Su Yang swiftly raised his spear, creating a flurry of overlapping spear shadows that rapidly coalesced before him, forming a solid barrier of light in mere moments. That instant, The relentless icy assault crashed against the luminous shield. Boom. Yet, given Su Yang's current realm, it was insufficient to withstand the onslaught. The shimmering barrier quickly diminished to a thin layer. On the verge of being breached, the all things birth Dao technique. In that critical moment, Su Yang understood that relying solely on the strength he had thus far displayed would make it exceedingly difficult to overcome the Lu man without revealing his true identity, forcing him to resort to this technique that he had never unveiled before in front of others. At this moment, an overwhelming surge of spiritual energy visibly converged towards Su Yang, rapidly gathering before his hands. This incantation not only possesses the power to directly suppress adversaries, but also channels strength into Su Yang himself. The energy coalesced with such intensity that it soon became difficult for Su Yang to maintain control. Swiftly wielding his spear, Su Yang concentrated the amassed power at the tip of his long weapon, then unleashed a fierce strike. As the luminous barrier shattered, his attack collided with the oncoming torrent of icy shards, shattering them instantly. Without pause, Su Yang propelled himself forward with forceful determination, the fierce spear striking heavily against the golden fish. A thunderous explosion ensued, and beneath Su Yang's onslaught, this superior spiritual artifact erupted into fragments, unleashing a torrent of formidable energy that swept across the entire room, causing the very structure to collapse under the immense force. At the moment the hall crumbled, both Su Yang and the middle-aged man of the Lu clan burst through the roof, re-emerging amidst the ruins to confront one another once more. You truly astonish me. To reach this level of combat at merely the initial stage of soul gathering, despite the destruction of the golden fish artifact. The middle-aged Lu exhibited no sign of anger. Instead, he withdrew his spiritual energy and spoke to Su Yang with an affable demeanor. What do you wish to convey? Su Yang inquired. Let us cease hostilities today. The person you seek resides within my clan's Ren mansion. I assure you, I can deliver him to you unharmed, and he will be entirely at your disposal. After stating this, the Lu man gestured towards the distant head of the Zhu family. Do you truly have such benevolence? Su Yang replied, taken aback. Naturally, but you must first pledge your allegiance to me, the Lu man asserted with an air of inevitability. What do you propose? If you agree to serve me, I can assist you in annihilating the Zhu family and grant you all that belongs to them. To secure Su Yang, this Lu clan elder was clearly willing to make considerable sacrifices. Release my people. Assist me in obliterating the Zhu family? Lu, you are indeed generous. You've had your fill of fighting, but I am far from satisfied. Su Yang laughed with fury, raising his spear as if to strike once more. It seems you are courting death. Just as the two were poised to clash again, a resounding voice echoed from the entrance of the Ren mansion. This is the Ren mansion. Is it not too disrespectful to my royal family for the two of you to engage in battle here? The voice was imbued with authority, causing Su Yang to turn and behold none other than the Crown Prince, Ho Ba. Upon seeing the Crown Prince, the Lu clan elder promptly halted his aggression. Bowing respectfully, Lu Walu pays his respects to your highness. Though Su Yang felt a twinge of displeasure, he acknowledged the Crown Prince with a slight bow. Su Xiaoyang greets the Crown Prince. Ho Ba stepped into the fray, surveying the collapsed hall before fixing his gaze upon Su Yang, seemingly ignoring Lu Wulu entirely. Have we met before? As he scrutinized Su Yang, Ho Ba was struck by a sense of familiarity. Yet the memory eluded him. A few days ago, the Crown Prince engaged in a duel with Qin Wuxin, and I was present to witness the Crown Prince's remarkable demeanor, Su Yang casually remarked. So it is you. Upon hearing this, the Crown Prince seemed to recall someone, and due to Su Yang's previous alchemical contest with Ma Yi, as well as his esteemed reputation as a miraculous doctor in Lidu, Su Yang had garnered a modicum of fame. Consequently, he became one of the individuals the Crown Prince sought to investigate. Furthermore, with Su Yang's formidable display of martial prowess today, the Crown Prince began to regard him with increasing importance, contemplating the possibility of winning him over. However, before proceeding, he needed to clarify Su Yang's identity. Are you Su Xiaoyang? What is your connection to Ho Tianquan? Ho Ba inquired. There is no connection whatsoever. I merely sought to join the fray. Su Yang replied. After hearing Su Yang's words, Ho Ba nodded and then posed the question he was most eager to ask. What is your relationship with Su Yang of Lidu Academy? This was the matter that concerned Ho Ba the most, for if Su Yang were indeed an advisor to Ho Tianquan, there might still be a chance to win him over. However, if there were any ties to Su Yang, it would pose a significant problem, as Qiansheng Liran was not someone to be trifled with. The names Su Yang and Su Xiaoyang were merely a syllable apart. He is he, and I am I. Su Yang replied coolly, offering no further explanation. Whether Ho Ba comprehended his words remained uncertain, as he refrained from further inquiries and instead sought to understand the circumstances that led to today's events. Might I inquire why the esteemed Dr. Su forcibly intruded upon my Zhongren manor? Has my manor wronged you in any way? You have taken my people, Su Yang stated, glancing at Lu Wulu across the way. Ho Ba turned his head as well. Observing this situation, Lu Wulu felt an increasing headache. He almost wished to obliterate the Zhu family entirely. Yet, in the presence of Ho Ba, Lu Wulu had to explain, it was the head of the Zhu family, Zhu Jiaozuan, who came to report that someone from Su Xiaoyang's clinic stole their belongings. Which is why I sought to inquire about his people. Is that so? Zhu Jiaozuan stepped forward. When Zhu Jiaozuan, the head of the Zhu family, approached with trepidation, Ho Ba continued, you claim that someone from Su Xiaoyang's clinic stole your belongings. Do elaborate. Commoner pays respects to His Highness the Crown Prince. It was indeed a member of Su Xiaoyang's clinic who stole an ancestral item of ours, as witnessed by my family's guards. Not only did they deny it, but they also injured our people. Having seen it firsthand, who exactly do you accuse of the theft? Su Yang questioned coldly. It must be you. You certainly possess the capability. Zhu Jiaozuan shouted, pointing an accusing finger at Su Yang. To be precise, they had not actually witnessed Lao He committing the theft. They merely sought to slander Su Yang because his presence had adversely affected their business. And since they had indeed lost something, they chose to frame him. Su Yang was well aware of this, which is why he remained so composed. When you lost your belongings, I was still within the Laoxiao mountain range. If you intend to frame me, at least choose a more plausible pretext. As he spoke, Su Yang's ears perked up suddenly, and he couldn't help but let out a laugh. I have someone who can vouch for my presence in the Laoxiao mountain range. Who? Upon hearing the voice, all eyes, including that of Prince Ho Ba, turned in that direction. There, at the entrance of the Zhongren mansion, several figures were approaching, with the foremost being the sixth prince, Ho Tianchuan. Following him were Yang Ji, Ding Liang, and an unknown young lady, all of whom Su Yang had encountered in the Luoxiao mountain range. The commotion caused by the battle between Su Yang and Lu Wulu had indeed attracted considerable attention, and the location being within the Zhongren mansion had already alerted various observers. Prince Ho Ba had merely arrived a step earlier. I can attest that I indeed saw him during our time in the Luoxiao mountain range. And he even saved us, spoke Yang Ji. Very well indeed, exclaimed Ho Ba. Lu Wulu, why are you still dawdling? Return Su Yang's people to him at once. Yes, your highness, Lu Wulu replied. I shall go immediately, with a wave of his hand. He swiftly departed with Leader Li and the others, ensuring that Zhu Jiaozuan was apprehended before leaving this place of turmoil. Once Lu Wulu had exited, the stage was set for a confrontation between the two princes. Little brother greets big brother, Ho Tianchuan began, his words laced with a hidden meaning suggesting that even within the Zhongren mansion, he had his own network. Sixth brother, it would be wise for you not to provoke trouble. For if I were to kill you, it would be in vain. Prince Ho Ba replied coldly, showing little inclination to elaborate on Ho Tianchuan's remarks. You, Su Xiaoyang, had better not be associated with that fellow, or you shall meet the same fate. After addressing Ho Tianchuan, Ho Ba's gaze shifted back to Su Yang, leaving one to wonder whom he referred to, Ho Tianchuan or the Su Yang of Lidu Academy. I address you as your highness out of courtesy, yet you truly consider yourself a figure of significance, Su Yang retorted, pointing at Ho Ba defiantly. Though Su Yang sensed that Ho Ba had grown stronger since their previous encounter with Qin Wuxing, he remained unflinching. Even if he could not defeat Ho Ba, he was confident in his ability to escape. The atmosphere shifted dramatically following Su Yang's bold words, plunging the gathering into an unexpected silence. As no one had anticipated such a response from him, Ho Ba's expression darkened, clearly on the brink of eruption. Typically, he acted with dominance, and his willingness to confront Qin Wuxing spoke volumes of his confidence and courage. Even the sixth prince, Ho Tianchuan, would not dare to challenge him directly. Yet today, there stood Su Yang. You court death. Ho Ba growled furiously, abruptly raising his right fist, gathering immense power, ready to strike. In response, Su Yang assumed a defensive stance, fully prepared to counter Ho Ba's assault. Big brother, do you dare to make a move here? Do not forget what our royal ancestor has proclaimed. As the tension between Ho Ba and Su Yang escalated, Ho Tianchuan, who had been watching in trepidation, hastily shouted out, though it remained unclear who he referred to as the royal ancestor. Upon hearing Ho Tianquan's words, Ho Ba's expression shifted slightly, as if he had recalled something. The previously heightened aura he had exhibited receded once more, and casting a cold glance at Su Yang and the others, he departed from the Zhongren mansion. It was only after Ho Ba's departure that Ho Tianquan and the others exhaled a sigh of relief. As though Ho Ba were indeed a formidable beast. Su Xiaoyang, you truly possess remarkable courage, daring to confront the crown prince, Yang Ji remarked, giving Su Yang a thumbs up. What's the matter? Is he truly that powerful? Su Yang inquired, somewhat perplexed. It's not just that he is powerful, he is extraordinarily formidable, to a degree beyond your imagination, Ho Tianquan replied with a grave expression, since the battle at Qinghe Lake. Ho Ba had scarcely remained in Lidu, continuously challenging renowned masters. It was said that he had already clashed with a formidable practitioner of the Void Realm and even slain his opponent. He has killed someone from the Void Realm, Su Yang murmured. While Su Yang had engaged with a practitioner of the Void Realm, it had merely been an injured one, a temporary vessel at that. Were he to confront a true pinnacle-level practitioner of the Void Realm, defeat would be all but assured. Never mind him. At least in Lidu, without the Emperor's permission, Ho Ba would not dare to make a move, Ho Tianquan stated. With that, Su Yang began to chat casually with Ho Tianquan and the others while waiting for Luo Yao. Before long, Luo Yao arrived, personally escorted by Lu Wulu. Upon seeing Su Yang, her eyes reddened instantly, and she rushed towards him, her expression filled with grievance. Noticing her distress, Su Yang assumed Luo Yao had endured some hardship, and his expression changed immediately, casting a cold glare at Lu Wulu. Seeing Su Yang's expression, Lu Wulu nearly jumped in fright, hastily waving his hands. No, please don't act rashly. I truly haven't done anything. She is absolutely fine, not a single hair out of place. What a joke. Lu Wulu had just witnessed the tense standoff between Su Yang and Ho Ba. In his mind, Su Yang was undoubtedly a hothead, at most a powerful hothead, which extinguished any thoughts of confronting Su Yang. Luo Yao, is that true? Su Yang inquired, not responding but questioning Luo Yao. Naturally, Luo Yao had not suffered any grievances. After hearing her response, Su Yang ceased further inquiries. He clasped his fist towards Ho Tianquan, stating, Sixth Prince, since Luo Yao is unharmed, I shall take my leave. Wait, Su Shini, I will be hosting a banquet in 3 days at the mansion. I wonder if Su Shini would be able to attend? As Su Yang was about to depart, Ho Tianquan spoke again, extending an invitation. Clearly, this was an attempt to cultivate a connection with Su Yang. Yes, I shall certainly be there on time. Thank you for your kind invitation. Sixth Prince, Su Yang replied graciously. Young master, take this. It is something that Lu asked me to give you. I hope you will refrain from causing him any more trouble. Luo Yao suddenly presented Su Yang with a storage bag. Su Yang was taken aback. Accepting the storage bag as his consciousness scanned its contents, he discovered it was filled with spirit stones. Over 1,000, all of medium quality, amounting to the equivalent of 100,000 low-grade spirit stones. It seemed this fellow was quite shrewd, befitting someone of his standing. That a faint smile crossed Su Yang's face as he stored the spirit stones away. By the way, Luo Yao, why have I not seen Lao He? Where did it go when you were captured? Su Yang couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment, as he had thought Lao He had also been apprehended, yet he had not encountered it during their time at the Ancestral Hall. It fled. It ran off as soon as those people arrived. That time, some individuals pursued it, but I am unaware of the outcome. The mere mention of Lao He visibly irritated Luo Yao. Chapter 47. The Annihilation of a Clan. Just as Luo Yao closed the door, Su Yang suddenly produced a whip from seemingly nowhere and struck Lao He on its rear. How dare you run away? What did I tell you before? Yao. With a cry of distress from the lash, Lao He swiftly turned and attempted to flee, but by then, Luo Yao had already shut the courtyard gate and stood blocking the entrance, leaving Lao He with no avenue of escape. I am wronged. There were so many of them. I had no means to resist. While dodging Su Yang's whip, Lao He hurriedly explained. However, Su Yang had resolved to impart an unforgettable lesson today, thus paying no heed to Lao He's justifications, relentlessly pursuing and striking it with the whip. After a considerable time had passed, Su Yang pressed his foot upon Lao He's head and brandished the whip, inquiring, next time, will you dare to run again? I won't dare, absolutely not. Lao He was on the verge of frothing at the mouth, though it had endured numerous lashes. one could not claim it was severely injured. After all, it was a demon beast. Very well. Today I shall grant you reprieve, but you had better remember this lesson well. Yes, yes, I shall remember it thoroughly, I assure you. Upon uttering these words, Lao He scrambled to its feet, once again brimming with vitality. Not long after spending time at the medical hall, someone soon delivered an invitation to Su Yang, which was none other than the summons to the gathering hosted by Ho Tianquan. The time and venue were set for 3 days hence at the residence of the sixth prince. That night, the sky was shrouded in gloom, the moon obscured, and the streets of Lidu were devoid of any human presence. Save for the occasional patrols that passed by, accompanied by a gentle breeze that rustled the treetops, producing a soft whisper. Yet, amidst this night, a figure darted and weaved, skillfully evading the patrols as it hastened towards a specific destination, the residence of the Zhu family. The Zhu family had made multiple attempts to deal with Su Yang, having already crossed his threshold of tolerance that in Su Yang's mind. The solution was clear: to eradicate the Zhu family for good. Steering clear of the crowd, Su Yang soon arrived at the Zhu family residence, which was not too far from the medical hall. Evading the guard's line of sight, he scaled the wall in an unobserved area, directly infiltrating the Zhu estate. Moreover, those they had sent to the ancestral hall to gather information had all been expelled, indicating that something must have transpired. Elder, what shall we do now? One of the younger clan elders inquired of the elderly man seated at the head of the table. This elder, named Zhu Yan, was a figure from the previous generation of Zhu Jiaoxiyuan. Continue sending people to the ancestral hall to find Lu Wulu and ascertain what has truly happened. Zhu Yan replied in a grave tone. But many have already gone numerous times, and it has proven fruitless, someone remarked. Let the gifts continue until he is thoroughly satisfied. Zhu Bian declared fiercely at that moment. A voice suddenly echoed from the entrance of the living room. There is no need for such trouble. He will not survive, and you shall soon meet your demise as well. The speaker was none other than Su Yang, who had arrived here after an extensive search. It's you, Su Xiaoyang. Everyone in the living room gasped in astonishment, turning their heads towards the entrance, as they were all somewhat familiar with Su Yang. With a cold snort, Su Yang uttered not a word but immediately took action. The clan elders present were relatively significant figures of the Zhu family, yet their individual prowess was rather lacking. Amidst the splattering of blood, in no time at all, every person in the living room had been ruthlessly slaughtered by Su Yang, with numerous severed heads rolling across the floor, their wide-open eyes seemingly filled with regret. Having eradicated all those present, Su Yang had yet to exit the living room when he found himself encircled outside, indicating that the commotion had indeed drawn the attention of many. Grandfather, a young man at the forefront, suddenly beheld the numerous corpses within the hall and cried out in anguish. Quick, kill him! A flurry of sword lights flickered, and for those who harbored ill intentions towards him, Su Yang showed no mercy. Among them, the most formidable was merely at the initial stage of soul gathering. Posing no threat to someone of Su Yang's caliber in but a moment, the ground before the living room was littered with corpses, transforming the scene into a veritable hell of slaughter, where none could withstand Su Yang's might. With his cry, several figures darted forth like lightning, racing towards the main entrance. Meanwhile, the massacre continued unabated. As the crowd dwindled, some soon realized the peril and fled from the Zhu family, making their way towards the exit. Su Yang, indifferent to their escape, persisted in his slaughter of those who remained. As more individuals grasped the gravity of the situation, they too began to flee. Before long, only a handful of young Zhu family members remained. As many had already escaped at this juncture, it had been half an hour since the person dispatched to report to the authorities had left, yet strangely, there was no sign of any officials arriving. Nor had the messenger returned. The Zhu family is doomed. By now, those who remained were acutely aware that they had been abandoned. Su Xiaoyang, we will never let you go. The young man growled menacingly at Su Yang. You will have no opportunity, Su Yang replied. With that, he unleashed a flurry of swords, executing the few remaining individuals. At this moment, the area was devoid of any shadows, and Su Yang did not hasten his departure, instead surveying the Zhu residence. Soon enough, he discovered the location where the Zhu family stored their possessions. Due to their hasty escape, nearly all their valuables remained, including various spiritual herbs, materials, and a substantial quantity of spirit stones, all of which now fell into Su Yang's hands. Before long, he had swept everything away, and subsequently set the place ablaze. Amidst the roaring flames, Su Yang departed. The following day, explosive news rapidly spread throughout the entirety of Lidiu, in the city of Lidu. The illustrious merchant family, the Zhu clan, met with a catastrophic fate overnight, leading to a tempest of speculation and unrest. Eager tongues quickly alerted the House of Ancestors, whose duty it is to resolve such matters in Lidu. However, to everyone's astonishment, the House of Ancestors merely conducted a cursory inquiry and a brief investigation before lapsing into silence, shrouded in an aura of the extraordinary. This only intensified the public's curiosity, spawning myriad versions of the tale that circulated through the streets and alleys. Some claimed that the Zhu family had incurred the wrath of a formidable figure and was exterminated, while others suggested that the family harbored rebellious intentions, prompting the court to act decisively against them. Even more outlandishly, there were whispers that the Zhu clan was not even of the human race, but had merely fled at AS for the truth of the matter. Although some escapees from the Zhu family attempted to reveal it, few would believe their accounts at this moment. Su Yang remained within the confines of the medical hall, dismissing the external rumors with a mere smile. His focus was directed toward surmounting the mental barrier of the spatial ring he had acquired. Since obtaining it, Su Yang had made numerous attempts to breach this barrier without success, but now, having reached a breakthrough in the soul-gathering stage, his mental prowess had surged, prompting him to try once more. Predictably, as soon as he initiated his assault on the ring's barrier, it began to yield. Before long, with a vigorous push from Su Yang, the barrier shattered, revealing the contents within. Chapter 48. Entering the tower for profit, an uncountable number of spirit stones and an array of materials lay before him. Su Yang estimated that the spirit stones alone amounted to no less than 400,000 to 500,000, with a considerable quantity of spirit herbs and materials in addition. Ultimately, at the innermost recess of the ring, he discovered a white jade vial containing an enigmatic liquid. What could this be? Holding the vial in his hand, Su Yang scrutinized it carefully. The entire white jade bottle was semi-transparent, and through its body, he observed that the liquid was a vibrant red and viscous, emanating a wild power that suggested it might be the essence of some formidable beast. Yet, he could not discern its origin. Unable to ascertain its significance, he reluctantly decided to stow it away and turned his thoughts to the upcoming auction. This auction, scheduled a few months prior to the Nine Skies Martial Arts Conference, was self-evidently significant that it promised an abundance of valuable items. But this very allure would draw a multitude of participants. If he were not adequately prepared with spirit stones, it could pose a considerable dilemma. Spirit stones, yet again, Su Yang lamented, rubbing his temples, realizing that since his arrival in Tianyan, he had never enjoyed an abundance of spirit stones. Suddenly, an idea sparked in his mind. That very afternoon, word spread swiftly through Lidu Academy. The celebrated Su Yang was poised to challenge the Zhuangwang Tower once more. As soon as the news broke, the entire Lidu Academy was abuzz with excitement. Just over a month ago, Su Yang had decisively defeated Zhang Heshan in the arena. It is worth noting that although Zhang Heshan was slain by Su Yang, he was undeniably ranked 21st. Consequently, many speculated that Su Yang would at least secure a position within the top 20. However, Su Yang did not initiate any challenges, and another piece of news swiftly circulated throughout the academy. Prior to the Zhuangwang Tower event, someone had openly established a betting pool, wagering on Su Yang's potential ranking. Typically, such gambling activities were expressly forbidden at Lidu Academy, yet for reasons unknown, no instructor appeared to intervene today, which only heightened the curiosity of the onlookers. Thus, from early morning, a throng of spectators gathered outside the Zhuangwang Tower, while beside it stood three figures, notably Lei Yutian and his companions, Su Yang. Being relatively unfamiliar with anyone at Lidu Academy, had no choice but to enlist these three individuals to assist him temporarily. Among them, Yulanxing had no qualms, while Lei Yutian wore an expression of reluctance. In contrast, Du Teng, seemingly simple-minded, was quite intrigued by the unfolding events. Let the betting commence. A payout of 2 to 1 for layers 15 and above, 1.5 to 1 for layers 10 to 15, 1 to 1 for layers 5 to 10, 2 to 1 for layers 4 to 5, and 3 to 1 for the top 3. Shouted Du Teng from the table, while Yulanxing and Lei Yutian busied themselves with counting money and keeping records. This was the strategy Su Yang had devised. As the auction approached, many individuals at Lidu Academy were well prepared with their funds, and it would be a shame not to seize the opportunity. What? Su Yang dares to challenge the top 3? He certainly has guts. I bet on layers 10 to 15, 1,000 low-grade spirit stones. No sooner had Du Tung finished speaking than responses began to pour in, with some of them being Su Young as hired supporters. I'll give it a try as well. I bet 3,000 spirit stones that he will make it into the top 10. Followed another voice. Soon after, a chorus of additional bets echoed, prompting those who had been merely observing to contemplate joining in. Why don't we give it a shot? Surely this place is above reproach. It was evident that some individuals were starting to feel tempted. All right, let us try it. I'll bet 1,000 just for fun. Before long, a substantial pile of spirit stones, amounting to no less than several million, amassed before Lei Yutian and the others, creating a strikingly visible mound. Among the spectators, there were those who, feeling envious of Su Yang, quickly reported the situation to their instructors, only to be dismissed with a curt reminder. We cannot afford to offend the dean. Come place your bets. Once you enter the tower, there will be no opportunity left. Don't you wish to make some money? Du Tung continued to call out, demonstrating a knack for salesmanship. This fellow. Haha, steward, you should also wager 100,000 spirit stones. Bet on whatever you like, just to liven things up. At this moment, the sixth prince stood on the periphery of the crowd, and upon witnessing the unfolding situation, he promptly contributed 100,000 spirit stones. Your Highness, does he not fear that someone might cause a disturbance by doing so? Inquired the steward standing beside Ho Tianchuan, his voice laced with apprehension. What disturbance could arise? They are openly gambling. To disrupt would require one to place a bet, which only serves to line his pockets. Ho Tianchuan chuckled. As time passed, the pile of spirit stones amassed to an astonishing sum exceeding 10 million. Regardless of Du Tung's fervent calls, the influx of bettors had ceased. It was not until this moment that Su Yang leisurely approached. Seemingly oblivious to the mound of spirit stones, Su Yang strode confidently into the Zhuangwang Tower. For him, traversing the earlier levels posed no challenge. Only after surpassing the 40th level did Su Yang notice an unusual phenomenon. He had anticipated encountering a Void Realm Tower spirit upon reaching the 40th level. However, much to his surprise, the adversaries from the 41st to 44th levels were not of the Void Realm, but rather at the pinnacle of Soul Gathering. It appears that the Zhuangwang Tower only permits those below the Soul Gathering realm to hone their skills. The Void Realm does not manifest here, Su Yang murmured to himself. With the absence of the expected Void Realm foes, Su Yang's progress accelerated. He did not even employ the contingency measures he had prepared. Ascending steadily to the 45th level in under an hour, where he met his first true opponent, a challenger whose appearance and techniques were recorded in the Zhuangwang Tower. This was a young man, no older than 25 or 26, his face adorned with stubble, wielding a broad, long blade. Su Yang did not recognize this individual, nor did he discern whether he was a participant of this cohort. Without hesitation, upon the appearance of the stubbled man, Su Yang launched the first strike. As he wielded his mysterious sword, a torrent of sword light surged toward his adversary. The opponent, undeterred, retaliated with a slash of sword energy aimed directly at Su Yang. With a resounding crash, Su Yang's sword energy was swept aside by the opponent's blade aura, which swiftly arced towards Su Yang's head. The blade energy cleaved through the air, striking the ground and creating a massive crater. However, at that moment, Su Yang's form astonishingly dissipated, leaving only his afterimage. Realizing he had merely struck Su Yang's phantom, the stubbled man's expression shifted dramatically, and in his panic, he attempted to evade. Yet, unbeknownst to him, Su Yang had already positioned himself directly above, delivering a crushing blow to his skull. With a resounding thud and a burst of golden light, Su Yang's fist obliterated the stubbled man's head, which soon transformed into shimmering particles and vanished into the air. In no time, Su Yang advanced to the 46th level. Meanwhile, outside the Zhuangwang Tower, the onlookers marveled at Su Yang's rapid ascent. Aside from their astonishment at his speed, there was no surprise. In their minds, it was certain that Su Yang would breach the top 20 levels. Look, it's Yu Wushang. Suddenly, a voice rang out, drawing everyone's attention. This statement drew the attention of the crowd entirely. Turning their heads to behold a slender figure quietly observing the Zhuangwang Tower from the periphery, as he gazed, Yu Wushang's brows occasionally furrowed in contemplation. What is it? Yu Wushang, are you feeling threatened? Suddenly, a softer voice resonated beside him. Ren Yao, it would be best for you to keep your distance, Yu Wushang replied coldly. Ren Yao, ranked 9th on the Zhuangwang Steel, Yu Wushang, ranked 6th. Chapter 49. The Bet. Of course, it has nothing to do with me. I have no interest in this matter. Even if you were to push me down, I would still be in 10th place. which is satisfactory enough. Rin Yao remarked with a faint smile, seemingly unconcerned. Why is he here at this moment? Hasn't he always been by Ho Ba's side? In a corner of the crowd, the sixth prince, Ho Tianchuan, furrowed his brows in confusion. Yu Wushang is indeed a subordinate of Ho Ba. I say, Yu Wushang, if you feel threatened, you could always challenge him and take the spotlight for yourself, Rin Yao said with a laugh. Humph, upon hearing Rin Yao's words. Yu Wushang snorted coldly and stepped forward, but surprisingly, he did not head towards the Zhuangwang Tower. Instead, he approached Lei Yutian and his companions. Upon seeing Yu Wushang approach, Lei Yutian and the others immediately became tense. As the top student of this cohort, Yu Wushang's reputation carried considerable weight at Lidu Academy, and nearly everyone knew he belonged to the faction of the first prince. Ho Ba, what do you intend to do? Yu Wushang, this is Lidu Academy, Lei Yutian said coldly. You are accepting bets, are you not? I too wish to wager, Yu Wushang stated unexpectedly. What do you wish to bet on? Yu Lanqing inquired. I wager that I can surpass Su Yang in ranking. Yu Wushang declared. There is no such betting option. Let's take his bet. Du Tong interrupted the hesitant Yu Lanqing, his gaze fixed intently on Yu Wushang. That it was only after Yu Wushang departed that Lei Yutian and the others exhaled in relief. However, Yu Lanqing soon turned anxiously to Du Tong. Why did you agree to him? He is at the late stage of soul gathering, while Su Yang has only just broken through to the soul gathering stage. That was his own claim. He asserted that he could surpass Yu Wushang. Du Tong replied. Just as Yu Wushang entered the Zhuangwang Tower, Su Yang had been steadily advancing, reaching the 54th level, with his ranking conspicuously rising to 45. At this level, he encountered an old acquaintance, Du Tong. Yet, it was evident that Du Tong did not recognize Su Yang. Upon his appearance, he immediately brandished his martial artist's blade, unleashing a torrent of flames straight at Su Yang. In the face of this onslaught, Su Yang smiled slightly and unhesitatingly activated his Intent Realm power. The Intent Realm power swiftly enveloped the entire area, and as the roaring flames surged forth, they dissipated into nothingness within the realm. That Du Tang's strength had yet to reach the soul-gathering stage, and his mental prowess was far inferior to Su Yang's, for those whose realms were beneath his. The Intent Realm served as a lethal weapon. After shattering the flames, the Intent Realm continued to expand, quickly enveloping Du Tong within its grasp, momentarily stalling his mental acuity. A gentle breeze and fine rain, unbeknownst to anyone, quietly arrived, softly descending upon Du Tong. In but a fleeting moment, he was utterly obliterated under Su Yang's overwhelming aura, dissipating entirely into the cosmos to complete and total annihilation. After effortlessly vanquishing Du Tong, Su Yang wore a slight smile, and amidst a flicker of brilliance, he ascended to the 55th level, securing his position at 44th place. Su Yang engaged in fierce combat within the Zhuangwang Tower. Yu Wushang swiftly caught up, soon finding himself behind Su Yang. After defeating yet another adversary, he encountered Su Yang once more, and due to the shifting rankings, his opponent on this floor was none other than Su Yang himself. This was the 56th level. At last, I have you in my sights. Let me see just what you are capable of. Yu Wushang grinned menacingly, clasped his hands together, and launched a powerful punch directly at the newly revealed Su Yang's head. With a swift motion, Su Yang evaded Yu Wushang's fist and appeared behind him, drawing his profound sword for a strike. With a clang, Su Yang's sword was met with Yu Wushang's staff, the force of the impact reverberating powerfully, causing Su Yang to involuntarily retreat several steps. Your speed is commendable, but your cultivation is still lacking, Yu Wushang remarked. With that, he swung his short staff downward with tremendous force, crashing it towards Su Yang. Bang, 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 one blow after another. Under such relentless pressure, each of Su Yang's defenses forced him back several steps. Before long, his palms were cracked, and his arms emitted a series of ominous cracking sounds, as if they were unable to bear the strain. Su Yang's physical cultivation was merely at the late foundation establishment stage, and facing the pressure from Yu Wushang, who was at the late soul gathering stage. Even Su Yang's formidable physique struggled to withstand the onslaught. After another collision, Su Yang used the momentum to retreat, unleashing his intent. Suddenly, a crescent moon hung high, and the remnants of the setting sun glowed crimson. The dual lights of sun and moon descended with ferocity, enveloping Yu Wushang in a radiant glow that threatened to dissolve everything in its path. Faced with such an attack, even Yu Wushang dared not underestimate it. With a mighty roar, he gathered all of his spiritual energy to form a thick protective barrier around his body. Moreover, in that moment, he summoned all the mental fortitude from his mind, resolutely safeguarding his sea of consciousness. For the greatest purpose of his intent was to assault the sea of consciousness. A thunderous roar erupted as the brilliance of the sun and moon collided with Yu Wuxiang's protective barrier, sending a visible shockwave sweeping across the battlefield. Within a radius of several hundred meters, hills and trees were uprooted, and the ground was raised in a thick layer. Amidst the swirling smoke, Yu Wuxiang's figure was entirely shrouded. Yet, within this cloud of dust, an angry roar from Yu Wuxiang suddenly pierced through, followed by an even louder explosion at the epicenter of the energy surge. A 1-meter-sized energy sphere burst forth from the haze, striking Su Yang before he could react. Boom! With a resounding crash, Su Yang transformed into a streak of light amidst the billowing dust, gradually dissipating into the horizon. After a considerable duration, the billowing smoke and dust finally settled, revealing the figure of Yu Wuxiang, who remained unscathed at the centered at this moment. However, blood trickled from the corner of Yu Wuxiang's mouth, and his pallor was alarmingly ashen, indicating that he had sustained a slight injury from Su Yang's strike infused with the power of intention. Particularly from its mental assault, it appears I have underestimated you. I never imagined the power of intention could be so formidable, Yu Wuxiang remarked coldly. Meanwhile, Su Yang had just triumphed over his opponent, Lei Yutian. Despite Su Yang's superior realm, he found himself somewhat flustered in the face of Lei Yutian's relentless lightning assaults. Nevertheless, due to his elevated cultivation and formidable constitution, which provided considerable resistance to the thunderous attacks, Su Yang ultimately prevailed against Lei Yutian after considerable effort under the onslaught of intention. The might of the lightning element is indeed fearsome, Su Yang murmured, and shortly thereafter, he ascended to the next level in a flash of brilliance. Outside the Zhuangwang Tower, aside from Yu Wuxiang and Su Yang within the tower, no one else had ventured inside, making their progress and the levels they had reached distinctly observable. Why does Brother Rin not challenge the tower? Prince Lu inquired as he approached Rin Yao. It is merely the 6th prince. Rin Yao replied nonchalantly with a slight bow. I never had much interest in this, so I shall leave the competition to the two of them. His words were not intended to curry favor. He simply provided an explanation as the second strongest individual at Li Du Academy. Rin Yao was naturally subject to various factions' attempts at recruitment. Yet, despite the attempts of others, he remained unmoved, refusing to align with any faction, and no amount of effort could uncover the slightest clue about his origins. What does Brother Rin think of the two competitors? Prince Lu Tianchuan asked. Suddenly, an exclamation from the crowd interrupted their conversation. Look, Yu Wuxiang has surpassed Su Yang, truly deserving of the title of the strongest at Li Du Academy. He is remarkable. No, Su Yang is also quite swift, closely trailing behind. He has advanced another level. While the spectators outside the tower engaged in fervent discussion, Su Yang had already ascended to the 60th level, where his opponents were predominantly at the soul-gathering stage and above. With a resounding clash against his adversary, Su Yang seized the moment to retreat and, in a swift motion, appeared beside his opponent, his mystical sword descending with lethal intent. With a swift slash, a wave of sword energy surged forth, and his opponent fell, severed at the neck, dissolving into luminous particles in the air. Chapter 50. The Power of Wind. Drawing a long breath, Su Yang shook his slightly numbed arm. To encounter opponents at the soul-gathering stage is hardly a challenge for me, he mused, feeling no pressure against adversaries of equal realm, as his formidable constitution allowed him to dominate. I wonder what the top 5 competitors are like. They say they have remained unchanged for over a century. Time slipped by, marking the passage of 2 hours. Yu Wuxiang has firmly broken through to the 93rd level, and as he was originally ranked 6th, he need not challenge the 94th level, but instead ascends directly to the 95th. This time, he must prevail. Yu Wuxiang clenched his fist with determination. A brilliant aura gradually coalesced. A moment later, a robust young man appeared before Yu Wuxiang, a broad-bladed sword slung over his back, exuding an air of ferocity. The instant this figure manifested, Yu Wuxiang immediately raised his short staff and struck fiercely, channeling all of his spiritual energy into a single point aimed directly at the formidable youth's head. Boom! Yu Wuxiang's strike missed its mark, colliding instead with the youth's broadsword. Unfazed, the young man displayed a smirk that seemed to radiate disdain. With a swift motion, he lifted his long blade, parrying Yu Wushang's short staff, and then cleaving down towards Yu Wushang's head. Roar! With a thunderous bellow, Yu Wushang, having been pushed back 2 steps by the previous blow, charged forward once more, unyielding as he brought his staff crashing down. Boom! 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 Amidst the relentless clashes, it soon became apparent that Yu Wushang could not endure much longer. Following a violent collision, his short staff was abruptly knocked away, and a fierce strike from the sword landed squarely on his chest. Bang! Unable to suppress a mouthful of blood, Yu Wushang felt a cacophony of cracking sounds from his chest, realizing at that moment how many ribs had likely been broken. Yet, just as the robust youth prepared to launch another assault, Yu Wushang, who had just been slammed to the ground, leapt up, instantly closing the distance to the young man, wrapping his arms tightly around him. I have declared that I will not lose this time. You shall perish as well. Boom! A resounding explosion erupted as Yu Wushang detonated all his spiritual energy, self-destructing his physical form in a desperate bid for mutual destruction. Following the deafening roar, the battlefield was engulfed in billowing smoke, and when clarity returned, both Yu Wushang and the formidable youth had vanished without a trace, outside the Zhuangwang Tower, with a flash of brilliance. Yu Wushang's figure reappeared, and without pausing to assess his condition, he immediately turned his gaze toward the leaderboard. This was a strategy he had devised long ago, to achieve a victory by perishing alongside his opponent when he could not overcome them. At that moment, he was eager to know whether this audacious tactic would indeed count as a victory. His sudden reappearance naturally drew the attention of others. Look, Yu Wushang has emerged. He truly has come out. Let us see what his ranking is. In that instant, nearly everyone present directed their gaze to the stone tablet before the Zhuangwang Tower. Suddenly, Yu Wushang's name, which had previously occupied the 6th position, began to blur, and not only that, the name that had been in 5th place also became indistinct. Then, with a sudden flicker, Yu Wushang's name surged upwards to claim the 5th position. Witnessing this development, gasps of astonishment resonated among the onlookers, and even Yu Wushang himself could not help but smile victoriously, believing that this time, success was assured. However, in an instant, Yu Wushang's expression changed dramatically as his name abruptly descended from the 5th position to the 6th, while the name that had previously occupied the 6th place reappeared at 5th, showing no signs of alteration at this moment. Not only was Yu Wushang rendered speechless, but even the onlookers were taken aback, followed by a flurry of pointing and whispering directed at him. Impossible! I distinctly eliminated him. Yu Wushang bellowed in disbelief. Ha ha! How amusing! Just as Yu Wushang's fury reached its peak, an incongruous voice suddenly rang out from the sidelines. What are you laughing at? Yu Wushang turned to glare angrily at Ren Yao. Did I find your self-satisfaction laughable? Have you not perished alongside your opponent? I have tried such tactics before, and they are utterly ineffective. Ren Yao replied with a smirk. You? What of it? Were it possible to employ such a method, those who could cultivate avatars would surely ascend to the top without contest. Ren Yao, indifferent to Yu Wushang's ire, continued his scathing taunts. Humph! Seemingly unwilling to linger any longer, Yu Wushang snorted coldly and departed the scene. Within the tower, Su Yang continued his relentless ascent, having now entered the top 20, where he encountered his first opponent at the mid-stage of Soul Gathering. This was a lean man wielding a spear, seemingly not a participant of this year's cohort, employing a fighting style that was both peculiar and unpredictable. In one moment, he appeared to engage Su Yang in close combat, only to vanish and reappear behind him the next, thrusting his spear towards Su Yang's back. Clang! In a swift turn, Su Yang cleaved the spear in two with his sword, employing the powers of the void to instantaneously appear at the lean man's side, delivering a decisive strike. Under the enveloping influence of his intent, even the mid-stage soul-gathering opponent found his spirit momentarily faltering, yet he soon regained his composure, letting out a mighty roar as his spiritual energy surged throughout his body. The light of the sun and moon struck the lean man in an instant, and after a flurry of dust and debris, the brilliance dissipated entirely. Observing the arena, it became evident that the spiritual energy surrounding the lean man had vanished completely, revealing numerous wounds adorning his body. As he stood panting heavily, "It is over." In the next moment, caught off guard, Su Yang suddenly appeared before him, his sword slicing through the lean man's neck with a soft thud. The lean man's head fell, and amidst his expression of utter disbelief, his body transformed into motes of light, gradually vanishing from existence. Outside the Tower of Kings, another breakthrough. he has ascended to the 19th floor. Truly remarkable. Of course, it is impressive. If it weren't, would he have been accepted as a disciple by the esteemed dean? You all seem to have forgotten that he is merely a freshman. Upon hearing this, the crowd fell silent, as the majority were aware of Su Yang's prowess, yet had subconsciously overlooked his age. It was only after this remark that they recalled he was indeed a newcomer this year. Unbeknownst to Su Yang, who remained oblivious to the astonishment of the outside world, he continued to defeat opponents with ease after vanquishing the lean man. Look, he has reached the 81st floor, as Su Yang continued to break through the layers. A chorus of astonished exclamations erupted around him. The 85th layer, he ascended another level, now reaching the 86th layer. One layer after another, he swiftly transcended the boundary of the 90th layer, arriving at the 91st layer, where he faced none other than Ren Yao. Su Yang had only heard of Ren Yao, never having witnessed him in action until now. He was finally about to engage in direct combat with the second-ranked student of the Lidu Academy. Ren Yao wielded two short blades, and as soon as the battle commenced, his elusive figure combined with the twin daggers inflicted considerable wounds upon Su Yang. The speed and precision of Ren Yao's movements left Su Yang struggling to keep up, rendering him unable to catch a glimpse of his opponent's form. Ren Yao seemed to meld with the very wind, appearing almost ghostly. Swish! Su Yang swung his sword once more, yet it merely sliced through empty air. Moreover, in the instant Su Yang's strike met nothing but void, Ren Yao seized the opportunity, his dagger viciously slashing across Su Yang's back. Hiss! Su Yang inhaled sharply, pain coursing through him. This will not do. I cannot catch his figure at all, making it impossible to retaliate. While evading Ren Yao's assaults, Su Yang pondered a strategy that as time passed, he gradually discerned an anomaly. He noticed that each time Ren Yao executed a move, the airflow around him subtly shifted, and with every change, Ren Yao's speed surged, resulting in Su Yang sustaining continuous injuries. Airflow, what is it? Allow me to uncover it. Unable to perceive with the naked eye, Su Yang activated the Eye of Void Breaking. As the eye manifested, Ren Yao's movements suddenly appeared to slow in Su Yang's sight, revealing even the minutest nuances of his actions with crystal clarity. A gentle breeze swept through, and as it reached Ren Yao, it abruptly changed direction, tilting sideways. With the breeze, Su Yang clearly observed Ren Yao's form merging with the wind's trajectory, his speed escalating dramatically. And in an instant, he was before Su Yang. Chapter 51. Soaring upward. Swoosh! Ren Yao's dagger grazed Su Yang's chest, sending a spray of crimson blossoms into the air. Ha ha. So that's how it is. I understand now. Rather than panicking from the injury, Su Yang burst into laughter. Wind, come forth. With arms outstretched, Su Yang unleashed his realm of intent, but this time, he did not direct its formidable power at his adversary. Instead, he enveloped the entire battlefield, channeling all the winds within his domain onto himself. Thanks to the Eye of Void Breaking, Su Yang could now perceive the wind's trajectory with greater clarity, allowing him to rapidly grasp the wind's swift force. As Ren Yao launched another assault, Su Yang harnessed the momentum of the wind, locking all his mental energy onto its flow. With a fleeting shadow, Su Yang's form vanished before Ren Yao, evading the dagger's strike. All right, now it's my turn to counterattack. Su Yang grinned wickedly, raising his hand to unleash a wave of sword energy, and as he did so, his figure had already disappeared from sight, cloaked by the wind. In the next moment, Su Yang appeared on the other side of Ren Yao, an intricate swirl of sword energy sweeping relentlessly towards every part of his body. Witnessing Su Yang grasp the force of the wind in mere moments, Ren Yao's expression turned grave, as he wielded his dagger to envelop himself in a protective shroud. In an instant, the sword energy from Su Yang descended upon Ren Yao, unleashing a cacophony of thunderous roars that reverberated across the battlefield, shrouding an expanse of several hundred meters. Within this tempest, not only did the clash of sword energies resonate, but also the overwhelming suppression of Su Yang's profound intent. As the dust settled, Ren Yao's figure had vanished from sight. Under the might of Su Yang's strike, he had been decisively defeated. In a flash of brilliance, Su Yang ascended to the 92nd level, his rank on the leaderboard soaring to the 9th position. Displacing Ren Yao. What? He actually defeated me. Outside the arena, Ren Yao, who had been vigilantly monitoring the rankings since Su Yang reached the 91st level, was taken aback. He had assumed it was impossible for Su Yang to best him. Yet the unexpected triumph had indeed occurred. In stark contrast to Ren Yao's nonchalance, The others were far less composed. Su Yang's formidable breakthrough sent tremors through the crowd. Subsequently, more and more individuals flocked to the exterior of the Zhuangwang Tower, including mentors and several vice-deans from the academy. TSK, this young man is quite impressive. You still oppose the headmaster's arrangements. With a smirk, he turned to those beside him. Surrounded by various mentors, no one would dare oppose him now. Headmaster Qian Cheng's vision is indeed beyond our comparison, one mentor remarked, recalling his initial resistance to Qian Cheng Liran's attitude towards Su Yang. As soon as these words were spoken, others quickly echoed in agreement, acknowledging Su Yang's formidable prowess. Within the tower, after vanquishing his opponent, Su Yang continued his relentless ascent, soon reaching the 94th level, where he encountered Yu Wushang for the first time. As the brilliance gradually coalesced, Yu Wushang's figure slowly materialized before Su Yang. Slender in build, Yu Wushang wielded his weapon with a clarity that belied his seemingly frail exterior. His martial skills were evidently formidable. Confronted with such an opponent, Su Yang harbored no inclination to underestimate him. Thus, in the very first moment, he unleashed his intent, enveloping the entire battlefield in its aura. Before the battle commenced, Su Yang and Yu Wushang engaged in a different form of combat. Facing Su Yang's intent, Yu Wushang let out a thunderous roar, his feet pounding the ground with force, propelling him towards Su Yang like a cannonball, his short staff aimed menacingly at Su Yang's head. With a deft movement, Su Yang evaded Yu Wushang's strike, his mysterious sword descending with unrelenting precision. Boom! The clash of blade and staff erupted into a cataclysmic roar, forcing Su Yang to recoil from the impact. However, before Yu Wushang could press his advantage, Su Yang's figure reappeared beside him, delivering a powerful punch aimed directly at Yu Wushang's neck, astonishingly without drawing his sword. Bang! Su Yang's fist was intercepted by Yu Wushang, followed immediately by an even more ferocious punch from Yu Wushang. Enduring the brunt of the blow, Su Yang, at the cost of spitting out a mouthful of blood, tightly clasped Yu Wushang's fist with both arms. With a thunderous roar, he forcefully slammed Yu Wushang to the ground. At that moment, even the earth trembled slightly, a testament to the immense power Su Yang wielded. Indeed, under the impact of Su Yang's strike, even Yu Wushang, at the late stage of soul gathering, could not escape injury, his chest soon stained with blood. Seizing the fleeting opportunity, Su Yang swiftly distanced himself from Yu Wushang, unleashing the full force of his intent. In an instant, the dual lights of the sun and moon descended upon Yu Wushang. Following a tumultuous roar, it became evident to the onlookers that Yu Wushang was now doubly wounded, seemingly lacking the strength to continue fighting. It appeared that Yu Wushang's prowess was somewhat overrated. Indeed, within the confines of the Tower of Kings, the strength recorded by the tower spirit was likely to diverge significantly from his true capabilities. Outside, I doubt Yu Wushang would be a match for Ren Yao. Su Yang mused. As the battle progressed, Su Yang, equipped with the power of intent, had secured a decisive advantage over Yu Wushang. His figure vanished from sight, only to reappear instantaneously behind Yu Wushang, piercing through his back with a sword. The level of body refinement should be roughly comparable to mine. If we were in the outside world, I would likely emerge victorious. Su Yang contemplated. In a flash of brilliance, he ascended to the 95th floor. Here, he was confronted once more by a lean man wielding a spear. Having now secured the 6th position, he had effectively pushed Yu Wushang down. It seems Yu Wushang has truly suffered a double loss. Ren Yao chuckled, his expression betraying a hint of schadenfreude. Yea, Yu Lanjing gently clenched her fist, her face brimming with uncontainable joy, among the crowd of spectators. No one had wagered on Su Yang making it into the top 5, given that those records were established a century ago. Gazing at the millions of spirit stones before her, Yu Lanjing realized that if Su Yang could defeat just one more opponent, all of it would be hers to claim. Yes, let's go. Regardless of whether it was Yu Lanjing, Du Ting, or even Lei Yutian, who had always harbored a dislike for Su Yang, they all hoped for him to ascend another level. It seems my spirit stones are about to go to waste. 10,000. Sighed the 6th prince, Ho Tianchuan. With a wry smile, he had bet on Su Yang entering the top 5 to top 10, which was already a considerable endorsement of Su Yang's capabilities. He had not anticipated such a result, especially when others had placed their bets on Su Yang being beyond the 10th position. However, perhaps this was for the best. The stronger Su Yang became, the more advantageous it would be for me. Ideally, he could surpass Ho Ba. The 6th prince contemplated on the 95th floor. Su Yang found himself embroiled in a grueling battle. The lean man wielding the spear proved to possess physical strength that surpassed Su Yang's, and his speed was equally formidable, rivaling Su Yang's mastery of the wind. Consequently, even with the assistance of his intent, Su Yang found it increasingly difficult to achieve victory, for the power of intent was not infallible. Only after Su Yang utilized the Eye of Void did the situation show a slight improvement. However, regarding how to defeat the man before him, relying solely on his current attacks left Su Yang at a loss for effective strategies that it seemed that he had no choice but to resort to that particular move. After colliding once more with the lean man, Su Yang seized the opportunity of retreat to unexpectedly sheath his mysterious sword. Subsequently, he brought his palms together, and after a brief moment, slowly parted them once again. The Tao of all things. This was a phenomenon Su Yang had discovered after several attempts. Only with bare hands could he unleash his full potential, as using a weapon seemed to inexplicably diminish his power. As Su Yang's hands gradually separated, a sphere of energy, the size of a soccer ball, emerged within his palms. The moment the sphere appeared, it began to violently absorb the spiritual energy from the surrounding environment. Moreover, as the energy sphere continued to expand, its absorbing power grew ever stronger, bordering on a form of plunder. Chapter 52. The Tao of Wood. Moments later, it seemed as though the surrounding spiritual energy had been completely drained, and the energy sphere had swelled to 3 times its original size, its explosive potential becoming increasingly difficult for Su Yang to control. At that moment, the lean man across from him appeared to sense an immense threat. After letting out a roar towards the heavens, the garments on his body suddenly burst apart. To Su Yang's astonishment, the man's physique began to grow uncontrollably, doubling in size within mere moments. Frenzy, Su Yang gasped in shock. With a final roar, after his body ceased to expand, the lean man raised his spear high, striking down upon Su Yang with the ferocity of a colossal pillar. At this moment, Su Yang had fully charged the energy sphere and, summoning all his strength, hurled it forth with great force. In that instant, it was as if doomsday had arrived. The tremendous forces intertwined, akin to the detonation of a nuclear bomb, obliterating everything within a radius of several thousand meters. While the ground erupted like monstrous waves, obscuring the sky, a massive pit, dozens of meters deep, materialized at the scene. Before Su Yang could retreat, he was violently struck in the chest by the explosive force, sending him flying several miles away, only to be buried beneath a torrent of earth. It was not until the dust settled and the sky regained its clarity that the entire area lay strewn with craters. Spitting out the dirt from his mouth, Su Yang struggled to crawl out from the soil. Looking around, there was no trace of the lean youth. He had likely been reduced to ashes in that earlier clash. Subsequently, Su Yang ascended to the 96th level. To his surprise, upon entering this level, he found the guardian awaiting him. Unlike the previous levels, a slender woman adorned in emerald garments stood before him, her features strikingly similar to Yulanqing's. Most captivating were her elongated hands, which trembled incessantly at that moment. As the woman waved her hand, a multitude of wooden figures, each the size of a person, materialized in an instant. Some resembled animals. Others appeared human, while some were grotesque hybrids, neither fully human nor entirely object. Subsequently, with another wave of her hand, these entities all lunged towards Su Yang. Puppets? Su Yang murmured in perplexity, observing the approaching puppets. Instantly, he brandished his mysterious sword, delivering a swift strike upon the nearest one. A sharp sound resonated as the sword's energy pierced through. A 2-inch deep cut appeared on the puppet before him. Yet to his astonishment, his strike failed to sever it. While Su Yang was astonished by the puppet's resilience, the throng of puppets had encircled him completely, compelling him to calm his mind and devise a strategy. The blade of light continued to cleave through the air. Each time a puppet neared, Su Yang would thwart their advance with a strike. Though he could not completely annihilate the puppets, he managed to halt their relentless assault. After a brief moment, observing the puppet's inability to breach his defenses, the woman in green seemed to grow impatient. She raised her hands and performed a peculiar gesture, whereupon 4 of the puppets suddenly unfurled wings from their backs with a swift sound, ascending into the sky. Coordinating with the assault below, these airborne puppets, as Su Yang struggled to fend off the ground attack, suddenly opened their mouths, unleashing a barrage of piercing beams of light directly at him. Alarmed, Su Yang's expression changed, yet ensnared by the puppet's encirclement, he had no option to evade. In a moment of desperation, he swiftly redirected his mysterious sword and struck at the incoming beams, with a series of sharp sounds. 3 beams shattered upon impact, but one behind him came too swiftly to be deflected, striking him squarely on the back. Unable to contain himself, Su Yang coughed up a mouthful of blood, and with a roar, he bore through the searing pain, pushing his agility to the limit and breaking free from the puppet's grasp. Immediately, Su Yang aimed to charge at the woman in green, believing that if he could eliminate her, the puppets would inevitably fall apart. However, events unfolded with an unforeseen complexity. As he sprinted towards the girl, a hint of disdain curled at the corners of her mouth. Then, with another flourish of her fingers, an abundance of vines erupted between them. Much to Su Yang's disbelief, these vines did not remain still. Instead, they rapidly extended toward him, intent on ensnaring him. With no choice left, Su Yang had to abandon his assault on the woman and turn away. Yet now, the puppets that he had previously evaded had mysteriously reappeared behind him, forcing him to pivot and confront the enemy. In this protracted battle, it wasn't long before Su Yang began to feel the profound drain on his stamina. Let us not forget, he had been engaged in relentless combat for quite some time. It is untenable. If this continues, defeat is inevitable. Su Yang felt a growing sense of urgency within him. It seemed imperative to open a passage. With this thought in mind, Su Yang did not hesitate, unleashing a ferocious sword strike that cleaved through the puppets before him. In an instant, he clenched his right fist tightly, channeling the immense power of the 10,000 Things Birth Tao formula, and delivered a mighty punch toward the encroaching vines. With a thunderous roar, a 2-meter-wide passage materialized before him, cutting through the dense tangle of vines and hurtling towards the green-clad woman with residual force. Without a moment's pause, Su Yang leaped forward before the vines could close again, arriving directly in front of the green-clad woman, aiming a punch straight at her head. However, to Su Yang's astonishment, the green-clad woman did not evade his fierce blow. Instead, she spread her palm, reaching out to grasp his fist. As their hands collided, the outcome was far from what Su Yang had anticipated. It was as if their hands had become entwined. To Su Yang's perception, the woman felt as resilient as a strand of bamboo. Though she staggered back a few steps, no matter how fiercely he unleashed his spiritual power, it was effortlessly dissipated, rendering him incapable of exerting any force. What to do? What to do? With one hand firmly held by the green-clad woman, retreat was not an option. Just when it seemed he was on the verge of defeat, a glimmer of inspiration struck Su Yang. "Come forth," he commanded, channeling all his mental energy into his spatial ring. Upon unlocking the ring, he no longer required a storage bag. In an instant, a series of black objects surged forth from the ring, encircling both Su Yang and the green-clad woman in a circular formation. These were the stone tablets he had obtained from the tomb, and now he activated the outermost 30 slabs. A 10-fold gravitational force enveloped the area, pressing both the vines and the pursuing puppets to the ground. While they were not entirely immobilized, they were rendered incapable of posing any immediate threat to Su Yang. The moment this gravitational force manifested, the green-clad woman's expression shifted dramatically. Caught off guard, she nearly succumbed to the ground. Although her movements were peculiar, she had no resistance against such comprehensive gravitational suppression. Yet, Su Yang had endured the training of 50-fold gravity in the tomb, rendering him nearly immune to this 10-fold pressure. Sensing the effect of gravity on the green-clad woman, Su Yang seized the opportunity. With a violent tremor of his right arm, he broke free from her grasp and once more gathered the elemental energies of heaven and earth into his right fist, delivering a crushing blow to her abdomen. Boom! The ferocious force struck her with overwhelming impact. Under the influence of gravity, she lacked even the strength to evade. In an instant, she was reduced to mere ash, dissipating into the air as the wind carried her essence away. With a sigh of relief, Su Yang exhaled. This battle had indeed drained a significant amount of his energy. On the 97th floor, a gun-wielding man appeared. The moment he materialized, Su Yang could ascertain that he was a practitioner well-versed in lightning techniques, as ethereal arcs of lightning, resembling serpents, constantly swirled around him. Taking a deep breath, Su Yang understood that the battle was about to commence. In Chapter 53, the young man of 1,000 cities, the man before him leaped, his gun's tip thrusting menacingly towards Su Yang, and in an instant, a bolt of lightning surged towards him. Even before it struck, Su Yang felt a tingling sensation coursing through his body. Without a moment's hesitation, he activated his agility and vanished from his original position, reappearing a short distance away, where he unleashed a massive sword light aimed directly at the man's head. Boom! Su Yang's sword light was thwarted by the man's long spear. In that moment, he felt a jolt of paralysis, evidently affected by the man's lightning energy. Not daring to underestimate the situation, Su Yang swiftly retreated, increasing the distance between himself and the man. However, in the next heartbeat, inexplicably, the man's spear tip reappeared before Su Yang. As if teleporting, with urgency, Su Yang concentrated his strength once more, delivering a powerful strike against the spear's energy. Furthermore, harnessing this force, he summoned the power of the wind and retreated several hundred meters before coming to a halt. This strategy proved effective. After Su Yang unleashed a stone tablet, the figure attacking him momentarily faltered. Seizing this opportunity, Su Yang dashed to the man's side, executing another strike. Clang. For reasons unknown, this maneuver was once again intercepted by the man, appearing as if he had teleported yet again. Cursed be this technique. Su Yang seethed with frustration. The man, undeterred, continued his onslaught. Despite his movements being affected, his speed did not seem to wane. After deflecting Su Yang's attack, he unleashed a flurry of spear strikes aimed at Su Yang. Despite Su Yang's earnest efforts to defend himself, the man's extraordinary spear skills rendered his resistance nearly futile, and soon, crimson flowers of blood blossomed upon Su Yang's body. Left with no choice, he retreated yet again, though fortunately, the man's movements were hampered by the effects of gravity, preventing him from pursuing Su Yang. Could this be the concept of momentum? Suddenly, a thought struck Su Yang. In the realm of cultivation, once a practitioner reaches a certain level, their techniques invariably gravitate towards the essence of the Tao, infusing both offense and defense with the force of the Tao. This is the momentum. But what of it? Now ensnared within my gravitational domain, he is rendered vulnerable. With a sinister grin, Su Yang resolved that if martial prowess alone would not secure victory, he would employ the gravitational space to wear down his opponent. Chuckling ominously, he advanced towards the man once more. Meanwhile, outside, Su Yang's entrance into this level had already stirred a commotion. His ability to reach this floor signified that he had surpassed Yu Wuxian, establishing himself as the foremost among the students of Lidu Academy. However, there was no time for further discussion. The crowd began to relay news to the powers behind them, eager to ally with Su Yang at the earliest opportunity. A thrilling spectacle awaited, though one could only wonder if Ho Ba would come to regret his choices. The sixth prince, Ho Tianchuan, smiled broadly and remarked, "Indeed, Your Highness, fortunately, I have established a good rapport with him from the very beginning. My efforts have not been in vain." His steward echoed in agreement from the side. Within the Zhuangwang Tower, it was as if he had been doomed by Su Yang. After dealing with the man before him, Su Yang felt utterly exhausted and plopped down onto the ground, panting heavily as he was transported to the next level. The 98th level revealed a gentleman clad in black brocade, possessing a gentle demeanor. Uncommonly, he bore a mane of fiery red-haired at that moment. The red-haired youth was toying with a pill in his hand, his gaze fixed intently on the newly arrived Su Yang, a pharmacist. Perhaps, how could he be ranked second? Su Yang was taken aback. The red-haired man appeared to embody the essence of an alchemist. Yet, how could an ordinary alchemist wield such formidable power? However, in the next instant, Su Yang grasped the reason, as the red-haired gentleman had already launched an attack against him. With a flick of his wrist, the pill was cast forth, and to Su Yang's disbelief, a roaring inferno erupted from the red-haired man's hand, surging towards him with an aura that seemed capable of incinerating all in its path. Drink. Su Yang dared not show any mercy as the flames approached. He invoked the myriad paths of existence, unleashing a torrent of violent spiritual energy that collided fiercely with the inferno. In an instant, the tranquility of the space shattered, and the overwhelming force compelled Su Yang to retreat hastily. Yet, in the next moment, Su Yang felt an intense pressure enveloping him, as if he were crushed beneath the weight of countless burdens. Surrounding him were dozens of white pills, scattered like stars, causing his consciousness to waver. Poison? Biting down hard on his tongue, Su Yang instantly regained his clarity and swiftly brandished his mysterious sword, directing its brilliance toward the pills nearby. To his surprise, these pills offered little resistance. As Su Yang's sword light swept through them, they disintegrated into a fine powder, carried away by the gentle breeze until they vanished into the ether. Before Su Yang could gather his strength for another assault, he suddenly felt a tingling sensation throughout his body. A small bird, entirely forged from blazing flames, had materialized above him, diving directly towards him. The power of intent. Open for me. Overwhelmed by the variety of attacks from the red-haired man, Su Yang had no choice but to unleash his intent once more. Channeling all his strength against the approaching avian creature, in an instant, the world transformed. Struck by the force of Su Yang's intent, the fiery little bird erupted into a conflagration that engulfed the heavens and earth. At that moment, not only Su Yang but even the distant red-haired man found himself ensnared within the blaze, showcasing the vastness of the energy's reach. It was unclear whether the spiritual energy ignited the flames or if the flames ignited the spiritual energy. The two had become completely intertwined, creating an absolute space. Here, Su Yang felt as if his entire being was ablaze. Despite having infused his spirit with energy from the very first moment, he still found it difficult to withstand the searing flames. As Su Yang found himself on the verge of retreat, a sudden transformation occurred within his body. The demon core, which had lain dormant in his mind since its acquisition, erupted violently. Even the suppression of the Eye of Void could not contain it. In the wake of this upheaval, a torrent of flames surged towards Su Yang's consciousness like fledgling swallows returning to their nests. Despite the overwhelming nature of this inferno, Su Yang was powerless to resist. And in that moment, a singular thought consumed him. It was over. The raging flames, engulfing him in despair, surged towards his mind, only to flood into the demon core. To his astonishment, Su Yang felt no pain, nor even a hint of searing heat. Instead, the flames entered the core, and soon the entire space was devoid of any trace of fire. Immediately afterward, Su Yang's awareness sank into his mind, where he beheld a vivid phantom of a firebird manifesting above the demon core, seemingly poised to take flight at any moment. Though he wished to study this extraordinary core, it appeared the moment was not right. As the inferno was absorbed by Su Yang, the red-haired youth gazed at him in shock, as if witnessing a ghost. Moments later, to Su Yang's bewilderment, the youth transformed into a point of light and vanished into thin air, leaving Su Yang in a daze. Did he just commit suicide? Su Yang pondered numbly, before being transported to the next level, the 99th layer, an almost divine marvel, the creation of Qiancheng Liran, as clearly recorded on the ranking stele outside. This final tier marked Qiancheng Liran as the foremost among the status King Tower's challengers. Upon entering this level, Su Yang found Qiancheng Liran already waiting, seated cross-legged on the ground with an ancient zither laid across his lap. Remarkably, Qiancheng Liran's power was not that of the late stage of soul gathering like in the previous layers, but rather at the initial stage of soul gathering, identical to Su Yang's own. Seemingly oblivious to Su Yang's presence, all of Qiancheng Liran's attention was absorbed by the zither, which appeared to be both his confidant and his beloved, much like a cultivator wholly devoted to their training. Such was the essence of Qiancheng Liran. This was Su Yang's first encounter with Qiancheng Liran, and he could not help but admire the unique charisma of his foam master. Armed with his mysterious sword, Su Yang unleashed a wave of sword energy, propelling himself like a streak of light towards Qiancheng Liran's figure. Ding! A haunting melody resonated within his heart as an ethereal note reached Su Yang's ears. In the next instant, a sound blade struck, clashing directly with Su Yang's mysterious sword. The impact caused both to dissipate into nothingness. Yet immediately after, a swarm of sound blades appeared before Su Yang, descending upon him like a horde of locusts. The sheer multitude of sound blades was overwhelming. Despite Su Yang's utmost efforts to defend himself, he could not block them all. In an instant, his defenses crumbled, and the sound blades struck him, causing crimson droplets to burst forth. Gravity space, open for me. With a thunderous roar, Su Yang abruptly brandished the stone tablet, and an overwhelming force of gravity instantly enveloped the entire arena. Not only that, but at the very moment he swung the stone tablet, Su Yang unleashed the full extent of his artistic will. At that instant, he had truly exerted all his strength. Under the tremendous outpouring of Su Yang's power, Qiancheng Liran's assault was indeed curtailed. However, in the next moment, Su Yang's expression drastically changed. The scene before him had morphed as if he had departed the battlefield, gradually becoming lost within it. When the sights reappeared, Su Yang found himself amidst a serene bamboo grove, where a quaint bridge arched over flowing water, the gentle sounds of the stream harmonizing with the rustling bamboo leaves in the breeze, a symphony of essence. Undeniably a manifestation of artistry, Su Yang murmured, having unwittingly fallen into his opponent's realm of artistic will, a perilous predicament for him. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Su Yang swiftly seated himself in a meditative posture. Releasing his mental energy entirely, For the most effective assault against a realm of essence was indeed mental force. Under Su Yang's command, the mental energy from his sea of consciousness surged forth like a roaring tide, launching an all-encompassing offensive against the bamboo grove. In an instant, the grove shattered, and the foam mountains and flowing waters disintegrated into nothingness. Within moments, the entire bamboo grove had been obliterated. Chapter 54. The auction begins. It was only natural to consider that Qian Liran, being a student from Lidu, had already experimented with this gravitational space. Confronted with Qian Liran's punch, Su Yang retaliated with a strike of his own, both fists colliding with a resounding impact. Upon the clash of their fists, a searing pain coursed through Su Yang's hand, forcing him to stagger backward. In the contest of physical prowess, Su Yang faced utter defeat. His artistic will had also faltered. Could he not prevail, then he would resort to this technique. If that too failed, he would have no choice but to concede. Su Yang whispered. The force of his artistic will unfurled once more. Yet distinct from before, this time, he merely conjured the image of a setting sun and a slanting moon. Subsequently, Su Yang slightly bowed his head, his palms gradually coming together. After a brief moment, the clasped hands slowly parted, revealing a ferocious sphere of energy nestled within his palms. Concentrating this formidable offensive power, Su Yang harnessed the wind's momentum to instantaneously vanish from his original position, only to reappear before Qian Liran. As he unleashed the energy sphere, the celestial orbs of sun and moon simultaneously bore down upon Qian Liran, an overwhelming force cascading forth. It was as though the true apocalypse had arrived. Faced with Su Yang's all-out strike, even Qian Liran dared not exhibit the slightest negligence. The guqin was swiftly raised, and with a fierce grip, Qian Liran seized all the strings, stretching them taut before releasing with a powerful flourish. A figure resembling a ferocious beast surged forth, colliding with Su Yang's assault in an instant. The sheer ferocity of the force was overwhelming. Given the proximity, Su Yang could not discern the outcome of the battle, which dissipated into countless specks of starlight. Yet in the final moment, he beheld the guqin of Qian Liran shatter, half of his body crumbling into fragments, a mutual destruction, with a flash of brilliance. Su Yang reappeared in the plaza. Looking up, he saw his name prominently placed in second position, just beneath Qian Liran. It seemed that mutual destruction, indeed, amounted to a loss. Su Yang murmured, upon learning the outcome of the situation. Su Yang was about to seek out Lei Yutian and his companions. However, at that moment, it was unclear who spotted Su Yang first. The atmosphere was instantly ignited, and before long, Su Yang found himself encircled by layers of people, forcing him to wear a wry smile as he realized he had forgotten this inevitable result. With a rueful touch to his nose, Su Yang navigated through the enthusiastic crowd, making a concerted effort to push towards Lei Yutian's direction, only to be intercepted once more by others along the way. Your Highness, the sixth prince. Su Yang had no choice but to halt his progress, as the individual blocking him was Ho Tianchuan. Su Yang, you are doing splendidly. Do not forget about tomorrow's gathering, Ho Tianchuan remarked, clearly aware that it was not the appropriate time for idle chatter. After offering Su Yang this brief admonition, he departed the scene. Moments later, Su Yang finally stood before Lei Yutian and his companions. Upon beholding a substantial pile of spiritual stones, no less than 10 million, excitement surged within him. Lei Yutian and his associates were equally unable to conceal their exhilaration and were about to greet Su Yang. Greetings, Vice Dean Jingqi. Su Yang saluted respectfully. Indeed, Su Yang, you have performed admirably. Continue to strive for excellence, and do not forget the matter of the Jiushao Martial Arts Assembly, Vice Dean Jingqi replied with a smile. Additionally, here is your gold medal. Anyone who secures a position within the top 5 of the Zhuangwang Tower will be awarded one, and its significance is considerable. Thank you, Vice Dean. I will certainly exert myself even more. Su Yang responded. Accepting the gold medal from Jingqi's hand, Su Yang was well aware of the medal's purpose. Its bearer could request one favor from the Lidu Academy, provided it was not excessive. Otherwise, attempting to use the medal to instigate a conflict with other factions would be utterly futile. After offering Su Yang a couple more words of encouragement, Jingqi departed with the other instructors. The moment Jingqi left, Su Yang's excitement bubbled forth as he swiftly stowed the spiritual stones into his spatial ring. He then grabbed the 3 individuals beside him and left the area. Halfway through, as if by coincidence, they encountered Yu Wushang, who was approaching from the opposite direction. Recalling what Yulan Qing had informed him regarding Yu Wushang betting 2 million spiritual stones, Su Yang couldn't help but feel amused at Isn't this senior brother you? Where might you be headed? Su Yang interjected with a teasing tone. Su Yang, I was just on my way to find you all. Hand over the spiritual stones, Yu Wushang replied, his expression devoid of emotion. What? Is senior brother you attempting to seize our spiritual stones? This is the academy. You ought not to bully us, Su Yang retorted. Humph, seize spiritual stones. Have you somehow surpassed my ranking? Yu Wushang exclaimed in anger, having never entertained the thought that Su Yang could exceed him. Does senior brother you consider himself invincible? If you doubt it, feel free to check, Su Yang replied with a grin. Yu Wushang felt a surge of anger and promptly stopped a nearby student to inquire. Tell me, what is Su Yang's rank? The student, caught off guard and visibly intimidated by Yu Wushang, stammered in response, Say second. What? How is that possible? Yu Wushang exclaimed. Astonishment etched across his face as he gazed incredulously at Su Yang. Nothing is truly impossible. Thank you, brother Yu, for the spirit stones, Su Yang exclaimed with a hearty laugh. Before departing with Lei Yutian and the others, that Yu Wushang nearly spat out a mouthful of blood. The 2 million spirit stones he had set aside for this auction had unexpectedly been handed over to Su Yang. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became, leading him to roar in frustration. Su Yang, this isn't over between us. Unaware of Yu Wushang's grievances, Su Yang had already retreated to his cave abode within the academy. Joyfully counting his spirit stones. In total, there were over 18 million. As per their prior agreement, each of you shall receive 20%, while I shall take 40%. Let the spoils be divided. Su Yang laughed heartily. After a flurry of activity, each person present departed with their share. Once the three had left, Su Yang felt the weight of an additional 750,000 spirit stones in his ring. A relaxed smile gracing his face. Finally, he need not worry about finances. The night passed without incident. Early the next morning, Su Yang set out alone, heading towards the gathering treasure pavilion. Before long, he arrived at the entrance, where despite the early hour, a throng of people had already gathered, evidently drawn by the upcoming auction. Upon paying the entrance fee of 10,000 spirit stones, he joined the crowd, entering the pavilion. The pavilion stood 5 stories tall, with the auction taking place on the 4th floor. The 5th floor had been temporarily converted into private boxes for esteemed guests, a privilege Su Yang was not afforded. Thus, he found a corner on the outer edge to sit and patiently await the commencement of the auction. Suddenly, he felt a tightening sensation behind him, as if a ferocious beast were watching. He quickly turned around, but after scanning the surroundings, found nothing amiss. Is that you, Brother Liu? Upon recognizing the figure, Su Yang's face lit up with joy. It was none other than the long-absent rotund Lu Qing. Oh, Su brother, you aren't going to strike me on our first meeting, are you? I've been thinking of you all this time, Lu Qing remarked, glancing at the fist Su Yang still held aloft. Pa, with your skills, I do recognize you even if you turned into a pig, Lu Qing scoffed, a look of disdain on his face. Enough talk. The auction is about to begin. Don't forget to cooperate when the opportunity arises. After Lu Qing departed, his words served as a wake-up call to Su Yang. It appeared his disguise might not have been as effective as he had believed, potentially drawing the attention of some discerning individuals. It seemed he would need to exercise greater caution in the future, he muttered to himself. Moments later, with a resounding click, the auction doors closed, marking the official start of the event. At the front of the auction stood a woman in her mid-20s. Strikingly beautiful and elegantly poised in a fitted gown. Flanking her were 2 middle-aged men, exuding a formidable aura that clearly indicated their status as transcendent beings. The presence of 4 such powerful figures suggested that this auction house was indeed of considerable repute. Esteemed friends, welcome to this auction. My name is Su Yi, and I am the host for today's event. She announced that Su Yi began to speak. Her words, devoid of any amplification, resonated clearly in the ears of everyone present, indicating her considerable cultivation. Brother Su, this enchanting beauty is from your clan. She can't possibly be your sister, can she? Suddenly, a voice reached Su Yang's ears. Following its direction, he turned to see Lu Qing making faces at him from a short distance away. Of course, we welcome those who are genuinely interested in bidding. However, should anyone dare to disrupt the proceedings, our gathering treasure pavilion will not hesitate to respond accordingly. I wish you all a pleasant auction. Let us commence with the first item. As soon as Su Yi's words fell, a woman resembling a maid approached the stage, carrying a tray, which she then placed upon the counter. Su Yi stepped forward to unveil the cloth covering the tray, revealing a porcelain vial within 0.5 foundation establishment pills, all of the finest quality. starting bid at 5,000 spirit stones. With each increment no less than 1,000. The auction begins now. If any family is juniors on the verge of foundation establishment, do not let this opportunity slip by. Sui introduced with a smile. In the realm of alchemy, top-tier pills are indeed a rarity, especially for the indispensable foundation establishment pills, which are in high demand. Possessing even one of these exceptional pills guarantees that, provided one's aptitude is not abysmally poor, foundation establishment is all but assured. For some, 5 pills represent an immense temptation. As anticipated, as soon as Sui concluded her announcement, bids began to echo throughout the hall. 6,000 spirit stones, 7,000. Naturally, Su Yang held little interest in such pills, yet he couldn't help but be astonished by the exorbitant price. In no time, the 5 foundation establishment pills were sold for the staggering sum of 12,000 spirit stones. Now, let us move on to the second item for auction, a top-grade spiritual weapon flying sword. I am aware that the 9 Heavens martial meet is approaching, and many young talents wish to acquire fine items here. This flying sword is certainly not to be missed, Sui declared, her words imbued with great persuasive power. As expected, the moment she finished speaking, the crowd stirred with excitement. Among the young aspirants preparing for the competition, aside from a few from affluent backgrounds, most were still wielding inferior spiritual weapons, or even mundane items. Upon seeing this sword, they became instantly animated. Top-grade spiritual weapon flying sword, starting bid at 100,000 spirit stones, with each increment no less than 10,000. Let the bidding commence, Sui called out loudly. Regardless of how others raised their bids, Su Yang was already inwardly astonished. He had acquired less than 500,000 spirit stones after annihilating the Zhu family, which was merely equivalent to the price of 3 or 4 top-grade spiritual weapons. Moreover, the Zhu family was considered a relatively respectable clan in Lidu. Ultimately, this top-grade spiritual weapon flying sword was claimed for the price of 170,000 spirit stones. Thus, as Su Yang observed the auction unfold, he languidly drifted through half the morning. During this time, he noted that Lei Yutian and his companions frequently made bids, sweeping up numerous valuable items. It was not until much later that Su Yang was jolted awake by a particular item. The next item for auction was a pill. We acquired it by chance and are unaware of its name. However, upon examination, it appears to be a pill similar to the Fury pill, with a medicinal grade of 4th tier high quality. Those alchemists intrigued by his offerings must not let this opportunity slip away. The starting bid is set at 30,000 spirit stones, with each subsequent bid requiring a minimum increment of 5,000. Let the auction commence. Could this be a potion with explosive potential? Su Yang pondered, recalling that he possessed a jade slip containing details of such a potion, though it lacked one crucial ingredient. Despite his extensive research, he had yet to discern what it was. If he were to acquire this potion, perhaps he might uncover that missing element. As he contemplated, the price of the potion ascended to 50,000 spirit stones. This elixir could mean the difference between life and death in times of crisis, a sentiment shared by more than just Su Yang. 60,000 spirit stones. Su Yang raised the bid by an additional 10,000. 65,000 spirit stones. 70,000 spirit stones. In mere moments, his bid was surpassed. 90,000. Su Yang declared, even going so far as to increase his bid by 20,000. This strategy proved effective, drawing the attention of several individuals towards him. While those contemplating their offers hesitated, for 90,000 spirit stones was indeed a steep price for a single potion. 90,000 spirit stones, going once. 90,000 spirit stones, going twice. 100,000. A soft voice resonated from a private box on the 5th floor. Excellent. This gentleman bids 100,000. Is there anyone willing to bid higher? If not, this potion shall belong to him, Sui continued, casting a glance towards Su Yang. At this moment, Su Yang felt a twinge of concern. Those who could afford to occupy a private box were certainly not of ordinary status. He wondered if it was worth offending such a figure over a mere potion. Just as he wrestled with his dilemma, a voice rang out from the crowd. 110,000. I have my eyes set on this potion as well. After all, it's just money. Lu Qing's declaration instantly attracted the attention of everyone present. Yet, amidst their scrutiny, Lu Qing remained unfazed, even whistling a tune as he cast a sidelong glance at the upper level, exuding an air of superiority born from wealth. 12,000. The voice from above was clearly incensed by Lu Qing's interruption, promptly retaliating with a bid that surpassed Lu Qing's. Moreover, the individual's formidable spiritual energy surged forth, pressing down towards Lu Qing, a clear manifestation of anger. However, before Lu Qing could react, Another force, equally potent, surged forth from the auction stage, colliding with the preceding energy, accompanied by a calm voice. Dear friend, this is the Gathering Treasure Pavilion. I kindly ask you to adhere to our rules. My apologies for overstepping. The voice from above conceded, seemingly taken aback by the earlier confrontation. Ladies and gentlemen, this is an auction, and all must adhere to the principle of bidding. Should such disturbances continue, I shall not hesitate to take firm measures. After the speaker's declaration, a prolonged silence ensued until Sui resumed, Please proceed, and let us hope the earlier incident has not dampened anyone's spirits. Is there a bid higher than this, esteemed friends? Sui Dao, alas, you startled me. Liu Qing exaggeratedly rubbed his chest, wearing an expression of fright, yet his words flowed unabated. 130,000. Let me see who can match my wealth. And you, my friend. Why haven't you raised your bid? This was directed at Su Yang. You are not wealthier than I? Su Yang replied coolly. Observing that Su Yang did not raise his bid further, the voices from the upper floor hesitated several times, seemingly deliberating whether this item was indeed worth its price. After a prolonged silence, they ultimately refrained from increasing their bid. Very well, 130,000 spirit stones. This precious pill now belongs to this esteemed friend. Sui announced. Next, we have another remarkable item, a high-grade spirit tool, a Dan furnace, starting at 300,000 spirit stones, with each increment no less than 50,000. Let the bidding commence. At this proclamation, the crowd erupted in astonishment, not due to the high price, for indeed it was rather modest, but rather because such high-grade spirit tools were exceedingly rare. It was likely that the entire Li Kingdom could scarcely produce a handful, and these were worth several times more than ordinary high-grade spirit tools. 350,000, 400,000, 500,000. In a matter of moments, the price for this Dan furnace soared to 700,000 spirit stones and continued to rise. Moreover, not only those in the audience, but also several individuals in the private rooms were fervently participating in the bidding, demonstrating their strong resolve to acquire this furnace. Brother Liu, find a way to secure it for me, and I shall compensate you handsomely once we exit the auction. Su Yang urgently communicated to Liu Qing, as he too was resolute in acquiring this Dan furnace. Rest assured, Brother Su, I shall do my utmost. After all, once the auction concludes, I shall take my leave, unperturbed by any potential grievances. Liu Qing chuckled, eagerly joining the bidding war, showing no hesitation in spending Su Yang's money. 1 million. Here comes another wealthy contender. Liu Qing shouted, his voice causing quite a stir among the crowd. A single increment of 300,000 was an audacious display of wealth. Su Yang felt a shudder run through him, already muttering curses at Liu Qing 100 times in his heart. However, Liu Qing's bold bid had a significant impact. Upon hearing it, no one dared to counter, despite Su Yi's efforts to coax further bids. None were forthcoming. Thus, Liu Qing successfully acquired the Dan furnace for 1 million spirit stones. Following this, a plethora of valuable items were auctioned off. Yet neither Su Yang nor Liu Qing found anything of urgent necessity until the final highlight of the event. The preceding items have nearly all been auctioned off. Now, we present the last 3 key items. The first is an ancient teleportation talisman, usable 3 times, starting at 500,000 spirit stones. Let the bidding begin. Compared to the potential enhancing pills, this ancient talisman was a far superior means of preserving life, devoid of any side effects. Consequently, as Su Yi concluded her announcement, the price for the talisman surged, swiftly surpassing 1 million, effectively equating to 3 lives. Moreover, the creation of such teleportation talismans necessitated mastery over spatial laws and expertise as a talisman master, further contributing to their rarity. 2 million. Liu Qing once again raised the bid by 1 million. But this time he encountered a rival of considerable wealth, and the price soared even higher. 2,500,000. The voice emanated from above. 3 million. The same voice echoed from upstairs. At this juncture, apart from Liu Qing, no one else below had placed a bid. 4 million. Liu Qing called out once more. Not only that, but at this moment he also transmitted a message to Su Yang. Brother Su, how many spirit stones do you have left? After deducting the auction fees, 6 million remains. Feel free to use it, replied Su Yang. Liu Qing had shielded him from trouble, and naturally, he was inclined to return the favor. All right, thank you, Brother Su. Liu Qing expressed his gratitude and subsequently rejoined the bidding war. 5 million. Very well, this esteemed friend bids 5 million. Is there a higher offer? Sui shouted. 6 million. 8 million. Liu Qing raised the bid by 2 million once more. In truth, this price had already surpassed the value of the ancient teleportation talisman, for even the most precious items have their price. As expected, following this bid, the atmosphere fell silent once again. This price had reached its limit. 9 million. After a considerable pause, a hesitant voice floated down from above. 10 million. Lu Qing shot up to an astonishing 10 million. Without a doubt, under such a price, the teleportation talisman was now his. However, this ostentatious display had also drawn the attention of many, who now regarded Lu Qing with ill intentions. Very well, this teleportation talisman belongs to this esteemed friend. Next up is a compendium of flora and herbs. Originating from the central Tianyan Continent. It encompasses nearly all knowledge regarding spirit herbs, their pharmacological effects, and cultivation methods. The starting bid is 1 million spirit stones, with increments no less than 100,000. The auction begins now. The central Tianyan Continent is the heart of the Tianyan Continent, home to nearly all formidable cultivators, as well as masters of alchemy and formations. It is regarded as a sacred ground for cultivation by all. Thus, this compendium, being sourced from the central Tianyan Continent, is truly unimaginable. Without delay, Su Yang issued a command to Lu Qing to use all their funds and secure it at all costs. 1,050,000. 2 million. The price surged rapidly. Although this item did not command as high a price as the previous one, it was undeniably invaluable, especially to alchemists. For million. Let us see who can outbid me. Lu Qing shouted once more, appearing confident. Unbeknownst to them, this 4 million was all the spirit stones they possessed. However, at this moment, nearly everyone had already deemed Lu Qing a dead man walking, and thus no one bothered to compete with him. With this scant 4 million, Lu Qing effortlessly acquired the compendium of flora and herbs, and the dynamics of the auction shifted subtly. Brother Lu, we must leave at once. We cannot linger, Su Yang transmitted urgently to Lu Qing. Realizing the precariousness of the situation, Lu Qing promptly rose and headed towards the rear of the auction hall, where items were traded post-auction, also serving as an alternate exit. Following closely, Su Yang also rose and moved in Lu Qing's direction. To the onlookers, Su Yang's actions appeared solely aimed at dealing with Lu Qing, and they did not ponder further. Hastily rising to pursue Su Yang. At a secluded corner, Su Yang discreetly transferred all his spirit stones to Lu Qing in an instant. Unnoticed by anyone, before nonchalantly exiting the door and waiting outside the gathering treasure tower for Lu Qing's arrival. Before long, Lu Qing emerged from the tower, but Su Yang soon felt a prickling sensation at the back of his neck. For trailing behind Lu Qing were dozens of figures, among whom several clearly belonged to the Void Realm. Should they be cornered, it would undoubtedly spell doom for them. Upon reaching the entrance, Lu Qing immediately signaled to Su Yang with a glance. Then, feigning ignorance of Su Yang, turned down another path, with the followers hastily trailing behind him. Su Yang seamlessly blended into the crowd. Following the street, the throng advanced directly toward the city gates, in the confines of Lidu City. No one would dare to strike. However, Lu Qing was wary of lingering too long, fearing that the delay might attract the attention of formidable figures. Yet, the moment they exited the city gates, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Lu Qing astonishingly vanished without a trace. In a flurry, everyone began to search the vicinity. After all, in such a confined space, if Lu Qing had disappeared, he must have left some clues. Soon, someone noticed an anomaly. Drawing the attention of the crowd to the location of the shout, countless fragments of materials were strewn about, most having disintegrated into fine powder, making them difficult to discern at first glance. This was the mark of a formation that rotund man had escaped using an array. Naturally, there were experts in formations present, who quickly recognized the abnormality. Can anyone determine where this formation leads? Someone in the crowd inquired. Regrettably, the damage to the formation was too severe to decipher. The individual shook his head in dismay. Who would have thought that this fat man had such a trick up his sleeve? No wonder he was so audacious. Su Yang smiled faintly, his earlier concerns for Lu Qing dissipating in an instant. Once outside the city gates, he hastened his pace, running toward a direction far from Li Du. In fact, just before departing from the gathering treasure tower, Lu Qing had already informed Su Yang of their rendezvous point. Traversing through some desolate terrain, Su Yang quickly distanced himself from Li Du City, soon encountering a small grove. Lu, are you there? Upon entering the grove, Su Yang called out softly. Right here, behind a large boulder. Lu Qing peeked out, waving to Su Yang while continually scanning the surroundings. Stop looking. No one followed. Where are my belongings? Su Yang approached Lu Qing directly. Hee, here you go. This is your stuff, and I still owe you 2 million. Lu Qing chuckled, tossing the items onto the ground with a rather carefree demeanor. Thank you, brother Lu. Yang beamed, gazing at the items with delight. Before he could stow them away, a raucous laugh suddenly echoed in his ears. "Haha, Su Yang, you little rascal, you finally decided to show yourself after making me wait for several days." "Who?" Su Yang exclaimed, taken aback. Chapter 57, Out of Money Again. "Humph," a cold snort echoed from the front. And under the piercing gaze of Su Yang, an elderly man gradually emerged from behind a grand tree, his face contorted with fury as he glared at Su Yang. "You have slain my descendants. Today, there is no escape for you. Prepare to meet your demise." With a thunderous roar, the man raised his hand and launched a powerful punch towards Su Yang, the sheer force creating a violent shockwave that reverberated through the air. This man was none other than Zhang Yuanshan. After being struck and sent flying by Yuan Zhan's staff, he felt utterly humiliated and could not bear to show his face at the academy. Instead, choosing to hide within the city of Lidu, awaiting Su Yang's departure, it was only at the auction that he recognized Su Yang in disguise. Ever since, he had been tailing Su Yang until the moment he exited the city. Simultaneously, he was astounded by Su Yang's keen perception. Zhang Yuanshan had barely caught a glimpse of Su Yang before nearly being detected. The more he observed the man before him, the more familiar he seemed. And suddenly, a realization struck Su Yang that he could not help but exclaim, "I remember now. You are the flying contraption." Zhang Yuanshan was nearly driven to the brink of fury by Su Yang's words. His hand wavering slightly as his face flushed crimson with indignation. The humiliation of being struck by Yuan Zhan was a scar he preferred to keep buried, yet now Su Yang had reopened that wound. "You little thief, I will kill you," Zhang Yuanshan bellowed. With a thunderous crash, Zhang Yuanshan's fist collided with the ground where Su Yang had stood moments before, sending dust and debris flying. However, Su Yang had already evaded with remarkable speed, leaving Zhang Yuanshan to strike nothing but air, the void realm. Upon witnessing the sheer might of Zhang Yuanshan's punch, Su Yang's expression shifted. There was no doubt that such power belonged to the void realm. At that moment, he could not afford to underestimate his opponent. The force of his intent surged forth, firmly locking onto every blade of grass and tree in the vicinity. Harnessing the wind, he swiftly appeared behind Zhang Yuanshan, thrusting his sword directly at his back. Yet, with a swift movement, Zhang Yuanshan evaded the strike, his speed eclipsing Su Yang's understanding of the wind. In an instant, he had leapt into the air, a white bagua disc appearing in his hand. Zhang Yuanshan then pressed a finger upon the disc, summoning a magnificent white tiger formed entirely of silver light. Letting out a deafening roar, the beast charged towards Su Yang. A formation, yet another formation. This array in Zhang Yuanshan's hands was far more formidable than that of Zhang Hashan. Faced with Zhang Yuanshan's array, Su Yang dared not confront it head-on. Channeling his intent, the energies of the sun and moon coalesced in an instant, flashing before the white tiger. Boom! A cataclysmic wave of energy erupted, obliterating everything in its vicinity. Su Yang could not help but stagger back a few steps. Just as he was about to gather his strength once more, he suddenly felt a tug on his arm. "Brother, we must leave at once," Lu Qing shouted urgently, producing the teleportation talisman he had acquired at the auction, with a flash of golden light. Su Yang and Lu Qing vanished from the scene, leaving Zhang Yuanshan staring blankly in disbelief. Thus, Su Yang had escaped, not only avoiding death but also leaving Zhang Yuanshan ridiculed. That moment, Zhang Yuanshan felt a profound ache in his heart and lungs. His emotions utterly beyond description. Su Yang, I shall ensure that you are utterly obliterated. Not far from the city of Lidu, with a flash of golden light, two figures materialized at this location, Lu Qing and Su Yang. "My goodness, you nearly brought me to my demise. How have you offended a master of the void realm?" Upon their arrival, Lu Qing immediately began to shout animatedly, "I killed his junior, and he seeks vengeance against me." Su Yang responded gravely. The recent appearance of Zhang Yuanshan had indeed sounded a dire alarm for him. A master of the void realm was beyond his current capabilities, though he had narrowly escaped this time due to Lu Qing's intervention. There was no guarantee that fortune would favor him again in the future. Alas, what a tremendous loss today. Just as I acquired that talisman, it was used up before I could even warm it. "You, Su, must compensate me." Lu Qing seized Su Yang's collar, his face contorted in distress. "Compensate for what? You also utilized it. Step aside. I am already suffering from a headache." Su Yang forcefully pushed Lu Qing's hand away. "How can you have a headache? It's merely a master of the void realm. I will assist you in dealing with him, but you must repay me with spirit stones." Lu Qing, with reddened eyes, clearly displayed his love for wealth. "What? You have a solution. What is it? Quickly, speak." This time, It was Su Yang who grasped Lu Qing's collar. Is it not merely money? If you can help me eliminate him, you need not repay me, and I shall even give you an additional 2 million. For Su Yang, money could never outweigh life. Give me another 5 million. No negotiations. Lu Qing waved a hand in front of Su Yang. Deal. Luo Yao, there have been some disturbances in litter recently. Be cautious. After speaking, Su Yang turned to the approaching Lao He and added, Lao He, you two should pay attention. Rest assured, I will not flee again. During the auction, Su Yang had acquired 3 items, a medicinal pill, an alchemical furnace, and a compendium of herbal knowledge. Among these, the alchemical furnace would serve as a safeguard for future alchemy endeavors. Previously, he had utilized a mere mortal-grade furnace, which offered little assistance in the alchemical process. Now, with this superior spirit-grade furnace, his chances of success would undoubtedly increase significantly. Furthermore, the compendium of herbal knowledge, while seemingly insignificant to others, was of utmost importance to Su Yang, a cultivator from Huaxia. Basic knowledge was precisely what he lacked, as the library of Lidu Academy primarily contained commonplace information devoid of advanced herbal knowledge. Lastly, the medicinal pill was what Su Yang needed most at the moment, as it would aid him in perfecting the jade slip stolen by Lao He. Upon picking up the pill, Su Yang first employed his familiar methods for identification. He brought it to his nose, attempting to discern its aroma, yet it only exuded the scent of medicinal fragrance, making further distinction nearly impossible. Subsequently, he conducted water and fire tests, employing various modern techniques, even resorting to chemical formulas, filling several pages with dense notes. However, what is this nonsense? Enraged, Su Yang crumpled the papers into a ball and hurled them to the ground. Is this forcing me to reveal my ultimate techniques? Taking out a small knife, Su Yang delicately scraped a bit of powder from the elixir and mixed it with a bowl of water before swallowing it in one gulp. Instantly, his complexion flushed, and he felt a surge of energy coursing through his entire body, a boiling vitality that seemed to possess an uncontrollable force yearning to erupt at that moment. Su Yang's consciousness even became somewhat hazy, particularly the demon power within him, which, under the stimulation of the elixir, began to stir restlessly, causing the entire demon core to glow a vivid red. Alarmed, Su Yang quickly settled himself in a cross-legged position, simultaneously activating the Eye of Void at his brow with all his might. What he feared most was the eruption of the demon power, under the comprehensive suppression of the Eye of Void. Coupled with Su Yang's formidable mental strength, the rampaging demon energy eventually began to subside after a considerable duration. Phew, that was close, he sighed with relief, realizing that just a mere trace of powder had nearly led him astray. He shuddered at the thought of the consequences had he swallowed an entire elixir. It was imperative to swiftly find a solution to contain the demon power. Otherwise, trouble was inevitable after a long while. A thought struck him. Yes, that's it. Su Yang retrieved a white jade vial from his ring, which contained an unknown liquid obtained from the Elder of the Void Realm at the Falling Sunset Mountain Range. Chapter 58. The portly man's unique skill. Gently opening the vial, Su Yang brought it close to his nose. Upon taking a whiff, he was immediately engulfed by a wave of dizziness, a sensation strikingly similar to that of the elixir. Realizing that this formula lacked the primary ingredient, the subsequent tasks became more manageable. Most of the missing auxiliary herbs were merely supporting substances to the main ingredients, and with his existing knowledge, Su Yang found it relatively straightforward to comprehend. A day later, everything was prepared. Taking out the alchemy furnace, Su Yang continually tossed various herbs into it, while his hand gestures for the alchemical formula transformed seamlessly. As the spiritual herbs turned to ash, drops of medicinal essence gradually appeared within the furnace, slowly beginning to coalesce. As the time approached, Su Yang picked up the vial of beast blood and poured half of it into the furnace. With the infusion of the demon blood, the flames within the furnace suddenly roared to life, and the already coalescing medicinal liquid began to boil violently, leaving Su Yang momentarily flustered as he hastily amplified his mental concentration to enhance his control. After several moments, beads of perspiration began to form on Su Yang's forehead, yet the elixir within the furnace finally started to solidify under his watchful gaze. After a brief pause, as the elixir neared completion, Su Yang's alchemical gestures abruptly changed. With a mighty shout, several pills shot out in a straight line, landing neatly into a porcelain dish prepared beforehand. Soon after, Su Yang's expression turned to one of joy as he hurried over to inspect the elixirs. 2 mid-grade pills, 3 low-grade pills, and 5 completed elixirs. Su Yang was exceedingly satisfied with this outcome. After taking a brief respite, Su Yang tirelessly commenced the refinement of the remaining batch, following a flurry of activity. He once again procured a top-grade elixir, 3 mid-grade elixirs, and 2 low-grade elixirs. With his prior experience, Su Yang's yield this time was significantly enhanced. The knowledge contained within the compendium of herbs and plants was indeed vast, far surpassing the meager collections found in the libraries of Lidu Academy. Su Yang had always possessed a profound affinity for the arts of medicine and pharmacology, and thus, he easily immersed himself in his studies. As for the banquet hosted by the 6th Prince, Ho Tiantuan, Su Yang had long since relegated it to the recesses of his mind. Time flowed until the 7th day. On this day, after engaging in his reading for a while, a sudden realization struck Su Yang that he hastily retrieved an item from his spatial ring, a communication pearl, which Lu Qing had entrusted to him before their separation, containing their contact information. He gently rubbed the jade talisman. The voice of Lu Qing resonated from within, informing him that preparations were nearly complete, followed by a specified location. Upon receiving this message, Su Yang promptly departed from the medical hall and began to meander through the streets of Lidu City. Half an hour later, his eyes flickered with sudden intensity, and an involuntary cold smile graced his lips as the familiar sensation reminiscent of the gathering treasure pavilion re-emerged within his perception. The fish has taken the bait. Subsequently, Su Yang chose to navigate through less crowded alleys, swiftly weaving his way through the city, until he reached an inconspicuous corner. There, he quickly transformed his appearance, adopting the guise of a burly man with a rugged beard. Without lingering, he hastily exited Lidu City, heading towards the location indicated by Lu Qing. Indeed, shortly after Su Yang's departure, a voice echoed at the city gates, none other than Zhang Yuanshan. This time, he was not alone. 2 young members of his family and Chun Bin accompanied him. "Humph, you dare to leave the city, Su Yang. Let us see how you escape this time." Zhang Yuanshan glared with malice in the direction Su Yang had taken. "Zhang Daoyu, could this be a trap?" Chun Bin harbored a sense of foreboding, feeling that the situation was somewhat peculiar. If Su Yang was aware of Zhang Yuanshan's pursuit, why did he still venture outside the city? What is there to fear? Can a mere novice in the Gathering Soul stage create any tempest? Besides, today we have both you and I. Zhang Yuanshan scoffed at Chun Bin's words. Thus, driven by their shared intent to eliminate Su Yang, the two immediately set off in pursuit of him. Given the proximity, Zhang Yuanshan had already firmly locked onto Su Yang's presence. Before long, he spotted Su Yang moving slowly among a pile of rubble, his gaze darting about as if searching for something. "You little thief, prepare to meet your demise." Upon seeing Su Yang, Zhang Yuanshan could no longer restrain himself, letting out a furious roar before lunging at Su Yang. Behind him, upon catching sight of Su Yang, Chun Bin's expression turned fierce as he followed closely behind Zhang Yuanshan, leaping forward to strike Su Yang with a powerful punch. However, to their astonishment, as Su Yang noticed the impending attack, he abruptly turned and fled, vanishing in an instant, leaving the 2 attackers to punch nothing but air, their rage threatening to engulf the heavens. "Stop right there." After a furious roar, the 2 individuals found themselves erupting once more, swiftly pursuing ahead. Just as they reached the original position of Su Yang, the scenery before them suddenly transformed dramatically. Within their line of sight, the dense forest, rocky hills, flowers, and trees vanished in an instant, leaving no trace of Su Yang behind. The entire space seemed to morph into an endless desert, with flying sand and stones, and a howling wind assaulting them relentlessly, accompanied by intermittent ghostly wails echoing through the air. What is there to fear? It is merely a formation. Zhang Yuanshan, being well versed in the art of formations, quickly deduced that they had fallen into a trap. "Be cautious." Suddenly, Chun Bin's expression changed, and he swiftly darted aside as a massive boulder whizzed past his face. Although he evaded it just in time, a searing pain still coursed through his features. Meanwhile, Zhang Yuanshan found himself momentarily disoriented, sustaining considerable injuries in a brief span. "Humph, a trivial formation shall not hinder me. Fellow Taoist Chun, lend me your strength." With a thunderous shout, Zhang Yuanshan lightly brushed his fingers across his storage ring, revealing the white jade bagua disc once more. With deft precision, Zhang Yuanshan's fingers danced upon the disc, and ethereal starlight began to envelop their surroundings. Moments later, with a flick of his palm, the starlight surged outward. "Break for me." Under Zhang Yuanshan's command, countless stars charged towards the swirling sands and stones. In an instant, numerous boulders were reduced to dust as the powerful starlight swept through, creating a vacuum zone of several dozen feet around both Zhang Yuanshan and Qin Bin. Charge forth, with a booming cry. Zhang Yuanshan and Qin Bin converged, unleashing a formidable force toward the expanse ahead. Boom! As their attack reverberated, the entire formation erupted with explosive sounds, clearly indicating its instability. Outside the formation, Su Yang and Lu Qing observed the unfolding chaos. Upon hearing the rumbling from within, Su Yang's expression shifted dramatically as he hastily turned to Lu Qing and exclaimed, "Brother Lu, do you think they might break free?" At this moment, Lu Qing's demeanor grew grave. Initially believing that only Zhang Yuanshan had arrived, he was unprepared for the appearance of Qin Bin. Break free? That would render my efforts futile. Wait, I shall provide them with some assistance. Gritting his teeth, he stepped out from his hiding place and swiftly approached the formation's perimeter. Subsequently, Lu Qing began casting a series of formation seals, while an array of items erupted from his storage pouch. Upon closer inspection, these items were none other than medicinal pills. Today, let the Taoists witness what a pill formation truly entails. Chapter 59. The Alchemist's Assessment. As Lu Qing continuously unleashed the medicinal pills, the once precarious formation stabilized instantaneously. Not only that, but a mesmerizing azure light emanated from within the formation, wrapping itself around it like chains, steadily spreading inward. In a swift motion, the azure light melded into the formation, rendering the entire array enigmatic and unpredictable. The various attacks within surged forth with increased ferocity, menacingly directed at Zhang Yuanshan and Qin Bin. Within the formation, as Zhang Yuanshan and Qin Bin furiously defended against the onslaught, they sensed the peculiarities of the array. While fending off the inner assaults, Zhang Yuanshan cast a fleeting glance at Qin Bin beside him. "Chun, there are experts in formations outside. We must dismantle this array." Zhang Yuanshan declared. "Oh, you have a strategy, fellow Taoist Zhang?" Qin Bin inquired. My Zhang family has long been a lineage of formation masters. A mere small array cannot hinder us. Protect me." Upon uttering these words, Zhang Yuanshan ceased his attacks, entrusting all offensive efforts to Qin Bin. With a swift gesture upon his storage ring, a myriad of materials began to be scattered about. In no time, another formation took shape around Zhang Yuanshan and Qin Bin, with 4 ferocious beasts circling, continuously repelling the incoming strikes. Once this formation was established, Qin Bin felt an immediate alleviation of pressure, swiftly moving to Zhang Yuanshan's side, awaiting the moment the array would shatter. Qin Bin held considerable faith in Zhang Yuanshan's mastery of formations. 4 symbols grounding array, break for me. With a resounding shout from Zhang Yuanshan, the beasts encircling sprang into action. After a deafening roar, they spiraled close to the ground and charged outward. The colossal bodies of the beasts nearly enveloped the entire space, and under their sweeping might, the foundational materials of the array laid by Lu Qing were instantaneously reduced to rubble. Before long, the entire desert vanished, and the heavens once again revealed a refreshing clarity. The original dense forest and rocky terrain remained unchanged. However, after Zhang Yuanshan's assault on the formation, the previously empty sky was suddenly adorned with countless elixirs, suspended like countless stars, radiating a mesmerizing halo. At this moment, Zhang Yuanshan's gaze fell upon Su Yang, and his fury eclipsed the sight of the elixirs in the sky. "You little thief, today I shall see how you escape." "What are you shouting about? If you have the guts, old man, come out and say it," Lu Qing mocked, addressing Zhang Yuanshan within the formation. "Qin Bin, you are the Vice Dean Qin Bin." Suddenly, Su Yang spotted Qin Bin within the array, incredulously shouting, "Do you dare to betray the Li Du Academy?" Initially, Qin Bin had feared being recognized by Su Yang, hiding behind Zhang Yuanshan in hopes of remaining undetected. Yet now, with his name so readily revealed, Qin Bin understood he had no avenue of retreat. If he failed to eliminate Su Yang today, his demise was all but assured. "Su Yang, you have slain my disciple. Today, you shall meet your end." Su Yang, without a moment's hesitation, recognized that Qin Bin's disciple was none other than Zhang Yuanshan. Thus, upon hearing Qin Bin's declaration, he felt no surprise, chuckling, "Haven't you all wished for my death? Let us see who meets their demise today." "You dare." Realizing Su Yang's intentions, Zhang Yuanshan's eyes burned with rage. These 2 young men were his direct descendants. Should they fall to Su Yang, at this moment, Zhang Yuanshan was filled with regret. Lamenting his decision to bring the younger generation along and cursing the task he had undertaken, the figure flickered. Su Yang instantaneously appeared beside the 2 descendants of the Zhang family, unleashing a sharp sword aura that surged towards one of them. These two Zhang family members were already inferior in cultivation compared to Su Yang, and with their elder, Zhang Hashan, being ensnared in a formation from the very beginning. They were rendered somewhat flustered. Under Su Yang's ferocious onslaught, one of them was swiftly slain, Zhang Yang. Zhang Hashan let out a heart-wrenching howl, attempting to charge towards Su Yang. Suddenly, the entire space shifted once more. Under Lu Qing's array technique, the elixirs that had been suspended in midair began to flicker, erupting with a blinding radiance that made it impossible for one to keep their eyes open. Following a series of thunderous roars, all the elixirs detonated in an instant, enveloping the entire formation in a thick haze. Upon witnessing the complete disappearance of the elixirs, Zhang Yuanshan and Chun Bin exchanged glances of joy, mistakenly believing that something had gone awry with the formation. Just as they were about to break free, unexpectedly, from the very spot where the formation had been, the clouds of dust began to coalesce as if guided by an unseen force, materializing into a colossal man-eating flower in the arena. In Su Yang's line of sight, the enormous flower slowly began to bloom, releasing a continuous stream of pink mist. Under Lu Qing's array technique, the massive blossom began to twist and, in a single gulp, swallowed the two astonished individuals whole. Boom! The man-eating flower exploded the moment it consumed the two, unleashing a surge of potent energy that transformed the surrounding area into a wasteland spanning several thousand meters. Not only that, but as the dust settled, the red mist began to spread outward. Any trees or flowers that came into contact with it instantly turned to dust. This formation, it turned out, was laced with poison. Amidst the shockwave of this force, both Su Yang and Lu Qing were hurled backwards, crashing into more than a dozen massive trees before Su Yang spat out a mouthful of blood. Barely stabilizing his form, without a moment to catch his breath, he hastily gazed toward the epicenter of the formation's explosion. As the dust cleared, he noticed that Chun Bin's figure had vanished, leaving only Zhang Yuanshan standing there in a daze. Although Su Yang had survived, Zhang Yuanshan was in a dire state. One of his arms had completely disappeared, black blood oozing profusely, and his complexion was ashen, clearly suffering from severe poisoning. I hate you, Su Yang. Even as a ghost, I will not let you go. Zhang Yuanshan cried out to the heavens, only to gradually collapse to the ground moments later, his eyes wide open, reflecting an undeniable unwillingness to accept his fate. It was only after Zhang Yuanshan's demise that Su Yang let out a long sigh of relief, subsequently plopping down onto the ground. At that moment, Lu Qing finally emerged from a pile of dirt. Brother Su, don't forget my 500,000, was Lu Qing's first utterance, demanding money from Su Yang. Understood, I'll owe you. Su Yang weakly waved his hand at Lu Qing, then approached Zhang Yuanshan's corpse. However, after searching thoroughly, he found nothing of value. The storage rings of Zhang Yuanshan and Chun Bin had already turned to ashes the moment the formation erupted, and as for the two Zhang family descendants' storage bags, Su Yang couldn't be bothered to collect them. In the battle against Zhang Hashan, Su Yang was significantly drained both mentally and physically, leading him to sleep for an entire day and night, until he was roused by the clamorous calls from outside the cave. Su Yang, are you there? It was the voice of Yuan Qing. I am here, Su Yang responded, feeling quite perplexed, uncertain as to why Yuan Qing had come at this hour. Honestly, I've been searching for you for several days. I can't fathom what you've been so busy with, Yuan Qing murmured as she stepped into Su Yang's cave. You didn't even attend the 6th princess banquet, leaving many to await in vain. Oh no, I completely forgot, Su Yang exclaimed, smacking his forehead, a cold sweat breaking out in his heart. The events surrounding Zhang Yuanshan had so thoroughly occupied his mind that he had entirely neglected the banquet. Well, the primary reason I came to find you today is to inquire whether you intend to participate in the alchemist assessment at the Danhui. Yuan Qing waved her hand, clearly accustomed to Su Yang's state. The Danhui represents a formidable force encompassing the entire Tianyan realm, and nearly all alchemists on the continent possess Danhui affiliation. Moreover, the Danhui is relatively loose in structure. Having this affiliation does not impede one's ability to join other factions, but rather it is highly esteemed, especially for a high-ranking alchemist who becomes the object of pursuit among various powers. The Danhui itself is quite powerful, and coupled with the admiration of numerous factions, its strength is undoubtedly evident. No one wishes to offend an alchemist, the Danhui. Then let us go and take a look, Su Yang agreed, and together with Yuan Qing, they departed from Li Du Academy. Chapter 60. The astonishing Danhui. Please step inside. You may rest here for a while. The president is currently meeting with esteemed guests and will soon come to assess you, a woman said before departing. Upon entering the room, Su Yang noticed that 7 or 8 individuals were already waiting within. Apart from a brief glance at Su Yang and his companion when they arrived, none of them raised their heads, each one conserving their energy. After half an hour of waiting, as Su Yang began to grow somewhat impatient, a hearty voice rang out from the entrance that, "Ha ha, old Qin, that 100 jade qilin is surely mine today. Old Murong, I believe it is your qilin that rightfully belongs to me," replied another voice. As the sound echoed, 2 elderly men appeared before Su Yang, one clad in a white robe and the other in a purple robe. The most striking was the elder in white, whose chest bore 5 silver threads embroidered, an emblem of a 5th-tier alchemist, in the Tianyan Continent. Alchemists are categorized into 9 tiers, and the white robe is distinctive to alchemists, with the threads representing their respective mastery in the alchemical arts. The first 3 tiers are red, the 4th, 5th, and 6th are silver, while the 7th, 8th, and 9th are gold. Should one surpass the 9th tier, they are uniformly denoted by a single purple thread, although it is said that no one has reached such a level in thousands of years. Trailing behind the 2 elders were young maidens, around 18 or 19 years of age, both possessing an ethereal beauty. However, for reasons unknown, the 2 appeared to harbor a mutual animosity towards each other. "Oh, are there already so many people?" When the elderly man in the white robe entered the room and suddenly saw the crowd, he appeared somewhat taken aback. President Murong, upon seeing the elder, the individuals within the room swiftly rose to their feet and paid their respects. The elder was named Murong Tianyan. "There is no need for formality. Since you are all here to participate in the assessment, let us commence. Please come forward in groups. Who among you is not yet an alchemist and is preparing to take the first-tier assessment?" Murong Tianyan inquired. After a considerable pause, 2 individuals emerged from the throng. "Just the 2 of you. Is there no one else?" Murong Tianyan continued to question. "Su Yang, have you already participated in the assessment?" Among the crowd, Yulanjing quietly asked Su Yang. "Not at all. Why do you ask?" Su Yang replied, puzzled. "Then why aren't you hurrying out? Don't you know that an alchemist cannot directly assess for higher tiers without passing the preliminary evaluations?" Yulanjing said, exasperated, as she rubbed her forehead, increasingly at a loss for words regarding Su Yang's state. Su Yang understood, as he had initially thought he could directly assess for the tier he needed. Unaware of such prerequisites, President Murong, "I will go as well." Su Yang quickly stepped out from the crowd. With Su Yang included, there were 3 individuals set to assess for first-tier alchemists. However, it was evident that Su Yang had been the last to step forward, and his actions drew the scorn of several onlookers, including the other young participants, who regarded him with disdainful gazes, particularly the 2 young women who had arrived later, who scoffed in contempt. "What's this? Do you look down upon others? Do not forget, you 2 came here as first-tier alchemists." Observing the contemptuous expressions of the others, Murong Tianyan quickly grasped the situation and sternly rebuked them. "And you too. Do not think yourselves so formidable. It is entirely possible that one day he may surpass you." After admonishing the assessors, Murong Tianyan shifted his attention back to the 2 young women. It was evident that, regardless of Murong Tianyan's words, both the assessors and the young women paid little heed. They believed that at Su Yang's age, not having achieved first-tier alchemist status meant his future progress would be limited. Murong Tianyan clearly noticed their attitudes and shook his head in resignation. He gestured for the 3 of them to approach him. Under Murong Tianyan's guidance, the trio soon entered an adjacent room, where, through Murong Tianyan's explanation, Su Yang learned that the requirement to become a first-tier alchemist was to refine a first-tier elixir. "Heh, do they all think me a fool?" Su Yang chuckled lightly, fully aware of the expressions of the others. However, unlike them, Su Yang was not truly there to assess for first-tier alchemist status. Taking out the alchemical furnace and retrieving the prepared spiritual herbs, Su Yang, along with the other 2, quickly began their respective alchemical processes. For the assessment of alchemist ranks, the Alchemist Association would not provide spiritual herbs, nor would they take even the slightest fraction from the successfully refined elixirs. Upon witnessing the trio of Su Yang commence their alchemical endeavors, Murong Tianyan offered a slight nod that he summoned a steward to oversee the proceedings before departing the scene. Soon enough, under Murong Tianyan's direction, the participants in the assessment began their respective concoctions. Among them, 5 individuals were attempting to qualify as second-tier alchemists, while 2 young maidens, Yulanqing and another gentleman in his 20s, were vying for the title of third-tier alchemist. At this moment, Murong Tianyan and an elderly man surnamed Qin lingered at the third-tier assessment area. Evidently preparing to supervise the tests personally, to be honest, I found myself most eager to witness Su Xiaoyang's participation in the evaluation. Yet, despite several attempts to locate him, I had not caught even a glimpse of his shadow. Murong Tiannan's words hinted at a deep-seated resentment towards Su Yang, unaware that Su Yang was, in fact, right beside him. Su Xiaoyang, that miraculous physician, truly possessed remarkable abilities, surpassing even those of the two young women. Upon hearing Murong Tiannan's remarks, Qin Wuyang paused momentarily. Having heard of Su Xiaoyang before, and being a general of the Li Kingdom, he was aware of Su Yang's notorious escapade at the Ancestral Hall. I know he possesses exceptional medical skills and is quite formidable. Could it be that his alchemical prowess is equally impressive? Undoubtedly, it could not be mistaken. Murong Tiannan nodded earnestly in agreement. Meanwhile, Su Yang was exceedingly familiar with the concoction of first-tier elixirs, before the other two could even commence their alchemical processes. He had already completed his, proudly presenting his elixirs as he approached the steward responsible for the assessment. This steward, surnamed Qian, had sensed Su Yang's accomplishment the moment he finished, though he was initially incredulous, only snapping back to reality after Su Yang called out to him several times. "Have you completed it?" Steward Qian asked, somewhat dazed. "Indeed, esteemed steward. Here is my elixir," Su Yang replied with a hint of exasperation as he handed over the potion. A phrase he had repeated multiple times. "President, esteemed President." Steward Qian abruptly flung open the door and rushed to Murong Tiannan's side. "Your hasty demeanor is utterly unbecoming. What is the matter?" Murong Tiannan furrowed his brow and conjured a soundproof barrier to ensure that the alchemical efforts of Yulan Qing and the others remained undisturbed. Before addressing Steward Qian with a scolding tone, "Behold this," Steward Qian exclaimed, extending his hand to reveal the elixir crafted by Su Yang, his face alight with excitement as he gazed at Murong Tiannan. With a hint of dissatisfaction, Murong Tiannan accepted the elixir from Steward Qian's hand. After a cursory glance, he could not suppress his astonishment, exclaiming, 9 flawless elixirs. This is remarkable. Who crafted these?" Initially believing a venerable master had graced the Alchemist Association, he realized that the elixirs were freshly concocted, still radiating warmth. 9 flawless elixirs represented the pinnacle of alchemical achievement. Although Su Yang had only created first-tier elixirs, the precision required in controlling the spiritual herbs and the timing reached an extraordinary level. Flawless elixirs indicated that not a shred of the herb's medicinal properties had been diminished. Such prowess was beyond even Murong Tiannan, a 5th-tier alchemist. "Come, let us investigate." Within the confines of the room, as Su Yang found himself growing somewhat bored, Murong Tiannan, Steward Qian, and Qin Wuyang burst into the chamber with great haste, swiftly making their way to Su Yang's side. Chapter 61. The Troublemaker, Are You Su Yang? Is this your concocted elixir? Upon arriving next to Su Yang, Murong Tiannan eagerly inquired. "Indeed, it is," Su Yang replied. "Excellent, excellent, excellent. Truly remarkable. You are now a first-tier alchemist." "Steward Qian, please fetch an alchemist's robe," Murong Tiannan exclaimed, repeating his praise thrice before instructing Steward Qian to retrieve the robe. "Wait, Steward Qian. President Murong, I still need to undergo an assessment." Su Yang quickly interjected, preventing Steward Qian from leaving, and turned to Murong Tiannan. "What do you mean? Have you not already passed?" Murong Tiannan questioned, his confusion evident, until a sudden realization struck him. "Yes, President Murong." Su Yang nodded affirmatively. "Very well, then come with me." Murong Tiannan smiled, seemingly unperturbed by Su Yang's intention to assess for the 2nd-tier alchemist status. Following Murong Tiannan, Su Yang arrived at the assessment venue for the 2nd-tier alchemists, whereupon Murong Tiannan gestured towards 5 individuals engaged in alchemical practices. "You may conduct your assessment here, alongside them." As the assessment had just commenced, and the preparation time for 2nd-tier elixirs was significantly longer than that for 1st-tier ones. The assessors were still in the early stages of their tasks. Though they noticed Su Yang's arrival, it did not draw their attention excessively, for the assessment of 2nd-tier alchemists was of utmost importance. Before long, Su Yang integrated himself into the group of alchemists as customary. Su Yang utilized the humble alchemical furnace, as the items acquired during the auction were not meant for public display. With the incantation uttered, a roaring flame ignited within the furnace, and one by one, spiritual herbs were extracted from his storage pouch and tossed into the alchemical furnace. For the sake of prudence, Su Yang kept his spatial ring concealed. As time progressed, the herbs within the furnace swiftly transformed into a spiritual liquid, while the ashes and residues were continually expelled from the furnace under Su Yang's precise control, that I never expected that this Su Yang from Lidu Academy not only possesses combat prowess, but is also remarkably skilled in alchemy. Morong Tianyan remarked with rare admiration as he observed Su Yang's steady crafting of elixirs. Indeed, he is quite reminiscent of that Su Shaoang, Qin Wuyang added with a chuckle, suddenly, as if struck by a thought. Qin Wuyang's expression shifted dramatically, and he hurriedly glanced at Morong Tianyan that moment. Morong Tianyan's face also grew serious, yet he soon smiled, exchanging a knowing glance with Qin Wuyang, and remained silent. Unbeknownst to Su Yang, his true identity had been discerned by several individuals. Meanwhile, he continued to adeptly refine the second-tier elixir. After a brief period, with a wave of his hand, Su Yang produced 9 elixirs, showcasing an astonishingly swift refinement speed, far surpassing that of his fellow assessors, none of whom had completed their tasks. Just as Su Yang successfully finished his refinement, Morong Tianyan swiftly approached him, and Su Yang presented the elixirs to him. What? They are all full elixirs. Morong Tianyan was once again taken aback that it is well known that the success rate of a full-grade pill is exceedingly low, and as the grade of the pill increases, the difficulty escalates exponentially. Given Su Yang's age, it is inconceivable for him to possess such a high level of alchemical mastery. Morong Tianyan speculated that Su Yang must have a unique method of pill refining. He pondered over the identity of Su Yang's mentor. Upon witnessing Su Yang's prowess in alchemy, Morong Tianyan's address towards him shifted. However, after posing this question, Morong Liran chuckled, realizing that Su Yang's master could only be Qiancheng Liran. Yet, Morong Tianyan could not fathom when Qiancheng Liran had become adept in the art of alchemy. Unable to reach a conclusion, he decided to let it be, acknowledging that for such an extraordinary individual, anything was possible. Upon hearing Morong Tianyan's words, Su Yang smiled in silence, further validating Morong Tianyan's thoughts and prompting him to become increasingly courteous towards Su Yang. President Morong, may I continue my assessment for the third-tier alchemist? Su Yang inquired. Of course, follow me, came the reply. According to the regulations, Morong Tianyan was authorized to assess any alchemist below the 5th tier, including those of the 5th tier. Thus, there was no issue with Su Yang's request to evaluate as a third-tier alchemist. As soon as Su Yang departed, the candidates undergoing the assessment for the second-tier alchemist erupted in a flurry of shock. What the heck? A full-grade pill? This guy must be a high-tier alchemist. He is definitely here to toy with us. How embarrassing it is to have looked down upon him. I feel the same. The impact of Su Yang's presence nearly extinguished their motivation to continue with the assessment. Following Morong Tianyan, Su Yang soon arrived at the chamber where Yulanqing and 3 others were currently engaged in their evaluations. Inside the room, they were diligently refining pills, but upon Su Yang's arrival, they merely glanced over before returning their focus, with only Yulanqing, who had a rough idea of Su Yang's capabilities, nodding and smiling at him at Morong Tianyan's indication. Su Yang promptly commenced his pill refining, opting to concoct a foundation establishment pill. Although a third-tier low-grade pill, its level of difficulty was by no means inferior to that of a mid-tier third-grade pill, perhaps even surpassing it, particularly due to the quality of its materials. Having vanquished the Zhu family, Su Yang had amassed a significant collection of spiritual herbs, more than sufficient to gather the ingredients required for the foundation establishment pill. He did not change his alchemical furnace. Still relying on that mundane vessel. As Su Yang initiated his alchemical formula, a roaring flame erupted within the furnace, rendering it a brilliant red, being merely an ordinary artifact. The furnace's capacity was already stretched to its limits for refining third-tier pills. To prevent the furnace from succumbing to the pressure, Su Yang enveloped it with a steady stream of spiritual energy, firmly safeguarding its integrity. One by one, the spiritual herbs were cast into the furnace, and as the fierce flames engulfed them, they gradually transformed into medicinal liquid, while the residual remnants were meticulously guided out of the furnace through Su Yang's deft hand gestures. This time, the process of pill refining took considerably longer, as the refinement of the spiritual herbs and the condensation of the pill demanded substantial mental fortitude. Just as Su Yang was immersed in his alchemical endeavor, a sudden explosion resonated beside him, followed by a jubilant uproar from the male alchemist. "Ha ha, I did it." Amidst the laughter, the man swiftly seized the elixir that had leapt from the alchemical furnace and then approached Morong Tianyan. He held 1 exquisite-grade pill, 3 superior-grade pills, and 3 medium-grade pills. Indeed, quite impressive. Morong Tianyan nodded with a smile. However, Before he could utter another word, two explosive sounds erupted in the alchemical arena, occurring in quick succession. These sounds immediately captured the attention of all present. In the center of the arena, two young ladies held their respective pills, glaring at each other with evident hostility. It was clear that the commotion had been instigated by them. Have both succeeded? Qin Wuyang inquired. His curiosity piqued about which of the two young women possessed greater alchemical prowess. With a mutual cold snort, the two young ladies prepared to present their pills to Murong Tianyan. But suddenly their expressions froze upon noticing the man who had already succeeded at that moment. He wore a mocking grin as he regarded them. "What is the matter? Are you two ladies feeling rather disappointed?" he remarked with a smirk. The young women had initially believed that today's assessment would undoubtedly center around them, especially considering their remarkable achievement of being third-tier alchemists before the age of 20. They were considered exceptional not only in the country, but even among the 4 great empires and the 3 prominent houses. To their astonishment, they now faced a rival, and the man before them was only a few years their senior. With furrowed brows, the two young ladies slowly approached Murong Tianyan and presented their pills. Murong Shiyu, 2 superior grade, 2 medium grade, and 2 inferior grade. Murong Tianyan first evaluated his granddaughter's results before turning to the other. Qin Shuyang, 2 superior grade, 1 medium grade, and 3 inferior grade. The results indicated that Murong Shiyu slightly surpassed Qin Shuyang. Yet at this moment, neither Qin Shuyang nor even Murong Shiyu felt triumphant. It seemed as though their years of effort had been rendered futile, and they merely glared coldly at the man before them. "Who are you, and from where do you hail?" Murong Shiyu inquired icily. "I am Yuan Shao, hailing from the Yuan Empire." "What? Does Miss Murong find me to her liking?" Yuan Shao responded playfully. The Yuan Empire is one of the 4 great empires, and the Yuan surname belongs to the imperial family of that realm. Upon hearing Yuan Zhao's words, Murong Shiyu was taken aback, as were Murong Tianyan and Qin Wuyang, their expressions shifting. Murong Tianyan promptly interjected, "You are of the imperial family of the Yuan Empire?" "Indeed, I am the 7th prince of the empire," Yuan Shao declared with pride. "May I inquire as to your purpose for being here? The Yuan Empire also holds alchemical gatherings. Surely you did not come merely for this assessment." Murong Tianyan stated gravely, "I have long heard of the exceptional alchemical talent of the granddaughter of Chairman Murong. I specifically came to propose a marriage, but I did not anticipate encountering another worthy contender," Yuan Shao remarked, directing his gaze toward Qin Shuyang. You truly believe that a mere 3rd-tier alchemist like you stands a chance?" Murong Tiannan's expression darkened. "Of course, I did not come to assess 3rd-tier alchemists. That is merely a formality. I am here to evaluate the 4th tier," Yuan Shao declared haughtily, his countenance radiating arrogance. Just when Murong Tianyan found himself at a loss, 2 resounding explosions suddenly echoed nearby, capturing the attention of everyone present. Bang, bang. Following the detonations, Su Yang and Yu Lanqing concluded their alchemy in succession. Observing the situation, Murong Tianyan could not help but smile. Consequently, he averted his gaze from Yuan Shao and turned instead to Su Yang. "Ha, Su Yang, you have completed your concoction. Come, let me see. It wouldn't happen to be another full batch, would it?" In truth, Su Yang had already sensed the subtle dynamics of the gathering during his earlier alchemical endeavor, and he held little regard for the arrogant Yuan Shao. Upon hearing Murong Tiannan's call, Su Yang stepped forward, presenting the elixirs in his hand to Murong Tianyan. "President Murong, take a look." "Ha, splendid, splendid," Murong Tianyan exclaimed joyously as he beheld the 9 exquisite elixirs, bursting into hearty laughter. After Su Yang handed over the elixirs, Yu Lanqing too offered her concoctions to Murong Tianyan, her expression one of bemusement as she regarded Su Yang. Cough, cough. Seemingly aware of Yu Lanqing's gaze, Su Yang awkwardly cleared his throat a few times. "Very well," Murong Tianyan declared with satisfaction. 1 high-grade elixir, 2 mid-grade, and 3 low-grade. You have successfully passed." He then returned Yu Lanqing's elixirs to her. "A full batch? This is impossible." Upon hearing Murong Tiannan's words, Yuan Shao exclaimed in shock, rushing to Murong Tiannan's side and attempting to seize the elixirs from his grasp. "You, boy, hand them over." Yuan Shao shouted furiously at Su Yang. "What are you?" Su Yang replied coldly, unflinching in the face of Yuan Zhao's wrath. "You seek death." Yuan Zhao's face flushed crimson at Su Yang's words, and he roared in anger, preparing to strike. Su Yang, however, had already braced himself for a confrontation, one hand poised upon his storage pouch. "Enough, Murong Tianyan intervened forcefully, his right hand raised, instantly separating the two antagonists. Those wishing to assess their skills as alchemists may remain. Those seeking to cause unrest, begone. Recognizing Murong Tianyan's fury, Yuan Shao calmed himself. For this was not the Yuan Empire. Should a brawl erupt here, he could very well find himself outnumbered. He had never entertained the notion that he might not be a match for Su Yang. I wish to challenge for the rank of fourth-tier alchemist, Yuan Shao proclaimed, casting a haughty glance at Su Yang. Murong Tianyan, upon hearing Yuan Zhao's declaration, exhibited no surprise. He had anticipated this outcome. Now, his gaze shifted to Su Yang, whose consecutive successes in concocting full batches had left him utterly astounded. He fervently hoped for another miracle from Su Yang, one that would decisively undermine Yuan Shao's arrogance. Understanding Murong Tianyan's intentions, Su Yang, albeit slightly displeased at being utilized, found greater annoyance in Yuan Zhao's brazen demeanor. Thus, he readily nodded in agreement. I too shall participate in the fourth-tier alchemist assessment. Upon hearing Su Yang's words, Murong Tianyan nodded in satisfaction. With a swift gesture, he cleared the previously chaotic area and erected a protective barrier in its place. Since that is the case, you shall conduct your assessment here. He cast a somewhat provocative glance at Su Yang, while Yuan Shao stepped confidently into the protective barrier without hesitation. Raising his hand, Yuan Shao produced his alchemical furnace, which was remarkably a medium-grade spiritual artifact. He then opened his storage pouch, extracting various spiritual herbs intended for alchemy. After Yuan Shao entered the protective barrier, Su Yang hesitated and looked at Yu Lanqing with a troubled expression. What is it? Yu Lanqing inquired, slightly puzzled by Su Yang's gaze. However, realization soon dawned upon her, and she regarded Su Yang with a hint of mockery. I do not possess an alchemical furnace. I am incapable of refining fourth-tier pills. Su Yang admitted awkwardly, having always used a mundane furnace in public, which could only manage the refinement of third-tier pills at best. His meaning was unmistakably clear. I lack a furnace and would like to borrow yours. Yu Lanqing chuckled, but before she could respond, a voice emerged from beside her. Use mine, but you must teach him a good lesson. It was Murong Xiu, who had already handed her alchemical furnace to Su Yang. Her gaze ablaze with anger directed at Yuan Shao. If that is insufficient, I have another. As long as you can help me teach him a lesson, the furnace is yours. Qin Shuiyang also offered her furnace at the same time. Observing their actions, Yu Lanqing swallowed the words she had intended to say, winking at Su Yang, surprised by his unexpected popularity. Should I not do something as well? She pondered quietly, her head slightly bowed. Enough. One is sufficient, Su Yang replied, somewhat flustered, as he took the furnace from Murong Xiu and hurried into the protective barrier. Lacking even a furnace, and you dare to call yourself an alchemist? Yuan Shao sneered at Su Yang. Feeling quite uncomfortable, for he had set his sights on Murong Xiu, who unexpectedly lent her furnace to Su Yang, further igniting his anger. Enough with the needless chatter, Su Yang retorted casually, ignoring Yuan Shao as he began to prepare the materials necessary for his alchemy. Yuan Shao, taken aback by Su Yang's words, felt a surge of rage threatening to explode. Yet, seeing that Su Yang clearly disregarded him, he could only glare fiercely at Su Yang and continue with his own alchemy. With continuous incantations, Yuan Shao summoned fierce flames within the furnace, incessantly tossing in various herbs. As the flames refined the materials, the spiritual herbs gradually transformed into medicinal liquid, initiating the slow process of concoction. Yuan Shao aimed to produce a pill known as the Mangjiao pill, which was not merely a low-grade fourth-tier pill, but a medium-grade fourth-tier one. Clearly, Yuan Shao possessed unwavering confidence in his alchemical skills. As Su Yang meticulously arranged the spiritual herbs he required, his gaze fell upon Yuan Shao, who was refining pills. Upon realizing that the elixir being concocted by Yuan Shao was, in fact, a mid-grade fourth-tier pill, his expression shifted dramatically. Initially, Su Yang had intended to produce a low-grade fourth-tier pill. Clearly, this was insufficient to surpass Yuan Shao. Observing Yuan Zhao's deft movements, devoid of any signs of hesitation, Su Yang understood that, barring any unforeseen circumstances, Yuan Zhao's batch of pills was bound to succeed. Left with no choice, Su Yang reluctantly abandoned his original plan and retrieved a fresh assortment of herbs. However, he had never attempted to refine a mid-grade fourth-tier pill before, and achieving success on his first attempt would be quite challenging. Outside the arena, Murong Tianyan and the others had also noticed Su Yang's actions, and a sense of anxiety began to envelop them. This contest between Su Yang and Yuan Shao had escalated beyond mere assessment. Should Su Yang falter, the reputation of the Dan Conference in Lidu would be irrevocably tarnished. Taking a deep breath, Su Yang cast aside the swirling thoughts in his mind and produced the alchemical furnace. The furnace gifted to him by Murong Xiu was a low-grade spiritual artifact, inferior in rank to Yuan Zhao's mid-grade artifact. Yet it was still adequate for the refinement of a mid-grade fourth-tier pill. Chapter 63. The Emergence of Spiritual Fire. Ah, Su Yang. Is it? I wonder how confident you are in the pill you are hastily concocting? Yuan Shao immediately interjected as Su Yang's gaze shifted toward him. Yuan Shao is correct. The pill Su Yang was attempting to refine was known as the Xuanqiwei pill, a remedy designed to rapidly replenish the body's lost essence, which also afforded a degree of longevity. Thus, despite being merely a mid-grade fourth-tier pill, its refinement was no less challenging than that of the Manjiao pill, perhaps even more so. What is the matter? Have you lost confidence? Allow me to demonstrate the essence of despair, Yuan Shao declared, and suddenly he thrust his index finger forward, revealing a flickering crimson flame dancing at his fingertip. The scarlet flame, akin to blood, erupted with an unruly brilliance, seemingly imbued with a life of its own. Following its emergence, the alchemical flames within both Su Yang's and Yuan Zhao's furnaces appeared to be drawn by an unseen force, exhibiting signs of instability. Sensing the fluctuations within his furnace, Su Yang quickly intensified his mental control to suppress the flames while turning his head in astonishment to behold the inferno in Yuan Zhao's hand. What is this? Outside the arena, the others similarly sensed the anomaly within and were equally taken aback, until Murong Tianyan incredulously exclaimed, "Spiritual fire! This is the human spiritual fire, the fiery sea of wrath. Spiritual fire, unlike the ordinary alchemical flames found within the bodies of typical cultivators, is a rare and exceptional flame, categorized into 9 types of heavenly spiritual fire, 49 types of earthly spiritual fire, and 99 types of human spiritual fire. The 9 types of heavenly spiritual fire are rootless flames born of the world, forever limited to these 9, never to increase. The 49 types of earthly spiritual fire encompass 36 varieties, forged by the grand forces of nature. Each known type is exceedingly rare, and its emergence is invariably accompanied by significant celestial phenomena. The essence of the 9 nines, amounting to 81 distinct types, was forged by ancient beings through various methods within their own bodies. Unfortunately, the technique of refining this mystical fire has long been lost to time, leaving behind only the remnants of those who became spirits after their demise. The prospect of its resurgence is nearly impossible, as throughout countless eras, only 81 types have ever manifested, illustrating the formidable prowess required to cultivate such ethereal flames. At this moment, Yuan Zhao's fury-infused sea fire is a boon he stumbled upon fortuitously within an ancient cave dwelling. It is precisely due to this spiritual fire that he has attained his current rank and status within the Yuan Empire. Indeed, it is the Fury Sea Fire. Yuan Zhao's demeanor exudes unparalleled pride as he chuckles heartily. With a mere flick of his finger, the Fury Sea Fire surges dramatically, entering the alchemical furnace and displacing the original flame. As the Fury Sea flames envelop the furnace, the refinement speed of the spiritual liquid noticeably accelerates. Moreover, the Fury Sea Fire possesses immense sentience, immediately encircling the medicinal liquid, preventing any trace of its spiritual energy from escaping. Witnessing this turn of events, Su Yang's expression darkens considerably. He had already found himself at a disadvantage in this alchemical contest, and now, with Yuan Shao harnessing the Fury Sea Fire, victory seems increasingly elusive. This sense of dread is not limited to Su Yang alone. Even Murong Tianyan, who had previously harbored great hopes for Su Yang, now finds his confidence waning, contemplating how to confront Yuan Shao once the assessment concludes. What to do? What to do? Su Yang's heart races with anxiety. That accursed spiritual fire, wasn't it merely a type of? Ah, I should possess such a flame as well, though I am uncertain of its efficacy. Perhaps I should give it a try. Gritting his teeth, Su Yang channels all his remaining mental energy into his sea of consciousness, where the enigmatic demon core resides. Just moments ago, when Yuan Shao unleashed the Fury Sea flames, Su Yang sensed a peculiar reaction. His demon core was affected, becoming somewhat volatile, particularly the red patterns upon it that pulsated incessantly. These patterns were the remnants of the fiery essence absorbed by the demon core during his time at the Zhuangwang Tower. Sensing the agitation of the demon core, Su Yang gradually releases the pressure he had been exerting with the eye of breaking void. while simultaneously locking his focus onto the demon core. Should there be any sign of abnormality, he would immediately reapply the restraint. As soon as the pressure is alleviated, the demon core begins to spin rapidly, the red patterns flickering incessantly. Moments later, amidst the rotation, they are expelled from Su Yang's sea of consciousness. Upon exiting, these red patterns swiftly flow into Su Yang's veins, coursing through his meridians without pause. In that instant, it feels as though Su Yang's entire being is ignited. An intense burning sensation surges through his body, compelling him to let out a pained roar. Unexpectedly, this cry startles Yuan Shao, causing him to tremble. Nearly losing control of the flames, he hastily gestures with his hands, casting fire control techniques while casting an irate glare at Su Yang. "What on earth are you shouting about?" Yuan Shao bellows at Su Yang. The loud outcry not only ignited Yuan Zhao's anger, but also nearly provoked laughter from several onlookers outside the arena. Even Murong Shiyu and Qin Shuyang gazed at Su Yang with starry eyes. "Heh, this fellow." Murong Tian exchanged a bemused glance with Qin Wuyang, shaking his head in amusement at this moment within Su Yang's body. The intricate patterns had long since transformed into flames, surging towards his dantian with an uncontrollable ferocity, scorching the meridians along the way and leaving cracks in their wake. Only after a considerable time did these flames finally subside within Su Yang's dantian. Upon realizing the situation, Su Yang hastily pulled out a handful of healing elixirs, swallowing them without a second glance. After a brief moment, he felt a slight alleviation of his injuries. That was truly perilous. "I was far too reckless," Su Yang thought with a twinge of fear, not wishing to endure such pain again. What? Has his mental energy already been exhausted? Yuan Shao, witnessing Su Yang consume the elixirs, assumed Su Yang had indeed depleted his mental strength and mocked him once more. "Heh, you possess spiritual fire. It seems I too have something up my sleeve." With a grin, Su Yang summoned his spiritual energy, drawing forth the peculiar flames that resided in his dantian. "What?" Yuan Shao was taken aback, but soon chuckled, thinking, if Su Yang had spiritual fire, why had he not used it earlier? Yet, in the next moment, Yuan Zhao's expression truly shifted. In the palm of Su Yang's hand, a different flame had ignited, one that was distinctly unlike the medicinal fire. From the moment it appeared, it emanated an aura that rivaled the fury of raging seas. As Su Yang altered the technique to control the flames, the fire in his hand was swiftly cast into the alchemical furnace, where intense flames blazed, yielding a markedly different effect. Under the searing heat of this flame, the previously sluggish medicinal liquid instantly billowed with thick white smoke, and the pace of refinement surged dramatically. Murong Laotu, what kind of spiritual fire is this? Qin Wuyang, observing in astonishment, was captivated. This contest truly had its twists and turns, with Su Yang consistently turning the tide at critical moments, almost embodying the essence of miracles that I cannot discern it. Murong Tianen shook his head, then smiled. As long as it is a good thing, that is sufficient. With the introduction of this extraordinary flame, Su Yang found the process of alchemy becoming considerably easier, even finding leisure to steal glances at Yuan Shao. In contrast, Yuan Shao, upon witnessing Su Yang wield this strange flame, became earnest, refraining from any further mockery and focusing intently on refining his elixirs. Even without the advantage of spiritual fire, I shall rely on my alchemical prowess to defeat you fairly. Noticing the conclusion of the alchemical process, Murong Tianan waved his hand to dissipate the protective barrier, his face brimming with anticipation as he turned to the approaching duo. At this moment, not only Murong Tianan, but also Qin Wuyang, Yu Lanqing, and the two young ladies looked on expectantly at Su Yang, hoping he would decisively overshadow Yuan Zhao's prominence. First, Murong Tianan received the Mangjiao Dan from Yuan Zhao's hands, inspecting it meticulously before speaking. 4-tiered mid-grade Mangjiao Dan, 3 supreme grade, 3 high grade, and 2 mid-grade. A total of 8 pills were successfully refined. Upon the utterance of these words, a few gasps of astonishment echoed throughout the venue. The attainment of 8 alchemical pills was already remarkable, and the presence of 3 exceptional ones further underscored the extraordinary expertise of Yuan Shao in the art of alchemy. With a hint of concern, the others turned their gaze towards Su Yang. "President Murong, please take a look at mine," Su Yang remarked nonchalantly. Very well," Murong Tianen replied, nodding slightly as he reached out to accept the pills from Su Yang's hand. Chapter 64. The Ambush. Upon glancing at the pills, Murong Tianyan was taken aback, his excitement palpable as he exclaimed, 5 superior-grade pills, for premium-grade ones, and 9 successfully refined. Ah! At this revelation, not only was Murong Tianyan stunned, but the others also erupted in exclamations of disbelief. The outcome was astonishing, far surpassing Yuan Zhao's results at this moment. It could be said that Su Yang had decisively triumphed in this contest of alchemical skills. This is impossible, Yuan Zhao shrieked, lunging once more towards the pills in Murong Tianyan's grasp. In an instant, Su Yang intercepted Yuan Zhao, his legs swinging fiercely in a kick. A frog at the bottom of a well dares to speak of alchemy, with a resounding thud, as Su Yang's kick connected. Yuan Zhao swiftly reacted, raising his own leg to clash against Su Yang's. With merely the cultivation of body refinement, Su Yang was already on the verge of soul gathering. His physical strength was beyond what Yuan Zhao could contend with. The collision sent Yuan Zhao crashing violently against the wall behind him, blood instantly staining his clothing where their legs had collided. Without uttering a word, Su Yang drew forth his mysterious sword. Its tip aimed directly at Yuan Zhao. Just as it seemed the two were poised to engage once more, Yuan Zhao appeared to remember something and gradually withdrew the spiritual energy he had been gathering. Struggling to rise, he pointed a finger towards Su Yang with a chilling demeanor, stating coldly, Su Yang, is it? I will remember you. I hope you live well. We shall meet again at the Huaxia Association. With a final piercing glare sweeping over the crowd, Yuan Zhao's gaze lingered on Murong Tianyan for a moment before he snorted disdainfully and departed from the alchemical assembly, feeling unworthy to remain. As Yuan Zhao exited, the atmosphere in the venue began to ease, dispelling the earlier tension that Su Yang. Do you plan to continue with the assessment? Murong Tianyan inquired with a smile, his curiosity piqued regarding the level of Su Yang's alchemical mastery. Likewise, the others looked on with eager anticipation, their expressions reflecting their interest. As an alchemist, the distinction between the third and fourth tiers was a significant divide. Most alchemists struggled to surpass the third tier for this very reason. Yet, once one crossed into the fourth tier, the path to the sixth tier became far less daunting, provided one's aptitude was not severely lacking. It merely required time and gradual accumulation of experience. However, the success rate of Su Yang in refining mid-grade fourth-tier pills is remarkably high, which should not be the case for someone of Murong Tianyan's standing, who is not typically a fourth-tier alchemist. This sentiment is not only held by Murong Tianyan but also shared by everyone present, particularly by Yulan Qing, who has known Su Yang the longest and understands him best. At this moment, she gazes intently at him with her beautiful eyes, utterly captivated. Noticing the curious glances of the onlookers, Su Yang can only manage a wry smile. The primary reason for his elevated success rate in pill refinement lies in his background from Huaxia, where he has experienced the most modern practices and has mastered the optimal utilization of medicinal effects. When it comes to alchemical ranks, he genuinely considers himself merely a fourth-tier alchemist. President Moro. I assure you, I am truly just a fourth-tier alchemist. There is no way I could assess the fifth tier. Perhaps we should abandon this notion, Su Yang said, his face adorned with a bitter smile. Upon hearing Su Yang's words, Murong Tianyan shook his head, clearly unconvinced that Su Yang is merely a fourth-tier alchemist. However, since Su Yang himself refuses to undergo the assessment, he cannot forcibly compel him to refine pills. In exasperation, Murong Tianyan turned to the steward Qian beside him and instructed, Steward Qian, please fetch the alchemist robes. Yes, President, Steward Qian replied before promptly departing. Before long, Steward Qian returned with several alchemist robes, which Murong Tianyan personally distributed to each successful candidate. Esteemed alchemists, congratulations on your advancement. As the president of the Alchemist Association, I take great pride in your accomplishments. For those who did not pass the assessment, do not be disheartened. It may simply be a matter of luck. And perhaps you will succeed next time. The Alchemist Association warmly welcomes you at any future opportunity. Following Murong Tianyan's words, those who succeeded joyfully accepted their alchemist robes, while those who did not pass, though somewhat disheartened, forced smiles and respectfully bowed to Murong Tianyan before departing the association. Once everyone had left the vicinity, Su Yang approached Murong Xiu and handed her the alchemy furnace. Miss Murong, thank you for lending me your furnace. You're welcome, Murong Xiu replied with a smile as she accepted it. Then, as Su Yang donned the alchemist robe handed to him by Murong Tianyan, his appearance underwent a dramatic transformation. Previously, Su Yang's attire was predominantly in shades of black and blue, exuding a somewhat fierce and battle-hardened aura. Now, clad in the white alchemist robe, he exuded a scholarly elegance. "Come, Su Yang, allow me to introduce you," Morong Tianyan said with a smile, nodding approvingly as he observed Su Yang in his new attire. "This is Qin Wu Yang, a general from the Li Kingdom, and this young lady is his granddaughter." Qin Shuyang, general of the Li Kingdom? Su Yang was taken aback, suddenly recalling the recent incident involving Old Hei's theft, during which Old Hei claimed to have stolen garments from the general's residence. Could this be the very person in front of him? With this thought, Su Yang's gaze towards Qin Shuyang became somewhat peculiar. Cough. Su Yang's reflections were interrupted by a sudden bout of coughing. Jolting him back to reality, he looked up to find everyone watching him with amused expressions, while Qin Shuyang herself was blushing furiously, glaring at him with indignation. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, he stammered, "I apologize. I was momentarily distracted." It is nothing much. After all, the desire for beauty is inherent in all humans, is it not? In my younger days, I too. As he reminisced about the past, Morong Tianyan found himself unable to restrain his tongue. It was not until Morong Shiyu discreetly kicked him that he was jolted back to reality. Come, take a look at this young lady. This is my granddaughter. Isn't she lovely?" Morong Tianyan said with a beaming smile, completely shedding his earlier demeanor. "Beautiful, truly exquisite," Su Yang exclaimed, his words flowing like a torrent, before he abruptly shifted the subject, saying, "President Morong, I suddenly recall some matters I must attend to, so I shall take my leave." "Very well. Do visit the Dan Association more often," Morong Tianyan replied. Certainly. As he exited the Dan Association, Su Yang quickly devised an excuse to send away Yu Lanqing, and then he hastened towards the city gate. Swiftly shedding the conspicuous alchemist robe when no one was watching, the Nine Heavens Martial Assembly, you may not live to see that day. Soon, Su Yang departed from Lidicheng, venturing into a desolate path leading away from the city. He believed that the humiliation Yuan Shao had faced in the Dan Association warranted early retribution. Zhang Yuanshan had met his fate, and today, Yuan Shao would not be an exception. Before long, Yuan Zhao's figure came into view. He was mounted upon a horned beast, advancing steadily. The horned beast, a second-tier demon creature, was known for its docile nature, making it a favored steed among many. With a steely gaze fixed upon Yuan Shao, Su Yang was poised to strike. "Damn Su Yang! Just wait. I will ensure your demise," Yuan Shao cursed as he journeyed, his heart filled with a seething hatred for Su Yang, a sentiment that would only be quelled by the latter's death. "And Morong Tianyan, Morong Shiyu, I will not let you escape either." As he raged inwardly against Su Yang, Yuan Zhao's expression suddenly shifted drastically. Above him, Su Yang descended like a meteor, sword pointed downward, the jet-black Xian sword radiating a chilling aura of death. Su Yang's strike was nothing short of cataclysmic. "Not good," Yuan Shao roared, forcefully stamping his foot and hurriedly dodging to the side, a long knife appearing in his hand, a flurry of blade energy forming a barrier against the incoming sword energy. Boom! With a single strike, Su Yang's fierce swordplay reduced the horned beast to a mere mass of flesh and blood, and before Yuan Shao could evade, he was caught in the wake of Su Yang's attack. Crimson streaks staining his garments, as the dust settled, Su Yang stood resolutely in place, his sword aimed coldly at Yuan Shao. "Itsu, Su Yang," Yuan Shao exclaimed in shock, utterly unprepared for this audacious assault. Chapter 65. A Deadly Crisis. However, Yuan Shao soon smirked. Had they been in Lidicheng, perhaps Su Yang could have relied on some support, but now he dared to confront him alone. "Su Yang, I was just pondering how to kill you. And here you are, delivering yourself right to my doorstep." Still with all the idle chatter, Su Yang rolled his eyes, exasperated by this boisterous fool who offered nothing of substance at this moment. Su Yang was acutely aware that he still stood upon the grand path. Despite his deliberate choice of a desolate locale, he could not guarantee that others would not arrive. Thus, he needed to act swiftly. With these thoughts occupying his mind, Su Yang unleashed his mental energy in a powerful surge, enveloping the area in an atmosphere tinged with sorrow and longing, a manifestation of the power of intent. As the force of intent erupted, Su Yang was not idle, harnessing the power of the wind. He swiftly appeared before Yuan Shao, unleashing a sharp beam of sword energy intertwined with potent fire energy, aimed directly at Yuan Zhao's chest. The force of intent. As a mid-stage soul-gathering cultivator, Yuan Shao instantly recognized this formidable power, and at that moment, he could no longer afford to underestimate Su Yang. His entire being erupted with spiritual energy, summoning spiritual fire as he struck towards Su Yang with a powerful blow. Enveloped in immense spiritual strength, the overwhelming force surged forth, instantly transforming the surrounding landscape into a desolate wasteland, scorched by fierce flames. In the wake of this exchange, both combatants were propelled backward, their strike evenly matched. The intensity of their energy continued to escalate, saturating the atmosphere with an overwhelming presence. Upon witnessing this energy sphere, Yuan Zhao's astonishment morphed into sheer terror. Without hesitation, he unleashed all his spiritual fire, rapidly coalescing before him into a gigantic bird, crimson as blood. With a piercing shriek, the colossal avian lunged at Su Yang. This strike was even more intense than the last, and under the explosive energy, a deep crater several meters wide formed in the ground, with the surrounding earth beginning to melt away. Suddenly, amidst the chaos of this unleashed power, a cool beam of light pierced through the dust, creating a fist-sized hole in Yuan Zhao's neck. As the dust settled, Su Yang's figure emerged, standing not far from Yuan Zhao, propped on one hand with his sword, his face pale, a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. Meanwhile, Yuan Zhao clutched his throat with one hand, blood oozing through his fingers, the result of Su Yang's lethal strike empowered by the force of intent. "Let us see if you survive," Su Yang declared coldly. "Heh, do you think that by killing me, you will escape unscathed? You shall meet the same fate," Yuan Zhao retorted. After uttering these words, it seemed he could no longer bear the injury to his throat. He emitted a series of strangled cries before collapsing to the ground. "What do you mean?" Su Yang was taken aback, momentarily perplexed by Yuan Zhao's words. However, his expression quickly shifted to one of alarm. In his line of sight, the flames that had been dispersed by his earlier strike had inexplicably reformed, and in an instant transformed into the shape of the gigantic bird, which screeched skyward before attempting to take flight. "Not good. Stop right there." Ignoring his own injuries, Su Yang swiftly gathered all his spiritual energy, invoking the 10,000 Things Tao technique once more, directing it towards the escaping giant bird. With a thunderous roar, the giant bird cried out in despair, its form shrinking by nearly a third. Yet, even after Su Yang's strike, the creature hastily soared into the distance, leaving Su Yang powerless to prevent its flight. Alas, trouble is afoot. Su Yang's countenance darkened considerably, as he had calculated every conceivable outcome. Yet he could not fathom that the Linghua possessed such formidable abilities. Otherwise, he could have ensnared it within a formation. Upon hearing Su Yang's account, Luo Yao's expression paled, her anxiety palpable as she exclaimed, "What shall we do now? Young master, you won't come to any harm, will you?" "I am uncertain, but it would be prudent for you to prepare for departure." "I shall seek an audience with the esteemed dean," Su Yang replied, placing his hopes upon Qiancheng Li Rand. He still possessed a golden token bestowed by the Li Du Academy. Upon arriving at the academy, Su Yang hastened to meet Jing Qi. "What? The dean is not here." "Indeed, after the incident last time, he departed, and I know not his whereabouts." Jing Qi responded, puzzled. "Is there something amiss?" "Nothing of concern, since the dean is unavailable. I shall take my leave." Naturally, Su Yang felt a profound disappointment at not encountering Qiancheng Li Ran, and after bidding farewell to Jing Qi, he exited the premises. However, he soon recalled another individual and promptly made his way to the place of residence. At the graveyard, before the bamboo cottage of Yuan Zhan, Su Yang respectfully greeted, "Senior Yuan." "What is it?" Yuan Zhan replied without lifting his head from the reclining chair. "Senior, I have found myself in a predicament. The matter is as follows." That Su Yang recounted in meticulous detail how animosity had arisen between him and Yuan Zhao, culminating in Yuan Zhao's demise, leaving nothing concealed. That in Su Yang's estimation, the dean would surely not be the type to kick someone when they were down. Otherwise, he would not have directly sent Zhang Yuanshan flying in the first place. Furthermore, his status within Li Du Academy was certainly extraordinary. Perhaps he could indeed reach out to Qiancheng Li Ran. "What? You have slain the prince of the Yuan Empire." Upon hearing Su Yang's revelation, Yuan Zhan abruptly sprang from his chair, seemingly astonished by Su Yang's audacity. "Indeed, he is now deceased," Su Yang replied, a bitter smile gracing his features. Yet, he felt no remorse. Should the situation arise again, he would act in the same manner. "What do you suggest we do now? Can you contact the dean?" Su Yang inquired cautiously. "That I shall entrust this matter to you. Esteemed elder, strength is the foundation. It would be ideal to make a breakthrough to the mid-stage of soul gathering soon, so that even in the face of the void realm, Su Yang could still contend." Upon returning to his dwelling, Su Yang immediately retrieved the medicinal pills for cultivation and consumed several in succession, thus commencing his training. Time passed slowly, yet barely a day into his cultivation, a cacophony of shouting erupted outside his cave. Accompanied by the thunderous sounds of battle, it was as if the very heavens were on the verge of collapse. Damn it, Su Yang cursed under his breath, reluctantly stepping out of his cave. However, upon emerging into the world beyond, he was taken aback by the scene before him. The sky was shrouded in a thick, ominous fog, and amidst the darkness, alluring yet chaotic melodies echoed, mysterious, vast, and filled with ferocity. Su Yang discernibly observed that a fierce battle was unfolding in the heavens above, with corpses occasionally plummeting from the sky. Those capable of aerial combat must at least possess the prowess of the void realm. This aura seemed eerily familiar to him as he gazed into the misty expanse of the sky. Su Yang felt an unsettling sense of recognition, as if he had encountered it somewhere before.